The swirling mist spat me out into this fantastical world, but my grand arrival was cut short. Boom! A burly brute scooped me up and carted me off to a soul-crushing mine. Talk about starting at rock bottom, I became just another weary miner. Stuck in this dead-end life, things changed when a strange black mark on my palm soaked up 3 measly spirit stones. Out of thin air, a shadowy twin mirroring me exactly popped into existence. This echo of myself, bound to my will, could work tirelessly. Imagine having a tireless copycat mining for you round the clock, another one causing trouble and snatching treasures, and yet another pumping iron with me, helping me level up faster and craft powerful gear. Suddenly, practice felt different. Instead of grinding alone, I had 10,000 spectral sides honing their skills alongside me. Even the sharpest prodigy couldn't outpace that kind of focused effort. Want a legendary ability? Piece of cake. A million shadowy me's could practice day and night, making mastery a mere 3-day sprint and perfection a month away. And if some arrogant powerhouse thought they could take me down? Hundreds of millions of spectral warriors would swarm them, leaving no room for error. Word spread like wildfire, the whole fantasy realm hushed in fear as just Su Zhan single-handedly reshaped the power dynamics. I was unstoppable. They called me Su Zhan, a measly name for a soul trapped in this soul-crushing mine. This burly brute with the gnarled scar on his head, Zhang something or other, eyed my pile of dim spirit stones like they were worthless scraps. Over 90 usable ones? Pathetic. No reward today. Confiscated. Scram. He tossed them words like insults and my gut twisted. These rocks were all I had left from a day's backbreaking labor, the supposed payment for one measly pure spirit stone. Now, it was gone, leaving me empty-handed and facing another day of grueling toil on an empty stomach. The memory of that gnawing hunger fueled my silent scream of defiance, but Zhang's glare silenced me faster than a trap snapping shut. I slunk out, defeated. Suddenly, a voice stopped me in my tracks. Bald, give him the spirit stone. It was this wiry man reeking of power, Master Zhou, at least that's what they called him. Fear practically dripped off Zhang's face as he cowered and begrudgingly tossed a pure spirit stone into my hand. Grateful, Master Zhou. I blurted out, bowing deeply. He just drank his wine, eyes shut. Outside the cramped hut, hundreds of souls like me waited, miners all, trapped in this celestial purgatory. Grim-faced faces, etched with exhaustion, mirrored my own. Whispers swirled around the queue, laced with numb resignation or desperate hope. I felt different though. This wasn't just a pit, it was a cage. And for the first time, a flicker of something fierce ignited within me, a burning desire to break free. Uter, a place of celestial magic and demanding spirit mining. It had trapped souls like mine, all at the foot of the mortal realm ladder. We were but ants carrying celestial burdens, seeking just a taste of that shimmering power beyond. Me? This time would be different. I wouldn't just claw my way out, I'd shatter these bars and leave them choking on my dust. The black brand on my palm pulsed like a beckoning eye. It wasn't there before, a scar from digging the day before yesterday, somehow made whole by blood being absorbed, not healed. Ever since, it had felt alien, whispering of forgotten systems and cheat codes from the fantasy novels I devoured in another life. But no matter how hard I willed it to react, nothing. Dead as a doornail. At least, that's what I thought until yesterday. After work, a low-grade pure spirit stone vanished into the brand, bathing my face in ethereal light. Then, silence. Nada. Just like before. But today was different. Mr. Zhou, a powerful cultivator, had saved me from Zhang's spiteful dismissal. Now, clutched in my calloused hand, was another pure spirit stone, my last lifeline. My stomach gnawed with hunger, and the usual fantasy of a system-powered shortcut felt distant. This black mark, it was picky. Mixed spirit stones meant nothing to it, but pure ones sparked life. And those cost a king's ransom out here in the mine, 10 times their worth outside these celestial walls. A single one could feed a family back home for years, but here, barely buys a measly bowl of broth-stained noodles. The ration I bartered this morning had already been spent. Come tomorrow, and my belly would know true torment. It was a heart-wrenching choice, feed the silent brand, gambling on its latent power, or see out my days as a starving shadow in this soul-sucking pit. The thought of another empty stomach gnawed me worse than the black void of the mine itself. But there it was, the last sliver of hope flickering like a defiant flame. Hungry? Fine. Let's play your game, Black Mark. Maybe tonight won't be so hollow after all. Adrenaline pumping, I shoved the pure spirit stone into my cursed palm. It dissolved like mist on a furnace and the brand flared, bathing the cramped hovel in its eerie light. But just as before, nothing else happened. Cursing under my breath, I considered the grim truth, maybe it needed 10, even 100 of these stones to activate. Trapped in this soul-crushing mine, that felt like a life sentence. Out there, those stones were gold, here they barely covered gruel. A year or two? In this place, that was a death wish. Every day brought new casualties, starvation, overwork, beatings, just plain snuffed out like flames in the wind. Even open murders went unpunished. I wouldn't even see the supposed system-blessed power before becoming another nameless corpse. Grim fate for a time traveler, indeed, I muttered, resigned. Tomorrow would be another scramble for scraps. Just as I turned to face the bleak reality of an empty belly, a jolt shot through me like a lightning strike. Standing inches from my shack, a hulking black silhouette blocked out the meager light. Terror clawed at my throat. How hadn't I felt him approach? The brand on my hand, a beacon in his sight. What torture, what fate awaited a miner with a celestial secret exposed? My mind reeled with gruesome imaginings. Then, something twisted my fear into bafflement. This specter, it wasn't wearing pants. No, that wasn't right. The entire form seemed off-kilter, almost spectral and unreal. My heart hammered not out of mortal dread but an alien kind of confusion. What unholy apparition was I face to face with now? The black void in front of me resolved into something both terrifying and magnificent, a perfect mimic of myself, hollow black as obsidian, no flesh, no features, just an uncanny silhouette. The sight lanced through me with primal fear before logic caught up, leaving me reeling. This wasn't a demon, nor a wraith, but a spectral duplicate, carved from the very same mold as I was. A disembodied chime, mechanical and intricate, resonated not in my ears, but within my mind. It shouldn't have been comprehensible, yet it seared itself into my awareness. 2 words, clear as day, master. My heart stuttered. It couldn't be, could it? I fixed my gaze on the brand on my palm, a spark of understanding flaring. 3 pure spirit stones, their essence fueling this spectral echo. It clicked. This wasn't just a borrowed strength system, it was something far stranger and more potent, a clone born from celestial energy siphoned by the black mark. The weight of months-long misery lifted, replaced by an electrifying joy that bordered on hysterical. A loyal, tireless shadow self, forged in this crucible of despair, a cheat powerful beyond my wildest imaginings from those fantasy novels I devoured. It was raw power, a lifeline in this desolate world. I choked back the urge to whoop for joy. This place bred not celebration, but quiet desperation and cutthroat survival. So, a tight-lipped grin stretched my face into something almost grotesque. A death warrior, bound to me. And imagine the possibilities, a strangled laugh escaped, quickly swallowed. But in that heart of darkness, a flicker of hope ignited. What if this wasn't just one shadow? What if more pure spirit stones unlocked countless spectral duplicates, an unyielding legion at my command? The black mine might have been my cage, but now, I saw the bars already starting to crack. The game had changed. And Su Zhan was about to play it his way. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel excited in his heart. One death warrior is just the beginning. In the future, there will probably be a second, third, 10th, 100, or even thousands. By then, let alone this ghost mine, he would not even bother with the Qinyang sect. The one who brought me here by force was a guy in the 6th level of the mortal realm. I thought revenge was hopeless, but now it seems that there is a chance. Su Zhan's eyes flashed with hatred. Before, he was unattainable to the 6th level of the mortal realm, let alone revenge, and he might not even dare to express his hatred. But if he really becomes stronger in the future and has the opportunity, all the suffering he has suffered today must be returned, and it must be returned 100 times or 1,000 times, so that the other party can feel what it means to repay a drop of water with a spring of revenge. Can you understand what I am saying? Su Zhan put his mind back and began to try to communicate with the black shadow clone. As expected, the other party did not respond. Su Zhan did not give up and conducted various detailed studies on the black shadow clone. After only 1 hour, Su Zhan had gained a lot. 1. The black shadow clone has intelligence and a certain degree of learning ability, but it is not high. Its comprehension ability is not even as good as that of a 3-year-old child. Its learning is limited to the level of external movements. For a little more profound, such as meditation and cultivation, it can be said to be confused and stiff throughout the whole process. 2. The realm and strength of the black shadow clone are exactly the same as his. Whether it is strength, speed, defense, or reaction, there is no difference. This makes him feel excited. 100% strength, what does it mean? If it can be strengthened with his original body in the future, the effect will be incomparable. 3. The Black Shadow clone can also be injured, and the healing speed is exactly the same as his original body, but because it has no feeling, its actions and other aspects will not be affected. For, the Black Shadow clone does not have the life breath of a normal person, nor will it have blood and heat waves. It is not a normal life form. This is why Su Zhan did not feel its existence at all before and was shocked. 5. And the most important point, the Black Shadow clone can be put away. As long as Su Zhan clenched his palms and released a command in his mind, the Black Shadow clone would disintegrate and disappear, turning into a wisp of black smoke and returning to the black mark. It was also easy to release it again. The same mental command could make the Black Shadow clone appear in front of him again. In short, this Black Shadow clone is just like a living person. Except that it does not bleed and has a lower intelligence, it is no different from a normal person in terms of grasping things and moving and behaving. Gu Su Zhan wanted to continue his research, but the sound of his stomach reminded him that it was time to eat. Eat first, Xiao Hei, mining tomorrow will depend on you. Such an awesome Black Shadow clone will not get tired and is not afraid of getting injured. It is a perfect match for mining. And for convenience, Su Zhan also gave this clone a catchy name. Xiao Hei was a little confused about this name, and tilted his head to express his confusion. Su Zhan chuckled, put away Xiao Hei, and left the shabby cabin and headed for the mine market. The mine market was bustling. The mine itself was very large. The exchange house that Su Zhan went to during the day was just one of them, and the long queue of thousands of people he saw was also one of them. The real mine had tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people, and the number was still increasing. You can imagine how many people were caught in this ghost place. Boss, give me a bowl of noodles. Obviously, Su Zhan had been eating noodles for nearly a month and was so sick of it, but in order to survive, he had to bite the bullet and eat. At this time, Su Zhan keenly caught a look looking at him. Looking towards him, he saw a man with the same ragged clothes and triangular eyes at the other end of the noodle shop. As if he recognized Su Zhan, the man with triangular eyes revealed a joking smile, revealing his yellowed and uneven teeth, and his eyes were full of ridicule and disdain. In an instant, Su Zhan's eyes darkened. Li Chang. Not only was he one of the same group of people who were forcibly brought here, he was also his fellow countryman and former friend. Su Zhan's first stop after crossing was called Qingfeng Village, a small village with a population of over 1,000. Since there is no system and no parents, relatives, Su Zhan can barely survive by relying on the help of the villagers. Fortunately, Su Zhan showed extraordinary talent in cultivation at that time. While other peers were still struggling to enter the mortal realm, he easily became the first level of the mortal realm, and naturally became a genius in the mouth of the villagers. An outstanding junior who has the qualifications of a future inner disciple. You are already a genius, how can you not join the sect and show off your talents? So, Su Zhan led a group of young boys and girls to the Chunyang sect, the largest sect nearby, hoping to become a disciple. Along the way, Li Chang often fawned over him and supported him. Su Zhan, who had not been severely beaten by society, was very moved and thought that if he entered the Chunyang sect, he would also take him with him. Unexpectedly, after leaving the village, Su Zhan's so-called extraordinary talents suddenly became a bad thing on the street. There are tens of thousands of people who want to join Chunyang sect every year. They were all boys and girls of about the same age as him, and all of them were at the lowest level of the first level of the mortal realm, second level of the mortal realm, third level of the mortal realm, and some even directly reached the fourth level of the mortal realm. Not surprisingly, Su Zhan didn't even pass the first round of Chunyang sect's selection of disciples and was defeated. However, some young people from the same hometown accidentally broke through to the first level of the mortal realm, including Li Chang. The improvement of his strength caused his attitude to change drastically. He no longer stood up for Su Zhan, but instead formed a clique and formed a small team to point fingers at Su Zhan from behind. At this point, Su Zhan felt disgusted with him, but not to the point of hatred. Later, on the way back, a guy at the sixth level of the mortal realm blocked their way, and on the grounds that only the strong were qualified to survive, he made the fellow villagers and teenagers who had not reached the first level of the mortal realm kill each other. This also inspired more boys and girls to break through to the first level of mortal realm. As for the ordinary people who had not broken through, they were killed on the spot by the sixth level of the mortal realm. Because of this, Su Zhan and others were too frightened to resist, and were forcibly brought to the mine, becoming one of the many hard-working miners. However, as soon as he entered the mine, Li Chang's dark side of human nature began to reveal itself. In order to get more spiritual stones and to be loyal to the bullies and old miners in the mine, he actually teamed up with them to attack the men from the same village, killing and stealing money, and forcibly abducted the women from the same village. Share it with the bully in the mine. Even Su Zhan was plotted against him once and almost died. From then on, Su Zhan completely hated this guy. Now that his enemies were extremely jealous when they met, Su Zhan's silent anger was ignited, especially when he saw Li Licheng's joking and proud eyes, plus a pile of good food in front of the table. It was conceivable that he would do a lot of harm to others. Just in time, I'm very short of spiritual stones. Su Zhan calmly withdrew his gaze, a hint of cruelty flashed across his eyes. Burp! This beef tastes so good. It's a pity that I don't have many spirit stones on hand for the time being, otherwise I can go to the brothel to release some energy. Forget it, it won't be too late to go in a few days. Li Licheng was drunk and blurry. While drinking wine and savoring the aroma of meat, he imagined the scene of going to the brothel in a few days, and couldn't help laughing obscenely. Soon, he arrived home. Unlike Su Zhan, his home was not a small broken wooden house with air leaking on all sides, but a proper tile house. This tile house alone is worth at least hundreds of lives. Crack! As soon as Li Licheng entered the house, he was about to close the door with his backhand. But suddenly a hand stretched out and stopped him from closing the door. At the same time, a familiar face gradually came into his eyes. It was Su Zhan. Su Zhan's eyes were calm and his face expressionless. I have something to talk to you about? It's you. Li Licheng narrowed his eyes and smiled nonchalantly. Why? Do you want to kill me while I'm drunk to avenge me? You should know that I'm stronger than you now. The words were full of pride and disdain. Indeed, after joining forces with a group of evil people in the mine to kill people, Su Zhan obtained so many spiritual stones, either for spending or for cultivation. In comparison, Su Zhan didn't even have the time to meditate and practice, and he was tired of mining every day for survival, so he naturally couldn't keep up with Li Licheng's progress. Better than me? Are you sure? As soon as the voice fell, Su Zhan's eyes became fierce, and he turned his hand to show a dagger and stabbed Li Licheng's abdomen. But before the tip of the knife got close, Li Licheng stretched out his big hand and grabbed Su Zhan's wrist directly. The power was so great that the tip of the dagger could no longer move forward a little bit. Su Zhan, I know you are stupid, but I didn't expect you to be so stupid. I just said that with your current strength, you are not mine at all. Sneak. A slight sound of cutting flesh made Li Licheng's words stop abruptly. Ordinary people may not be able to catch this subtle sound at all, but Li Licheng is in the first level of the mortal realm, and can hear everything in all directions. His hearing is more than twice that of normal people. His pupils suddenly dilated, and his whole face was filled with shock, disbelief, and fear. He felt liquid seeping and sliding down his neck. Then Li Licheng stretched out his hand to wipe his neck, and the dark red blood was particularly dazzling under the moonlight. Then, blood spurted out like it was free, making Li Licheng extremely angry. He wanted to look back and see who was behind him, but the wound on his neck was too deep, so he didn't dare to move. Swish! 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 At the same time, the person behind him kept moving, stabbing him in the back with a knife after a knife. Who is it? Who is it? He wanted to escape and struggle. But it was obvious that the person behind him was at least a mortal realm level 1, clamping his shoulders tightly, making it difficult to break free. In addition, the vitals were stabbed. Even if Li Licheng had 1,000 pounds of strength and could break metal and stone, he could not muster any strength at this time, and could only be slaughtered. Help! He was extremely frightened, and the desire to survive made him want to shout at the first time, but as soon as he opened his mouth, the big hand clamping his shoulder covered him directly and covered his mouth tightly. Li Licheng just took a subconscious look, and the fear in his eyes almost overflowed. What is this black hand? There is no temperature, it is as cold as ice, and it is obviously similar to the softness of human hands, but it is full of inexplicable illusions. Woo woo woo! Puzzled, terrified, panicked, afraid, all kinds of emotions surged up instantly, and Li Licheng struggled violently. It must be said that the vitality of a cultivator of the first level of the mortal realm is indeed tenacious. A normal person would have died a long time ago after being cut on the neck, but Li Licheng was able to survive for a while longer, and even tried to pry open Xiao Hei's hand, covering his mouth with both hands, and bit it with his teeth, struggling hard. If it were a normal person, he might have succeeded because of the pain. But Xiao Hei didn't feel any pain, and he didn't waver at all no matter how hard he bit his hand. Relax. Su Zhan smiled happily at this time and came closer. It's normal to bleed, feel a little dizzy, and have a little pain. Woo woo. Li Licheng's eyes widened, and his eyes no longer had the arrogance and complacency before, but were full of pleading and the desire for life. With such a tenacious vitality, it seems that I have to do it myself. Swish. Without hesitation, Su Zhan stabbed Li Lichang's heart with a knife from the front, and then forcibly turned to expand the wound. Li Lichang wailed in even more pain, and his whole body twitched. "Xiaohei, you can stop now. Just cover his mouth. I'll take care of the rest." Su Zhan stabbed him one after another. His abdomen, heart, spleen and other places were all stabbed through. Who said revenge doesn't have pleasure? His current happiness is much better than eating a meal after being hungry for a whole day. Especially looking at Li Lichang's desperate, fearful and unwilling eyes, Su Zhan can be said to be happy from head to toe. That's it. Su Zhan stabbed Li Lichang countless times, stabbing him to a bloody mess. He didn't even know when the other party stopped struggling or when he died. All he knew was that when Xiaohei let go, Li Lichang's body, who died with his eyes open, instantly collapsed to the ground and began to feel slightly cold. Comfortable. Looking at the blood flowing freely on the ground, Su Zhan let out a long breath, feeling extremely satisfied, without the stiffness, numbness and panic of killing for the first time as others said. As for the bloody smell that permeated, there was no need to worry at all. In this place, the smell of blood was normal. If Su Zhan didn't want to cause too much noise and attention, it wouldn't matter if he let go of Li Lichang and let him call for help. "Drag him in," Su Zhan ordered. But Xiaohei tilted his head and didn't move. Obviously he couldn't understand the meaning of this sentence. "Just now I only taught you to cut the neck and stab people and cover the mouth, but not this. I will teach you next time." Before coming, Su Zhan spent a lot of time teaching Xiaohei. Otherwise, with its intelligence, how could it be so cooperative? It must be said that attacking Li Lichang was an extremely wise decision. Su Zhan searched casually and found more than 10 low-grade spirit stones from him. After counting carefully, there were as many as 15. After having a feast, there are still 15 spirit stones. No wonder they all choose to bully men and women, kill people and rob goods. The benefits really come quickly. Now, not only tomorrow, but also the next few days, I don't have to worry about food. By the way, I can see what new surprises this black brand brings me. Su Zhan couldn't wait to pick out 3 low-grade spirit stones and grab them with his right hand. The black glowing light emanated, and the 3 palm-sized spirit stones all melted at a speed visible to the naked eye and seeped into the palm. Soon, the 3 spirit stones were absorbed. However, no change? Su Zhan looked around, and except for Xiaohei, no new black shadow clones appeared. It seems that my estimate was wrong. It's not that 3 spirit stones will give birth to a new Xiaohei. Let's add 3 more and see. Su Zhan did the same. 3 more low-grade spirit stones were sucked into the black brand. Not yet? Su Zhan was puzzled. To confirm, he even deliberately circled around the tile house, but still found nothing. What's going on? Is there something wrong with this low-grade spirit stone, or are there other problems that I haven't considered? Su Zhan was puzzled, or, there is only one Xiaohei, and there is no second one? If this is true, then his plan to become stronger and rich will be aborted? No matter what, continue. Su Zhan decisively held the 3 spirit stones again. As the 3 spirit stones melted and seeped into his palm, Su Zhan's expression suddenly changed. Appeared. In front of Su Zhan, a black shadow clone that looked exactly like Xiaohei, as if it was imprinted from the same mold on him, was emerging out of thin air. From an almost invisible illusion, it gradually became dark and deep, and finally condensed into a completely substantial black shadow clone. The second Xiaohei appeared. So that's it, the first little black needs 3 low-grade spirit stones, and the second little black needs 9 low-grade spirit stones, not superposition, but multiplication. Su Zhan's eyes flickered. He finally roughly understood the law of the birth of little black. As long as there are enough spirit stones, the number of little blacks can be increased infinitely. But, in this way, the third little black needs 27 low-grade spirit stones, the fourth needs 81, and the fifth needs 243. My goodness, if it is superimposed, the number of spirit stones consumed in the future is simply an astronomical figure. After a little calculation, the terrifying number made Su Zhan couldn't help shaking his head. According to this law, let alone the little black core, it is a problem whether a little black squad can be formed. Leave 2 spirit stones, and feed the rest. Although the number of spirit stones required in the future is indeed a bit more, every extra little black means that his advantages in self-preservation, survival, killing and looting, especially mining and excavation, will be greatly increased. Isn't the biggest advantage of a tireless and completely obedient machine that it can completely replace manual labor and carry out mining and excavation 24 hours a day? Let's try it tomorrow and see how efficient the 2 little black men are. Su Zhan's eyes flashed, and with a wave of his hand, the two black shadow clones collapsed on the spot, turning into black smoke and merging into his palm. His figure also quickly left the tile house and merged into the night. No accident. The next day, the sky was just getting light, accompanied by the loud horn of forced assembly. Su Zhan, who pushed open the wooden door and walked out, heard the miners talking. The content of the discussion was exactly the death of Li Liqian last night. After all, Li Liqian had a different identity. Su Zhan was still a hard-working miner, and he had become a supervisor who specialized in whipping and expelling miners. Now that the supervisor has not appeared for a long time, anyone who goes there will immediately know what happened. In this regard, the higher-level person in charge of the mine did not say much, and did not even ask a question. He directly had the person dealt with hastily, and then casually promoted another miner in the first level of the mortal realm to the new supervisor, and asked him to supervise the miners to start mining. In a word, people can die, but mining cannot be delayed. Listening to the miners' various words such as, "It's what you deserve," "Cool, this kind of person should have died long ago," Su Zhan's mouth raised an arc without a sound. Thousands of people entered the mine, just like thousands of sheep were released from the sheepfold, all swarming out, rushing to the good mining position they had locked long ago, to prevent others from getting there first. Once the position is occupied by someone, the result is either to take it back by force, or to bow your head and be expelled to other barren places. The miscellaneous spirit stones that could be handled in 10 hours may take 14, 16, or even more time in the barren land. Therefore, bloody fights often broke out in the mine for a mining location, and Su Zhan was no longer surprised. Soon, Su Zhan came to the mine where he mined yesterday. The efficiency of this mine was only average, and it was even a bit barren, so no one competed with him, and it was difficult to see the few miners around. Su Zhan did not stop and continued to go deeper. Seeing that the distance was almost right, he confirmed again and again that there was no one around. "Come out." With a thought, two black shadow clones quietly emerged. "One of you takes one, facing the wall, and work." Su Zhan threw the two hoes that he had prepared long ago to the two people. Without any hesitation, they picked up the hose directly and swung the hose against the wall as instructed to dig. Sure enough, the intelligence of the black shadow clone has improved. Seeing this scene, Su Zhan's expression moved slightly. When he returned to the shabby cabin last night, he found some clues. Later, he tested them. The two little blacks had obvious improvements in their ability to accept, understand, and learn. Now Su Zhan only said one sentence, and did not teach them specifically. The two already knew what to do. Try another new change. Obviously, in addition to the improvement of intelligence, Su Zhan also discovered other new things. He sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes and began to concentrate. Empty, completely empty. Eliminate all distractions. Dive down, and dive down again. I saw it, black fog, two groups of black fog, that's them. Su Zhan saw. Those were the two groups of black fog that existed in his consciousness. These two groups of black fog represented Little Black Number 1 and Little Black Number 2. Enter. Without hesitation, Su Zhan directly selected one of the groups of black fog and rushed to it with his consciousness. The next second, the picture suddenly appeared in front of Su Zhan's eyes. It was the first-person perspective of Xiao He Number 2 who was constantly swinging his hoe to mine. It worked! Su Zhan was filled with excitement. That's right, this was the second new feature he discovered. He could take over the perspective of the black shadow clone. Last night, Su Zhan happened to get the spirit stone, and thought he might as well splurge and use the spirit stone to practice and improve his strength. He unexpectedly found this thing in his consciousness. You know, when Su Zhan first discovered the black mark, he tried various methods for research, including entering the state of consciousness. At that time, he didn't find anything at all. Until last night. The perspective of the clone after touching the black fog scared him. Because of this, his emotions fluctuated too much, and it was difficult for him to enter the perspective state again. Now, after sleeping and calming down, he tried again and succeeded perfectly in one try. Not only that, even when he was slightly excited at the moment, he was still not kicked out of the state. It can be predicted that in the future, when Su Zhan becomes more proficient, entering the perspective will be easier and simpler, without restrictions. Xiao Erei, come here. Su Zhan issued an order in his mind. Then Xiao Erei stopped and came directly in front of Su Zhan. The picture Su Zhan saw also changed to himself, who was meditating with his eyes closed. It was still a bird's eye view. Go back and continue mining. Su Zhan gave another order, and Xiao Erei faithfully followed it, returned, and hit the wall with a hoe. Ding! The thick rock broke, and a thumb-sized, mottled miscellaneous spiritual stone rolled down. It's sold. Xiao Arai, if you find this miscellaneous spiritual stone again, put it in front of me. It seems that he understood the meaning of Su Zhan's words. Xiao Arai stretched out his hand, picked up the miscellaneous spiritual stone accurately, put it in front of Su Zhan, and then continued to work. It's good that the intelligence has been improved. Su Zhan couldn't help but smile. He hasn't taught what miscellaneous spiritual stones are, but Xiao Arai can recognize them on his own. Xiao Hei, you should also pay attention. If you dig out miscellaneous spiritual stones, put them in front of me. Su Zhan also specifically instructed Xiao Hei. As soon as the voice fell, ding! Xiao Hei also sold out. Like Xiao Arai, Xiao Hei picked out the miscellaneous spiritual stones accurately, put them in front of Su Zhan, and then continued to dig. This feeling of lying down and hanging up is so cool. Su Zhan was full of comfort. The smile on his face couldn't stop. Before today, he had to work hard in the mine for more than 10 hours every day with a hoe. The dullness, tedium, fatigue, and hardship. If he hadn't become a cultivator with the strength of the first level of the mortal realm, and his physical and mental qualities far exceeded those of ordinary people, he would have given up long ago. Their efficiency is about the same as mine. The advantage is that they don't need to eat or rest, and they can dig 24 hours a day. At least 200 miscellaneous spirit stones can be shipped in a day. 2 clones, that's 400 miscellaneous spirit stones, equivalent to the income of 4 low-grade pure spirit stones. It's 4 times what he had before, and he doesn't have to do it himself, he can get it by lying down. Thinking of this, Su Zhan felt even more pleased. No. In just a few moments. There were a few more miscellaneous spirit stones in front of him. I underestimated this thing. Su Zhan jumped out of the perspective, opened his eyes, and looked at the black mark on his palm. Putting in new spirit stones not only gave me a new shadow clone, but also other unexpected new functions. The emergence of new features represents endless possibilities. If 3 spiritual stones are the first stage and 9 spiritual stones are the second stage, then 27 spiritual stones can reach the third stage. I wonder what new functions and surprises there will be in the third stage. The only drawback is that we need a lot of spiritual stones for the follow-up. The third stage is not difficult. There are only 24 low-grade spiritual stones left. Now I earn 4 stones every day. With a little saving, I can reach it in about 7 days. But in the fourth stage, a full 81 pills are needed, which is not easy to handle. Although the third stage can increase the number of black shadow clones to 3, the efficiency increases by 50%, and the number of spiritual stones produced every day reaches 6. But excluding Su Zhan's food and drink, it would take at least half a month to collect 81 pills. As for the 5th and 6th stages that will follow, the time required is so long, it's exaggerated just to think about it. Unless I also imitate Li Chang and kill people and buy goods? After testing the water last night, this road is indeed feasible in the mine. Even the moment the idea emerged, Su Zhan's mind had already popped up several names of people who could be killed. All of them were worthy of death, and they were the kind of guys who were killed to do justice for heaven. No, I almost forgot the more important point. Suddenly, Su Zhan seemed to have thought of something, and his face suddenly turned ugly. If I redeem 4 or 6 pure spiritual stones every day, it will be fine for a day or 2. Over time, it will definitely attract others' attention. I only thought of such an important thing now. What is the mine? There are too many people, diseases are rampant, and the ground is full of mad dogs that bite everyone in sight. There are so many guys who would kill people just to get some miscellaneous spirit stones. Whoever has a little more miscellaneous spirit stones will definitely be targeted by these guys. If Su Zhan exchanged so many spiritual stones every day, the effect would be the same as a sheep among wolves. Perhaps ordinary miners dare not attack him. But what if you report to other old miners and supervisors who are at the 2nd or 3rd level of mortal realm? The consequences can be imagined. It seems that the only choice now is to kill people and steal goods. Su Zhan began to think deeply, figuring out how to kill and which guy to start with. At this time, Xiao Hei and Xiao Erhei on the side continued to place the dugout miscellaneous spirit stones in front of Su Zhan. In just 1 hour, the number of miscellaneous spirit stones reached more than 20. After excluding some that were not up to standard, at least 20 of them could be exchanged normally. 20 in 1 hour, 100 in 5 hours, which is equivalent to a low-grade spiritual stone, huh? Etc. Su Zhan suddenly exclaimed, causing Xiao Hei and Xiao Erhei to stop their movements and tilt their heads to look at him in confusion. I saw Su Zhan's eyes bursting with unprecedented light, Now, why should I go to the mine to exchange for low-grade spiritual stones? The mine is forcibly imprisoning and kidnapping me, forcing me to exchange it with them at a ratio of 100 to 1. They are exploiting and enslaving me. In the outside world, the normal ratio of miscellaneous spirit stones to spirit stones is 10 to 1. Because I can't get out of this hellish place, I can only be exploited and enslaved, but they may not. Su Zhan raised his head and looked at Xiao Hei and Xiao Erhei. The two people tilted their heads, obviously confused, but the smile on Su Zhan's face became brighter, more arrogant, and even crazy. Buy it and leave it. Buy it and leave it. Big. 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 Big fart, little. 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 It's open. Damn it, why are you so young? Ha, give me money, today is my day to get rich, I have to win you over. Under the shade of a tree, 4 or 5 foremen were gathering together to have a great time gambling. On the ground beside them, there were hundreds of blue stones scattered at random. When the miners in several mines not far away saw this scene, envy, jealousy, and hatred were all written on their faces, but when they saw the blue stones on the ground, they could only withdraw their eyes and dig obediently. The management mechanism of the mine is very lax. There are only 4 or 5 foremen in charge of hundreds of miners, and they still stay in place. There is no need to patrol around at all. It can be said to be extremely relaxed. Logically speaking, with this level of supervision, it would be very easy for miners to escape. The fact is that no one dares to escape. The reason lies in these blue stones. There are so many positioning stones, I don't know which one is mine. At this time, Su Zhan was hiding on a tree in the distance, and under the cover of the tree, he looked at the blue stones on the ground from a distance. These blue stones are called positioning stones. It's just that it's not objects that are positioned, but people. As long as the blood drips on it, it is equivalent to a different kind of recognition of the owner. Once the owner is away from the range of more than 5 kilometers, the positioning stone will start to shine. The farther away, the brighter the light of the blue stone will be. Precisely because of the existence of this positioning stone, the miners did not dare to escape. No matter how fast they run, can they be faster than the special punishment team in the mine? The minimum requirement for joining the punishment team is to be in the 4th level of the mortal realm. For example, Mr. Zhou, who spoke for Su Zhan yesterday, is a member of the punishment team, so the bald man is submissive to him. They are powerful and kill people without hesitation. As long as you dare to run away, the punishment team will be dispatched immediately, using the positioning stone to quickly lock your position. When they find you, they will not be merciful at all and kill you on the spot. Try it first. Su Zhan closed his eyes and directly entered Xiao Hei's perspective. Xiao Hei, you can start running. As his order was issued, Xiao Hei, who was originally walking in a primitive jungle 4 kilometers away from here, took a step and accelerated to run out of the mine. And this also indirectly reflects another great feature of the Black Shadow clone. Even if the clone is very far away from the original body, it can still receive instructions and perspectives normally. Su Zhan even suspected that this is not a super long distance, but ignoring the distance. I don't know if this is an ability brought by the first stage or the second stage. Left, right. Watch your feet. Through the perspective, Su Zhan can more perfectly control the direction of Xiao Hei's movement, about 4.4 kilometers. At the same time, Su Zhan is also calculating the approximate distance. The reason why he is so familiar with the direction and even the distance of leaving the mine is very simple. He has thought about escaping for a long time, more than once. For this reason, he has asked and learned from others privately. The mine has no taboos on this topic. Anyway, there are positioning stones. Even if you know how to escape, what can you do? So Su Zhan knows this very clearly. 4.5 kilometers. 4.8 kilometers. 4.9 kilometers. 5 kilometers. When the distance reached the standard, Su Zhan opened his eyes suddenly and looked at the positioning stones on the ground. No movement, no light, everything is normal. Su Zhan is not in a hurry. Xiao Hei is still running wildly, and still needs confirmation. A few minutes later, when Xiao Hei was at least 6 kilometers away, there was still no light on the positioning stone. Su Zhan finally put down the worry in his heart. This time, my plug-in is truly activated. Su Zhan's eyes were full of passion. After running for several kilometers, Xiao Hei finally crossed the primitive jungle and reached the main road. At this point, he really entered the scope of Fengshe Town. Fengshe Town is one of the towns closest to the mine. Because the mine is nearby, the trading volume of mixed spirit stones and pure spirit stones is very huge. With money, many industries have naturally formed, making the whole Fengshe Town bustling. There are many cultivators, so be careful. Looking from a distance, Su Zhan saw that the town was full of cultivators, from the first level of the mortal realm to the fourth level of the mortal realm, and even the fifth and sixth levels of the mortal realm. Considering that Xiaohei is not a decent human, in order to prevent attention, Su Zhan controlled Xiaohei to steal other people's clothes first, and wrapped himself tightly, including his fingers, to the extent that not even a trace of skin was exposed. It looks a bit like a bandage monster, very weird. But soon I saw a clothing store. When Xiaohei walked out of the clothing store, the bandages were gone. He was wearing a black robe, hood, bamboo hat, gloves, boots, no different from the normal dress of a cultivator. Then Xiaohei entered a pawnshop under the control of Su Zhan's perspective. Pawnshops are places dedicated to exchanging spirit stones, but in private transactions with people outside, you can exchange them at a ratio of 11 to 1 or 12 to 1, but here there is only the most official 10 to 1. Sir, what do you need to pawn? Xiaohei didn't say anything, just put 20 miscellaneous spirit stones on the table, and then stretched out 2 fingers. Okay. The other party was also straightforward. Obviously, there were many people exchanging miscellaneous spirit stones, and he saw that the quality of these miscellaneous spirit stones was not bad, so he directly took out 2 low-grade spirit stones. Xiaohei stretched out his hand to grab the spirit stone, turned around and left. Welcome to come again next time. The first transaction was completed. After a moment, when Su Zhan, who was in the mine, took the 2 low-grade spirit stones that were cool from the returning Xiaohei, his eyes lit up and his face was full of smiles. 10 to 1 ratio, that's right. Xiaohei, keep digging. With the blessing of 10 times the spirit stone harvest, Su Zhan was excited. I originally thought that the third and fourth stages were getting farther and farther away, but as it seems, they are just around the corner. Today, I can harvest at least 30 low-grade pure spirit stones, and the third stage is stable. The fourth stage will only take 3 days at most. I wonder what new things these 2 stages can bring me. Su Zhan is looking forward to it. Not only is he looking forward to the birth of a new Xiaohei, which will bring him huge benefits and self-protection ability, at the same time, the mysterious new functions brought by each stage are like a lottery. As long as an incredible ability is opened, it can bring about a qualitative change. But there is more good news. When Su Zhan was secretly happy and calculating, suddenly, Xiaohei emitted a bright light, which was much more dazzling than the light of the mixed spirit stone. It suddenly woke Su Zhan from his calculations. A natural low-grade pure spirit stone? Su Zhan was stunned. Xiaohei was also a little confused. He felt that this spirit stone was more dazzling than the previous mixed spirit stone. He was a little unsure whether it was what the owner wanted. But after hesitating for 2 seconds, he still picked it up and put it in front of Su Zhan. This luck. It is definitely completely different for 1 person and 2 people. Su Zhan couldn't help but sigh. Mining can not only dig out mixed spirit stones, but also has a certain probability of digging out low-grade pure spirit stones. But the probability is a bit low. He has been here for nearly a month, digging for at least 300 hours, and only found it twice in total. Unexpectedly, the 2 Xiaohei came out to dig on the first day, and after only half a day, they were so lucky that they dug out one. A natural low-grade pure spirit stone can at least be worth 10 unnatural ones. If you can dig one to exchange, you can directly exchange it for a spirit stone, which is equivalent to 100 miscellaneous spirit stones. This time, my progress has been accelerated a lot. Non-natural pure spirit stones are all made by artificially purifying and fusing miscellaneous spirit stones. And natural pure spirit stones, because they have not been processed in any way, can provide better effects whether they are used for absorption, cultivation, refining medicine, refining tools, refining talismans, refining formations, etc., so their value is huge, far exceeding ordinary pure spirit stones. 2 little blacks have this probability. The next 3, 4, or even more little blacks work together. Isn't the probability higher? Thinking of this, Su Zhan couldn't help but smile. I just don't know, how many can be counted in the black mark? Don't worry, wait until the spirit stones are gathered, and then try to swallow them. Soon, half a day passed quietly. 200 miscellaneous spirit stones, these natural pure spirit stones can count as 2, right? Subtracting the 2 in the morning, there are only 22 spirit stones left for the third stage. Xiaohei, go one more time. At Su Zhan's command, Xiaohei immediately turned into a shadow and ran out. Under Su Zhan's remote control. About an hour later, Xiaohei returned successfully, bringing 20 low-grade spirit stones. Everything is ready. Let's get started. First, natural pure spirit stones. Unlike swallowing ordinary spirit stones, the light emitted by the black brand is obviously brighter and more eye-catching. As expected, after the swallowing, no new Xiaohei was born, nor did it bring any new changes. Try ordinary spirit stones one by one. As the black fluorescence lit up, the spirit stones melted into Su Zhan's palm one by one. The third one, no movement. The fifth one, no movement. The eighth one, calm as before. Finally, it was the 10th one it appeared. Su Zhan's eyes lit up. One natural pure spirit stone could be equivalent to 12. The black mark was still quite reliable. But soon, a look of astonishment and surprise appeared on his face. Because what appeared in front of him was not just one black shadow clone, but two. This, Su Zhan was a little confused. Two black shadow clones appeared at once? But soon, he thought of it. Two black shadow clones might be the gift of the third stage. It's basically certain. Every time the black mark reaches a new stage, it will bring different new abilities, the improvement of intelligence, the opening of perspective, and now the change in quantity. If it continues at this pace, the number of black shadow clones will increase much faster than the stage. By then, let alone the black squad, the black army will be just around the corner. Su Zhan's heart was surging. He thought he had seen through the development trajectory of the black mark, but he never thought that an unexpected new thing would appear, and the key was that it involved the number of black shadow clones that he wanted most and was most urgent. One more black shadow will increase the efficiency by 50%, two more will directly increase by 100%, and if there are more in the future, won't the efficiency increase several times in a minute? After a casual calculation, Su Zhan was full of smiles again. Today's surprises are too many. Little black, here are your hoes, start digging. Su Zhan went out and asked for 2 hoes, throwing them to the 2 new little blacks. In the mine, everything is valuable, except hoes, you can get as many as you want. Yes, master. They stretched out their hands, took the hose deftly, and then quickly walked to the wall of the mine, swinging the hose to dig. The intelligence has improved again. Su Zhan's eyes were full of surprise. Before, Little Black and Little Black would only call the master stiffly, but would not respond. Now they can not only receive perfectly, but Su Zhan can also speak to the instructions and information issued by the 2 little blacks in front. The Black Shadow Core is really just around the corner. Su Zhan's eyes were filled with passion. It is conceivable that with the continuous improvement of the black mark, the Black Shadow clones will inevitably improve to the point where they can completely understand all his instructions. By then, each Black Shadow clone may be basically no different from a normal person. They have thoughts, can understand, can communicate, can execute. What does this mean? It means that with Su Zhan's words, a group of black men will work tirelessly, digging for 24 hours a day, and obtaining spiritual stones for him. With one order, a group of black men can find opportunities to assassinate others and quickly harvest lives and spoils. With one order, a group of black men can sneak into small towns, blend into the crowd, and find out all the news for him. I changed my mind. It's so boring to escape from here. I have to grab this place. Su Zhan curled his lips, with madness in his eyes. I want the entire mine to belong to me alone. Su Zhan once calculated how huge the profit of the entire mine was when he was chatting with people in his spare time. There are thousands of people in one mining area alone, and there must be at least 50,000 people in nearly 10 mining areas. On average, each person hands in 100 miscellaneous spirit stones every day, and 50,000 people have at least 5 million miscellaneous spirit stones every day. According to the exchange rate of the outside world, there must be 500,000 low-grade spirit stones every day. Remember, it is every day. In a month, 15 million low-grade spirit stones. This does not include the extremely expensive food, clothes, enjoyment and other benefits in the mine. Adding up, it is simply an astronomical figure. The cost of the key mine is almost zero. The only thing that costs more is to hire cultivators above the 4th level of the mortal realm as the punishment team. But for these guys in the punishment team, even if they don't give them a penny of salary, they have a way to squeeze enough wealth from others. Spirit stones are a rigid demand for Su Zhan now. The further you go, the more amazing the amount of spiritual stones consumed by the black brand becomes. Even if Su Zhan leaves here, he still has to kill people and rob, intercept and plunder. But even so, the efficiency is far less than the profit from lying in the mine. Not only that. The key is that the mine can also hide the existence of these black shadow clones. Killing people and robbing is a business that offends the common people. There is a risk of being discovered, retaliated, and hunted down. In comparison, letting the black shadow clones mine every day is much less risky. You can imagine. Once Sujan takes over this place, he will earn 500,000 spiritual stones every day, and his black brand stage will be able to improve rapidly, and he can reach the 10th or 20th level in a few minutes. The original Sujan would definitely not dare to think so. He just wants to get stronger quickly and find an opportunity to get out of this hellhole. The farther away, the better. Living a stable life is better than anything else. But the functions unlocked by the black brand are more powerful than one, and the right time, place, and people are all on his side. What reason does he have to refuse? We have a goal, but we can't take too big a step. We have to take it slow. With my current strength of the first level of the mortal realm, let alone the guys from the punishment team, any ordinary second-level mortal realm can kill me in seconds. Not to mention that the mine is backed by the Qinyang sect. That's right. After nearly a month of inquiries by Sujan, it can be basically confirmed that the mastermind behind the mine, the biggest backer, is the Qinyang sect, which is admired and worshipped by countless people within 1,000 miles. This can also explain why Sujan and others were targeted shortly after leaving the Qinyang sect. It can also explain why there are tens of thousands of first-level mortal realm here, but they are still being eaten alive. There are even more than one similar mine, there are several. Only a behemoth like the Qinyang sect can calm down such a scene. I need more spirit stones for cultivation, to buy elixirs, skills, weapons, treasures, etc. With so many Shohei helping me, my speed of becoming stronger is only faster than others. Sujan's eyes flashed. The mines before were suffering in hell for him. But now, it's not an exaggeration to call it heaven. There are spiritual stones everywhere, no one cares, you can dig them at will, and you can get 10 times the exchange income from the outside world through Shohei. If this is not heaven, then where is heaven? As long as he is a little cautious. Don't be too complacent and eat big fish and meat every day, and show off in the market, causing people to be targeted. There is basically no problem. For good brothers, work hard, and I will marry you a beautiful female disciple of the sect next year. Sujan, who was both a social animal and a single dog in his previous life, laughed, lay down on the ground, and began to imagine the future. In the evening, the sun sets in the west. The loud bell rang, and many people packed up their hoes, dragged their tired bodies, and went to the exchange office to line up to hand in the spiritual stones in exchange for today's income. In the surging crowd, compared with the tired and hard faces of others, Sujan seemed relaxed and happy, and even his steps were much lighter than those of ordinary people. Burp. He even burped from time to time. That's right, since he could go out to exchange spirit stones, how could he not bring back some delicious food to reward himself? If he brought wine and food from the outside world, the smell would be too strong and easy to be noticed. In the mine, no one would notice whatever he ate. Sujan, the quality today is still acceptable. Your spirit stone, keep it. The bald man casually threw a low-grade spirit stone into Sujan's hand. Mr. Zhou, who was behind him, heard it, opened his eyes, and glanced at Sujan. Mr. Zhou. Sujan nodded slightly. If it weren't for this person's help yesterday, I'm afraid he wouldn't even have a little black until now. Mr. Zhou didn't say anything, turned his head and closed his eyes, ignoring it. The next day, Sujan went to work as scheduled. When he came to the mine again, he saw that the number of miscellaneous spirit stones behind the 4 little blacks had piled up into a small mountain. It feels so good to be able to lay down and get a huge harvest after a good sleep. Sujan happily stepped forward and began to count. After a while, the number came out. The total result of the 4 little black guys' hard work all night was 417 miscellaneous spirit stones. So, if the 4 little black guys work all day, they can get about 800 miscellaneous spirit stones every day. Before I finish work today, I will have the opportunity to enter the 4th stage. In that case, I can let go and boldly absorb spirit stones to become stronger. Immediately, Sujan went straight to Panchi and sat down. Shohei, go get my spirit stone. Shohei obeyed the order. He quickly entered deeper into the mine, dug out a small bag from an inconspicuous corner of the mine wall, grabbed it, then ran to Sujan and gently put the small bag down. Once opened, fluorescence fills the air. There were 15 low-grade spiritual stones lying there. 12 of them were left over after Sujan fed the black brand to the 3rd stage yesterday, and the other 3 were exchanged by Shohei before the work was over. Now the absorption rules of black brand have been mastered. Sujan doesn't need to try one by one. He can just wait for the spiritual stones to be gathered together, and then swallow them up with the black brand in one breath. It's just that there are so many spiritual stones that Sujan can't carry them with him. The mine has strict body searches. The purpose of the inspection is to prevent people from smuggling miscellaneous spirit stones away without permission. Therefore, Sujan simply left the spirit stone here and asked Xiaohei to take care of it. If anything happened, Xiaohei could quickly take the spirit stone and evacuate. Start. As Sujan closed his eyes and entered the state of cultivation, the wisps of light on the spirit stone seemed to be pulled by some force, followed his palm, and began to merge into Sujan's body. Click. In less than an hour, a spiritual stone was completely absorbed by Sujan, completely losing its light, dimming like an ordinary stone, and quietly shattering. Without any hesitation, Sujan directly picked up the second spirit stone and continued to absorb and practice. The light of each spiritual stone was absorbed, and the spiritual energy in Sujan's body gradually filled up. In just half a day, he absorbed more than 8 low-grade spiritual stones. Absorbing spiritual stones is indeed the most luxurious way of cultivation that ordinary people can experience. By absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth itself, and with additional assistance, the progress is more than twice as fast as before. According to this progress, I will be able to enter the second level of the mortal realm in less than a month. Sujan was delighted. His cultivation talent itself is not low. It's just that I was too poor before, let alone practicing with spirit stones. It would be nice to have enough to eat. Now with the blessing of spirit stones, my cultivation efficiency is much faster than that of mediocre people like Li Lichang. Not only that. Once Sujan's strength reaches the second level of the mortal realm, the strength of these 4 black shadow clones will also increase accordingly, based on the fact that the second level of the mortal realm basically earns 200 miscellaneous spirit stones every day. The 4 black shadow clones the income of the clone will also be doubled directly. Come again. Thinking of this, Sujan was as excited as if he had been given a shot of chicken blood, and he immediately continued practicing. In a blink of an eye. The sun sets in the west, and it's not far from work. A black shadow rushed out from the hiding place, avoiding places where everyone might be, bypassing all sights, and entered the mine where Sujan was. A total of 84 spirit stones. Now the 4th stage is in place. Sujan took the spirit stone bag from Xiaohei, his eyes full of excitement. No hesitation. Sujan decisively poured out all the 84 spirit stones, and then without any explanation, he grabbed a handful with his right hand. The black fluorescence lights up, and the spirit stone rapidly melts and penetrates at a speed visible to the naked eye. After the 3rd stage, the speed of absorbing spirit stones becomes faster. Sujan's eyes flashed. This shows that the upgrade of Black Brand is very user-friendly. After all, the more spirit stones you need, the more spiritual stones you will need. It is okay to absorb dozens or hundreds of them. But if you absorb tens of thousands of them later, it will probably take several days and nights to absorb light. Soon, 30 pills were absorbed. As expected, there was no movement. 50 pills have been absorbed. There are still no new blackies born, nor any new changes. 80 pills down belly, the black mark remains the same. The 81st one. Sujan became inexplicably nervous. This feeling is just like drawing big prizes in scratch tickets in the previous life, but the difference is that scratch tickets have thank you discounts, but not this one. Coming, finally. As the black fluorescence of the 81st spirit stone gradually dimmed, 2 new shadow clones were rapidly forming in front of Sujan. Two more. As soon as he saw 2 more shadow clones appearing, Sujan couldn't help but get excited, and the smile on his face almost reached his ears. If you calculate it this way, there are 6 shadow clones. This means that at least 120 low-grade spiritual stones are received every day. The next stage is 243. If you go faster, it will be achieved in 2 days. If you go slower, it will take more practice and it will be done in 3 days. In this case, starting from tomorrow, I will not absorb the spirit stones one by one. I have to make a bigger plan and absorb 10 stones at a time. Ha ha! Sujan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Because he was so happy, he threw up the remaining spiritual stones in his left hand to express his joy. When people are particularly happy, they can't help but do a little bit of celebration and encouragement. However, just when the spirit stone fell, Sujan reached out to catch it. Abrupt. The moment the spirit stone fell into Sujan's hand, it disappeared out of thin air. Ha! What's going on? Sujan, who was smiling just now, was startled by the scene in front of him. His face changed drastically and he stood up directly from the ground. Nowhere. Is it true, disappeared? Sujan looked at the palm of his hand and looked around. He couldn't find any trace of the spirit stones just now. This inexplicable weird scene made Sujan sweat coldly on his forehead. Wait. Could it be that it did something wrong? Suddenly, Sujan thought of the source of everything wrong. He raised his hand and looked at the black mark in his palm. Recalling what happened just now, basically all of them popped up after the black mark swallowed 81 spirit stones. Could it be that the changes brought about by the fourth stage are not as simple as 2 black shadow clones, and there are other new functions that I haven't discovered? Sujan had a flash of inspiration. Don't say it, that's really possible. For example, wasn't the perspective of Xiaohei discovered by chance? Try it. Sujan quickly sat down cross-legged. His consciousness sank. He entered his consciousness very skillfully. As he quickly lowered his consciousness, after a moment, Sujan understood it instantly with just one glance. Sure enough, it's here. In his consciousness, Sujan saw it. The place where there should have been 4 groups of black fog has now become 6 groups. But the biggest change is no longer in the black fog, but next to the black fog, there is a square black-gray cube that looks like a 3D computer software structure. Wow! Sujan, who discovered the new world, quickly approached excitedly. He looked carefully. Compared with the hazy feeling of the 6 groups of black fog, the black-gray cube gave him a heavy and solid feeling. The distance between each side is equal, and it is a perfectly regular square. The black fog allows me to enter the perspective of each Xiaohei and see what they see. What is this cube? Which part of Xiaohei belongs to? But I have 6 Xiaohei now, but only 1 cube came out. The number doesn't match. After looking carefully, Sujan didn't find anything strange. Immediately, he no longer hesitated and decisively entered the black-gray cube as he entered the black fog. This is, when he saw the scene in the black cube, all the doubts and puzzles in Sujan's heart were instantly solved. Space. A space of about 1 square meter, not too big or too small. And on the ground of this space, the low-grade spirit stone that just disappeared in the air is now lying there quietly, emitting its own bright light. I understand. Isn't this the storage space in the storage ring mentioned in the fantasy novel? The surprise brought by the 4th stage is not the 2 new Xiaohei at all, but this storage space. Sujan, who completely understood, showed a look of realization on his face, and then turned into a face full of surprise. Storage space, a storage space that only exists in the consciousness, and I don't even need to wear a ring. It is completely under my control. This thing is too domineering. As a time traveler, how could he not know how awesome this thing is? He had inquired before that storage rings also exist in this world, but they are only owned by the more powerful sect masters. Its value is so high that it is far from being as common as described in general fantasy novels. Any cultivator can own it. Anyone who can own it is either rich or noble, and it is a symbol of absolute status and strength. But Sujan's is more terrifying than theirs. Those masters still need to carry a storage bag, or a storage ring, or another storage belt. Not only is it cumbersome, but the key is that it is easy to be targeted and there is a certain possibility of being stolen. If it is placed in a battle, there is even a risk of being destroyed. But Sujan's independent space, which completely exists in his consciousness, is like 2 worlds. He doesn't worry about being exposed at all. To put it bluntly, even if Sujan dies, these things can be intact, which can be said to be fully safe. Artifact, absolutely artifact. Almost in an instant, he has thought of thousands of ways to use this storage space. Apart from anything else, the fact that he can store spirit stones at any time can greatly benefit Sujan. No need to bother hiding the spirit stones somewhere, afraid of being discovered, interrogated, or searched. Sujan can just carry them with him. Whenever he wants to practice and absorb, he can just take them out. Moreover, the number of spirit stones Sujan needs in the future will be very astonishing, and storage is definitely a big problem. Now it is solved in advance. Not only that, if he kills and robs again in the future, those spoils and corpses that are more troublesome to deal with will have a place to be buried. Furthermore, in order to become stronger and improve his strength, Sujan will inevitably have to get a lot of elixirs, natural treasures, magic weapons and the like. Not only him, but Xiaohei must have a weapon each, right? You know, every time Sujan collects Xiaohei, he can only collect the main body of the black shadow clone, and the clothes he wears outside will not be collected. If he collects a group of Xiaohei in the future, without the help of storage space, he will have to collect the weapons and magic weapons on the ground for a long time. Give it a try. Sujan opened his eyes excitedly, and with a thought, he flipped his palm. A Lingling stone that should have existed in the storage space quietly appeared in his palm silently. Success! Sujan tried several times. Along with his constant attempts, the operations that are taken out or put in are also fast and proficient. From the freedom of a spirit. stone, to the time of a few spiritual stones, and finally, even if the miscellaneous stone that cannot be taken in one hand is collected together. It only costs less than half an hour in the middle. Su-Jean almost touched the various operations of the storage space thoroughly. Soon, he summarized it. 1. Putting it in restrictions, things that must be touched by yourself must be done. It cannot be taken in the air as described in the fantasy novel, but there is no limit to remove it. You can take out all the things inside in one breath. 2. Things with a length of more than 1 meter cannot be put in, such as hoe, but it is not sure if the level of black brand increases, will the subsequent storage space increase. 3. It is impossible to store any spiritual creatures, even an ant, which is exactly the same as the description in the fantasy novel. For everything that is put in will be fixed as time stagnation and cannot grow. This is the heart of Su-Jean. For example, the meals that he can't eat at once can keep fresh forever without worrying about the expiration of the food. 5. Yes. Can I use this storage space? Can Xiaohei be used? Suddenly, Su-Jean's mind was being studied and summarized. This is important to his wife. If it is said that the storage space is a portable and convenient leap for Su-Jean, then the small black can use the storage space, that is, 0 to 1, which can be called a change. Xiaohei, take out the stones in the storage space. The moment of this thought appeared, Su-Jean said decisively and ordered the order. And Xiaohei just stunned for a second. Next moment, it stopped the mining movement and turned over the fantasy black shadow, and saw a lower-grade spirit stone appear in its palm. Really? This time, it's really incredible. Su-Jean's eyes were hot and his blood was surging. Xiaohei can also use it, which means that in the future, there is no need to worry about Xiaohei running around. He can directly station in the outside world, and he can communicate and exchange items at any time. You can collect one miscellaneous spirit stone by digging it out. As long as you accumulate a certain amount, you can redeem it on the spot. Not only that, Su-Jean wanted to eat food from the outside world. He gave the order and the hot food was immediately delivered through the air. There was no need to run around and worry about being discovered. And including subsequent exercises, elixirs, weapons, magic weapons, etc., all can be transmitted in time. The biggest advantage is that it will be much easier to kill and steal goods in the future. Su-Jean never gave up the option of killing and selling goods. It's just that I was a little worried before, but now that the storage space is available, I can basically have no worries. From now on, all you need to do is arm Xiaohei and let him take advantage of his complete lack of life to attack the bad guys in the mine. After killing him, he can immediately search for the loot and teleport it back, and then go on to find the next guy. Not only does it save the middle time, not to mention the time required to run back and forth, once Xiaohei encounters a ruthless character, he can just put away the treasure weapon on the spot and disappear. As you can imagine, this storage space is simply a super artifact for traveling at home and stealing goods. Of course, there are more than just these wonderful uses of storage space, and they will become more and more vivid the further you go. The third stage only increases the number of clones, while the fourth stage increases the number of clones and creates a clone space. Based on this, if my analysis is not wrong, as the stage increases and the number of clones increases, no matter how will decrease, and the subsequent increase will completely inherit the previous number. This can also be a good explanation. For the fourth stage, adding 2 clones is just the foundation. The real gift is the clone space. It seems that the more spiritual stones are consumed, the greater the benefits will be. Now, my little black army is really just around the corner. Su-Jean raised his hand, looked at the black mark on his palm, and couldn't help but curve his mouth. Just as he continued to figure out and guess what new things would be available in the next stage. Master, the breath of life is approaching. Suddenly, Xiaohei, who was located a little outside the mine, conveyed news to Su-Jean. Then all the other shadow clones had a chain reaction. They stopped their movements one by one, and looked straight at the entrance of the mine with their dark faces without facial features. There are indeed people coming, and more than one. Su-Jean also noticed it at this time, silently put away the spirit stone and stood up. It seems that we need to change places first. If only one person comes, he can show force and drive them away. But there were more people coming, and even if there were a lot of gangsters on hand, it wouldn't be a big problem to deal with them. But in order not to cause too much noise, he still chose to hold his hand temporarily and develop a wave of obscenity. Anyway, his development only lasted a few days. When the development is almost complete, we can go back and deal with them all, and it will not be too late to take back this territory. Immediately, Su-Jean waved his hand. The little blacks all collapsed and disappeared, and all the hoes in their hands were quickly put into the storage space by Su-Jean. At the same time, 3 figures holding hose also appeared in Sujan's sight. Ha! There are really people in this ghost place. Hey, he's just a brat. I hope he will be wiser so that I won't have to put in more effort. The 3 of them looked unkind, their eyes were cold, and their voices were full of cruelty. Regarding this, Sujan also looked cold and his eyes did not flinch at all. This is one of the rules of survival in the mine. If you dare to show weakness, others will dare to bully you at will. On the contrary, if you act fierce and strong, others will not dare to provoke you. The bloody and violent jungle law is vividly reflected here. The 2 sides passed by each other calmly. Sujan deliberately glanced at the 3 of them and remembered their faces. Isn't this the target of Xiao Hei's subsequent murder and robbery? But before Sujan crossed his body and walked less than 10 steps. Boy, stop. Suddenly, one of them, a man in gray clothes with a rather strong build, nearly 1.9 meters tall, spoke in a cold voice. Lao Gao, have you found anything? Kid, stop. The other 2 companions seemed to have experienced this kind of emergency many times, and they cooperated very well. One of them observed and asked, and the other quickly rushed over and stopped Sujan, who was about to leave. Well, Sujan stopped and sighed with regret. We could have been in peace, so why do you have to force me? Ha, from your tone, it sounds like you are planning to kill us? The companion who stopped Sujan had a look of disdain on his face, with a hint of ridicule in his tone. People in the mine like to show off to each other and say harsh words, and they have long been used to this. It's just that the little guy in front of me is just a person at the first level of the mortal realm. The 3 of them are all at the first level of the mortal realm. Old Gao has personally singled out and slaughtered several first-level mortal realm guys. Where did this kid come from? Do you have the confidence to pretend here? Absolutely ridiculous. 1, 2, 3, 6, there are 6 pits on the mine wall here, and several of them are so deep, and there are new marks on the wall. Isn't it small? The man of the gray clothes man, Lao Gao, picked up the gravel on the ground, looked at the traces above, and said indifferently, seeing where you have no bulging bags, it should be hidden somewhere, little boy, interesting, hand over all the spirit stones, and all the spirit stones are handed over, dare to conceal any little, you should know the end. In the tone, it is full of threats. Sujan also looked at it at this time. It turned out that it was found that the chisel marks were too new. He thought he was not hidden, and he accidentally exposed it. I don't know what my end is, but I know what your end is. Sujan turned around, with a touch of teasing and even excited smile on his face. After seeing the 3 of them, they couldn't help frowning. What about this kid? Seeing that the little life is not guaranteed, what is he pretending? Maid, Bunny, what about your uncle? Another companion couldn't help it anymore, came over, and scolded in his mouth, just by being alone, calling us? Do you want to die, right? Okay, I count 3 times, I don't say the place where the Tibetan spirit stone, I don't say the place where the Tibetan spirit stone is, I don't say the place where the Tibetan spirit stone. Crush your head directly 3. Wait. Sujan raised his hand. How? Seriously? Ha, I really thought you were a bullish character. Another companion sneered. You just said it is alone? The radiance of Sujan's mouth intensified. How many people do you count? How many people? When the words fell, his raised hand gently gripped. Next moment, the 3 people had some doubtful and impatient complexion, which suddenly changed. I saw Sujan's body, a black illusory figure emerged out of thin air. In the short blink of an eye, it changed from the masculine black smoke to the 6 full, weird to extreme black shadows. What is this? The scene that had never been seen before was frightened and shocked by the 3 people. The relatively fragile worldview suddenly collapsed at this moment. 3 people, 1 will not stay, all kill. Su Zhanyo said. Almost instantly, a hoe appeared in each hand of the 6 black shadow avatars. The black feet stepped on the ground. The whole battle lasted for nearly a minute. Along with the miserable sorrow, the bloody smell came out, and it also announced the end of the fight. 1 person's head was broken, and the white red flowing to the ground. There were several hoes inserted on 1 person, and the injuries were terrible. In contrast, the man of grey clothes was the most complete corpse, his limbs were twisted, and his head flipped more than 180 degrees. What is a slaughter? This is. Looking at the tragic situation of the 3 people not far away, Su Zhan's face was full of satisfaction. He witnessed the picture of Xiao Hei's killing of the 3, so that his ability to kill Xiao Hei has improved another grade. Xiao Hei's shot can be different from ordinary practitioners. Ordinary practitioners will worry about injuries and fear of anti-killing, so they will be slightly a little bit when they attack, and they will dodge. Especially when facing the same realm and the same level. However, the little blacks have no such concerns at all. It's doing it. Whether you have any backhands or not, whether you counterattack or not, their purpose is to kill everything. The most typical is the strongest of the three and the closest to the duplex of all the realm. The first time he was fighting, he reacted. After forcibly defending the first wave of attacks, his backhand pulled out a dagger with a bright dagger from his arms. This look is not a special product. Occupy the eyes were bright at the time. The man in the gray coat directly gave Xiao Ernie a knife and pierced his neck on the spot. Changed to ordinary practitioners, this sword will go on, I'm afraid it will be finished on the spot. But Xiao Erhei was ignored, and he was not affected by a little bit. With Xiao Sanhai, he fired the hands and feet of the man with gray clothes. During the period, the man of gray clothes struggled hard, crazy and madly chopped. Xiao Erhei and Xiao Sanhai let the heads of the head be hit, even if the black arms were cut off, they just didn't let go. In this way, the two of them were frightened, unwilling, desperate, and mourning. The man of the gray clothes was shouted until he died, "What is your ghost?" Intersection, what is it? Intersection, the other two were even worse. The man of the gray clothes can still resist, but they do not even have a chance to resist. Except for the screaming, they did not stop their mouths until they were broken on the spot. When they die, they can't understand what it is to kill their own black shadows. Although the whole killing was slightly rude, there were not many technical content. But it is in line with Su Zhan's idea. How can this kind of evil man die so simple? You have to experience despair and pain before you are worthy of them. Search, don't let go of anything at all. Xiao Hei, go to me the shiny dagger. Su Zhan took the dagger that was also exuding his light. Obviously it should be a cold dagger, with a sense of warmth. And it was still absorbed a strand of aura from Su Zhan's palm. The real price of the cargo. No wonder this guy is so arrogant, it turned out to be a spiritual instrument. If you replace it with a general situation today, it is estimated that he will be dead on the spot. Unfortunately, this guy met me. No, more accurate, it is to meet the little blacks. There are a lot of surprises today. Su Zhan grinned. The spiritual tool, as the name suggests, has a certain spiritual weapon that has a certain spirituality, beyond ordinary soldiers. Its biggest effect is that it can add aura, which greatly enhances the destructive power of weapons. The steel gold stone that cannot be opened by ordinary weapons is like cutting tofu. The powerful practitioners who have a strong body can be described as a knife and gun, but in front of the spiritual tools, they dare not even slap at all. Because of this, the price of spiritual tools is generally higher, even the minimum and the most general primary spiritual where, at least 100 lower grade spirit stones start. It can be seen from this that the robbery of these three people did not do less. Su Zhan raised a few times at the wall of the mine. The original hard wall was suddenly scratched like tofu, and several deep knife marks were drawn, and the stone slipped. Spiritual tools are spiritual tools, and the power is extraordinary, but the disadvantage is that the aura consumes a little more. With my current strength, it is almost 5 or 6 times. Often, those who can be qualified and powerful are all 3 triple 4-way upward. A place in the Soviet Union is one heavy, and it is naturally laborious to exhibit. Stay, as a core method, if there are no longer eyes running to grab the site, kill it directly. Su Zhan's eyes flashed fiercely, and the more the cards are the better the spirit stone, and the lincture is more abundant. Even if the two are duet, the triple is here, you have to drink it here. The wonderful use of storage space can be reflected at this time. The main thing is the C tactics of people who are unexpected in transcending their opponents. This is just a preliminary plan. Subsequent wisdom and quantity of the little blacks continued to increase. Su Zhan can separate some of the melee combat, part of the remote cover, and some ambush sneak attacks. Even if it is a ruthless man with 1 or 2 small realms at that time, he has the confidence to kill people. Oh nar. At this time, the little blacks had searched the 3 and used hundreds of miscellaneous stones. That's all the 3 people put together? They should be hidden somewhere. I would have known better if I had left someone alive. But this time I got a basic spiritual weapon, and I made a lot of money. Okay, let's dispose of their bodies and continue digging. Su Zhan gave the order, and the little blacks quickly got busy. At the same time, the supervisor. The foreman, who was gambling, turned around out of habit and found that the 3 positioning stones belonging to his subordinates were quietly broken, which made him frown. Although each positioning stone looks pretty much the same. But he knew these 3 very well. They were a group named Gao, a trio who liked to cause trouble and kill people. Like other small organizations and factions, they liked to join forces to carry out sneak attacks and kill people. Either he was attacking the people under his own command, or he was secretly killing other people under the foreman's command. At first, he didn't bother to pay attention to it. After all, it was normal for people to be dead spots in the mine. But these three guys didn't know how to restrain themselves. In just 3 days, they killed more than 20 people in a row. At this time, other supervisors were unhappy. If the staff were reduced too quickly, the superiors would cause trouble for them. However, these three people are also very smart. They knew that they were in trouble and took the initiative to find him. They gave him spiritual stones and women, and entertained him with good food and wine. So he just told him that it is okay to kill people, but don't just do it. Establish your own mining area, and also visit other mining areas. Fortunately, these three people are also very obedient, so they have always been in peace. Never thought about it. These three people have now lost their lives. All three of them died in one breath. Not even one escaped. They must have encountered a tough situation. He knows one or two of the combat effectiveness of the three. Even if it is a small team in the ordinary situation, it is okay to fight. Anyway, it is no problem. Especially the surname is high, the strength is much stronger than the average country. 3 or 1 more important, 3 or 3, 3 or 3, 3 or 3, 3 the most hopeful thing in people can escape is him. However, all the three of them died, and they were slaughtered all at once. It is conceivable that the fierce beast will never be a good stubble. Maybe not only the number of people crushes, even the duet of all realms. Unfortunately, my spiritual stone and good wine and good dishes. The supervisor murmured, without any meaning. He turned straight back and continued to sip gambling. In his eyes, the value of the three of them is just lingsure, good wine and good dishes, that's all. Nympho, I don't know if it is a coincidence. Since the three people were slaughtered, the pits that had no one came to patronize for almost 10 days and a half months, and someone came almost every day. The next day, 2 people came. They were more direct than men in gray clothes. When they saw Su Zhan's ordering, they did it without saying a word. As a result, the 6 black shadows appeared instantly. On the 3rd day, one person came and looked at Su Zhan for 3 seconds, and silently chose to leave. On the 4th day, in the morning, there are the largest number of people ever in history. 4 people. No surprise, they were scolding Su Zhan. It was also no accident. They were all surrounded by 6 small blacks on the spot. In the scary and desperate sorrow, they lost their lives. The reason why he was able to end the battle quickly is thanks to the primary spiritual dagger. Passing back and forth between the 6 small blacks, use the aura instantly to harvest them all. This time, Su Zhanxue was good. He deliberately left a living mouth and asked him to say the place where the Tibetan spirit stone was. The opponent had been slaughtered by the 6 black shadow avatars, and the companion's corpse was scared to bolt, and he said the address. After Shohei took back the bag with hundreds of spiritual stones, Su Zhan waved his hand. No, you promised me clearly. Before the man finished his words, he was broken by Shohei, and his breath was broken on the spot. I promised me not to kill you, but I didn't say that my Shohei wouldn't kill you. I still talk about credibility, Shohei, right? Shohei crooked his head and seemed to be trying to understand the meaning of this, but with its current IQ, it was obviously unable to do it. Su Zhan treats these guys, and there is no mercy at all. If he hadn't had these cards, he was now broken around his neck. I'm afraid he would be. There are 105. Count the 220 pieces that I have accumulated in the past 2 days. The 5th stage, it can be rushed. No hesitant. Su Zhan decisively stretched out his right hand and began to absorb the spirit stone. Crazy. 50, 100, 200, 240. Along with the last 3 gradually melting, infiltration into the bright black imprint. Come. In front of Su Zhan, there was a ray of black smoke emerging out of thin air, and then quickly condensed into an adult shape. But the number of black shadows this time was unexpected again. 4. Su Zhan's eyes were full of glory, and the joy was overflowing. The appearance of the 4 black shadow avatars not only means that his little black team has expanded again, the team's comprehensive strength has skyrocketed, and the daily mining output directly increases 80 lower parts of the pynth. More importantly, everyone in the future at the stage, the number of 4 black shadow avatars will be improved. The taste of this number is rising, it is really beautiful. But the number has increased. I wonder if there is any new features? Compared with the number, Su Zhan is more looking forward to the various new features of his skills. Every time there is one, it is a qualitative leap for Sujan. Immediately, Sujan closed his eyes, and his consciousness quickly dived. Change. The dark fog has increased to 10. Black cube seems to be a bit bigger? Drill into the black cube. Sure enough. The original space of only 1 cubic meter has now risen to 2 cubic meters. No other things appear. It seems that the change in the 5th stage is significantly increased, and the original function is upgraded to a certain extent. If it is not surprising, the spiritual wisdom of the little blacks will also increase slightly. In other words, according to the current law, if the number of avatars increases, other new functions should be gone. The 5th stage is the same as the previous 3rd stage. Increasing quantity, Xiao Heilingji improved, without new features. It should be right. There is an interval between each new function, which can also be called cooling. This cooling stage only increases the number and allows the existing functions to grow a bit, but it does not unlock the new thing. After many stages of improvement, Sujan gradually found out the law. It can be seen that unlocking new functions is not so easy. Talent. In Sujan's impression, black branding is very in line with the principle of equivalent exchange. The better the function, the more spiritual stones need to be absorbed, and the high enough stage can be open to open. The next new feature does not appear. It can only explain the number of this spirit stone, not enough. Only enough to give 2 more black shadow clones, double the clone space, and improve intelligence a little. Want better new functions? Continue to upgrade. If that's the case, then the next new function will be amazing. Sujan's eyes were full of expectations. The appearance of the clone space has made him realize the extraordinary nature of the black brand. The surprises in the future will probably exceed his imagination. Keep going, I can't wait to know what the next new function will be. The next stage requires a full 729 spirit stones. At the current rate of 200 per day, it will only take 4 days. Little blacks, keep digging. Sujan raised his arm and called, and 10 little blacks quickly swung their hoes and started working against the mine wall. 3 days later. Sujan, you have reached the target today, this is your spirit stone. In the exchange house, Sujan took a low-grade spirit stone thrown by the bald man as usual, and turned around to leave. Your cultivation has improved a lot. You are almost at the 2nd level of the mortal realm. At this time, Zhou Yuashan, who had been drinking with his eyes closed, suddenly spoke. Sujan paused. He turned around and happened to meet Zhou Yuashan's eyes. The other party's seemingly lazy, but in fact, sharp eyes that seemed to see through everything, made Sujan feel like a thorn in his back. Yes, Lord Zhou. Sujan quickly cupped his hands and answered a little nervously. It must be said that the vision of the 4th level of the mortal realm is indeed sharp. With just one glance, he saw the fact that he was about to reach the 2nd level of the mortal realm. Because there were 10 little blacks mining at the same time during these 3 days, Sujan could naturally let go and absorb 4, 5, or even 10 spirit stones at a time to practice. The cycle that originally took nearly a month was quickly compressed to half a month as the number of spirit stones he absorbed increased. It was just that he was a small transparent person who could only exchange 1 low-grade spirit stone every day, and suddenly made such rapid progress, which inevitably attracted some attention. Almost in an instant, many reasons and excuses popped up in Sujan's mind. Okay. However, Zhou Yuashan seemed to be just asking casually, and he didn't want to get to the bottom of it. He directly retracted his gaze and continued to close his eyes to rest. Sujan breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. With his current comprehensive strength, he has the confidence to negotiate with the 2nd level of the mortal realm, or even the 3rd level of the mortal realm, and he can escape calmly at the worst. But facing the 4th level of the mortal realm, he has no confidence at all. Although this is only a gap of 1 level, it is the first watershed of the mortal realm. A 4th level cultivator can completely crush opponents below the 4th level. Not to mention that Zhou Yuashan is not an ordinary 4th level mortal realm cultivator. Being able to be a member of the punishment team in the mine is enough to show that the other party is a leader among the 4th level. I am afraid that he can fight against the 5th level of the mortal realm. Naturally, the pressure brought by the other party is extraordinary. 2nd level. As long as I break through to the 2nd level in a few days, then cooperate with 10 2nd level mortal realm Shohei with the same strength as me, and face the 4th level of the mortal realm, I will be able to escape. Sujan said in his heart, but to be on the safe side, I have to come to the exchange house as little as possible in the future, and it is best not to come. It's not that he doesn't trust Zhou Yuashan. It was because the environment of the mine was too dangerous. Before he had sufficient strength, he would never expose himself to danger easily. Of course, not going to the exchange house for a long time would inevitably attract attention. But by the time he was discovered, he might have grown to the point where he could compete with the fourth level of the mortal realm. In a blink of an eye, a few days later. It had been nearly a week since the last time the black mark was upgraded to the fifth stage. At this time, Sujan was deep in the mine, sitting cross-legged in a place where he could not see his hand in front of his face. Beside him, 10 little blacks stopped mining and surrounded him completely according to Sujan's instructions. Once they encountered anyone who tried to approach, they would kill them without hesitation. The reason was also very simple. Today was the day he tried to break through the second level of the mortal realm. During the breakthrough, he must not be disturbed by outsiders. In order to be on the safe side, he specially asked 10 little blacks to protect him. In order to enter the second level of the mortal realm, Sujan temporarily gave up the plan to improve the black mark, and devoted himself to absorbing spirit stones for cultivation. He absorbed almost as many spirit stones as he could, and he was forced to do it. Dong dong. Suddenly, Sujan's heart was like a bell and drum, beating faster and faster. The sound of its beating went from being barely perceptible to resounding throughout the empty and lonely mine. The accelerated heartbeat meant that the blood in Sujan's body was surging wildly. His face turned red, and the temperature of his body rose. The whole person seemed to be in a furnace. As the temperature continued to rise, a wave of heat quietly dissipated from Sujan's body. The air was distorted by the heat. Finally, a strong momentum emanated from his body, blowing away the dust and debris around him. Sujan, who had been practicing in Panchi for more than 4 hours and consumed nearly 50 low-grade spirit stones, suddenly opened his eyes at this moment. I've reached the second level of the mortal realm. Sujan's eyes flickered. At this moment, he could clearly feel the hot blood in his body constantly reverberating and boiling in his veins. The bones hardened. The flesh and blood solidified. Even the epidermis became extremely tight. The most significant change was the aura vortex in the dantian, which expanded more than doubled. With my current strength, if I deal with Li Lichang again, I can blow his head off with one punch. After shaking his hand casually, Sujan could clearly sense the substantial increase in his own strength. Not only him, but also the 3 people surnamed Gao that day. I can easily kill them all by myself without Xiaohei's help. This surging power brought him infinite confidence. At the same time, the 10 Xiaohei around Sujan all exuded the same aura as he had just now. The 10 auras combined to blow away all the dust within a few meters. The second level of Xiaohei is also achieved. Sujan smiled. If he is promoted to the second level of the mortal realm, at most his strength has doubled, and he has made some progress. But if 10 fearless and aggressive Xiaohei are promoted to the second level, then the overall improvement is not as simple as doubling. If we talk about the strength against the enemy, compared with before, it is probably more than 4 or 5 times higher. Even if there is a master of the third level of the mortal realm who comes to cause trouble, Sujan has the confidence to keep him. With the improvement of strength, the efficiency of mining must also be improved a lot, right? Little blacks, get started and try mining. The first thing Sujan thought of was to let them mine and see how much faster the delivery speed of the second level is than that of the first level. He had heard before that the second level was much stronger in terms of strength and endurance, so the efficiency was at least twice that of the first level. 10 little blacks, twice the efficiency, that's a daily income of 400 spirit stones. An hour later, the results came out, which was far beyond Sujan's expectations. The delivery efficiency was nearly 3 times faster than before. Wow! This time, it's a daily delivery of nearly 600 spirit stones. This time, not only the strength exploded, but also the spirit stone income exploded. Sujan was immediately delighted, and the arc of his mouth gradually became larger, and he couldn't stop it. Before, he was worried that the more time went on, the more spirit stones would be needed, and even with so many little blacks, it would be difficult to supply enough spirit stones. But now this worry has completely disappeared. Not enough quantity? Then make up with strength. It seems that I made the right choice to temporarily give up improving the black brand this time and comprehensively improve my strength. Facts have proved that all means must make way for the improvement of strength. After realizing the huge benefits brought by the increase in strength, Sujan also clarified the subsequent development route. Strength. Strength. Still strength. Mining efficiency requires strength. Survival and self-preservation require strength. Killing people and buying goods requires strength. As long as you have sufficient strength, even if you are just standing there, others must respect you. The black brand needs to be upgraded, that's for sure, but the improvement of his own realm is more important. Only with a high enough realm of strength can we ensure sufficient profits and bring about unimaginable sustainable development. A month. In no more than a month at the earliest, I can upgrade again to the third level of the mortal realm. When the time comes, when we face the fourth level of the mortal realm again, it won't be me who is afraid of him, but he should be afraid of me. After that, it is time to hit the fourth level of the mortal realm, the watershed, which is extremely difficult. Countless cultivators have been trapped for 10 or 20 years, and there are even some who cannot cross it in their lifetime. But with my qualifications, with the help of a huge amount of spiritual stones, we will definitely be able to win it within 3 months. Before the third level, as long as you choose to break through after reaching a certain level of cultivation, there is a 90% probability of success. But if you want to reach the fourth level, you not only need cultivation, but also your understanding, your own strength, and your talent. Therefore, the success rate of most people will suddenly plummet to 10% or even 1%. In a word, the more difficult it is to break through, the greater the benefits will naturally be after the breakthrough is successful. Sujan's qualifications are not bad, what is lacking is time, energy, and spiritual stones to assist acceleration. As long as the conditions are met, the fourth level is not a problem for him at all. Now I have 330 spiritual stones left on hand. Now I earn 600 spiritual stones every day. I can easily upgrade to the 6th stage tomorrow. I hope there will be a more powerful new function this time. And since you already have the benefit of this spiritual stone, there is no need to save it. Just continue to enjoy it. Immediately, Sujan once again absorbed spiritual stones and began to practice unscrupulously. Dang dang dang, the finishing bell rang. After playing all day, the supervisors, who were still not satisfied, began to pack up and prepare to evacuate. The joy of winning money. The person who lost the money was full of resentment. Yin Tiancheng was the one full of resentment. Mater, are they cheating? How come they are so accurate? Yin Tiancheng was in a particularly bad mood. Today he was defeated miserably. Not only did he lose all his spiritual stones, he even owed hundreds of them. I have to squeeze those guys under my thumb, otherwise I won't even get my food tonight. Yin Tiancheng was thinking so. Suddenly, Supervisor Yin, I want to transfer to the mining area. A voice came from behind Yin Tiancheng. Yin Tiancheng's face darkened at that time, and anger surged in his heart. He lost money and was in a bad mood, but someone actually came to him to change the mining area? Transferring to a mining area requires a handover, which means sending minions to other people's mining areas without telling them. If others are unwilling to pick up, they have to be humble. Therefore, unless they are given enough benefits and have said hello in advance, the miners below will find the supervisor. Transfer to mining area. The voice behind him sounded so unfamiliar and young, and he knew he had never greeted him before. He was a young boy. And that's not even the point. Who among his subordinates doesn't know that the word Yin supervisor is a taboo for him? Yin Jian, the underworld. It sounds unlucky. Whoever dares to shout, Yin Tiancheng dares to make trouble for anyone. Very good, you dare to touch my reverse scales, right? The target of today's oppression is you, a brat who doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth. How dare you, brat, to be as big as me in the future? Yin Tiancheng turned around with a sneer. A set of words of making things difficult and scolding came out of my heart like a fountain, just waiting to be vented. But the moment he turned around, the sneer on Yin Tiancheng's lips froze. His expression tightened. Pupils dilate. The curses that were almost rushing to my throat were swallowed back in one go. Have you broken through to the second level? Yin Tiancheng looked at the expressionless young man in front of him, who was only 16 or 17 years old. He felt the aura of the second level of the mortal realm coming towards his face and spoke tremblingly, his tone full of caution. What touches the reverse scale? What a bad mood. Nothing big or small. At this moment, all his negative emotions disappeared, leaving only fear. At the same time, he was also full of confusion and confusion. He recognized the boy in front of him. Sujan, a newcomer who arrived more than a month ago. The reason for this impression is that another supervisor, Li Lichang, once approached him and wanted him to kill Sujan. Unfortunately, one of the people who played well with Li Lichang was Yin Tiancheng's mortal enemy. It would be an exaggeration to call him an enemy. So Yin Tiancheng refused on the spot without saying a word, and even threatened to touch anyone who dared to touch his subordinates, so he would touch his subordinates and reciprocate. He never thought that it was his rejection at that time that saved his life today. Yes, I just broke through today. In my case, I have to take the initiative to report and transfer to the mining area of the second level, right? Su-Zhan said calmly. That's right. Which mining area do you want to transfer to, Lord Su? I'll report to you now. Yin Tiancheng nodded and bowed quickly. His attitude was very respectful. This is a mining area. The opposite is the second level of the mortal realm. If he really wants to kill this supervisor, the higher-ups won't say a word. The reason is very simple. The daily income generated by the second level of the mortal realm is much more than that of a supervisor who is only in the first level of the mortal realm, who can only pretend to be powerful and eat and have fun every day. Go to District 18. Su-Zhan said. District 18? That mining area is relatively poor. Otherwise, I will transfer you to District 9? I have an acquaintance among the supervisors in that area, and I guarantee that you will be transferred smoothly. Yin Tiancheng smiled and flattered. I just hope that when you go there, don't forget me. It is a great opportunity for him to have a second level of the mortal realm under his command. In the future, he can walk sideways in the first level of the mining area, but at least he can hold his head high and be superior to others. And fortunately, he had never bullied this little guy. Even if he didn't have a good impression, at least he wouldn't have a bad impression. He must seize this opportunity. I'll remember your kindness. Su-Zhan said, but I still have to go to District 18. Okay, go to whichever district you say, and I promise to help you get it done. Yin Tiancheng smiled when he heard this. As for why the other party insisted on going to a barren mining area, he was too lazy to care, and he didn't dare to care. Only the next day, Su-Zhan met one of the supervisors in District 18, Shi, and easily transferred to his command without any effort. Unlike the treatment of the miners who came in at the second level, Shi was obviously very friendly to Su-Zhan. He explained in person and led the way in person, and the smile on his face never stopped. After all, this is a mine. Mining alone is exhausting, not to mention the dangers of the jungle law. There are very few people who can break through the realm under such circumstances, and their cultivation qualifications are extraordinary. In the future, there is a high probability that they can break through to the third level, or even the fourth level, and become a member of the punishment team. Naturally, Yin Tiancheng wants to curry favor, and Shi wants to make friends. This is the benefit of improving strength. Area 18 is Area 18. Such a large mine will be mine in the future. The mining area where the second level is located is essentially the same as the first level. The only difference is that the number of second-level cultivators in the mortal realm is more than dozens of times less than that of the first level. Each person can dig more places, which guarantees the output of second-level cultivators. This is also the reason why Su-Zhan took the initiative to change the mining area. Not long after, Su-Zhan carried a hoe away from the crowd, and entered a relatively remote and uninhabited mine. He waved his hand, and 10 black shadow clones quietly emerged. Little blacks, dig. Hoes appeared in the hands of 10 little black men, and then they dug directly into the mine wall in unison. There was a tinkling sound. Every sound symbolizes the arrival of the spirit stone. And Su-Zhan was not idle either. Panchi sat down directly, took out a lot of spiritual stones, and started practicing. After just half a day, Owner Su-Zhan was awakened by Shohei. Looking inside the storage space, Shohei had successfully redeemed more than 700 low-grade spiritual stones, which were piled up into a small mountain. This is the efficiency of 10 Mortal Realm second-level Shohei. Okay, the spirit stone is in place. Suck. As the stage increases, the speed at which Black Brand absorbs spirit stones is obviously much faster than before. During this period, Su-Zhan unexpectedly discovered that his right hand did not need to touch the spirit stones. Even if it was about 20 or 30 centimeters away, he could absorb the spiritual energy of a large number of spirit stones in one go and integrate them all into the Black Brand. Obviously, this is another invisible improvement brought about by stage improvement. The absorption limit of the Black Brand is about 100 spirit stones each time. Therefore, the more than 700 spiritual stones piled up in a mountain melted away like ice cubes in the blink of an eye. 700 pieces are done, the last 29 pieces. 29 pills are absorbed faster. In just one breath, everything melts away. Almost at the same moment, black smoke appeared out of thin air in front of Su-Zhan, and new mining experts appeared one after another. Coming. Su-Zhan's eyes were filled with anticipation. But soon, his face stiffened. Well, Shohei is here, but the number that comes out is not 4, but 6. The number has increased again, and it has doubled. But this made Su Zhan look complicated, happy and worried. Naturally, the joy is that the number of blacks suddenly increased by 6, and the daily mining efficiency soared by 360, and the total number was infinitely close to 1,000. And his security force has also been greatly enhanced. Whether it is self-protection or killing, he is much stronger than before. At the same time, if it is upgraded in the future, the number of clones will be 6. What's worrying is that the increase in the number of clones means that new functions will not be enabled at this stage. New functions are far away. No, I can't make any arbitrary conclusions. Maybe I didn't realize that the new function has appeared. Su Zhan, who did not believe in evil, decisively sank into consciousness. Not surprisingly, the number of prospective black fogs reached 16. The separate space has doubled again from 2 cubic meters to 4 cubic meters, and the storage area has increased significantly. But other than that, nothing else has changed. Su Zhan refused to give up. Continued to make various attempts to delve into, searching around in his own body. Until an hour later. There really aren't any new gadgets. Su Zhan, who tried his best and failed to find any clues about new functions, had to accept the reality. It has already been cooled down for one stage, and there is another cooling stage. Is it possible that not only the spiritual stones in the upgrading stage need to be superimposed and multiplied, but also the cooling stage is needed? This is the only reasonable explanation that Su Zhan can think of at present, but if this continues, the difficulty will increase exponentially with the addition of new functions. What exactly is this new function? Is it worth so many spiritual stones? The clone space only cost 81 spirit stones. The next new feature has cost nearly 1,000 spirit stones. And counting the 2,187 spirit stones needed for the next stage, that's more than 3,000 spirit stones. Such a huge consumption. If the new features don't come with some good stuff, how can it be justified? Fortunately, the number of clones has increased significantly now. In 2 days, just 2 more days, we will reach the 7th stage. Don't let me down this time. Su Zhan was full of expectations. Other side. Break through to the 2nd level of the mortal realm and transferred to District 18? In the exchange room, Zhou Yuashan took a sip of wine silently after learning the news from the bald man. They are managed as mines. If a miner under his command breaks through, he will naturally get the news immediately. Yes, Mr. Zhou. The bald head wondered, but what I don't understand is that Yin Tiancheng said that he wanted to transfer him to the more advantageous District 9, but he refused and chose District 18. The fertile area not only means that the mining efficiency can be increased by 10–30%, but also the probability of finding natural spiritual stones is several times higher than in barren mining areas. With Su Zhan's qualifications, he is fully qualified to go to District 9. Abnormal progress speed, abnormal choices. Zhou Yuashan's eyes flashed. Also, Lord Zhou, since the last time you talked to this boy, he has never come to exchange for spiritual stones. After breaking through to the 2nd level, he even went to the mining area on the same day. I dare to conclude that there is something wrong with this boy. Something weird. The bald head nodded slightly. Mr. Zhou, do you want me to check on him? Zhou Yuashan narrowed his eyes. There are too many people coming to exchange money every day, and bald head aside, he really didn't pay attention to this. Check it out. Look at what secrets he has hidden in him. Zhou Yuashan's eyes flashed fiercely. If you find anything special, come back and report it to me immediately. Yes, Mr. Zhou. At this time, Su Zhan didn't know that he had been targeted. 16 black men beside him were wielding hoes day and night, trying to deliver goods, while he himself was absorbing large quantities of spirit stones for cultivation. That's it. 2 days passed quietly. Why is there always someone wandering around recently? During this period, Su Zhan obviously noticed that something was wrong. They always wander around and leave, not close nor far. Could it be that they are targeting me? Su Zhan was puzzled. He thought he was low-key enough. Even though he has now reached the 2nd level of the mortal realm, with 16 2nd-level minions under him, he is qualified to kill even the 3rd level of the mortal realm. But he has not taken the initiative to find trouble with anyone until now. Unless someone provokes him and he can't avoid it, he will choose to take action. In this case, how could anyone pay attention to him? Maybe. I think too much? Su Zhan did not consider Zhou Yuashan's level. In his opinion, a member of the punishment team, the best of the 4th level of the mortal realm, is basically a guy with high eyes, and it is impossible for him to notice a small character like him, and it is even more impossible to arrange someone to run and stare at him. Master. At this time, Xiao Hei's voice sounded in his heart, Spirit Stone. Okay. Yes. Xiao Hei can speak normally now. Compared to the previous call of Master, and even understanding had to rely on luck, Xiao Hei, who has been promoted to the 6th stage, has officially left the ranks of the dumb and has the most basic expression. Very good, no matter whether those guys wandering outside are here to stare at me, or just happen to pass by, when I reach the 7th stage, I will kill them all. Su Zhan's face surged with a touch of cruelty. The feeling of being stared at is very unpleasant. If it were before, he had no strength and couldn't afford to offend, so he would endure it. Now that he has the Xiao Hei core that has taken shape, how can he be bothered by others? Anyone who makes him unhappy, no nonsense, just kill. Start sucking. The low-grade spirit stones piled up into a small mountain emerged. Su Zhan stretched out his right hand, and the black mark on the palm of his hand emitted a greedy black light, and then began to frantically absorb the spirit stones in front of him. The number absorbed is no longer 100, but 150. Master, there is a breath outside. 15 Black reported. As long as he dares to step into this mine, don't ask me, just kill him directly. Su Zhan said coldly. Yes, Master. The blacks who took the order waved their hose, and their black faces without facial features all faced the outside of the mine. As long as the breath outside continues to approach and cross the line of defense, they will not hesitate to jump up and smash the hoe at that guy. There is a faint light inside. Do you want to go in and take a look? Wandering outside is a thin man in a satin blue shirt, in the 2nd level of the mortal realm. Although the mine is pitch black, his vision beyond ordinary people still allows him to catch a little faint light. He wants to go in. But he hesitates. This guy named Su Zhan is a ruthless man who can break through the realm and the mine. If he really annoys him and attacks him, he might really have to explain it here. Although they were both in the 2nd level of the mortal realm. But he had once brushed shoulders with Su Zhan at close range. The faint smell of blood on the other person and the coldness of not allowing strangers to enter made him a little scared. Forget it, I won't go in first, I'll be safe. Master, the breath outside has left. 15 Black reported. He's sensible. The last bit, absorbed. It appeared. As the last pile of low-grade spirit stones turned into wisps of spiritual energy and merged into the black imprint, a pile of black smoke representing the birth of the black shadow clone rose out of thin air. 6. Su Zhan's eyes were tense and full of expectations. Only if the number of clones does not increase, it means the birth of new functions. This is a rather contradictory feeling. On the one hand, I hope that the more clones, the better, and the small black army can be formed as soon as possible. On the other hand, I hope that the number will not increase, and a new function that I have been thinking about day and night will come, and a qualitative leap. But no matter which one, it is 100 benefits for Su Zhan. 6, really 6. Finally here. Seeing that only 6 black smoke appeared, and 6 black shadow clones quickly solidified, Su Zhan was overjoyed, his face was full of energy. There was almost no hesitation. Su Zhan quickly closed his eyes, and his consciousness suddenly dived. With just one glance, he saw it. Is that a clone? If Su Zhan had an expression at this time, his face must be full of weirdness and confusion. I saw a black shadow clone suddenly appeared next to the black cube that had grown a little bigger, but it was different from the normal black one. It looked more illusory and unsolid. You can see the various meridians and acupoints in its body at a glance. And it sat cross-legged, just like Su Zhan's training posture. At first glance, it looked like a black shadow version of a human meridian and acupoint specimen. This function, what does it mean? Su Zhanjing was surprised. Suddenly, around the clone sitting cross-legged, there were actually clouds of black mist. Counting carefully, there were no more, no less, exactly 22. The black fog from the perspective, why are you here? Are you still circling this specimen? Su Zhan took a closer look. The black fog from the perspective that should have existed independently all teleported collectively, surrounding the cross-legged black figure, just like a satellite orbiting a star, spinning silently. Such a magical and incomprehensible scene left Su Zhan really confused. Go inside and try. Learning from his previous experience, Su Zhan planned to get into the cross-legged shadow to see what was going on, but found that he couldn't get in at all. What the hell? Su Zhan tried again. But the result remains the same. He changed direction again, to no avail. Changing the position is useless. Backing up, accelerating and dashing. Still no use. No way, what on earth is this new function? Why is it so complicated? At least give me some hints. Sujan had no clue. Master, I can enter. Suddenly, Xiaohei, who was surrounded by a black fog, spoke. You can enter? Sujan was surprised. Yes, Master, I feeling. Xiaohei's words were not very fluent, but his meaning was expressed very clearly. I see, the way to use this new function is no longer me, but Xiaohei's clone. Sujan suddenly realized that he had learned a lot again. Okay, then I'll let you try it. I saw his thoughts moving. The black mist from his perspective that was flickering as he spoke was pushed straight into the cross-legged clone. The next moment, the black mist from the perspective was so easily integrated into the illusory cross-legged avatar, becoming a part of the avatar, floating among the many crisscrossing meridians and acupuncture points. Ha! The meridians are starting to move, and the acupuncture points are moving too. What is that light blue flowing light? Why does it look so similar to spiritual energy? No, that is clearly spiritual energy. With the entry of black fog, the entire cross-legged avatar seemed to be activated. The originally empty acupuncture points and meridians began to flow with light blue light that was exactly the same as spiritual energy. Not only that, Sujan also noticed the most critical point: the way spiritual energy flows is exactly the same as when I was practicing. Sujan looked greatly refreshed. Everyone's constitution is unique. Flesh and blood, bones, meridians, acupuncture points, organs, etc. Every place will be different from others. Therefore, this also leads to the fact that everyone practices cultivation in completely different ways. The way the spiritual energy flows in the cross-legged body in front of him is exactly the same as his usual practice, there is no difference. Etc. An idea flashed in Sujan's mind. I seem to understand something. Could it be that the new function represented by this cross-legged clone is cultivation, right? As soon as the idea came out, Sujan himself was startled by his own thoughts. If the new function is really about cultivation, then wouldn't the black mist from the perspective of entering it be equivalent to practicing like him? Practice separately. Almost at the same moment, these 4 words appeared in Sujan's mind. Go out and have a look. Sujan couldn't bear it anymore and his consciousness jumped out decisively. The deity, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. Soon, a familiar feeling comes. The expression on his face went from feeling it carefully, to opening his mouth wide, to shock, and finally to jaw-dropping. Fuck! Little Zhou Tian is actually running inside my body out of thin air? That little black guy is really practicing for me. Sujan was stunned by this discovery and was completely confused. Cultivation, to put it bluntly, is just letting the spiritual energy circulate around the body. Spiritual energy comes from heaven and earth, not your own. You need to let the spiritual energy flow through the 8 extraordinary meridians, wash through the flesh and blood, reshape the muscles and bones, and finally flow out from the meridians, and finally merge into the spiritual energy vortex in the dantian, in order to turn into a helpless. Description: your own cultivation. This whole process is called cultivation. And this is just called Little Zhou Tian. There is a small Zhou Tian, and naturally there is a big Zhou Tian. Unlike the small Zhou Tian, which is imprisoned by flesh and blood, the big Zhou Tian will wash away the internal organs, 5 senses, and the brain, because they are extremely important organs, so the big Zhou Tian is very slow and takes a very long time. Long Little Zhou makes 1 circle every hour. The great Zhou Tian circle is 8 hours. The period cannot be interrupted. Once interrupted, it will all start over again. This is why cultivation is extremely boring. And absorbing a large amount of spirit stones can speed up this progress, thereby increasing the speed of acquiring cultivation. But now Sujan has not entered the state of cultivation, and there is no little Zhou Tian or big Zhou Tian. But he can very clearly notice that his flesh, blood, muscles and bones are all being washed away invisibly. Don't know the source. Unable to discern. But it is real. Awesome, awesome, so awesome. Ha ha ha, Sujan, who realized the true feeling and confirmed that it was really the shadow clone that could help him practice, was immediately ecstatic. He couldn't hold it back anymore and laughed out loud on the spot. Wandering in the outside world, responsible for the blue man who stared at Sujan's every move, captured this big laugh, couldn't help frowning, laughing like this, wouldn't it be a big goods? But even if there is a big goods, it will not be so exaggerated, it is nothing more than a few more natural stones. Count you a little bit better, the natural Chinese flavors, a top 1000 lower grade spirit stone, is it great enough? But listening to this laugh, where is it like 1000? It's like 10 million pieces. Record it, I won't go to this muddy water, let the people above solve it. The man in the blue coat silently remembered, and continued to pretend to be digging the soil while staring. Nympho puttering. The new function is the avatar's cultivation. Now I finally understand all. Sujan's face was flirting, and his eyes flashed even more. The so-called cross-knee faint shadow is the cultivation attitude of my deity. Specify a small black entry, which is equivalent to specifying a small black to start practicing in my way. I also finally understand why all the black fog around the avatar is surrounded by the avatar, which is clearly let me choose it myself. Which avatars want to cultivate, just put the avatars in the folding knee shadow. Not only that, this also means how many avatars can be arranged, even if all the avatars can be cultivated together. Thinking of this, Sujan had no hesitation. Entering the consciousness again, a dark fog with a perspective is pushed straight into the cord knee shadow. I saw the blue aura that passed through the 7 meridians and 8 pulses, and another more added. Go, 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 give me all. Sujan was extremely excited, and he pushed all the dark fog into the cord of the cord. In a short time, 22 blue aura is superimposed in the 7 meridians and 8 veins. This also made the original light blue, which suddenly turned into dark blue. 22, which means that my cultivation speed has increased by 22 times. And this is just the current multiple. When the number of I avoided continues to increase, it has reached 100, 1000, 10,000. The cultivation effect, the promotion speed, just thinking about the picture, it made Su Jianmei unable to help laughing again, the bright smile on his face, and the joy of joy, couldn't stop thinking. What are the 4-in-1 and the 6-way situation? Even if the 9 areas are 9, it can break through in minutes. Not only all the realm. The higher Yuanjing, Danjing, mysterious realm, spiritual realm, and even the heavens. Mine? Pure Yang Zone? In the future, one will become his money bag, one will become his back garden. At this moment, Su Jian exploded with confidence. But the next second. Exit consciousness and want to feel Su Jian, who is 22 times more efficient, but the smile on his face is riots directly. Little black. Yes. The little blacks who were still dingling just now, and the mining disappeared collectively, leaving a hoe. But only 3 seconds later. I understand now. Su Jian, who had completely figured out what was going on, showed a look of understanding on his face. A black man can only do one thing at a time. Either he shows up to do all kinds of dirty work for Su Jian, working hard 24 hours a day, and not afraid of death at the command. Or he sits cross-legged in the shadow and helps Su Jian practice, whether he eats, sleeps, or even goes to the toilet, he can bring him continuous cultivation. Both are of great use to Su Jian, but he can only choose one. In order to verify his idea. Su Jian decisively dived into the consciousness again, and with a thought, he took out the black mist of perspective from one of the cross-legged shadows. Come out. Opening his eyes, Su Jian waved his hand casually, and a black man emerged. But if it were usual, he only needed such a small action to make more than a dozen black men appear. Now only one black man appeared, which was enough to show that his guess was correct. It's not that the new function is not powerful, it's that I'm too greedy. Su Jian said with some shame, I want 22 times the cultivation efficiency, and I want to mine and ship in large quantities. How can it be so beautiful? This time, Su Jian did not feel that the conditions of the new function were harsh, but began to reflect on himself. After all, the new function this time is really sincere. Let Xiao He directly replace the original body to practice, and it is the kind of multiple people practicing at the same time. Such a magical tool that becomes stronger while lying down, how can Su Jian be dissatisfied with it? According to this calculation, it is not surprising that it needs to go through 2 cooling periods. Even if it goes through a few more cooling periods, Su Jian will not have any complaints. The next thing to consider is the allocation problem. After quickly adapting, Su Jian began to think, for now, practicing with all my strength is the most suitable for me. Having experienced the benefits of improving the realm strength, he obviously prefers to practice all at once, wanting to use the shortest possible time to improve the realm, so as to enhance the mining efficiency and self-protection ability. Although unlike me who can absorb a large amount of spiritual stones at will, the black boys cannot absorb spiritual stones, which will cause their cultivation efficiency to be less than 1/5 of my original level. But if 22 black boys work together, the final effect can reach about 4 times my previous level. That is, in just 7 days, I can officially enter the 3rd level. Fast is an advantage, but it also has disadvantages. After all, this is a mine. Su Jian narrowed his eyes. 7 days, 3rd level. If this is placed in the outside world, it may not be worth surprising. Many talented geniuses can achieve it. Even some large sects and major forces can use some extraordinary means to make people rush from the first level of the mortal realm to the ninth level of the mortal realm within one day. But this is in the mine. In a place where everyone spends a lot of effort just to mine and hand in every day, how can you break through from the second level to the third level in 7 days without attracting attention? And for 7 whole days, not a single spiritual stone was earned. With 22 black men, the daily income should be at least 1,320, right? After 7 days, that means nearly 10,000 spiritual stones have to be given up. It's really a bit unpleasant, but, as the saying goes, you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. As long as the realm can be improved, what does this little spiritual stone mean? Without much hesitation, Sujan decisively chose to practice and practice with all his strength. What if it attracts attention? What if it loses spiritual stones? As long as the realm's strength is improved, are these still a problem? In addition, I finally have some free time, so I can free up my hands to practice a technique. Sujan's eyes flashed. Practicing. It was another consideration for Sujan to choose to practice with all his strength. There are many ways to improve strength. If the realm is the most direct, simplest and crudest way, then the technique is the second simplest and second crudest. It's the same as the dilemma of practicing in mining. Practicing, these two also need to choose one. Previously, Sujan was only thinking about breaking through the realm, and he had no time or energy to care about the exercises. Now that the clone has taken on the task of cultivation, he has plenty of time to study the exercises. 14th black, you continue to mine and make noises. 13th black, avoid the guy outside, go to Fengshui town, exchange these miscellaneous spiritual stones, and then go to the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Sujan brought out another little black. 22 clones, leaving 20 to practice, enough. 2 extra. 1 mines, digs some spiritual stones for profit, and can also make some noise for the people watching him outside to hear. As for whether the people outside will be surprised that the noise has changed from a row to 1, it doesn't matter, as long as there is no noise at all. The other one will go to exchange spiritual stones as usual, get some good food, and buy spiritual tools, skills, etc., to continue to equip Sujan and Xiaohei. And Wanbao Chamber of Commerce is a huge chain store, not only spiritual tools, skills, various elixirs, natural treasures, metal veins, etc., there is nothing it doesn't sell except what you can't think of. Yes, master. The 2 Xiaohei agreed in unison, and then all did what they were told. Xiaohei had no life breath, let alone the second level of the mortal realm. Even if a more powerful existence came, as long as the eyes could not see it, they would not be able to sense Xiaohei's existence. Therefore, the blue-clothed man who was watching outside just pretended to walk around and came back, and Sanhei had already left the mine and went straight to Fengshui town. After exchanging 2,000 miscellaneous spirit stones for 200 low-grade spirit stones in a familiar way, Sanhei, who was wrapped tightly all over his body, stepped into the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. This guest, you need, the reception staff of Wanbao Chamber of Commerce were not ordinary people, and each of them had the strength of the first and second levels of the mortal realm. But after noticing that Sanhei had no life breath on him, he was shocked and even spoke a beat slower. Under Sujan's instruction, Sanhei raised his hand to interrupt the receptionist and indicated that he did not need an introduction. Go directly to the second floor of the skills layer. There really is no breath. Is it the boss's puppet? Or an external incarnation? The receptionist thought to himself. It seemed that 13 Black was tied up with a certain boss. After a moment. The technique, I got it. The weapon, I got it too. Through the clone space, Sujan remotely retrieved 2 things. One was the entry-level technique that 13 Black had just spent 100 spirit stones to buy blood shadow knife. The other was a long sword-type primary spirit weapon. Sujan's exclusive weapon has always been a long sword, similar to Guan Eri's Qinglong Yenyue sword, which can attack and defend, and is handsome and cool when wielded. The most important thing is that it is extremely easy to use. At first, he wanted to choose a chic, elegant and high-end long sword, or a broadsword with a wide range of attacks and explosive damage. He even tried a little cold light first, and then a spear like a dragon, but found that he was awkward no matter how he used them. It was not until he chose the long sword that he found that it fit him perfectly, and it felt natural to use it. So from then on, he decided to make the long sword his life weapon. Blood Shadow Sword is a technique that specializes in long sword training. The reason why I chose it is that it does not have any fancy, dazzling moves, only one move, Blood Shadow Kill. Blood Shadow Sword focuses on burst, emphasizing the moment of seizing the opportunity to gather all the strength of the whole body, and press down with absolute violence to defeat the opponent. With one sword, the blade turns into a residual image, taking the blood from the enemy. It can be imagined that once Sujan learns this technique, all the clones will also copy it, and then each clone will get a long sword primary spiritual weapon. If it does not move, it will be fine. If it moves, it will be dozens of long swords together. The power and effect will make the slightly weaker opponent be cut into hundreds or 80 pieces on the spot. At first, Sujan didn't want to choose this kind of strong style, and the skills that can only be used in fighting. He prefers to strengthen the body, increase strength, and build endurance. Because after the black guys were copied, they enhanced their own defense and attack power, which can increase the mining ability of the clones in disguise, and increase the efficiency of obtaining spirit stones. Without saying too much, increasing the efficiency by 10% 20% is no problem. But as the saying goes, it's better to be safe than sorry. Fighting is indeed difficult to encounter, but once it happens, it is a life and death game. He can't afford to lose this kind of critical game. For this reason, even if he gives up some spirit stone income, he will not hesitate. Of course, another part of the reason is that this is his interest. Let him spend all his energy to study a skill that he is not very interested in, but has to practice just for the sake of profit. Sujan has to endure all kinds of boredom throughout the process. But when he wields his favorite weapon and practices the skill he longs to practice, that feeling. How can it be described as a word of cool? Practice, practice. Immediately, Sujan flipped through Blood Shadow Knife with great interest. But just when he had flipped through a few pages and immersed himself in reading with great interest, suddenly, "Master, I was attacked, the enemy is very strong." The voice of 13 Black sounded in Sujan's heart. Because of the stage upgrade, the fluency of its speech has improved again. Sujan was shocked. 13 Black encountered an enemy, and a strong enemy? What happened? After finishing his work, 13 Black should have returned to the mine in a very secretive manner. According to his instructions, as long as he sensed the breath of life, he would take a detour. No matter how far the detour was, it didn't matter. How could he be attacked, and it was a strong enemy that Xiaohei couldn't deal with? Could it be that the people from the penalty team found out? Sujan was worried, closed his eyes, and his consciousness quickly dived into the perspective of 13 Black. Swish! When the picture appeared, a flash of knife light passed by so fast that it was hard to catch. 13 Black was hit. But because it was all black illusion, the knife light only opened a black hole on it, but no blood splashed out. Tell me, what kind of monster are you? Neither human nor beast, with human form, but no human flesh and blood. There are no normal organs under the black body. The key is that you don't show any breath of life. With my many years of experience, I really can't guess what you are. How about you speak up and explain it to me? The man who was talking to 13 Black was a man in black. He was also the one who kept attacking. But he seemed to be very curious about the clone, so even though he had an overwhelming advantage and could kill 13 Black with a knife, he didn't do so. Instead, he kept cutting open 13 Black's arms, thighs, chest, abdomen, etc., wanting to see clearly what the human-shaped illusionary black shadow in front of him was. Third level of the mortal realm. Sujan saw through it at a glance. At the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief. It was not the punishment team, nor was it some unattainable ruthless strongman. It should be a bandit who specializes in killing passers-by in the wild. This is a typical murder and robbery. But this time, the target of the murder and robbery was 13 Black. The gap between the second level and the third level is really a bit big. The speed of his attack was so fast that even I couldn't catch it at all. Not only that, this guy also obviously used a skill. Cutting 13 Black was like cutting tofu. The strength is indeed quite strong. I have to take 13 Black back. As the target of murder and robbery, Sujan was indeed a little unhappy. But the opponent was too powerful. Let alone the second level Xiaohei, even if he reached the third level, he might not be the opponent of the opponent. So, he didn't plan to get too entangled. But just when Sujan was about to take back 13 Black, 14 Black, who was mining on the side, suddenly stopped. "Master, I can support you." Sujan paused, looked at 14 Black on the side, and asked in confusion, "You support? How to support?" "Master, I need you to dispatch." 14 Black answered mechanically. "Dispatch?" I didn't expect that the clone actually taught Sujan a new word. Sujan's eyes rolled around. "It can't be. I'll try." Sujan's consciousness sank. When he saw the two groups of prospective black mist floating next to the cross-legged clone, his mind moved. Push 14 black's group directly to 13 black, so that the two groups of prospective black mist collided directly. This was his sudden idea. He didn't think that the prospective black mist could be pushed into the cross-legged shadow before. This time he thought of it. The next moment, a magical scene appeared. The two groups of prospective black mist actually glued together and didn't separate. Oh my god? Is it really possible? What new function is this? Suzhan was confused. Without saying anything, he quickly entered 13 black's perspective. As soon as he entered, he was stunned. In 13 black's perspective, 14 black actually appeared at the scene. And as soon as he arrived, he picked up a hoe and rushed towards the black-clothed man in the third level of the mortal realm without saying anything. This time, Suzhan was not the only one who was confused. Even the man in black who was attacking was stunned. 2. Although the man in black was a little caught off guard, he was at least in the third level, and he was an elite master in the third level. He defeated the 14 blacks with a backhand. But his face, which was originally a little curious, became obviously solemn. The development of the matter was a little beyond his expectations. As a highway robber who kills and robs, he usually doesn't say a word as long as he locks on the target. He will attack from behind and kill the target with one knife, and then take away all the money. Only today, this guy in black clothes, after receiving his fatal knife, not only was he fine, but he didn't bleed at all. There was no blood, flesh or organs in the wound, only a group of weird illusory black shadows. So he became interested and attacked but didn't kill many times, wanting to figure out what this guy was. I never thought there was more than one such weird thing. Moreover, the sudden appearance without any warning made him feel ominous. No more playing. If we fail here, our colleagues will laugh their heads off. The man in black stopped wasting time, suppressed all his curiosity, and with murderous intent in his eyes, he swung the big knife in his hand fiercely. 13 black's head flew up immediately. No head. The black shadow with wounds all over his body finally couldn't hold on, and fell straight to the ground, disintegrating into a ball of black smoke, drifting away, leaving only a tattered set of clothes. Take care of the remaining one. The man in black turned around and planned to continue to kill another black shadow with one knife. But the moment he turned around, his face froze, his pupils dilated, his back felt cold, and his face was full of horror. How? How could there be so many? In front of him, it was no longer just 14 black. But there were 21 little blacks. Next moment, 21 little blacks stood raging, holding a hoe. One of them was a dagger holding a primary spirit, and rushed to the man in black. Damn! Don't think that there are so many people to counsel, it is not a group of two. Ah! The man in black also wants to solve these dual shadows with one person. One of the realm is the gap between one heavy force, not to mention that he can defeat or even beheaded even, and he is not caught in a group of dutais? But he underestimated the killing attributes of the little blacks. Those who are ordinary will be created, they will be afraid, and they will not dare to move forward because they face the risk of strong enemies to worry about death, so they cannot completely surround the strong enemies. But the little blacks did not have these emotions at all. Even if the front row was attacked, the body was created, or was repelled, but the rear row was still brave forward with the so-called fatal attack. Men in black can solve 1 or 2, 3 or 4, but when the quantity rises to more than 5, he starts to do not follow his heart. No matter how fast the knife is waving, he cannot get 21 opponents in one breath. So he started to have a wound on his body. The blood splashed out. His state also moved from the peak to weak. No, they are not people, they are all monsters. Can't entangle with them, escape. In the short period of breath, with more and more wounds on men in black could no longer be able to fight more raging little black, decisively chose to turn around and escape. But at the moment he turned, a dagger with a bright blue light came straight to his door. Spirit. The subconscious choice of men in black flashed. And this hiding caused him to completely lose the opportunity to escape. All the little blacks behind him quickly swarmed, and his hoe slammed him in his hand. The sullen sound of the meat came out. The dazzling blood splashed. No, no, no. The man in black was raised his head, and his blood flowed. He stretched out his hand and looked frightened, desperate, unwilling, until he covered his face by a big black hand, and finally pushed it into Xiao Hei's crowd, completely drowned. After a moment, when the little blacks were scattered under Su Zhan's instructions. The men in black have no human figures. The white-red organs are full of organs, and the bones and flesh are mixed together. The whole person can't even save it in a complete place, and take off a rotten meat alive. Shuang Suzhan was seen. Instead of nausea, he was full of comfort. Dare to run out of the house with triple, pick the soft persimmons, right? Unfortunately, you chose the wrong object today. Under my soft persimmons, it is enough to be toxic for your life. Treating the enemy, Suzhan never had a good hand. Just like when he was dealing with Li Lichang, as long as he started, it was to kill each other at all costs. Lost 6 small blacks, the others are either broken arms or broken legs, and there are a lot of wounds. Nia is really a bit difficult to deal with. If it is not the advantage of human sea tactics, it is generally impossible to press it. Suzhan counted the battlefield. I have to say that there are indeed 2 brushes in the 3 triads of the man in black, and it is only 1 step away from the 4-year distance. If you do not rely on Xiaohei, who is not afraid of death, he may really let him escape. It's right. The black fog of the 6 little black views turned gray-white. But in the slow recovery, according to this trend, about 24 hours can become completely black. It turns out, the cooling time after Xiaohei's death is 24 hours. Suzhan had previously worried that Xiaohei could not be resurrected after his death, and he was afraid that he would affect Lingshi's income, so he never dared to test it. I never thought that this time gave him a chance. And this discovery also surprised Suzhan. This guy's bag is equipped with 16 Lakestone tickets, and that big knife is an excellent one in the primary spirits. The value of this wave of war products is at least more than 2,000 spiritual stones. 6 little black, the output of 24 hours is only 1,200 psychic. I thought it was a blood loss, and the result was a wave of blood. Su filled with a smile. Lingshi ticket is similar to silver tickets in ancient times. A spiritual stone ticket is equivalent to 100 lower pins. Hundreds of spiritual stones are too troublesome to put them in their pockets or bags. They are a bit cumbersome regardless of combat or rush. The most important thing is to be easily stared at, so it is convenient to exchange for a ticket, which is convenient. Of course, harvest is not just these. The biggest gain is this hidden function. Suzhan's eyes were shining. Compared to the harvest of Lingshi, the new feature is the most exciting. I do not know when the function of this avatar dispatch is unlocked. Maybe it is to come out with the avatar cultivation? It may have come out long ago, but he never realized. But one thing is certain, this feature supports invincible. A cloud arrow, thousands of troops meet each other. A little black encountered an attack, and the next second would be able to send it directly to the past to perform human sea tactics and drowns the enemy. Of course, this function is definitely not used. Only when killing people, or when Xiaohei encountered a strong enemy attack, can the maximum effect. The less times this function appears, the less trouble there will be. Try to use it as little as possible. I don't want to have so many twists and turns and lose troops. Unless someone wants to make trouble for me, I won't tolerate it at all. Suzhan is currently just thinking about quietly developing. After all, the benefits of development are so high, why go out to be high profile and attract attention? Only when others come to the door and it is really unbearable, then Suzhan will no longer tolerate it. Even if it means a huge loss of Xiaohei, he must get back the place. Master, there is, new, thing. At this time, Xiaohei took out a token-like thing from the blurred flesh and blood. After wiping it clean, it was presented to Suzhan. This is, the assessment token of Xunyang sect? Suzhan was surprised. He once had this assessment token. With it, he is eligible to participate in the annual disciple recruitment meeting of Xunyang sect and successfully join Xunyang sect. It's just that Suzhan's own strength was too poor at the time, and his opponents were too fierce, so he wasted an opportunity in vain. If you want to take the test again, just buy the test token from others, and then give the examiner and others a little bit of favor, and you can get another chance to try. This is a private unspoken rule, and Xunyang sect has not explicitly prohibited it. Anyway, for Xunyang sect, they want outstanding disciples who meet the requirements, have excellent strength, and have good talents. As for how these disciples get the qualification for the test, they don't bother to care. On the contrary, if you don't meet the requirements, unless your background is strong enough, it will be useless no matter how much you give and how many times you take the test. It should be some unlucky kid who was about to take the sect assessment and was intercepted and killed by this guy, and he is nearly middle-aged. Even if he holds the assessment token, it is useless. One of the conditions for Xunyang sect to recruit disciples is that no one over 18 years old will be accepted. The only place this assessment token will end up is to float a Wanbao pavilion or the black market and sell it for a good price. But if it falls into my hands, the effect will be different. Suzhan's eyes flashed. There is a very important node to take over the mine, which is to get the recognition of Qinyang sect. His original plan was to wait for his own strength to expand rapidly within a year, and then take the assessment after next year. At that time, he was only 17 years old. I never thought. The unexpected surprise came so quickly, a robber who suddenly jumped out gave him such a good opportunity. There is no rush for now. Let's wait a month or two. By then, I will be at least at the 3rd or 4th level. It will be easy for me to pass the test. The owner of this small mine is at the 7th level of the mortal realm. When the time comes, I can take over this mine as a disciple of the sect. Su Zhan has learned about the overall structure of the mine. The owner of the mine, who is also the head of the punishment hall who holds the power of life and death, is a disciple of the 7th level of the mortal realm of the Qinyang sect. Below, there are many captains of the 6th level of the mortal realm, who are responsible for the area corresponding to the mining area of the 3rd level of the mortal realm miners. Further down, there are more captains of the 5th level of the mortal realm, who are responsible for the mining area of the 2nd level of the mortal realm miners. When there is a problem in the place where Su Zhan is currently, the 5th level of the punishment team will be dispatched to solve it. The next level, which is also the bottom of the management level, is the 4th level of the mortal realm team members to which Zhou Yuashan belongs. There are a lot of them, and the corresponding miners are the 1st level of the mortal realm coolies with the largest number of miners. It is not realistic to seize the mine directly by force. Because this is the territory of Qinyang sect, there are too many fierce people in Qinyang sect, Yuan realm, Dan realm, Xian realm, too many. The only way for Su Zhan to quickly seize the mine is to join Qinyang sect first. After obtaining the official identity, he can challenge the owner of the mine. Because of this, Su Zhan plans to go to Qinyang sect again in the future to make a good arrangement so that he can join the sect and obtain the challenge qualification. Now with this token, even the arrangement process is saved. Xiao Arai, go to Fengshe town again and exchange all the spirit stone tickets for primary spirit tools. The hoe is still too shabby and the combat effectiveness is also very slow. Next time, try to knock down the triple in one round. If more than 20 little black people have a primary spirit tool in their hands, even if there is no blessing of the skills, all the flat attacks can still kill the enemy with the damage. As for the others, all return to their positions and continue to practice. The little blacks quickly did so. In a blink of an eye, several days passed. Mining in the mine all day? In the exchange room, after listening to the report of the man in blue, the bald man frowned. Zhou Yuashan next to him remained silent. Yes, I watched him for several days. Every day he entered the mine from the morning to the evening. I watched him very closely and was very sure that he did not leave for half a step. The man in blue hesitated. One day during that time, I heard him laughing. He laughed very loudly, as if he was excited about a big deal. Isn't it just laughing? What's so unusual about this? The bald man said, I have also inquired here. Su Zhan exchanged 5 or 6 low-grade spirit stones for several days in a row. Generally, the 2nd level spirit stones can only exchange 3. It is probably an extra gain from this wave of big goods. Master Zhou, I thought this kid had some secrets. It seems that we were overthinking. Zhou Yuashan took a sip of wine silently and said nothing. From the thoughts in his eyes, we can see that he is also thinking about whether he really thinks too much. There is nothing interesting to the little guy named Su Zhan. Master Zhou, do you still have to stare? The man in the blue man asked tentatively. Starting tomorrow, find a few more people, no longer observe from long distances, go directly, follow him up close. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Yuashan said, where he goes, you will go, whether you work or rest, follow. When will I send an order and when will you stop? Yes, Master Zhou. The man in the blue coat bowed to the house and immediately left the house. Master Zhou, you can't observe anything from a long distance, you may be even more close up. The bald talked about this pause, don't show up with him directly. For you, he is just an ant. You can pinch him with your fingers. No, he is not an ant, but a big fish that may be in treasure. Zhou Yuashan said faintly, since you want to catch big fish, you must naturally be a little patient, and lower some bait. Bait? What is it? Bald head is puzzled. Life is the best bait. Zhou Yuashan's eyes flashed. The next day, as the bell rang, Su Zhan carried the hoe to his mine as usual. He is in a very good mood today. According to the trend of cultivation, if nothing unexpected happens, he will break through to the 3rd level in 2 days. And in these few days, although there were still people staring at him hauntingly, it did not have any impact on him. Sujan didn't bother to pay attention and just kept practicing the blood shadow knife in the mine every day. With his understanding and talent, in as little as half a month or as slowly as a month, you can initially understand the blood shadow knife and step into the realm of first glimpse, and the explosive power can be nearly doubled. In addition to the level of skills, there are also realms after practice. The effects of the techniques brought by each realm are naturally different. For example, this blood shadow knife. When he first glimpsed the realm, his explosive power nearly doubled. When reaching the Xiaocheng state, the explosive power increases nearly twice. At the Deshang state, the explosive power increases nearly 3 times. It's terrifying when you reach the state of consummation, and your explosive power can increase nearly 5 times. This also means that once Sujan has mastered the blood shadow sword to a perfect level, even Sanjong may be killed by his sword if he is caught off guard. However, while he was thinking about it, Sujan discovered something was wrong. 1, 2, 3, 5 guys are following me? What's going on? Sujan frowned. A glance back. Astonishingly, there were 5 people following his footsteps closely, impartially. Apparently. This time, not only the number increased, but the way of following people was also different. At least I had restrained myself before. For fear of being discovered by him, I hid and didn't dare to get too close. But today, all 5 people were less than 10 meters away from him. They even talked and laughed with each other, as if they were afraid that Sujan wouldn't find out. Seeing that the other miners had dispersed and disappeared, the 5 of them followed Sujan so honestly. It's so dark, it's coming directly, right? There was anger on Sujan's face. If he could make all 22 little black guys appear with one move and kill all 5 guys here. Anyway, there was no one else in the radius at this time, 22 against 5, they wanted to I can't even run. But Sujan held back forcefully. It's all so blatant. Is it possible for the other party to say that no one was behind it? Being able to control 5 mortal realms at the 2nd level, how come the person behind the scenes has to start at the 3rd level? Maybe all 4 levels are possible. In this case, once he killed 5 people, wouldn't it be equivalent to telling others that there was a big problem with him? After a while, Sujan arrived at a familiar mine. It's just that he's not the only one here today, there are also 5 guys following closely behind him. Who asked you to follow me? Sujan stopped, turned around, and asked the 5 people coldly. The 5 people were obviously stunned. Then everyone laughed. Boy, don't ask such mentally retarded questions. Do you think we might tell you? That's right. Although you can rise from the 1st level, you do have 2 brushes, but we are not afraid of you. One thing I can tell you is that we have been ordered to follow you. No matter where you go, even if you poop, you must be within our sight. What? You want to take action? We are always with you. It would be best if we can solve it directly with force. The attitudes of 4 of them were very arrogant, and their words were full of threats and rudeness. Brother, how about making a deal? Since someone asked the 5 of us to follow you, it means you must have something extremely valuable. Just tell me, we leave immediately and everyone is in peace. How about that? At this time, a man with a scar on his face spoke. The scarred man's face was ruthless, but his eyes were full of shrewdness. Valuable stuff? Sujan was confused. I don't have such a thing. You didn't? Then how did you get promoted to the 2nd level just over a month after you came here? The scarred man narrowed his eyes. Brother, if you don't want to say it, we won't be able to do the job, and we will have to keep an eye on you here. If you cooperate, it will be easier for us. Sujan was speechless. He thought he was being noticed because he killed someone with the surname Gao, and caused Xiao He to go out frequently. Just because he was promoted to the 2nd level in more than a month, Duching was targeted? Is this reason too far-fetched? Who is so boring? Oh, I know. I thought who was behind you, isn't it just a 4th level person? As for making you grovel like this? Sujan looked stunned, as if he had thought of who it was. Isn't it just a 4th level? Brother, you are so embarrassed to say such big words. You are a 2nd level person. If someone crushes you to death, isn't it the same as crushing an ant to death? Maid, I've seen pretense before, but I've never seen you be so good at it. Let him pretend, isn't it just to break through to the 2nd level? Those who don't know would think he has been promoted to the Yuan realm. All 5 people laughed, all in ridicule. And hearing these ridicules, Sujan also laughed. I see. It's really 4 levels. When he said this, it was clear that he was deceiving them. The purpose is to determine the realm and strength of the person behind the scenes, so as to formulate a response strategy. At present, the threat is not great. He is also worried that the person behind the scenes is a 5th or 6th level, which is really not easy to deal with. Even if he can break through to the 3rd level, he has a bunch of fearless little blacks under his command, and he may not be able to deal with such a person, and he can't even say how sure he is to escape. But if it is only the 4th level, everything will be much easier. Even if he can't win, at least there will be no problem in escaping. 4th level, I have met several 4th level people so far, but the only one I have really met is Zhou Yueshan. Is it him? Su Zhan thought to himself, no, it's unlikely. He helped me before, just for this reason, it's unlikely. And with his personality, if he really suspected that I had some secrets or treasures, he would come to my door directly, right? He also sent people to follow me, or even monitor me closely. It should be a 4th level person I don't know. Maybe it's someone I killed before, who has a close relationship with the 4th level, or has a 4th level background. Su Zhan is a man who distinguishes between gratitude and resentment. He will repay all those who are unfriendly to him with a tooth for a tooth, and he will not give up a single point if he can make the other party suffer 100 times more. But he will remember those who have done him a favor in his heart. As long as there is a chance, he will definitely repay the favor, and at the same time, he will have an extra filter that the other party is a good person. Just like now, even though Zhou Yueshan is obviously the most suspicious, he still doesn't want to believe that the other party is the mastermind. Whoever it is, wait for death. Su Zhan's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Then, amid the laughter of the 5 people, he calmly walked to the mine wall not far away, swung the hoe and chiseled at the mine wall. Since others have spent so much effort to monitor closely, he must give them some face and pause the progress of practicing the exercises for a while, digging a mine to show them. Anyway, all the black men are in his practice clones at this moment, practicing uninterruptedly. In 2 days, he can enter the 3rd level of the mortal realm. By then, none of these 5 people will be able to escape. As for the 4th level, they must be killed, but Su Zhan thinks that 22 3rd level black men alone are not safe enough. He has to wait a few more days, upgrade the black mark to the 8th and 9th stages, and increase the number of clones before he can solve them. In a word, as long as he takes action, he will not give them any chance of survival, and he must solve them on the spot. Don't cooperate? Okay, let's see how long you can hold on. Seeing this, the 5 people smiled contemptuously and dispersed in tacit understanding. They chose the mine wall next to Su Zhan and dug in the same way. Su Zhan was surrounded by them. Every move was in sight. Su Zhan ignored it and dug one by one. The miscellaneous spiritual stones hidden in the rock layer also rolled down with his knocking. The 5 people were talking and laughing, talking about the supervisor, the brothel, and which female miner had a good figure. The dirty words in their mouths never stopped from beginning to end. That's it. Su Zhan dug while they talked. Wherever Su Zhan went, they talked. From the start of work in the morning to the end of work in the evening, whether eating, drinking, defecating or urinating in the meantime, Su Zhan must be within their sight. Fortunately, Su Zhan has reached the 2nd level now, so it is not a problem even if he doesn't go to the toilet for a few days. But even if he finished work, the 5 still had no intention of dispersing and resting. They continued to follow Su Zhan closely. However, they were not unchanging. Occasionally, they left 2 people to relax and report the situation, and the remaining 3 continued to keep a close eye. When the 2 came back, they would rotate and keep at least 3 people monitoring. Even if Su Zhan went into his small broken wooden house to sleep, they also arranged 2 people to follow him in. 3 people were guarding outside. They didn't give him any chance at all. In response, Su Zhan had a stern face from beginning to end, and he didn't say a word. He did what he had to do. This went on until the 3rd day. Ding! 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 Inside the mine. The 5 people were still chatting and digging while surrounding Su Zhan. Alas, my second brother has not been able to enjoy himself in the brothel these 2 days, and he has suffered. That's right. I'm also very greedy. Thanks to this brother Su, if he is willing to cooperate, we still need to dig and watch people in this remote place? Boss, why don't we use force directly, hide it from the higher-ups, and torture him to see if he still has the guts? Wait a minute, since the higher-ups have given the order, we still have to execute it. Wait until it really doesn't work, then it won't be too late to do it. The 5 people did not hide anything, and spoke directly in front of Su Zhan, unscrupulously. This kind of threatening speech is not the first time. It's nothing more than trying to scare Su Zhan and make him confess. But Su Zhan didn't respond at all, and he was unmoved no matter what they said or threatened. The 5 people were actually very puzzled. Isn't it just dealing with a mere second-level mortal realm? If you want to ask something, can't you just torture him? What's the matter with staring closely? Moreover, they had specifically asked the bald man what secrets this second-level person had that deserved such high attention from Lord Zhou. The answer they got was, they felt that some of Su Zhan's behaviors were too abnormal, and he might be carrying a treasure. They immediately asked what was abnormal. As a result, when they heard that the abnormal promotion was too fast, and that there was a favorable area number 9 that was not chosen, but area 18. Hearing this, the 5 people were speechless at the time. Is this also called too abnormal? Is Mr. Zhou's nerves too sensitive? But due to the other party's strong fist and power, they can only obey orders. It's just that in the past 2 or 3 days. Not to mention treasures, not even a hair was found. Obviously, the 5 people have gradually lost their patience. In a few days, if there is still no discovery, they plan to use private punishment on Su Zhan directly, torture and interrogate him. If they can get something out of it, it would be great. If they can't get anything out of it, it means that this guy really has nothing on him, and they can end this ridiculous task as soon as possible and return to their days of enjoyment as soon as possible. Okay, I admit defeat, you win. Suddenly, Su Zhan threw the hoe in his hand. Don't you just want to know where my treasure is hidden? Okay, I'll tell you. Oh my god. You really have a treasure? Finally you're willing to tell him. It would be great if you were so sensible earlier. What did I say? As long as we keep attacking him mentally, he will definitely not be able to bear it. Tell me quickly. What is your treasure and where is it hidden? As long as you tell us, we promise not to bother you again. Brother, don't play tricks, our patience is far worse than that of the one above. If what you say is true, we can still live in peace. If you tell us some lies to fool us, don't blame us for being ruthless. The 5 people were all excited. The boss was relatively calm and threatened again. But from his greedy eyes, it can be seen that the reason they can endure it is naturally because they are also thinking about the treasure. If this treasure is really of extraordinary value and of great benefit to them, then they must embezzle it even if they risk offending the 4th layer. My treasure is here. Su Zhan stretched out his right hand and spread out his palm. The 5 people saw the mysterious and special black mark on their palm at a glance. Although it was just a mark. But they inexplicably had a feeling. This black mark is definitely extraordinary. Ha? A mark? What kind of treasure is this? I was wondering why I couldn't find it. It turned out to be in your hands. Hand it over. The 5 people's eyes suddenly lit up, their greedy words, greedy expressions, and their faces were full of impatience. Don't worry, the treasure I'm talking about is not just this one. You look up and take another look. Su Zhan clenched his palm and smiled. Subconsciously, the 5 people looked up. However, it was this glance that froze the greed and covetousness on the faces of the 5 people, and their impatient expressions gradually turned into fear. What are those black things? Not far from them. A row of human figures, made of illusory black, appeared quietly like a shadow like Black Shadow clone. Behind, there are also behind. Someone exclaimed, turning his head. Behind him was also a row of human-shaped black shadows. All of them suddenly appeared without any summons. What is this? Why are there no life breaths on these ghost things? Hey, Mr. Su, what on earth do you want to do? How did you make this ghost thing? Spirit weapon. Damn. They actually have a primary spiritual weapon in their hands. Are you kidding? Su Xiaogue, we have the 4th level behind us, the boss of the punishment team. If you dare to attack us, you will die. 4 of the 5 people were full of fear and panic at this moment. They also hurriedly took out their own weapons. Each of them had a primary spiritual weapon, but compared with the number of Xiuhei, it still looked a bit bleak. So they wanted to use the 4th level to suppress Su Zhan. But even if they said this, they couldn't eliminate the fear in their hearts. The black shadows in front and behind were too weird, completely beyond their cognition. What nonsense, since these ghost things were made by this kid, as long as we kill this kid, the problem will be solved. Among the 5 people, only the boss was very calm. He knew the principle of catching the thief first. The first time he realized that something was wrong, he took out a primary spiritual weapon long sword, rushed up and rushed straight to Su Zhan. Want to kill me? Too late. Su Zhan chuckled. Then an invisible momentum in his body quietly spread out, blowing away all the dust around. At this moment, the 5 people, including the boss who took action, all widened their eyes, looking unbelievable, as if they had seen a ghost, and were terrified. 3 levels? Yes. The guy named Su in front of him actually broke through. Without any signs. Without any special movement. Even without any practice, he broke through from the second level of the mortal realm to the third level. It's worthy of the third level, your sword is too slow. The long sword in Su Zhan's hand suddenly appeared, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes, and then the long sword swept fiercely. Ding! Along with the sound of metal knocking, the long sword in the boss's hand was hit by an irresistible force. With the pain in his tiger's mouth, he could no longer hold the spiritual weapon in his hand and let it fly out. A flash of light. The long sword emitting a bright blue light was already on the boss's neck. Feeling the cold metal, cold sweat oozed from the boss's forehead. His face, which was originally full of cruelty and shrewdness, became panic-stricken at this moment. The look in Su Zhan's eyes was as if he had seen a natural enemy, full of fear and fear. Why? These are all treasures and surprises I specially prepared for you. It took me 2 whole days to do this. You don't like them? Su Zhanyo said. The words that are very calm can fall in the ears of the 5 people, but it is like Yin Wang's life that makes people feel cold. Especially when they saw the strange human shadow of the handheld wares, they all trembled without any reason. At this moment, they finally reacted. Master Zhou did not read it wrong. This Su Zhan did have problems, and it was still a big problem. Su, adults, just now I was misunderstood. We were all ordered to act and see the face of the adult Xiaohei, do it. Before the boss finished speaking, Su Zhan decisively issued an order. In a moment, the 22 little blacks in front and back all stroked, and with the trend of thunder, it turned into a black wall formed by a black shadow, and the 5 people were completely wrapped. Screaming, mourning, hissing, continuously came out. About 1 minute later, when the little blacks are scattered again. Among the 5 people, the 4 people suddenly became the limbs of the whole body, and they were all picked by their hands, their ears, tongues, noses, etc. Now they don't even say that their ability to resist is completely lost. Woohoo, they were scared, blood, and trembling constantly, and wanted to open their mouths and shouted, but they could only send out a poor and humble syllable, not even a normal character. A smell came. The yellow liquid on the ground flowed out. The word scare urine is vividly reflected at this moment. The only one left is the boss. I saw that he was also full of blood, trembling slightly. Look at the 4 people who were almost human sticks on the ground, and then looked up at the eyes of Su Zhan, just like seeing the purgatory Shura. Everything in front of them is far beyond their cognition and exceeds all common sense. Don't say anything else. The bunch of weird humanoid black shadows alone have all the 3 strengths of all realm, yes, not alone, but all. Not only that. They are not afraid of injuries, not afraid of death, and they don't have any feelings even in their swords. They are like a ruthless killing machine, which is extremely scary. Now there are only 2 thoughts in his mind. 1. What methods did these weird black shadows make this surname Su? 2. The 4 people are adult sticks. Will he become the 5th? I ask, you answered, can you do it? Su Zhan opened. Can, yes. The boss's teeth trembled and terrified, I answered, can let me go, and let go of a small life? What else do you think you still have? Su Zhan said indifferently, let's say, who instructed your 4, who is? It's Zhou Yueshan. The boss replied in a hurry. And his answer made Su Zhan closed his eyes all at once, his head leaned back slightly. Sure enough, that sentence should be verified. I don't want anything, but I always come in the end. Obviously the other party had helped him before. He was always grateful to his heart, thinking that when he became stronger, he could repay the other party. If it was possible, he could let him cooperate with himself and win the mine together, not to mention dividing the division, give him the mining area. At least the position of the captain of the penalty team is fine. I never thought. The person he is most grateful is the most difficult, the most troubled guy to find him. Why did he pay attention to me? Fortunately, now Su Zhan is no longer as naive as before. Just after a little calmness, he calmly accepts this fact and continues to inquire about the reason. I don't know either. The boss hurriedly said, the adult only explained that let us follow you closely, and we must report to any abnormal situation immediately, but we have followed you for several days, and there is no abnormal clues. I can swear, I said it's true. Between words, don't forget to extract the relationship for yourself. Su Zhan frowned slightly. If it is not surprising, it should be that he is promoted too fast, causing Zhou Yueshan's doubts. If you change to others, you are not familiar with himself, even if he improves quickly, he is not very eye-catching in the vast miners. It is more than a month or two with Zhou Yuashan's close contact with Zhou Yuashan, but for more than a month. There were no breakthroughs before, or signs of promotion. It is even necessary for Zhou Yuashan to speak in order to receive a lower-grade spirit stone. As a result, I made a blink of an eye. The realm of Suzhan made rapid progress, and within a few days, it was close to the two, and it was not surprising that it caused the doubts of Zhou Yuashan's doubts. Do you report to him every day? Suzhan continued to ask. Yes. We will report to Master Zhou every day. If we are absent for a day, we can't eat it. La Lian nodded. However, from his eyes, Suzhan clearly saw a hint of panic that could not be covered. After all, he is now triple, and his insights have risen a lot. It is certain from this point that this guy is lying. Okay, I know, laugh. Suzhan's voice fell, and his backhand. The blood splashed out, the boss's arm was cut off, and the ground rolled. After a second, the boss held the wound and sent a painful sorrow. Xiao Hei, as follows. Suzhan gave the order, and immediately several little black men rushed up, each with a knife, and cut off all the places on the boss's body that could be cut. Apparently, Suzhan has no intention of killing them now. As soon as they die, the positioning stone they belong to will be shattered. Zhou Yuashan will find out on the spot, and maybe they will appear in front of Suzhan in 10 minutes. Therefore, they cannot die yet. Since they do not report every day, as long as the 5 people are still alive, Zhou Yuashan will not be so quick to notice that something is wrong with the 5 people. Also give yourself some development time. With my current strength, if I want to rely on these 22 little black men to surround and kill a 4th level player, and he is also the leader among the 4th level players, the probability of success is only 20% at most. Suzhan's eyes were burning. He flicked his finger, and blood splattered from the long knife. In fact, if they really have to face each other, he has a 40% success rate in killing Zhou Yuashan. After all, these are 22 clones holding spiritual weapons, not afraid of death or injury. Their combat effectiveness is much stronger than that of ordinary 3rd-level cultivators. Even if Zhou Yuashan was the leader in the 4th level, he would not be able to withstand such a siege. It's just that Suzhan has a stable character. Considering that Zhou Yuashan is a member of the punishment team and has been in the Zhonghan mine for so many years, he may have some unexpected trump cards or life-saving means, so he should lower his confidence appropriately. I need to be prepared. On the one hand, Shohei continues to mine, quickly obtains spiritual stones, and upgrades the black brand to a higher level as soon as possible, bringing more Shohei to enhance my self-protection and profitability. On the other hand, I have to find my positioning stone and get it out without anyone noticing. With Suzhan's strength, he can escape from the mine at any time now. Even if there are 4 levels of pursuit, he is absolutely sure to escape. But if the positioning stone is not taken for a day, it means that there will be a threat. What's more, if he fights back and kills a member of the punishment team, then soon, a whole team of 4th level will come to demand his life. If you are more unlucky, maybe even the 5th or 6th level. After all, what is involved is the lives of the punishment team members, and the mine will definitely pay close attention to it. Therefore, the positioning stone is the top priority. It would be very difficult for other people to do this, but for me, it's so easy. Zhou Yuashan, you want to explore my treasure, right? Suzhan's eyes flashed sharply, then keep your life, knight. One of the location's stone storage locations in the mine. Master Yuan, 1 person died today and has been dealt with. The rest are all here. Thank you for your hard work. The supervisor held a big bag in both hands, which contained all positioning stones. The anchor stones are turned in every day. The purpose is to prevent the miners from joining forces to kill the foreman, steal the positioning stone, and escape from the mine. Master Yuan took the bag without even looking at it. Just dump it all on the ground. I saw among the many positioning stones, there were more than a dozen low-grade spiritual stones. Master Yuan nodded slightly and waved to indicate the next one. This is the care fee. If you want to hold the position of supervisor for a long time, the supervision fee will be paid. Otherwise, when you wake up the next day, the supervisor may be replaced directly. After the positioning stone was handed over, it was not under the direct care of the 4th level extraordinary realm, but was handed over to multiple 2nd level people who were specifically responsible for it, taking turns to look after it overnight. Once anyone lights up, they immediately reported it to the members of the punishment team and asked them to pursue him with positioning stones and kill the escaping people on the spot. Soon, all the positioning stones in the Erzhong mining area have been handed over. You guys are so good at guarding me. If something goes wrong, no one will be able to survive. Yes, Master Yuan. Master Yuan, who was full of money, left after giving an explanation. The positioning stones, which were as numerous as stars, were quickly placed on the shelves in the stronghold by many responsible people. Each one was placed as much as possible where it could catch the light at a glance. For this reason, not a single torch was lit in the entire stronghold and remained completely dark. After all the work is done, except for a few of these second-level guys who were patrolling and guarding, the others all gathered in the corner again and started gambling. After a while, a strange humanoid shadow walked out of the darkness. Because it doesn't have any breath of life. As long as you can't see it, you won't notice its existence at all. On the contrary, it can be keenly aware of the distance of other life breaths. Take advantage of this. Xiao He easily avoided the patrols and shuttled through the stronghold, and its face quickly scanned the positioning stones on the shelves. Found it. In just a few minutes, Su Zhen found the one that belonged to him among the vast number of positioning stones. Xiao He stretched out his hand and took off Su Zhen's positioning stone. Then he flipped his hand and took out a brand new positioning stone from the clone space and placed it on it. The number of positioning stones must be counted. Even if one is missing, it will be regarded as the caretaker's dereliction of duty, which will cause quite a stir. After doing all this, Xiao He collapsed on the spot and disappeared on the spot, as if he had never appeared, and its positioning stone was transmitted to the other end of Su Zhen's hand through the clone space. It's my hand. Su Zhen just glanced at it, and then his palm was forced. Click! The positioning stone of his positioning stone was broken on the spot, and he was directly pinched into a bunch of fragmented powder. The positioning stone has been destroyed. Both hands are ready. The rest, depending on when Zhou Yueshan was found there. If possible, the later, the better, so that I can kill this guy by myself. Su Zhen's eyes flashed. The moment he learned that all of this was Zhou Yueshan's instructions, he had disappeared for his so-called kindness and gratitude. The rest is only the killing intention. If the other party found it early, he had to stabilize, temporarily escape the mine, dormant waves, etc., and other strengths were sufficient, and the timing matured and then returned. But even if he was killed, it was not possible that he came in person, and arranged a few small blacks to surround them. Even if facing the 5 major and 6th masters chase, a few little blacks died. Essence, if he finds it late, he can continue to develop low-key, shape more of the number of avatars. In the case of sufficient quantity, even if he is not dead Zhou Yueshan, he can pile him into residual blood. Give me this opportunity. Nympho God seemed to hear Su Zhen's prayer. Time turns. 3 days passed. During the period, no one stared at it, and no one followed. Su Zhen was uncomfortable. If the only thing that needs to be worried is Zhou Yueshan, which may appear at any time. But Su Zhen was ready. As long as Zhou Yueshan appears, he will instantly convene 22 little blacks regardless of anywhere, and start the escape mode directly. Xiao He after the improvement of strength is cool. Although the efficiency is not as effective as the 2-year explosion, it has doubled, but it still has doubled it. This is only 3 days of work, 6,561, all of them have been done. Su Zhen's eyes stared at the original 4 cubic meter, and now it has increased to the space of 6 cubic meters of avatars, and there are more than 6,000 lower-grade spirit stones. These are the credit of the triple blacks. At the time, their efficiency is about 60 per person per day. Now it doubles to 120. 22 small blacks, the output of 2,640 lower grades every day. No. In just 3 days of Kung Fu, the spiritual stone required in the 8th stage has been enough. Start absorb. This time, Su Zhen did not even need to deliberately take the Lantin Lingshur out of the avatar space. Think of it. Can be absorbed freely in the avatar space. After a moment. Get it. The pile of spiritual stones are gathered in a moment. In front of Su Zhen, the black smoke fluttered in front of Su Zhen, and then the black shadow avatar came out of thin air. Owner. Black shadow quickly condensed into substance. The speed of greeting this time is obviously faster than before. It can be seen that the wisdom of the avatar has improved again. This time, 10? Before 2, it increased, and now it has been increased to 4? After seeing the specific number came out, Su Zhen's eyes flashed. The rules come out. After many stages of improvement, Su Zhen noticed that whenever a new function was born, it meant that the subsequent cooling stage, each unlocked function, and the number of parties will usher in the rise. According to the number of 2 incremental avatars, it has become an increase in 4. At first glance, the space is the case, and it has quickly expanded from 6 cubic meters to 10 cubic meters. There are all the strengths. If the avatar cultivation, will there be a progressive progress? Su Zhan took into account the top priority. Since all the unlocked functions have benefited, the avatar cultivation is also one of the functions. It is always impossible to be excluded? Immediately, Su Zhanji directly placed a little black into the Courtney shadow. Nothing changed. Is it because the avatar cultivation is a relatively great function, so you can't make it in with the increase? Etc. Suddenly, Su Zhanmeng opened his gaze. The speed of this aura flow is much faster than before. Su Zhan had long been observed how many times this picture was observed. The speed of each aura flow is mild and uniform, and it will not be as rapid and turbulent as it is now. Under rough estimation, this flow speed is about double than before. This also means that the efficiency of the avatars has doubled. Really? The function of the avatar cultivation has also been upgraded. Su Zhan is very excited. It is only 1 times the acceleration. This is just the beginning. Isn't it possible to be twice, 3 times, or even 10 times acceleration after going back? How fast is my realm? Arrange 100 small blacks, 100 times acceleration, 10,000 times. What genius and wicked hammer must be being ruthless? This upgrade. Mrs. Gao. When he thought of the more he went, the cultivation efficiency was almost an explosive multiplier increase, and after the effect was beyond imagination, Su Zhan couldn't help but shook his head again and again, sighing. Don't say anything else first. Just as far as the current is concerned. If 30 black men are invested, there will be an additional growth rate of 100%, which means that the effect of 60 black men can be achieved. This black mark is really powerful. Such a large amount of low-grade spiritual stones are really not in vain. What a great value. Although doubling the training efficiency is really nice, it still takes at least half a month to upgrade to the 4th level. Half a month, for other people, is too short, a time enough to make them excited. But for me, it is too long. With this time, it is better to continue mining and increase the number of clones. Improve your training efficiency again. Whenever I can break through to the 4th level within a few days, that's when I should go all out to practice. Mining, training. Now in Su Zhan, this is no longer a matter of choosing one or the other. Although improving strength is a top priority, this process takes a lot of time. Half a month is too long. He couldn't wait. Once Zhou Yuashan comes to trouble him, he will still have to run away if he should, and he will still have to give in if he should give in. On the contrary, by mining, you can get a lot of spiritual stone income in just a few days. 32 little blacks can generate as much as 3840 low-grade spiritual stones every day. Even if the 9th stage requires a full 19,000 or nearly 20,000 spiritual stones, it only takes 5 days to complete. This way, not only can the black brand be improved, but you can also purchase some more primary spiritual weapons, techniques, elixirs, etc., to arm all the little blacks to the teeth. You must know that spiritual weapons are more than just weapons. Helmets, armors, wrist guards, boots, and even some rings, bracelets, necklaces and other props with special functions. When fully armed, mortal cultivators can easily have the ability to fight across levels. And all of this requires spiritual stones, a lot of spiritual stones. Newcomers, get your hoe and dig with all your strength. Time flies again. 5 days flew by again. It's the 8th day. Those people haven't reported the situation for 8 days. Zhou Yuashan hasn't come to me yet? I didn't even take a look at the place where they were hiding. Could it be that Zhou Yuashan encountered something important and couldn't come for the time being? This time even Su Zhan felt a little confused. If someone keeps an eye on him and doesn't report for 8 days, even if he is still alive, Zhou Yuashan will be suspicious, right? But until now, no one has visited the place where Su Zhan placed the 8 sticks. The only reason that can be explained is that Zhou Yuashan encountered something more important than dealing with himself, so he had no time to take care of himself. However, the traces of members of the punishment team have always been kept secret. Su Zhan couldn't inquire rashly, as it would easily get him into trouble. Since he won't come, then I won't pay attention to him. If the opportunity is given to me, I can't fail to use it. As expected, this time, the number of little blacks will increase by 14, and the total number of my clones will reach 46. 46 little blacks of the 3rd level of the mortal realm. Zhou Yuashan, wait for you to come, this is the big gift I have prepared for you. Come on, start sucking. The shining black light on the palm of his hand lit up again. As nearly 20,000 spiritual stones quickly melted away before his eyes, Suzhan not only did not feel any heartache, but was filled with anticipation. Soon, the spiritual stone has been absorbed. Black Brand officially enters the ninth stage. As Suzhan expected, there are definitely no new functions, but the number of black shadows that are born is exactly 14, no more, no less. Take another look at the clone space. 10 cubic meters increased to 14 cubic meters. The flow rate of spiritual energy cultivated by the avatar has become faster and faster, doubling the cultivation speed. Compared to before, the cultivation efficiency is now 3 times. 3 times the cultivation efficiency. Putting 40 clones in it is equivalent to the effect of 120 Shohei. Based on this number, it is estimated that it will take 7 days. It only takes 7 days for me to break through to the 4th level of the mortal realm. The 10th stage requires nearly 60,000 spirit stones. Even if 46 black men dig at full speed, it will take about 11 days to win. There is no need to struggle with such a simple multiple-choice question. Just practice decisively first. Immediately, Suzhan put away all 40 of them. Then he was placed in the cross-legged shadow, and everyone started to practice for him on the phone to increase his cultivation level. Just put it in. Su Zhanbian could already clearly feel that his flesh and blood, meridians, bones and other places were experiencing obvious spiritual energy erosion. 40 little blacks, 3 times the cultivation efficiency, is really not a guarantee. For the rest, continue mining as much as you can produce. Xiaohei, you go to Fengshe town immediately and wait. As long as the number of spiritual stones reaches the standard, go and buy the corresponding primary spiritual weapons immediately. Yes, master. As the black brand continues to improve, Xiaohei's intelligence has improved to the level of a 4 or 5-year-old child. The process of exchanging spiritual stones and purchasing primary spiritual weapons is something I am extremely familiar with. 7 days, as long as there are 7 more days, the results will be earth-shaking. Su Zhan was full of expectations. Once you successfully break through the 4th level, this means that he will have a total of 46 4th-level dead soldiers under his command. 46. The number of a mine punishment team is only 10 4th level. Su Zhan is equivalent to directly owning 4.5 punishment teams. Not only that. Once you reach the 4th level, the efficiency of mining can be greatly improved, and the number of spiritual stones produced can skyrocket. The ability to kill and protect Yu is full. If you want to impact the 5, the 6th, the 7th, or the 7 or more, it is even more relaxed. At that time, what Zhou Yueshan and 4 heavy punishment teams will go. Even if a 5-fighter guy was in trouble for him, Su Zhan was not afraid, and the C tactics directly held the opponent on the ground to kill. Only the opponent of Shang Fanxiu will have a certain advantage in the face of this number. Everything is announced 7 days later. Nympho time passes day by day. Day 10. Zhou Yueshan didn't come. Su Zhan's head continued to study his blood shadow knife and had a little thought. 12 days. Zhou Yueshan still did not appear. In addition to Xiaohei waiting outside Fengshe town, 5 Little Black produces nearly 600 spiritual stones per day, and can bring several primary spirits every day. Xiaohei also becomes of the 46 avatars, the second one has possessing all armed, wearing various primary spiritual treatment existence. The first is of course Su Zhan's deity. Long knife, armor, helmet, boots, etc. are all 2 sets of starting. If one set is scrapped, it will be replaced with another set. Even the valuable cure creative trauma, blood and qi and nourishing qi are used. Zhan Du deliberately prepared several of them to prevent it. From these arrangements, it can be seen that Su Zhan's personality is to highlight one word, stability. Finally, on the 15th day, it's almost. I can clearly feel that after a few minutes, Shuwei will reach the state of full. Next, it is the first official impact to break through the 4th. Su Zhan's eyes were shining, and his fists and palms, even blood shadow knife temporarily put on hold on the side without cultivation. Even the people who do not even know where he went. This wave is simply help me. During this period, Su Zhan still couldn't hold back, and deliberately listened to Zhou Yueshan's trace. However, this time he had a spirit stone, and he did not need to go out of the horse in person. The spirit stone was sprinkled, and a bunch of people were willing to help him work. But the result was unsatisfactory. Those so-called bags, no one can know Zhou. Where did Yueshan go? The only useful news, this time, not only Zhou Yueshan disappeared, but many members of the punishment team, including the existence of the 5th, 5th and 6th fighters, did not see it. After Su Zhan learned of the news, he immediately settled. What is luck? This is luck. Zhou Yuashan, I just wanted to give you a gift, now it seems that you have to accept another one. Su Zhan grinned. But at this moment, master, there is a breath approaching, and the speed is extremely fast. The breath is very dangerous, you need to leave here. Suddenly all the 5 small blacks who were mining suddenly stopped in their hands, almost a kung fu, and surrounded Su Zhan's group, and the hoe in his hand had been replaced with a long knife spirit. Next second, a shadow in the pit came quickly, and finally stayed 30 meters away from Su Zhan. Slender figure. The face of the knife. The most obvious thing is that his uniform black costume represents the punishment team, and the pair of insight into everything, staring at Su Zhan, is out of the sharp eyes of unprecedented light. There is no doubt. This person is Zhou Yuashan. Damn, are you not now? Su Zhan saw it, and helplessly sighed. Su Zhan was not surprised by the sudden arrival of Zhou Yuashan. He was ready for this. It's just that he hurts, why is it now? In a few minutes, he was able to shock smoothly. Although the whole process could not take long, it still took a little time. As long as this time has passed, he officially stepped into the 4 heavies. Regardless of what Zhou Yuashui, directly surrounded by naval tactics. But at this moment, Su Zhan is still triple. The little blacks are also triple. Not only that, Xiaohei is currently in a state of 3 times the cultivation. If it is taken out, it means that you have to interrupt the cultivation. He can only choose to protect Su Zhan to escape. Su Zhan, it seems I am right that you are right. You are indeed weird, and it's still weird. Tell me, what are the things around you, what do you do? Zhou Yuashan stared at the small black figures, and his eyes were shocked from the first sight, accidents, to darling, clear, and finally transformed into a touch of joy and surprise. To be honest, since arranging people before, he even thought that he was too sensitive to his nerves. In fact, Su Zhan had no special circumstances at all. He simply had a higher talent and enlightenment, so he could break through so quickly. As for the decision to choose 18 mining areas, although it is a bit strange, there are still a lot of reasons to say. However, with the mentality of trying, Zhou Yuashan still arranged people to stare at Su Zhan. In order to use the oppression on the bright side, Su Zhan was unbearable. In the end capital. I did not want to receive the above order in the middle, to perform an emergency and highly important task. Nearly 70% of the members of the entire mine went. This is half a month of effort. He had already left Su Zhan's head. But when he returned, the bald head came over and reported the news of the 5 people, and informed the 5 people that they had not reported for half a month, but people were still alive, and Su Zhan himself went in and out normally. After not being affected by any affected. It really happened. But at that time, Zhou Yuashan still didn't have much hope. The 5 people had a problem, maybe Su Zhan united other masters, or it may be that Su Zhan joined a certain faction organization, and the 5 were fiercely overwhelmed. In short, there are still many reasons that can be said in the past. But when he tried to come over to find Su Zhan, when he captured the black imaginary shadow of Su Zhan in front of Su Zhan, Zhou Yuashan had no expression of face, and finally changed his face, and finally changed. There are so many pawns on the wall of the mine, is it their masterpiece? Those 5 dicots can't even escape, and they are all caught alive, and they do it? Also, half a month ago, you were 2, but now you are triple, such an exaggerated progress, and you can't get rid of them, right? The more he described Zhou Yuashan, and the emotions in his heart became increasingly turbulent. Mine wall chisel. The shadow of life without life but consciously protects. Can use the primary spirit. Of course, the most important thing is Su Zhan's amazing promotion speed. Everything is superimposed together. Zhou Yuashan never concealed the almost bursting curiosity and greed in his heart at this moment. The words were almost written on his face, and his expression became full of greed and killing. Especially the moment he showed a smile, it seemed particularly extraordinarily terrible. You all saw it with your own eyes, I said it had nothing to do with them, do you believe it? Su Zhan spread his hand and said helplessly. I really gamble by me, you are really with treasure. But when you know that I will find it, I still haven't left here. Presumably, I am going to deal with me by using these black shadow killers? Zhou Yuashan broke in a word, the number must be more than that, otherwise you will not be so fearless, how many, let them come out. Otherwise, it will not be much more difficult to kill you with my strength today. Surname Zhou, it seems that I don't have to overestimate you in vain. In this case, then everyone opens the sunroof to speak brightly, everyone, come out. Su Zhan waved. The 20 small black emerged out of thin air, one by one holding a long knife. Primary spiritual soldier, wearing a spiritual armor, surrounding the Sujan group in it, 3 layers of the inside and 3 layers. There is no facial features, and they are particularly vigilant. Yushan, each small black body reveals the 3-point momentum. This momentum alone is enough to make the same level frightened, and even the 4 will be ashamed. In the face of such a sense of oppression, Zhou Yueshan was not panic, but his face was even stronger. 26. And everyone like you is the triple situation. If I didn't guess it was wrong, you should get a high-quality avatar method from somewhere, or by chance, you have obtained a treasure that can shape multiple strengths comparable to the deity. Zhou Yueshan's eyes were brilliant. Sujan, I give you a chance. Surprising the exercises or treasuring your hand, I can let you go. Remember, this is the only opportunity for you to survive, choose carefully. Between words, Zhou Yueshan's excitement could not be suppressed. Regardless of the practice or treasure, this treasure is too much to help him. A treasure that can create 26 clones with the same strength as the original one. Once he can possess it, killing the 5th level is like killing a chicken. There is also a certain chance of killing the 6th level, but he needs to be a little more low-key in front of the 7th level. And he also has the opportunity to continue to climb up and look out. He is also qualified to sit in the position of the owner of the mind that was previously out of reach. Not only that, many benefits in all aspects flashed through Zhou Yueshan's mind. This slightly imagined future was so promising that Zhou Yueshan couldn't help but tremble slightly. Stay alive? Are you sure? Are you embarrassed to tell me this trick to deceive children? Su Zhan chuckled. Since Zhou Yueshan liked Luo Sui, he simply stayed with Luo Sui. The 20 little blacks in his body were still providing him with cultivation non-stop. Although the efficiency was not as high as 40, and it would take a little more time, but as long as if there is a chance, Su Zhan will not let it go easily. You should know that I don't like nonsense. I'll give you 10 seconds to think about it. When 10 seconds are up, you will lose your last chance to survive. Also, don't forget that I helped you once. As long as you are willing to hand over the treasure, you and I can cooperate for a long time in the future. Zhou Yueshan said coldly. With his character, he would never mention that he had helped Su Zhan. After all, he had sent people to monitor him and threatened his life. But for Su Zhan's treasure, any card is worth playing, let alone playing the favor card. Yes, you helped me once, and I thought that I would repay you when I rose up, but I didn't expect that my biggest crisis would come from you. It's really ironic. You still have 7 seconds. As for long-term cooperation, it's better to say goodbye. I don't want to work together for a long time and end up being stabbed in the back by my partner. You have 4 seconds. How about this? You pretend not to see me today, and I pretend not to see you. We are all in peace. How about we cooperate again if we have the opportunity in the future? 2 seconds. Bang! Zhou Yueshan didn't say another word, and the aura of the 4th level of the mortal realm was instantly released. He flipped his wrist, and a dagger blade emitting green light was held in his hand. Then he bent his legs and stepped on it hard. The huge force caused spiderweb-like cracks to appear on the ground. The surrounding dust swept away even more. Seeing that Zhou Yueshan was about to take action, Su Zhan immediately shouted, Okay, you are great, why don't I hand over the treasure? Too late. Su Zhan obviously wanted to stall for time, but Zhou Yueshan didn't intend to give him another chance at all. His figure rushed out in an instant, like an arrow from a string, heading straight for Su Zhan. Hey, why do the villains I meet talk so little? They could just talk for a few more minutes. Su Zhan shook his head. In this case, there is nothing we can do. You guys, just fuck him to death. Following his order. The 26 little black men also rushed out and collided head-on with Zhou Yueshan. Ding ding ding. In just a moment of confrontation, there was a continuous sound of metal collision. But Su Zhan's eyes changed. You are indeed the 4th level, and you are also the best among the 4th level. He cut 2 of my little black men in half with just one look. A little black guy was beheaded by him on the spot and died. Su Zhan looked at the 2 Shiohei who had lost their lower bodies and a gray cloud of perspective fog with a solemn expression. He expected that Zhou Yueshan would be difficult to deal with, but he didn't expect it to be so difficult. You must know that every Shiohei is holding a spiritual weapon, and some of them are wearing armor. In addition, if their heads are not cut into pieces, they will not die. Their ferociousness is much more powerful than that of the 3rd level of the same level. As a result, in front of Zhou Yueshan, he couldn't even hold on for one round. On the other hand, look at Zhou Yueshan. In the midst of the overwhelming attacks, he was able to maneuver with ease. With the dark green dagger in his hand, which was no longer than the length of his forearm, and his extraordinarily flexible body skills, he was stunned to dodge the first wave of 26 Shohei's attacks. Nearly 90% of the attacks, less than 5 attacks could hit him. And these 5 attacks, because Zhou Yueshan wore a primary spiritual weapon armor, were all resisted by the armor, and did not have any impact on his combat effectiveness at all. This moment, Su Zhansai finally understood why the miners were so afraid of the punishment team. In the face of this absolutely crushing strength, they couldn't even think of any resistance. The 4th level of dividing line is really not just talk. 26 clones, I'm afraid I won't be able to sustain it for long. I have to find a chance to escape from this place first. A Zhou Yueshan is definitely not worth Su Zhan's escape. But who knows if he will call for backup. Although in order to obtain his treasure, the other party definitely did not want more people to know about it in terms of confidentiality, so as to avoid causing complications and attracting other people to covet it. But Su Zhan did not dare to gamble. Once the subsequent members of the punishment team arrive, even if Su Zhan calls out all 46 gangsters, they may not be able to escape smoothly. Su Zhan was afraid of the strength of the 4th level of the mortal realm. Zhou Yueshan's knowledge was also refreshed by these gangsters. The vitality of this black shadow is so tenacious? Zhou Yueshan was surprised. He will never show any mercy when fighting, so when he strikes, he will go straight to all the vital points of the opponent, with the purpose of killing him with one blow. He slit the black shadow's neck with a knife. One knife stabbed the back of another black shadow's head. One knife stabbed the heart of the next black shadow. One knife. In just a few breaths, he made more than 10 knives, each of which was enough to kill a 3rd-level cultivator in the mortal realm. But in the end, he found that those black shadows were completely fine and felt nothing, and their combat effectiveness was not affected at all. Only the black shadow whose head was cut off by his knife would stiffen all over and finally completely shatter into a ball of black smoke. I must get this treasure no matter what. The Undead Legion. These black shadows are a bunch of desperate warriors. No matter if their arms and legs are cut off, or even if they are cut off in the middle, they will not feel anything. The upper body can still continue to swing the long knife to attack him. It is necessary to cut off the head to be useful. And it must be the kind that is completely separated. If it is only cut in half, the neck is still sticky to the body, and the black shadow can still attack to the end. After realizing this, Zhou Yueshan's attack became even crazier. However, craziness has a price. He attacked fiercely, and Xiaohei suffered one after another, but he was destined to be unable to dodge the attacks of other Xiaohei perfectly, and had to resist and take them head-on. In a blink of an eye, 2 more Xiaohei were beheaded and died. The combat power of 26 Xiaohei, excluding the 4 deaths, was less than 16 with complete combat power. The gap between the 3rd and 4th levels was really too big. Ha! Just then, Zhou Yueshan felt an inexplicable momentum was emerging. He looked at it sharply. His originally crazy face suddenly became full of shock and horror, and his pupils shrank into needles. He is breaking through? That's right. The source of the momentum was Su Zhan. At this moment, Su Zhan, because of the unremitting efforts of the Xiaohei in his body, finally succeeded in filling up his cultivation and directly launched an attack on the 4th level. Breaking through the realm in the fight. Zhou Yueshan has seen this kind of thing more than once. In the midst of the terror of life and death, it is the easiest time to tap into the potential of a cultivator, and it is also the easiest time to break through bottlenecks and break through realms. But what does Su Zhan mean? He has no part in the fight. He has no part in the terror of life and death. He is just watching a battle from the side, and it seems that he wants to escape. He can actually break through? No, he is not breaking through directly, but sprinting. Zhou Yueshan noticed something was wrong. But this matter is even stranger. Sprinting breakthrough, isn't that only possible in the state of cultivation? Su Zhan just stood there, doing nothing. What kind of cultivation is this? The treasure must be related to the treasure he carries. Zhou Yueshan suddenly thought of the key point, but the sudden situation now made him retreat a little. Now he can have a crushing advantage because those black shadows are all in the 3rd realm. Once Su Zhan breaks through to the 4th realm, will they also break through? If he maintains the current realm, it will be fine. But once they all burst out, he would be equivalent to dealing with more than 10 people of the same level at once. Even if he was strong, he was definitely not an opponent of so many people of the same level. Just as Zhou Yueshan was hesitating. Suddenly,
The momentum on Sujan gradually weakened and finally disappeared.
Zhou Yueshan was stunned. Then he was overjoyed. His breakthrough failed.
God help me, this treasure is destined to be mine.
That's right.
Sujan's 4 breakthroughs failed.
Just now, Sujan, who was ready to escape, suddenly realized that the aura in the body began to cause a severe turbulence. He was full of qi and blood, and his meridians were swollen, flesh and bones, all of which were suffering from unprecedented impact and changed. At that moment, Sujan was very clear. At that time, Sujan stopped the escape. Feeling the turbulent momentum in the body, he was full of joy. 4. As long as he is here, what else does he escape? Turn around Zhou Yueshan and find the field. Even Sujan had intended to speak, and then pretended to be forced to show off with Zhou Yueshan. See how the other person's wonderful and ugly face changes. But he hasn't waited for him to speak. In a short eye, all the movements in the body began to weaken. In the end, even the momentum disappeared. The body is restored to a completely peaceful state before.
I rely on.
Sujan smiled suddenly. Although he had made a preparation of the impact of the 4 child 4, thinking about many impacts, trying a few more times, there is always a chance to break through, but now it is a juncture in life and death.
Zhou Yueshan's offensive is so fierce.
Isn't it equivalent to worsening? Escape. There was almost no hesitation. Sujan ran out of decisive body. Being able to impact breakthroughs in this situation, your treasures are completely unexpected. You are by no means merit, nor is it the treasure that I imagine simply shaping the avatar, but a piece that I can't even imagine. Su Xiaozi, don't escape, just use your speed. Want to get rid of me?
Dreaming. Zhou Yueshan's noodles with crazy salivation, after repelled the surrounds of multiple small blacks, the shape was rolled to crush the triple speed, and quickly approached Sujan.
The 4 speed, too fast. Sujan just glanced back slightly, and suddenly sweated.
For leaders are not only transcendents in all aspects of strength, defense, skills, reactions and other aspects.
The speed of body method is completely crushed. That's why. Once the punishment team is stared at, it is almost impossible to escape. You run a few kilometers, have a lot of tens of kilometers, panting, spending a lot of time and energy. But for the 4 heavies, just like eating afternoon tea, it is not effortless. But how could Sujan, who had already understood the 4 advantages, could not deal with it? Receive. Sujan did not stop, and his palms gripped. The many avatars that were originally thrown away were instantly disappeared, and the primary spirits in their hands disappeared.
Next second. Come out. When they all appeared again, they were behind Sujan.
Without any extra nonsense, many avatars appeared, and each person turned out a long knife and went straight to Zhou Yueshan.
Can you summon these black shadows in front of you?
There was a surprise in Zhou Yueshan's eyes, and then the change became a surprise. This ability, wonderful. It's so wonderful. The more I showed that the more capabilities of these dark shadows, the more excited Zhou Yueshan, especially when I thought of these capabilities in the near future, they would be owned by him, and the surprises in his heart could not be suppressed. So that even if he was hit by many dark shadows, he hit all over his whole body, so that the primary spiritual armor on him was scrapped on the spot. Zhou Yueshan could not see a little bit at all, only excitement.
Come out.
Can't go to Fengshe town and run to a place with few people. As soon as the pit was out of the pit, the brilliant sun was freely sprinkled. Sujan, who was already familiar with the surrounding terrain, decisively chose a direction of unmanned running. The more people, the more unfavorable it is. Not only will there be a little black, it will attract more people's attention, it is also easy to cause other members of other punishment teams.
After all, this is the mine.
As a member of the punishment team, Zhou Yueshan chased a miner.
Others saw that no one would help Sujan's help.
Instead, he wanted to please Zhou Yueshan and choose to shot Sujan. Okay, very good.
Zhou Yueshan is happy. Sujan doesn't want to expose, and he is the same.
Such a treasure, of course, the less people know. If you know the 5th and 6th sized guys, you will definitely be robbed regardless of any emotion.
Especially after experiencing this special task.
The cruel means of the guys inside the punishment team, the darkness of human nature, once again refreshed his lower limit.
Suddenly, Zhou
Yueshan jumped sharply. Straight Sujan's figure stopped directly. Familiar momentum, come again. Yes. In Sujan's body, there was a sign of impact. What exactly is this treasure?
Can people continue to impact all the time? Once a failure, you can come again. Doesn't this mean that it can continue to impact until the breakthrough?
Zhou Yueshan was surprised. If so, how hide the grade of this treasure? I am afraid that it is unsure of Lian Yuan realm, Danjing, mysterious realm, and even the spiritual realm.
You must be qualified to obtain the existence of Tontian realm? Small, kill me.
Zhou Yueshan was suspicious, and Su Zhan made a lot of money. The signs of breakthroughs in the body made him overjoyed.
This is divided into practice function. Nyobi, too good.
You must know that after the failure of normal practitioners, it means that this time it is not easy to accumulate the cultivation. It takes a long time to re-accumulate the repair. When the time arrives, there will be a chance to try to impact breakthroughs again.
Not only that. Breakthrough is an easy way to reflect.
Each breakthrough means that it is necessary to severely impact and wash the meridians of blood and bones, especially the most important dantian. A strong breakthrough stimulus will cause dantian to inevitably cause a certain degree of damage. Under dual cases, ordinary practitioners have not been able to try breakthroughs at all for a few months and a half. If you are a person with weaker talents, it is not new to drag this time for a year or two.
But the avatar cultivation is different. Breaking the failure will hurt dantian? No existence.
Xiao He resisted Su Zhanshuan, and he only took advantage of the benefits.
Breakout failed? Then re-savings. Others need to spend a month to recultivate them back to cultivate. 20 small blacks, 3 times the horsepower is full, for a few minutes on the spot. No. After just 1 or 2 minutes, change the posture and impact again.
With such plug-in, I still need to escape. It really embarrassed the plug-in. But this should also be. If this time is broken, it will not be embarrassed, but I will lose my life. Although it was once again in the body, Su Zhan did not plan to stop in Maki's as he had to stop as before, but pretended to be forced. Instead, he continued to choose to run. This is also in line with his character, one word, stable. He couldn't take it lightly before he really reached the 4 heavy, really.
No one he expected. After just a few breathing kung fu,
the momentum on Su Zhan gradually weakened again, and finally disappeared.
Damn! Do people in the village not say that my cultivation talents are very powerful? Isn't the village people who are very powerful?
It is the inner disciple of the future, the light of the whole village, that. Su Zhan accelerated and rushed, and couldn't help scolding. Now he finally knows the difficulty of breaking through the quadruple. It is not at the same level as dual triple. No wonder it is said that the 4 semester of the watershed, the successful power, replaced by ordinary people, failed twice, means that it has passed for half a year. If you try it a few more times, getting older and bigger, isn't it that the probability of breakthroughs is getting smaller and smaller?
In the end, there is no chance? I'm timid just now.
He is just a breakthrough, even if the breakthrough is successful? Seize the thief to capture the king first, kill him first, as long as he slaughtered him, those black shadows will naturally disappear. Zhou Yueshan took a deep breath and suppressed all the other thoughts in his heart. He was no longer madly like to be greedy as just now, and he took out the fierce eyes when he really slaughtered his life. He started his body again, and this time, he did not fall in love with the little blacks, and even too lazy to kill Xiao He. A thought of moving, with the speed of the triple body, shuttled from the siege of the small blacks.
And pass.
Laugh. Even if there were a few knives on the body, the clothes were opened, and a few bloods were drifted out, and a little pain came.
Zhou Yueshan did not bother.
In his eyes, there was only Su Zhan who was running.
This is going straight to me. Su Zhan's eyes were slightly glanced, and his alarm was masterpiece. Through the killing intentions that were almost overflowing in Zhou Yueshan's eyes, he knew.
Zhou Yueshan was serious.
Unprecedented seriousness. No longer fighting with the little blacks, entanglement, but death staring at his deity.
Little, give me everything, stop him. Su Zhan was nervous and did not dare to have any care. He once again summoned the backhand of the backhand, and then summoned behind him, and initiated the pursuit of Zhou Yueshan. But Zhou Yueshan didn't eat this set at all. Facing more than a dozen little black offensives. He will avoid the attack that can be avoided, and it will not be avoided, which will affect the attack of his marching speed. He will simply take it hard and continue to approach Su Zhan.
Come again.
Su Zhan was made. Trying to make Xiao He's many attacks harassing, forcing Zhou Yueshan to live in the shape of a safe distance in order to meet.
But he underestimated Zhou Yueshan's determination at this moment.
In order to not be greatly affected by the speed of body, even some attacks did not hide, and carried it hard. Anyway, as long as he did not touch the key, he could not let him stop, and he could continue to closer his distance from Su Zhan.
On the surface, Zhou Yueshan's wounds are more and more. Blood is dripping, as if he has suffered an extraordinary trauma. But if you look closely, you will find that all are skin trauma, and the impact on Zhou Yueshan's combat effectiveness is extremely limited. Maid, how good if I can learn to master Blood Shadow Knife? Killing Zhou Yueshan in minutes is not a problem at all. In Blood Shadow Knife, every little black has soared the combat power, and the knife burst down. Zhou Yueshan is bullish. He dares to resist so many knives? He was chopped out for his brain. Zhou Yueshan also saw through Su Zhan and the black shadows that could not do so he dared to be so fearless, otherwise he would have turned to escape. Oops, the distance is getting closer. Su Zhan, who captured these scenes through his clone's perspective, became increasingly uglier, completely losing his previous indifference. I thought Xiaohei could stop Zhou Yueshan for a few seconds. Just a few more waves of this kind of offensive. It was not a problem at all to open up the distance every minute, allowing him to escape Zhou Yueshan's sight and even the breath-sensing range smoothly. But Zhou Yueshan was stunned and refused to give him any chance. Even if you get hurt, you have to get closer to him. With the fierceness with which he struck Xiaohei just now, it only takes one strike to kill me. There is no chance of a second strike. Su Zhan broke into cold sweat. If he guessed correctly, Zhou Yueshan should have practiced martial arts, and like him, it was a weapon technique that focused on attacking. Not only that, even the way of violent explosion is the same. As long as you seize the opportunity, all the power will be hit at one point instantly. With such a knife, let alone the third level, even the fourth level, you may lose your life on the spot. If it doesn't work out, there's only one option left. The last choice is naturally to release the 20 little blacks who are practicing in the body. 20, plus the 11 currently on the field that are still capable of combat. 31 black guys. When the quantity reaches this level. No matter how hard Zhou Yueshan stared at Su Zhan, he could not ignore so many triple attacks. Because of the overwhelming offensive, no matter how fast Zhou Yueshan was, he would still be fatally injured. At that time, Zhou Yueshan must choose to deal with some of the Xiaohei first. His goals changed. Body speed is hindered. Su Zhan now has a chance to escape completely. Just then. Breakthrough, it feels like breaking through to the fourth level again, the third chance is here. One last try. If I still fail this time and cannot step into the fourth level, then I will accept my fate and escape from here first. Su Zhan felt the momentum surging out of his body again. He had always chosen to play it safe, and this time he planned to take a chance and turn his bicycle into a motorcycle. The bet is won, everything is clear. Even if he lost the bet, he didn't regret it. It was indeed Tianchi who was not on his side and Su Zhan admitted it. Su Zhan chose to gamble. Zhou Yueshan also chose to take a gamble. This time, I will no longer have any hesitation. Your life belongs to me, and your treasure also belongs to me. Even though the momentum of breakthrough came towards him, Zhou Yueshan did not hesitate at all. He continued to withstand the offensive of the little blacks, letting the blood fly from his body, and still kept approaching Su Zhan. At this moment, the two sides were engaged in an invisible game. But fight and fight. Su Zhan did not stop constantly pulling and releasing Xiaohei. Every second he could interfere with Zhou Yueshan was counted, and every second he could buy time would count. Zhou Yueshan's power was at full power. Although the frequent use of skills consumes a lot of his spiritual energy, he has no intention of stopping. As long as Xiaohei blocks the way, he will directly cut them into two with a knife, to find a way to quickly approach Su Zhan. The distance between the two was now less than 50 meters. 30 meters. 10 meters. 5 meters. It's all so close. Su Zhan still chose to sprint and break through without releasing 20 Xiaohei. Boy, die. A ghostly voice came from behind Su Zhan. Maid, fight. Su Zhan gritted his teeth. Turning around fiercely, he caught a faint green light that went straight to his face. It was Zhou Yueshan's weapon technique. He didn't know its name, but he could clearly feel that the power gathered in it was particularly fierce. In response, Su Zhan flipped his palm, and the long sword appeared. He gathered all the spiritual power in his hand and swung the sword as much as he wanted. Bang! There was a sound like the explosion of a cannonball. Immediately afterwards, Su Zhan's whole body seemed to be hit by a huge force. He flew out on the spot and hit the ground directly. He spit out a large mouthful of blood and rolled out for a long distance before barely stopping. This knife will send you on your way. Zhou Yueshan didn't give him any chance to make a comeback. Jumping up, holding a dagger in hand, it fell from the sky and stabbed Su Zhan Tianlingai. Face this sting. Su Zhan smiled miserably.
In his smile, there was no reluctance, no despair, no fear, no sadness, only joy, full of joy. It was precisely when he saw the smile that Zhou Yueshan's heart suddenly surged for no reason, and an extremely bad premonition inexplicably arose from the bottom of his heart. Could it be? Boom! The next moment, a surging momentum burst out from Su Zhan's body. At the same time, his flesh and blood, muscles and bones, meridians, dantian and other parts of his body are all undergoing earth-shaking changes. Maid, if I had known that I could break through with just one stab, I would have asked you to chop me with one. It had to be so thrilling. Quadruple. At this last moment, Su Zhan finally officially entered the fourth level of the mortal realm that he had been dreaming about for many days. Feeling the surging power that is constantly rising in the body, as well as the transformation of various parts of the body, compared to the previous 3 levels, it is just like a miniature rebirth. Bang! At this moment, Zhou Yueshan's attack completely came. But the full-strength sword strike that he was proud of was stopped by a dark figure who suddenly appeared in front of Su Zhan, holding a long sword. Human quadruple versus Xiaohei quadruple. The sound of the huge collision was particularly loud in the open area. At the same time, an invisible force bent all the surrounding vegetation. If it were an ordinary cultivator, even if he had just broken through and had a huge increase in strength, he would not be able to withstand Zhou Yueshan's sword. But this is Xiaohei, a master who is not afraid of pain. Even if his arm is crippled by the sword, he will not feel anything. Damn, escape. There was almost no hesitation. The moment Xiaohei blocked his attack, Zhou Yueshan's heart trembled and his face turned pale. Even though he didn't want to admit it, he knew that his situation was over. Killing Su Zhan and snatching the treasure had become a luxury. He made a decisive choice. Turn around and run away. Want to run? Su Zhan stood up from behind Xiaohei, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and raised a smile on his face. Zhou Yueshan, you have been chasing me for so long, and you have put me in this embarrassing situation. You are really awesome. But don't worry, I always repay kindness. Your favor is so great, of course I have to repay you well. Hey guys, do it. The words fell. Back and forth, a group of Xiaohei who had all broken through to the 4th level of the mortal realm jumped up and attacked Zhou Yueshan from all directions. Oops. Zhou Yueshan's pupils tightened. He quickly moved and dodged, using his body speed to the extreme. When encountering an attack that is really unavoidable, I try to wave the dagger blade to parry it. However, he could withstand 1 or 2 long knives. How could he be able to resist multiple long knives coming down at the same time? Face to face. Blood splattered and flesh flew everywhere. Zhou Yueshan's shoulders, back, and thighs all suffered unprecedented trauma. If he hadn't been able to avoid some of the critical and fatal injuries with his extraordinary skills, I'm afraid he would have died on the spot just from this round of attacks. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Feeling the pain sweeping through his body, Zhou Yueshan continued to parry and fight back, gnashing his teeth and cursing in his heart. What the hell is that treasure on his body? He has already failed to break through twice, why should he still do it? Can we continue to break through for the 3rd time? There are also those black shadows, they just broke through, how can they take my sword? Zhou Yueshan's heart was full of unwillingness. How much time did he spend to break through to the 4th level? How much energy was expended? How many appointments do you have on your hands? In the end, it was not easy to achieve this achievement. In the end, the other party didn't do anything. He just dealt with him for a few more minutes, but inexplicably kept breaking through repeatedly. In a few minutes, he overshadowed his years of hard work. This is simply unparalleled. Not only that. Even if Su Zhan breaks through alone, he can still solve it. Just as he expected, all the black shadows will break through and be promoted. How can he solve it? The biggest problem he faces now is no longer killing Su Zhan, but how to save his own life. There's no escape. It can't stop their knives. Am I really going to die in this hellish place? Zhou Yueshan was helpless at this time and couldn't help but feel despair. Obviously I just went to the Yun family. I narrowly escaped death and came back alive. No, I can't die here, I absolutely can't die here. The strong desire to survive made Zhou Yueshan completely crazy. His release speed is faster. His reflexes are also sharper. His strength has invisibly risen to a higher level. Su Zhan, who caught this scene, frowned and said, "You are so traumatized, how can you still have so much strength? Could it be that you used some special technique?" The answer was soon revealed. I saw a more powerful aura, superior to everyone, bursting out from Zhou Yueshan's body. Good guy, are you making a breakthrough on the battlefield?
Did it jump directly from the 4th level to the 5th level? Suzhan's face was full of surprise. Fighting to break through is nothing new. When he was captured by the 6th level of the mortal realm and brought to the mine, he had witnessed a group of boys and girls fighting each other. Finally, in the midst of life and death, he broke through to the 1st level of the mortal realm, and then he had a chance to survive. But he didn't expect it. Zhou Yueshan also came up with this skill. Ha 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 ha, the sound of laughter came from Zhou Yueshan. With blood dripping all over his body, when faced with the attacks of more than a dozen little blacks, he was no longer as helpless as before, but became more capable, showing a balanced resistance against the little blacks. My life shouldn't be cut off, my life shouldn't be cut off. Zhou Yueshan's bloodshot eyes stared straight at Suzhan, his blood-stained ferocious face full of joy and pride. Suzhan, you have made many temporary breakthroughs and successfully promoted to the 4th level. It is indeed unexpected, but I am better than you or even better. I have stayed in the 4th level for many years, and thanks to you, I finally entered the 5th level. Boy, it's your honor to die under my 5th level. Zhou Yueshan laughed endlessly. The joy of breaking through the 5th level. The joy of getting the treasure soon. Of course, the most important thing is to completely eliminate the thorn in Suzhan's side. No one knows better than him how terrifying Suzhan's rise is. Suddenly broke through to the 2nd level. Then it took a few days to get to Mia. It has only been half a month now, and in less than half a month, it has soared to the 4th level. There is no logic or reason at all. The realm rises so fast that it is beyond common sense. If you let this go for a year and a half, you may break through the Yuan realm in a minute. If you come back to trouble yourself then, it will be easier to crush yourself to death than to crush an ant. Therefore, the 3 layers of joy were superimposed together, making him smile from ear to ear. His words returned to the same arrogance as before. However, facing Zhou Yueshan who was so arrogant and confident, Suzhan sighed helplessly and shook his head. I really didn't expect to break through to the 5th level before the battle, but you don't really think that you can continue to kill me after you break through, do you? Suzhan joked, then pointed to the sky. Look up. Zhou Yueshan glanced up subconsciously. It was this look. His eyes suddenly widened, and the wild smile on his face instantly froze, and his whole person fell into an unprecedented fear. Because he saw a rain. The sky is full of black shadows of human figures falling from the sky, forming a human rain. How is this possible? How is this possible? That's all. Zhou Yueshan was filled with disbelief and panic, and while he was trying to turn around and escape, 20 little black men fell down, stepped on his head, and completely submerged him. You've only broken through to the 5th level, but you're so arrogant. People who don't know you would think you've broken through to the Yuan realm. Suzhan watched Zhou Yueshan being overwhelmed by 30 little blacks, and after a lot of slashing, he had no chance to show up again. He slowly took out a healing pill and swallowed it. Breaking through from the 4th level to the 5th level, at most, means that his strength is a bit stronger than before. But when he went from the 3rd level to the 4th level, it was almost a complete transformation, a qualitative leap, and more than one person transformed. More than 34th level people killed one 5th level person. Isn't that as easy as killing a chicken? Zhou Yueshan might not be able to figure it out until he died. Wasn't it agreed that there were only more than 20? How come 20 more appeared? Even at the moment of his death, he didn't know how many Suzhan had hidden, and whether there were more who hadn't come out. Okay, stop it. After a moment, Suzhan confirmed through the perspective of the black men that Zhou Yueshan was dead, and then he raised his hand and ordered. The black men quickly dispersed. There was no Zhou Yueshan on the ground. There were only extremely tattered black clothes. The ground was covered with black and red blood, and there was a strong bloody smell. And a pot of mixed white, red, yellow, and other unknown organs. Search. Soon, the black men presented 3 things. The first one was Zhou Yueshan's dagger, a primary spiritual weapon. Due to the excessive number of attacks, it was in a semi-scrap stage and had little value. The second one was even worse. It was the spirit stone tickets and the book of skills that were chopped into pieces. All of them were broken into pieces and couldn't even be put together. They were also stained with a lot of Zhou Yueshan's blood and organs. Just cleaning it up was a hassle. Next time, I have to let them be more careful. They can kill people, but these spirit stone tickets and skills must be snatched away as soon as possible, otherwise it will be a waste if they are all chopped. The third one was different. It's a piece of jade. It's about the size of a palm. The jade is crystal clear, and transparent inside and outside. Just looking at the material of the jade, you can tell that it's worth a lot of money. Why does Zhou Yuashan carry a piece of jade with him? And this jade can be chopped by so many black people without any damage, not even a trace. It's definitely not an ordinary product. Su Zhan's eyes flashed. Zhou Yuashan is such a cautious and shrewd person, if it was an ordinary thing, would he carry it with him? Moreover, a piece of jade can be broken by ordinary people, let alone being chopped by so many 4th level black people. You can't expect to be unscathed by the 5th and 6th levels. It can be seen that this piece of jade is an incredible treasure, and its grade is at least above the intermediate spiritual weapon. Immediately, he tried to use his consciousness to sneak into the jade to see what's inside. But soon, Su Zhan found that his consciousness was obviously resisted and he couldn't enter the jade at all. Oh, right. This is a treasure above the intermediate level, and treasures must recognize their owners. Su Zhan cut his fingertips and dripped a drop of blood on the jade. This time he guessed right. The jade quickly absorbed his blood. The jade, which was originally crystal white without any flaws, had strands of blood inside, symbolizing that it had become an owner. When Su Zhan's consciousness entered again, wow! His sight suddenly widened. The whole person seemed to have entered a white space. Is this a treasure for storing things? No, that's not right. It's more peculiar than a simple storage treasure. At least in such a large space, I can't sense where the end is. Wait, at this time, Su Zhan suddenly captured the space, and gradually emerged black words, symbols, and patterns. As more and more black words emerged, they were finally scattered throughout the space, enveloping Su Zhan's consciousness. The technique, these text symbols and patterns are the content of the technique. Su Zhan's breathing quickened, and he read it quickly and carefully. Since he was currently in the form of consciousness, even if the text was scattered everywhere and the patterns were floating everywhere, he could easily understand the content and imprint it in his mind by just scanning it with his consciousness. It was much more convenient and faster than simply holding a yellowed and worn-out book and flipping through it page by page. At this moment, Su Zhan finally knew what this piece of jade was: the technique jade slip. I've heard that only big families, big sects, and big forces are qualified to use this treasure, although its only function is to store the content of the technique. Because of the existence of the mechanism of recognizing the master, it is extremely safe, and there is no need to worry about the theft of the technique, thus avoiding the spread of the technique. Many big forces and big families are based on the inheritance of precious techniques, and they can easily pass on for hundreds or thousands of years. But I never thought a mortal in the 4th level of Zhou Yuashan actually has such a good thing? Mission. It's the mysterious mission that caused many members of the punishment team to disappear together. Su Zhan immediately thought of Zhou Yuashan's disappearance for half a month. It can be basically concluded that this jade slip of the technique was what Zhou Yuashan got from the mission, but this guy is greedy. He obviously has a good thing in his hand, but he actually came to kill me and take the treasure. He wants it all. In the end, he was killed by Su Zhan, and the treasure he worked so hard to get also became Su Zhan's trophy. Zhou Yuashan, you really gave me a lot of money. Su Zhan couldn't help laughing. After browsing, he quickly understood the techniques contained in the technique jade slip. A technique that can permanently strengthen the body and mainly refine the tendons, bones and skin, invincible gold and stone body. TSK. It's actually the subtle level. This saves me tens of thousands of spirit stones, haha. Su Zhan was delighted. Above the entry-level technique is the subtle level. The general subtle level technique is worth 100 times more than the entry level, which starts at 10,000 spirit stones, and this subtle level technique that can permanently strengthen the body, reach perfection, and can make the body defense full, and ordinary attacks of the same level can't hurt it at all. The value must be at least 3 or 5 times more. That is about 30,000 to 50,000 spirit stones. Getting 30,000 to 50,000 spirit stones for free, this feeling is wonderful. Ha! What's going on? There are more words? Su Zhan was happy, and suddenly found that a large number of text patterns appeared out of thin air. Another new subtle level technique. This is incredible, this is really incredible. 2 subtle level techniques came at once, and tens of thousands of spirit stones, awesome. If Zhou Yuashan were still alive, Su Zhan would have to laugh and thank him. As for whether Zhou Yuashan vomited blood or cursed, it is unknown. Soon, the information of the second subtle level technique was also fully disclosed, a subtle level technique that can strengthen the internal meridians in Dantian, adjust the breath, increase the speed of spiritual energy absorption, and permanently speed up the efficiency of cultivation. The book of changes body shaping. One strengthens the outside, beats the body,
and enhances defense, and the other strengthens the inside and increases the efficiency of cultivation. Both internal and external cultivation, these are the two techniques that Zhou Yuashan specially selected for himself, right? It just so happens that these are all what I need, and now they are all cheap for me. Blood Shadow Knife is just the beginning. Su Zhan will definitely practice more techniques in the future, such as this internal and external cultivation, body defense, and internal strengthening, all of them. Not only that, there are also body movements, control of water, fire, thunder and lightning, or some special ones, such as clones, disguises, etc., so as to arm Su Zhan and Xiaohe more fiercely. Ha! Suddenly, Su Zhan paused. New text patterns have appeared again? There is also a third part? In the Jade Slip, a large number of text patterns gushed out. Su Zhan was particularly happy about this. It is another saving of tens of thousands of spirit stones, but I don't know what type of exercises the third part is? Let me take a look first. Why do I feel something is wrong? I understand the words, but why can't I understand them? Even the patterns are the same. Su Zhan calmed down and browsed carefully. Just a few seconds later, Su Zhan's eyes widened suddenly. Damn. This is not the subtle level, it is. It is a Hinayana level exercise. Hinayana level. It is a technique that is above the entry level and only those in the Yuan realm are qualified to practice it. If the micro level is worth tens of thousands, then the Hinayana level is hundreds of times more, worth millions of spiritual stones. What kind of mission did Zhou Yuashan participate in, and he actually got the Hinayana level? Su Zhan couldn't help being surprised. Hinayana level exercises are not only valuable, but ordinary practitioners cannot afford them. The most important thing is that Hinayana level exercises are often limited editions and are the secrets inherited by each power, sect, family and other powerful sects, the kind that are absolutely not allowed to be passed on to outsiders. One can imagine. The lowest power that can possess this level of skill is a being with a Yuan realm powerhouse. Zhou Yuashan is at the 4th level of the mortal realm at best. In front of Yuan Jing, he is worse than an ant, a small character who can be crushed to death with one finger, including Su Zhan himself. How could Zhou Yuashan be qualified to participate in that level of war? Even so many punishment team members went together. No matter how many there were, it was nothing in front of the Yuan Jing, which was already otherworldly and could fly in the air and take people's heads from 1,000 meters away. Unless, they are not the main combat force, they are just cleaning the battlefield. It should be true. Once Yuan Jing dies, the forces or families it established will become fish meat and be ruthlessly killed, divided, ransacked, and robbed. Zhou Yuashan should have participated in such a mission and had the opportunity. Get a Hinayana level skill. Although Su Zhan arrived not long ago. But he heard too many cruel and destructive things. A strong person can single-handedly establish a powerful force and defend a place. But once the strong man dies, no one in the mortal realm under his command can stand up, and they will naturally be hunted down and plundered by other greedy and coveted forces. All treasures, wealth, including lives, cannot be saved. This also explains why so many members of the punishment team were dispatched this time. Even Zhou Yuashan's level could participate. But now, it's all at my advantage. 2 are at the micro level and 1 is at the Hinayana level. Zhou Yuashan, you are really my god of wealth. Su Zhan smiled broadly. If Zhou Yuashan was still alive, he would probably be angry to death again after hearing this. The name of this Hinayana level technique is the Infinite Purgatory Technique? What type of kung fu is this? Weapons are not weapons. External kung fu and internal kung fu don't seem to count. Is the Hinayana level kung fu so advanced? I can't even tell the difference between the types? Su Zhan tried to extract some information related to the exercises from the text, but ended up at a loss. But the name of this technique is really domineering. The Hinayana level is still too complicated for me now. Let alone cultivation, I can't even read it or understand it. I'll study it carefully after I advance to the Yuan realm. Without some realm capital, and without the guidance of experts, if you forcefully practice such high-level skills, you may end up losing more than you gain. Keep it for now. In the future, as long as he reaches Yuan Jing, this technique will definitely make him even more powerful. Master, there's something approaching quickly. There's more than one. Suddenly, a little black man issued a warning. This aura is as strong as the 4th level. The people from the punishment team are here. Su Zhan's eyes flashed. Quickly put the jade slip of the kung fu into the clone space. It seems that I still underestimated the speed of the punishment team's actions. I thought that after Zhou Yueshan died, it would take them a while to find this place. But that's it. In less than 10 minutes, they have already searched here. If nothing else, it was Baldhead who provided them with the information. This guy needs to find an opportunity to kill him. And I have to leave for now. If it had been before, Su Zhan would have been reluctant to leave here. But now he not only killed Zhou Yueshan with his own hands and avenged his revenge, but also obtained a valuable treasure from his hands, which was very satisfying. Leave now with no regrets. Not only that. He was originally going to go to the Chunyang sect, so he just took this opportunity to go to the Chunyang sect, become a disciple, and then come back to challenge the owner of the mine at the 7th level of the mortal realm and officially take over the mine. Xiao Zhuhei, you guys go ahead to clear the way and escort me away. The rest, go back and continue mining. Although the Suzhan people are gone, the mine can still continue to be dug. Yes, master. Immediately, under the escort of several Shiohei, Suzhan quickly left the place. Suzhan just left on the front foot. 3 members of the punishment team wearing black uniforms appeared at this place. This, after the 3 people saw the blood flowing freely on the ground and the pile of rotten meat that could not be identified at all, their expressions suddenly changed. They quickly took a step back and quickly alerted their surroundings. After confirming that there are no ambush around, they cautiously approached Zhou Yueshan's corpse. The identity is confirmed, it's him. Finally, under the rotten flesh, they found a piece of broken clothing with Zhou Yueshan's punishment team number printed on it. To be able to do this, you have to be at least 5 levels above. Look at the ground, there are many footprints, and there are traces of fighting everywhere. The number of people is more than 10. Zhou Yueshan must have been ambushed by that boy from Zhongsuzhan. If he was killed, why was he chopped into this state? How deep is the hatred between Su Zhan and Zhou Yueshan? The 3 people's scalps tingled. Even though they were used to such bloody scenes of killing, the scene in front of them was too exaggerated. In daily battles with enemies, they were nothing more than beheading and piercing, but Zhou Yueshan was chopped and minced like cooking. And all this was done by a little guy in the 3rd level of the mortal realm? What do you think, could it be someone from the Blood Eagle sect? They are cruel and have always been at odds with the Pure Yang sect we belong to. It's hard to say, but it's definitely not simple. The bald guy said that Su Zhan was promoted several levels in a month. Zhou Yueshan targeted him because he suspected that he was carrying a treasure. Now this kid has killed Zhou Yueshan in such a cruel way. The truth of the matter may be beyond our imagination. It is said that even the mine owner was alarmed by this matter and asked about it personally. Silence. We should stay out of our business and hurry back to report. The 3 of them returned quickly. And not far from them, a little black man was hiding in the dark, witnessing the whole process and hearing all their conversations. Well, now not only Zhou Yueshan and his gang know about it, but even the mine owner of the 7th level of the mortal realm is paying attention. It seems that I have to get the status of a sect disciple as soon as possible and beat the mine owner down, otherwise if I continue like this, there will be endless troubles. Other side. Inside the punishment hall. I can conclude that Mr. Zhou must have been killed by Su Zhan. When the 5 people under surveillance never came back to report, I realized that something was wrong, but Mr. Zhou was not on a secret mission at that time. After contacting him to make up, I didn't dare to rashly go to trouble Su Zhan. You can endure it first. When Mr. Zhou came back, I immediately went to look for him. I looked for him, but I didn't expect that Mr. Zhou's stone of life was broken first. The bald man knelt on his knees, trembling slightly, and told with fear the whole process of following Su Zhan with Zhou Yueshan. This includes how he got to know Su Zhan, investigated Su Zhan, and reported the incident quickly after witnessing the sudden fragmentation of Zhou Yueshan's stone of life. Those on both sides with seats to sit on were all captains of the 6th level of the mortal realm. Standing behind them without seats were the captains of the 5th level mortal realm. The punishment team members who are at the 4th level of the mortal realm are not even qualified to enter here to observe. And in the center, sitting at the top, is a slender young man dressed in white and holding a paper fan. The man looked to be in his early 20s. Much younger than many of the 6th and 5th level people present. But he is the owner of the entire mine, and he is also the only person in the entire field who is at the 7th level of the mortal realm, with an aura that surpasses everyone else, Lu Yunhai. Normally. Not to mention that a member of the 4th level of the punishment team died. Even if the 5th level squad leader died, Lu Yunhai would not be so personal as to come and ask questions. The reason why he didn't hesitate to come quickly. It was nothing more than hearing that the little guy who killed the 4th level players had broken through from the 1st level to the 3rd level, and even the 4th level in less than a month. This kind of promotion speed is nothing compared to other sects, forces, and families. Under the fierce attack of a large number of resources, there are even more outrageous promotion speeds than this. It just so happened that the little guy was a miner who was kidnapped. A month ago, the coolies were struggling to mine with their backs facing the loss, but in the blink of an eye, they not only made breakthroughs one after another, but also successfully killed the punishment members of the 4th level of the mortal realm. Is it possible to say that there is nothing strange about him? Grown-ups. A captain of the 6th level of the mortal realm stood up, knelt on one knee, and said respectfully, Joey Washan, I know that this person is an elite among many 4th levels. Sujan, even if he breaks through the 4th level, he wants to kill him, it's unlikely. Unless Sujan breaks through not just the 4th level, but the 5th level. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding captains and squad captains couldn't help but breathe harder. Rising to 4 minor realms in a row, from level 1 to level 5 in 1 month? This is definitely a treasure that has not escaped, and it is the kind of treasure that is enough to make them salivate. Don't say it's them. Even Lu Yunhai couldn't help but feel excited at this moment. An unknown little guy can be promoted from the 1st level to the 5th level in 1 month. This is my opportunity. An unprecedented and huge opportunity. Lu Yunhai shook his paper fan, his eyes flashing with light. If I can get the treasure in this kid's hand, maybe it can help me reach the Yuan realm quickly. As soon as the Yuan realm arrives, I will be qualified to leave this ghost place and go to Garda City. At the same time, I am also qualified to be on par with those talented senior brothers, and on a par with Schwanger, and even have the opportunity to become the disciple of the elder. Thinking of this, Lu Yunhai felt hot in his heart. A year ago, he defeated the owner of the mine and successfully took over the mine. Logically speaking, this was a lucrative job that countless disciples would envy, and it was also a good place that his father specially selected and prepared for him. But here we have to face all kinds of mines and miners every day, which is really boring. Forget it. When he heard that those talented senior brothers had all reached the 8th or 9th level, and even successfully broke through to the Yuan realm and were assigned to Garda City, he couldn't help but be envious. Especially after learning that Schwanger, whom he had been thinking about so much, had actually reached the 9th level within a year and was assigned to protect a city, he couldn't wait to leave this ghost place as soon as possible. It's a pity that his talent and understanding are not up to par. 1 year later, he is still stuck at the 7th level of the mortal realm, still a little far away from the 8th level. This made Lu Yunhai very irritated. But now, the opportunity has come. An incredible treasure was born in his own mine. According to his knowledge, not even the Chunyang sect has such a treasure. Once you get it yourself. In the future, his future will not only be in the Yuan realm. Master Lu. A 4th level personnel came in a hurry, with a pale face, and knelt down on his knees. Sujan's positioning stone is missing, puff. As soon as he finished speaking, a paper fan pierced his throat at an unimaginable speed. So fast. The eyelids of the captains of the 5th and 6th levels twitched suddenly, and cold sweat could not help but break out on their foreheads. They just captured a black shadow. If this attack were to hit them, the consequences for them would probably not be much better than this 4th level personnel. They knew that this was no longer the level of an ordinary 7th level. What Lu Yunhai practiced were all micro-level techniques. The paper fan in his hand is also an intermediate spiritual weapon treasure. Even if they reach the 7th level, they are no match for Lu Yunhai. Notify everyone, go out and search for Sujan's traces with the mine as the center. Anyone who provides information about Sujan will be rewarded with 100 spirit stones. Anyone who participates in capturing Sujan will be rewarded with 1,000 spirit stones. If you can capture Sujan alive, you will be rewarded with 10,000 spirit stones. Remember, I want to live, even if I am disabled, I must have a breath left. Lu Yunhai stepped forward, pulled out the paper fan, flicked it lightly, and the fresh blood fell, and then issued an order with a sharp look. If there are people who know but don't report it, kill them. Yes. All the captains of the 5th and 6th levels received the order and quickly left the hall. This strength is not enough, it must be foolproof. Lu Yunhai flipped his hand and took out a token. It is the identity token of the disciple of Chunyang sect. Come here, send the token to Chunyang sect as quickly as possible and give it to my father. Tell him that I have a treasure here and need his help. Yes, Lord Lu. After doing all this, Lu Yunhai opened the paper fan again, shaking it gently, and began to guess what kind of thing Sujan's treasure was. At this time, Sujan, who was at the center of the storm. In an inn in Fengshe town, he spent a lot of money to get a presidential suite. While enjoying the sumptuous food, he observed the movement of the mine through the perspective of Shohei. Shohei hid in the dark and witnessed the members of the punishment team gathering all the miners, holding his portrait and comparing them one by one. As long as they found someone who looked similar, they would take him away without saying a word. Such a big move, all aimed at me. I'm afraid it won't be long before they search Fengshire Town? Sujan's eyes flashed with a fierce light. I was thinking about keeping a low profile before and not making too much noise, but now that it's like this, how can I not take the opportunity to kill and rob? Killing and robbing is what Sujan has always wanted to do. Before, he was not strong enough, wanted to keep a low profile, and was afraid of being targeted, so he never took action. Now the whole mine is in chaos because of him. With such a big commotion, is it useful for him to keep a low profile? What's more, his strength has broken through to the 4th level, and the number of clones has also increased dramatically. It's a good time to kill and rob. Of course, the most important thing is, he still has to go to Chunyang's sect. With so many people searching for his whereabouts, there must be constant trouble on the way. He has to create some chaos to make himself more comfortable on the way. It just so happens that there were a few guys I wanted to kill before, and this time I can clean them up. Inside the mine, people are panicking, and everyone is terrified. The people in the penalty team made a mistake, right? How could someone who could make such a big noise sneak into our 1st level miners? Who are they looking for? Haven't you heard of it? It's Sujan, who was in the same mining area with us before. Sujan? The new kid? Can he have this ability? Keep your voice down. Don't call him kid anymore. You have to call him adult. It is said that Zhou Yuashan died at his hands. Is this possible? He is a 1st level person, can he kill a 4th level person? Who knows what's going on? Here they come, the men of Vampire Beard are coming. Hurry up and prepare some gold and spiritual stones as tribute. The miners were talking about justice, and 2 people came over. One of them was holding a large round barrel with half a barrel of gold and spiritual stones in it. The other was holding a portrait of Sujan, comparing them one by one along the way. And not far away, a man with a mustache was sitting on a rattan chair with his legs crossed, drinking tea and eating the fruit that the woman fed him. Behind him, his subordinates were holding an umbrella for him. He was so uncomfortable. He was called a blood-sucking mustache by the miners. It is conceivable that this man with a mustache did a lot of exploitation. Countless miners hated him to the core. The man with a mustache didn't have to do anything during the whole process. The only thing he had to do was to sweep the crowd one by one. Whenever he saw someone dared not to show respect, or to show less respect, the man with a mustache would speak. Then the man would be dragged out by his subordinates immediately on the grounds that he looked like the portrait. At the least, he would be beaten severely, and at the worst, he would be taken away directly, and his life or death was unknown. Therefore, in order to avoid trouble, everyone could only put the few spiritual stones and gold on their bodies into the big barrel with great pain. Suddenly, the miners seemed to have seen something incredible and there was a commotion. The subordinate holding the big barrel felt a flash in front of his eyes, and then the big barrel in his hand disappeared out of thin air. What's going on? The subordinate was startled and was about to look up. TSK. A white light flashed, and the subordinate's sight was turned 180 degrees from normal, completely upside down. Finally, he fell directly to the ground, watching a pair of black boots fall from the sky and crush his head on the spot. Kill people. The whole thing happened in a flash, until the subordinate's head exploded like a watermelon. All the miners reacted suddenly, and instantly they screamed, exclaimed, panicked, and retreated in fear. And their terrified eyes all looked at the figure in front of them who suddenly appeared at some point. This figure was wearing a black robe, a black hood, black gloves on both hands, and even a black mask on his face. The whole body was completely hidden in black, without any skin exposed. You, 4th level, Sujan. You are Sujan. The mustache man stood up immediately in shock. In just 1 second, he concluded that this black-robed figure with a dark body, a 4th level aura, and a long knife in hand was the target that all the members of the punishment team were looking for, Sujan. The black-robed figure swung the long knife in his hand, and all the blood fell out. He approached the mustache man directly. Boy, you are so brave. You know that the whole mine is looking for you, but you still dare to show up? And there is not even an accomplice nearby. You show up alone and put on such a posture. Are you going to kill me? The man with a mustache looked fierce. He flipped his hands and took out 2 white short swords covered with a glowing red light. Boy, you may have picked the wrong opponent. Judging from your momentum, You have just broken through the 4th level. If you didn't rely on the number of people, you couldn't even beat Joyuashan, and my strength is stronger than Joyuashan. As soon as he finished speaking, he released the strong momentum of the 4th level. Many first-level miners around felt this momentum and couldn't help trembling. Looking at the mustache man's eyes, it was like looking at a beast. This is the absolute gap between the 1st level and the 4th level. Today is my day to make a fortune. I'll take you to claim your reward after I cut off your limbs. 10,000 spirit stones, I'll take it. Ugh. Poof. The body of the man with the mustache trembled violently, and his voice stopped abruptly. He lowered his head and saw the tip of a bloody long knife protruding from his heart. Then the long knife was pulled out, and a large amount of blood gushed out of the mustache man's mouth. He fell to the ground with shock and unwillingness on his face. The miners screamed and howled again, not daring to stop for a step, and retreated further. How could it be? The mustache man had already seen the person behind him. Black robe, black hood, black gloves, they were exactly the same as the black robe figure who was walking towards him step by step on the other side. Even the long swords and spiritual weapons in their hands were no different. What's going on? Is this Su Zhan's accomplice? I have clearly sensed it carefully, and there is no one around. How did they appear? And the aura on their bodies, no, they don't have any aura at all? The mustache man widened his eyes and finally found something wrong at this time, but even if he found more now, he could only watch the black robe figure take the 2 spiritual weapon short swords from him. He also found all the spiritual tickets, elixirs and other treasures he carried on his body. In the end, he seemed to think that his vitality was a bit tenacious. He simply backhanded a knife. Let the mustache man die completely. Who are you? You dare to kill my punishment team in the mine? You're looking for death. Due to the screams of thousands of miners, the noise was so loud that it attracted 2 4th-level punishment team members. When they saw the 2 black-robed figures, they attacked without saying a word. But just as they attacked the 2 black-robed figures, suddenly, they found that a new black-robed figure had appeared beside the other party. It was not the kind of way that came from anywhere, but it seemed to appear out of thin air, jumping out of the air, and the weirdness made their scalps numb instantly. Of course, the most important thing is 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 new black-robed figures appeared. Oh. The 2 people's faces changed drastically, and they hurriedly wanted to turn around and run. But when they turned around, they found that 4 identical black-robed figures holding long knives appeared behind them. 10 black-robed figures completely surrounded them. It's over. As soon as the 2 of them appeared, 10 black-robed figures surrounded them completely with an absolutely overwhelming attitude, and the long swords in their hands fell fiercely. It is said that killing and robbing is the fastest way to make money. Look at the richness of this wealth. After killing 3 4th-level people, nearly 10,000 spirit stones were obtained. This has not yet been counted. Their spiritual tools, elixirs and the like, if all are counted, the efficiency of income is much faster than the mining of Shohei. The other side. Su Zhan took out a thick stack of spirit stone tickets from the clone space, with a smile on his face. On average, a 4th-level person can provide about 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. There are so many 4th-level people in the mine. If I kill more, my black mark 10th stage will be realized by them. The 10th stage requires nearly 60,000 spirit stones. According to this ratio, only 24th-level people can achieve it. Although Shohei has now been promoted to the 4th level, the efficiency of mining has doubled again. Each person can produce nearly 300 low-grade spirit stones per day. According to the number of 46 Shohei, it can produce nearly 14,000 low-grade spirit stones per day. 60,000 spirit stones, it only takes 4 days. But if you let Shohei go to kill and rob 24th level people, it won't even take a day. Everyone, keep working. The target is the 4th level personnel. If you encounter the 5th level, don't fight, just flee. If you encounter the 6th level, don't hesitate, contact me to take you back, understand? Su Zhan ordered. After many battles, he has gradually figured out how to use each function, and summed up a set of guerrilla warfare that belongs to him. Since it is killing and robbing, specializing in harvesting wealth, it must maximize the benefits and not be greedy and drag it out. When encountering the 4th level, directly crush them with human sea tactics, without any effort. When encountering a 5th level, although you can crush it with human wave tactics, and the wealth of the 5th level is definitely not small, but relatively speaking, if you want to kill a 5th level, the number of people, strength, and resources consumed will definitely be the greatest, and there will be a risk of losing Shohei if you are not careful. Don't think that Xiaohei can be resurrected after 24 hours, but now the value created by Xiaohei in 24 hours may be higher than killing a 5th level. Therefore, escape is the best choice. Needless to say, when encountering a 6th level, take it back decisively and don't fight. After taking it back, Su Zhan will then use the hidden dispatch function to let it meet with other Xiaohei and continue the battle to achieve a perfect closed loop of the Clone War. The whole process is down. Not to mention 24th levels, even 40 are no problem. Yes, Master. The Xiaohei responded in unison. In the punishment hall of the mine, Lord Lu, 3 4th level team members died in District 24. Preliminary judgment is that Su Zhan and his accomplices did it. A 5th level team leader hurried to report. Not the 5th level, but the accomplices, this is more reliable. But, they are still hiding in the mine? Lu Yunhai was quite surprised. Even he thought that Su Zhan and others had fled the mine after killing Zhou Yueshan, but he never thought that the other party was still hiding in the mine. Is the most dangerous place the safest place? As for them daring to kill people in the mine, Lu Yunhai was not surprised. They thought they were about to be discovered and had no place to escape, so they chose to fight to the death. Yes, Lord Lu, according to the miners who saw it with their own eyes, all of them were wearing the same pure black clothes, covering them from top to bottom. The characteristics are very obvious, said the captain of the 5th level. Pass my order, let everyone come back, and block them completely in the mine. Lu Yunhai ordered immediately. Yes, Lord Lu. The captain of the 5th level team hesitated for a moment. Lord Lu, according to what the miners said, Su Zhan and his accomplices appeared in a strange way. Strange? When they surrounded and killed the 3 4th level team members, all the black robes seemed to pop out of thin air, without any signs, and more than 10 of them popped out at once. Popped out of thin air? Hearing this, Lu Yunhai's eyes suddenly showed a strong curiosity, and his heart became even hotter. Although he didn't know what the other party was doing, but if nothing unexpected happened, it must be the treasure in Su Zhan's hand that was causing trouble. Lord Lu. At this time, another 5th level team leader came in panic. Just now, in Area 14, 2 4th level team members died. Su Zhan didn't leave, they are still in the mine. 2 more died. Lu Yunhai realized that something was wrong. At this time, another person came, but he was no longer a 5th level, but one of the captains of the 6th level. He glanced at the 2 team leaders. Lord Lu, it seems that you already know everything. 2 4th level accomplices died in my jurisdiction. It was Su Zhan's accomplices who did it. I have ordered people to arrest them. The captain of the 6th level said in a deep voice. Why are there so many accomplices of Su Zhan? And they are all 4th level? Lu Yunhai frowned. In a blink of an eye, 7 4th level accomplices died in his hands. Of course. The lives of 4th level accomplices are not worth mentioning to Lu Yunhai, but the killing efficiency is a bit too high. Su Zhan's accomplices are not only numerous, but they are all 4th level accomplices. Could it be that there is a problem within the punishment team? No matter how many accomplices Su Zhan has, catch them all if you can, and kill them if you can't catch them. Lu Yunhai ordered, pass it on, killing accomplices will get the same reward as killing Su Zhan. Remember, don't let any of them escape. Yes, Lord Lu. Everyone took the order and left. It seems I can no longer stand by and watch. Lu Yunhai stood up slowly, his eyes gradually becoming sharper. Since there is a problem within the punishment team, I just want to clear it all up. I haven't done anything to deal with it since I came here for a year, so I just took this opportunity. A group of 4th level small characters, want to play in the dark with me? Fengshe Town. Everyone has been withdrawn. It seems that the chaos has been created. Through Xiaohei's perspective, Su Zhan had already seen the 4th level and 5th level people who had entered Fengshe Town to search. At this moment, they all quickly changed directions and rushed back to the mine. Apparently the news had reached them. Once they heard that they could get 10,000 spirit stones by killing their comrades, how could they stay? Hurry back and pick up the money. Now I have 39,000 spirit stones. From the beginning to now, in just half an hour, I have killed 12 quads. This efficiency is unrivaled. Su Zhan raised the corner of his mouth and said, I wonder if we can collect the remaining 8 in the next half hour to complete the accumulation of 60,000 spiritual stones? Because the harvesting efficiency is too fast. Basically every few minutes, the clone space will receive dropped primary spiritual weapons, some ordinary elixirs, and multiple scattered spiritual stone tickets. At this rate, the gangsters might be able to harvest 60,000 spiritual stones in less than half an hour. Things were pretty much what Su Zhan expected.
When the time reached the 27th minute, only 3 minutes away from a full hour, Xiaohei killed the 19th quadruple level, and the total number of spirit stone tickets he had on hand seemed to have reached 60,000. Xiaohei, exchange it. Since 60,000 low-grade spiritual stones were too many, the pawnshop chose to pay with 6 high-grade spiritual stones. 1 high-grade spiritual stone U003D 100 medium-grade spiritual stones U003D 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones. It's in place. Looking at the 6 high-grade spiritual stones lying quietly in the clone space, which were as big as half a human head and covered with crystal-clear bodies, Suzhan said without any hesitation, "Start sucking." I have to say, the top-grade spirit stones are indeed much stronger than the low-grade spirit stones in terms of quality, the amount of spiritual energy contained, and even all aspects. Even the black mark took nearly 2 minutes to absorb a top-grade spirit stone. 6 top-grade spirit stones. It took 12 minutes to absorb, and Xiaohei killed several 4th-level spirit stones on the other side before absorbing them all. Here it comes. In front of Suzhan, a lot of black smoke appeared out of thin air and began to condense into a human-shaped black shadow quickly. Just as he expected. 18. Adding the existing 46, the number of clones directly increased to 64. Not only that, the clone space increased from 10 cubic meters to 14 cubic meters. The flow rate in the cross-legged shadow must have continued to increase, reaching 4 times. 64 clones, 4 times the efficiency of cultivation. If I practice at full speed, it is equivalent to 256 clones practicing for me at the same time. It will only take about 20 days for me to reach the 5th level. But 20 days is too long, and if nothing unexpected happens, according to the rules of the Black Imprint, I experienced 2 cooling stages last time, and 3 this time. Wait until the 11th stage, and I should be able to unlock a new function. Unlock new functions. Suzhan couldn't help but be full of excitement when he thought of this. Even the function of clone cultivation, which is a heaven-defying level, has come out. What kind of amazing fun will come out next? In the face of such temptation, let alone 20 days to the 5th level, even if it is 1 day to the 5th level, Suzhan will not hesitate to let the little blacks continue to slaughter. New functions are the king, and the realm strength has to be put aside. Put on these clothes, grab the weapons, and go directly to the battle, targeting all the 4th level personnel in the mine. Yes, master. Suzhan gave an order. Then they were quickly dispatched to the side of the clones in the mine, and then they scattered decisively and searched for the 4th level personnel around. The 11th stage requires 180,000 spirit stones, which is 64th level people, not many. I should be able to get it done before I leave tomorrow. Logically speaking, 19 were killed in less than an hour, and it would only take 3 hours to kill another 60, but Suzhan knew that the harvest in the first hour was huge, because the other party was not alert and thought he was easy to deal with. Once they realized the purpose of the little blacks and how difficult they were, the 4th level people would definitely hide quickly, or seek shelter from the 5th and 6th level people. No one would be stupid enough to wait to be slaughtered by you. Therefore, Suzhan relaxed the time until tomorrow. Tomorrow, when the 11th stage arrives and a new function is unlocked, he can easily go on the road to Chunyang's sect and get an outer disciple. Different from the mentality of the 1st level to worship the mountain gate. This time he went to take the test with the 4th level. As long as nothing unexpected happened, there was a 99% chance that he would be able to join the Chunyang sect successfully. At the same time, in the mine. Since the miners entered the mine. This was the craziest day they had ever seen. Those big men of the 4th level punishment team who were usually high and mighty, constantly squeezing, bullying, and killing, treating the miners like animals, were now lambs to be slaughtered, and were ruthlessly slaughtered one by one. In their eyes. The black-robed man was very scary. He suddenly appeared and started to attack. His methods were cruel, violent, and bloody, more than anything they had seen before. But they gradually became less afraid of the black-robed man. Because the black-robed man only killed the 4th level members of the punishment team, and left after killing them, without any intention of attacking the miners. In this way, the miners began to understand that these black-robed men were only targeting the punishment team and conducting a 4th level bloodbath. To the back. Some miners even couldn't help but wave their fists and cheer for the black-robed man after they saw the black-robed man group kill a 4th level person cleanly and neatly. In the eyes of the miners, the black-robed man has become their savior, who came specially to save them. They don't know the true identity of the black-robed man, but they heard a name from the terrified 4th level personnel, Suzhan. At this moment, this name is like a brand, deeply engraved in everyone's mind. However, the black-robed man is not invincible. For example, right now. A captain of the 6th level of the mortal realm is chasing a black-robed man. Oh no, the captain has taken action. Hit. Disappeared. Is the man in black robe dead? It's a bit far away, I can't see clearly. I hope the man in black robe can escape and not be caught by those guys. Alas, that's the 6th level, and the man in black robe is only the 4th level, how can he escape? The miners watched from afar, sighing and regretting for the man in black robe. The captain of the 6th level, holding a big knife in the distance, looked down at the messy black robes, black boots, black gloves, black masks, etc. on the ground, and looked up and looked around. The more he observed, the more his brows furrowed. It disappeared without warning again, the second time. If they collectively practiced the skills of restraining their breath, it would be understandable, but they disappeared suddenly, leaving only clothes on the ground. What method did they use? The captain of the 6th level was full of doubts. When he arrived at the scene just now, the black-robed man of Su Zhan's accomplice only glanced at him, and without any hesitation, the whole black robe suddenly shrank, lost support, and scattered all over the ground. After checking, there was no trace of anything other than the black clothes. One disappearance is fine. Another one comes. If all of Su Zhan's accomplices mastered such a method and could all disappear out of thin air, you can imagine how difficult it would be to catch them. At this time, he caught the screams of miners in other areas in the distance. Obviously, another Si Chong died. The captain of the 6th layer quickly put all the clothes and masks on the ground into bags, and then rushed towards the direction of the movement. When he arrived at the scene, he found that next to the body of the 4th layer, there was a man in white holding a fan, Lu Yunhai. Lu Yunhai was looking down at the black clothes on the ground, and his brows were slightly frowned. This made the captain of the 6th layer look surprised. Obviously, the disappearance happened again. And it happened in front of Lu Yunhai. Not only that. Even Lu Yunhai, who was at the 7th level, could not stop the strange disappearance method used by Su Zhan's accomplices. Lord Lu. The captain of the 6th level quickly went over to salute. It is basically certain that Su Zhan's accomplices are not human. As soon as Lu Yunhai said this, the captain of the 6th level suddenly changed his face, but soon returned to normal. He had this idea before because he could not sense any life breath from the black-robed man, but he could not be sure. After all, everything about the other party was too real. Now, combined with the sudden disappearance, it can be seen that those guys are not human, and all doubts can be solved. Since they are not human, it is possible that they are incarnations? The captain of the 6th level guessed. But when this guess came out, even he himself felt that it was a bit impossible. Let's not talk about how rare the skills of the incarnation are. Even those who are as strong as the Yuan realm and the Dan realm may not be qualified to master them. Even if you have an incarnation, it is impossible for it to be exactly the same as the original body. The original body is the 4th level, and your incarnation is the 2nd level, and the 3rd level at most is already very domineering. But Su Zhan is particularly outrageous. Not only are they all the 4th level, but there are so many of them. This kid's incarnation, doesn't he want spiritual energy? Unless, as he guessed before, Su Zhan has a treasure on him. From the moment the bald man said in the punishment hall that Su Zhan broke through from the 1st level to the 4th level within a month, all the captains and sub-captains guessed this, but no one dared to say it openly, and no one dared to touch it. But everyone has a ghost in mind. If they really want to kill Su Zhan, they will definitely touch the corpse first and get the treasure first. Pass my order, increase the intensity of the hunt for Su Zhan and his accomplices, and there is no need to capture them alive. As long as you see them, you must kill them. Whoever can bring the body back to me will be rewarded with 100,000 spirit stones. 100,000. When the captain of the 6th layer heard this number, his eyelids jumped, knowing that Lu Yunhai was getting impatient. At the same time, he also knew that if the incarnation was attacked or killed, it would disappear on the spot. The only one who could bring back the body must be Su Zhan himself. Yes, Lord Lu. He quickly took the order and left. I underestimated it. In addition to carrying a treasure, this kid also has an extremely rare incarnation technique. It must be correct, and the grade is at least above the Mahayana level. He must have relied on that treasure to master this level of technique. Lu Yunhai's eyes were hot. Such an opportunity, not hiding it well, but exposing it to me, then it's not my fault. Mahayana level, that is, Dan realm powerhouses above Yuan realm, are qualified to practice this technique. Su Zhan is immortal, how can he master and use it skillfully without relying on treasures? Thinking of this, Lu Yunhai was indeed a little impatient. He wished he could catch Sujan right now and take all the treasures and skills from him. Lu Yunhai thought very beautifully. But the reality made him unable to laugh at all. For a whole night, the wailing in the mine never stopped. This is the most calm night in the history of the mine. Every time after a while, there is a place where there is a fierce fighting, and then a high-pitched mourning, indicates that there will be a four-person who suffer again. From the beginning of the punishment team, the majestic stance was unable to catch Sujan. It has evolved into a tiger color change. When I hear the words black robe, the four of them will tremble and fall into a huge panic. They thought that they could hide into the pit, converging the breath to the extreme, and could avoid any movement, and they could avoid a robbery. As a result, several black robes were surrounded by several black robes. Thinking that leaving the mine, he could get rid of the pursuit of the black robe. As a result, a hard-working man who suddenly appeared behind was stabbed by the black robe man who suddenly appeared behind him. Thinking that a few four heavy groups can resist the black robe people, temporarily keep their lives. As a result, the black robe people directly changed from 1 and 5, 10. In the end they couldn't escape. Thinking that seeking 5-weight shelter, there are 5 leaders of the 3 points, and they can be safe and sound. However, the number of black robes soared to 20 or even 30. In this way, not only they couldn't run away, but even the 5 people became the crickets in the middle, the dead soul was under the knife. The only effective thing is to seek the shelter of the 6th chief captain and the mining owner Lu Yunhai. But don't forget. Lu Yunhai asked them to go out to kill. They turned their heads to shelter? Is it possible? So at this moment, the penalty church. Lu Yunhai, who has always been calm, also showed impatiently. Disappear, disappear, disappear again. Lu Yunsi has a gloomy face. Do you have any other useful information except disappearing? The chief captains could not help but bow their heads involuntarily, and they dared not take up one by one. Lord Lu, this means of Sujan are too weird. And his goal is very clear, only for the 4. Search for the killing, leave immediately after searching, stay at all. That's right, once the number of people gather too many people, they will also entangle enough people to come, and to form a crushing trend on naval tactics. I have tried it once before, since their goal is 4, then use the quadruple to attract them to appear, and then sneak attack. As a result, I rushed out while they were searching. Choose to disappear in place. Don't give us any slightest opportunities at all. The 6th spoke one by one, and the tone was full of helplessness. They want to get the reward of the 100,000 spirit stone. However, the guy is too fast and weird, so that even if they have the 6th strength, it is difficult to catch the other person's hair. Until now, more than 44 fits, even the 5 heavies have died too, and the number of casualties is still increasing. What I want to hear is the solution, not here to tell me that the opponent has anyhow difficult it is to deal with. Lu Yunhai scolded. I thought that Su Zhan was just a good-lucky little guy, and he handled it at will. I never thought that I could turn the mine upside down, but I had nothing to do with it. More than 44-5 died. These lives are not worth mentioning to him, but these numbers are equivalent to hitting his face. Once the news returns to Chunyang Zone, he will be reduced to a laughingstock among the disciples of Zongman. Master Lu, as far as I observed, those black robe people only shot the 4, and they would not take the initiative to attack, and the miners were completely unsolved. If we gather all the 4 heavily together, may force them all. Once they appear, with our strength, plus your strength, you can definitely get out of them. One of the captains suggested, if they do not show up in the end, we can also preserve the lives of the 4 personnel until your father's arrival. Lu Yunhai didn't speak after hearing it. He also knows that the black robe guy created by Su Zhan has made the entire mine incomparable, including him. The preservation mine is very simple. Anyway, the black robe people do not kill the miners, and the miners can still work normally to ensure that the spiritual stone that is handed over to Chunyangzong is not affected. But if you want to catch Su Zhan and seize the treasures and exercises in his hands, you must only rely on his father. The mine is not far from Chunyangzong. It takes about 3 days to send the letter day and night, but the Yuan Jing comes, not even half a day. Yuan Jing out of the horse. Even if Su Zhan's means are clever, and the treasure method is great, at best, it is a quadruple. How can it be comparable to Yuan Jing? The order, all the 4 heavy personnel returned to the punishment hall, and the regulatory matters of the miners were handed over to the 5-person personnel. Lu Yunhai ordered, you 6 are here. Once you find that the black robe people dare to approach, do it directly. Yes, Master Lu. Everyone leads. Nympho early the next day. Su Zhan fell asleep comfortably.
At first glance, a variety of warriors accumulated into a hill in the space of the avatar, especially the extraordinarily rich spirit stone ticket, couldn't help showing a smile. Oh nar. At this time, Shaorni's voice sounded in Su Jun's mind. All the 4 personnel assembled, and there were 6 defenders. Is it strong? Now that he has reached the 10th stage, Xiaohei's intelligence is already at the level of a 7 or 8-year-old. Not only can he perfectly and obediently execute orders, but he can also make some simple analysis according to the situation and then report to Su Jun. I expected it. Since the other party has multiple 6th level guards, it means that they are beginning to take it seriously. It's not impossible to attack by force, but the loss will be huge and it's not worth it. Su Jun ordered, everyone stop first and find a few remote places to mine. Yes, master. The Xiaohei responded, and then quickly found several mines on the edge, replaced the long knife with a hoe, and started digging directly. Let me see how much I have gained from hanging up for a night. Su Jun took out all the spirit stone tickets from the clone space with a smile on his face. It was a thick stack, which was spectacular. After a moment, the number came out. Wow! Su Jun couldn't help but exclaimed. 284,000. The Xiaohei directly exceeded the target by a large margin. If it weren't for the gathering at the mine, it would be easy to break through 300,000. This speed of making money, wow. Su Jun sighed repeatedly. It seems that whenever there is a chance in the future, I have to kill people to rob treasures. Mining is a completely bad idea. Nearly 300,000 spirit stones in one night. That is 30 high-quality spirit stones. This speed is so fast that even Yuan Jing would cry. In comparison, 64 Xiaohei mined together, and the daily income was only about 20,000. In one night, they earned half a month's income. The difference can be clearly seen from the words. Xiaohei, go and exchange them all. Very soon. 28 crystal clear, high-quality spirit stones emitting strong and dense light appeared in the clone space. Start sucking. Watching the light of the high-quality spirit stones go from strong to dim, and finally become the most ordinary, simplest, cracked, and no longer have any spiritual energy, Su Jun's heart was full of expectations. According to the rule that the more spirit stones are absorbed, the more powerful the new functions will be. After 3 cooling stages, the new functions that consumed more than 200,000 spirit stones, how powerful would that be? Even if it is not better than the clone's cultivation. It's okay to be on par with it. The last one. Almost. Done. Accompanied by the 18th high-quality spirit stone completely dimming and shattering. The black mark on his palm suddenly bloomed with a stronger black light than ever before. Almost at the same time, 18 new clones appeared in front of Su Jun, and this scene made Su Jun's eyes shine brightly. As long as the number of clones does not increase, it means that a new function has been born. Immediately, Su Jun decisively closed his eyes and his consciousness quickly dived. I see. With just one glance, he caught a brand new black shadow appearing in the void. It is similar to the appearance of the cultivation shadow. It's just that the cultivation shadow is sitting cross-legged while it is standing there. In the body of the cultivation shadow, there will be various meridians spread intricately, but it is different. In the body of the standing shadow, there is a round black ball located at the heart. The shadow itself is already black enough. But the black ball is deeper than it, as if it can swallow all the light. The cross-legged shadow represents the realm of cultivation, and what does the standing represent? But from the appearance, at least it can be determined that this new function should be at the same level as the cultivation shadow. No matter what it is, try to put it in Xiaohei first and you will know. With the experience of exploring new functions many times, Su Jun gradually adapted a lot. He only had one thought. He pushed a ball of perspective fog representing Xiaohei directly into the standing phantom. But it did not light up like the training phantom, nor did it bring any spiritual energy flow. It remained completely the same. Not only that, the perspective fog seemed to be attracted by some gravity, gradually flowing to the heart, and began to slowly rotate around the black ball. Go out and confirm. Seeing the reaction, Su Jun quickly withdrew from consciousness and carefully explored the changes in his body. However, after he observed back and forth for a long time, he found that there was no movement in his body at all. No reaction? It shouldn't be. Su Jun tried again and pushed several more Xiaohei in. As a result, they all began to rotate around the ball. But there was still no change in his body. This new function is a bit complicated. Su Jun was a little confused. The experience of opening new functions in the past was a bit ineffective at this time.
There must be something I didn't notice. Try again.
Su Zhan made various attempts again.
The result is obvious.
The blacks were happily spinning around the ball, but his body didn't change at all.
Could it be that the effect of this new function cannot be fed back in real time and needs to wait for a while?
Su Zhan thought of this, but felt it was unreliable. Even if it can't be fed back in real time, there will be some signs and reactions, right?
No reaction at all. It's really a bit strange.
Su Zhan pondered.
Master, I feel that the 5th level is approaching me and needs support.
At this time, the 58 blacks who were mining alone in the depths of a remote mine made a request. The 5th level can't be dealt with for the time being. It's not much more than the 4th level, and on average it's only 5,000 spirit stones per person, and it's easy to lose soldiers and generals.
Come back first, and I'll arrange another place for you.
Su Zhan's mind moved, and he took back the 58 blacks. But just as he sent it to the other blacks and continued to mine, suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration.
Yes. Didn't Xiaohei remind me of the hidden function before? I don't know, maybe they know.
Su Zhan suddenly thought of this. He immediately dived into consciousness again.
Tell me, why is the black ball around you not responding?
Su Zhan asked all the Xiaohei who were pushed into the standing shadow directly.
Master, you need to put in the corresponding items.
Yes, Master.
There is a lack of items in the black ball.
The Xiaohei talked about it and gave the answer directly.
Sure enough.
As the birth of the black mark, Xiaohei has the same origin as the standing shadow, and no one knows this thing better than them.
What items to put in? Su Zhan continued to ask.
Master, you need to put in the secret manual of the martial arts.
Secret manual of the martial arts? What the hell? Doesn't this mean the standing shadow can help him practice the martial arts? I understand everything. So that's it.
The cross-legged one is the cultivation phantom, and the one standing is the training phantom.
Wow, this is all possible.
Su Zhan was shocked beyond words.
Cultivation is already amazing enough. Practice again, how amazing would it be?
Cultivation, practice, the two biggest points for improving strength, all in place.
Wouldn't I have to do nothing in the future? I can increase my cultivation by lying down, and become infinitely stronger by lying down?
No wonder he tried for a long time just now and there was no response.
It turns out that you need to put something in it. This is the first time among several new functions. But, the training phantom is in my consciousness, how can I bring real objects into my consciousness? Su Zhan encountered a problem again. This time he didn't hesitate and asked the little blacks decisively. Master, you can drag the items from the clone space into the sphere.
The answer of the little blacks once again refreshed Su Zhan's cognition. The clone space is indeed not that simple. It is not only a place to store items, but also a bridge to communicate between your consciousness and real items.
Now everything is in place.
Not only can I practice on the go, but I can also practice on the go. It's incredible, it's really incredible. It just so happens that I have 2 subtle level exercises and 1 Hinayana level exercise on hand. I'm worried that it's difficult to practice on the subtle level, and I can't even understand the Hinayana level.
Put it in there and let it practice on the go. I'm not qualified to practice, but it may be qualified. And all 3 exercises are in there, maybe we can practice together? He had a little idea. He wanted to fix the bug a little. If we can practice together, then I can store more exercises in it in the future, 10 or 100, and master them all at once to perfection. Wouldn't that be wonderful? He did it right away. Su Zhan dived into consciousness.
Then he found the exercise jade slip in the clone space. As soon as the thought came to his mind, the jade slip of the technique was taken out by him and floated directly in the void.
Put it in.
When he pushed the jade slip of the technique into the training shadow, it was directly attracted by the sphere at the heart, just like the fog of vision. But it did not revolve around the sphere, but was directly sucked into the sphere. Wow! Suddenly, a golden light lit up, and the black sphere turned into a golden sphere in an instant, emitting dazzling golden light, which was extremely dazzling in the entire gray and empty space.
Okay. Is this really possible?
Su Zhan couldn't help but show a touch of joy on his face when he saw this. But before he could be overjoyed, the golden light suddenly dimmed, and the golden sphere quickly returned to its original black sphere. Even the jade slip of the technique was spit out by the sphere, expelled from the training shadow, and continued to float in the void.
Obviously,
Su Zhan's idea of bug card failed.
I thought too much.
The golden light can be emitted, which means that the jade slips of the exercises can be placed without any problems.
The only problem is the number of exercises.
In this case, I have to ask people to copy all these exercises into a book. Sujan's face was full of regret. It just so happens that I still have a copy of Blood Shadow Knife.
This should be okay, right?
Continue to pull out the Blood Shadow Knife exercise book from the clone space.
Put it directly into the training phantom again.
Then Sujan just watched Blood Shadow Knife being attracted into the sphere.
Wow!
Another golden light bloomed, and the sphere turned into a golden sphere again. But this time, even the visual fog surrounding the sphere gradually turned into gold, and none of them returned.
Success! Only one exercise can be placed at a time. If it exceeds, it will be returned. Go out and have a look.
Sujan opened his eyes. This time, he didn't need to deliberately check the changes in his body. He could already feel that all kinds of information about the Blood Shadow Knife were constantly being transmitted in his mind.
Not only that,
he could also feel slight changes in his arms, body, meridians, flesh, and blood. It's the Shohei who are practicing the Blood Shadow Knife.
They are practicing every move in the Blood Shadow Knife over and over again on my behalf.
The skills of the exercises and the derivative results brought about by the practice are all transmitted to me bit by bit.
I can feel it all very clearly.
Sujan's eyes flashed with brilliance, but it's different from the realm of cultivation. I can estimate the breakthrough time of the realm based on the growth of cultivation and the changes in the body. I can't estimate the breakthrough time of the exercises. Shohei, tell me, how long will it take for the Blood Shadow Knife to reach the primary level? This time Sujan learned his lesson and asked the Shohei who were helping him practice without any nonsense.
Master, it will take about 1 day. Master, it is estimated to be 1 day. It will take 1 day for me too.
The black guys answered quickly.
1 day. You can directly master an entry-level technique to the level of the primary level. Anyone who hears this speed will be amazed. But for Sujan, 1 day?
Too slow. You should know that this 1 day is the result of him investing 20 black guys to practice 24 hours a day. If converted to a normal practitioner, practicing diligently for about 8 hours a day, it will take 60 days or 2 months to get it done. This is also why Sujan has been practicing Blood Shadow Knife for a long time, but he still can't use it.
The technique is more difficult than cultivation.
Cultivation emphasizes talent, it is boring, and investing time will always pay off. The technique is not necessarily.
This thing emphasizes comprehension.
If you don't have enough comprehension, no matter how hard you work, it will be difficult to make up for it.
This is why many 4th and 5th level masters can only master an entry-level technique until they die.
20 is 1 day, and I have added 18 clones this time, so I can put in 80. In this way, it only takes 6 hours to reach the primary level. Not only that, the intermediate, advanced, and perfect levels can all be shortened accordingly.
Sujan's eyes flickered.
The primary level is just the initial mastery of the technique, and the strength has indeed improved a lot, but it is not enough. If you want every little black to have the strength to fight Joyuashan of the 4th level and the man with a mustache, you have to at least upgrade the Blood Shadow Knife to a high level. If you go one step further and reach the perfect level, one little black can crush Joyuashan of the 4th level and kill the man with a mustache head-on.
So many little blacks together. 5th level? Only 3 little blacks are needed to kill without loss. 6th level? 15 little blacks will have a chance to kill with minimal loss.
80 little blacks together, there is a chance to kill the 7th level.
Little blacks, don't mind for the time being, I'll go practice the exercises.
Yes, master.
80 little blacks were put into the practice shadow by Sujan.
All flew away, began to rotate around the golden sphere, and one by one they all turned into golden mist. When Sujan opened his eyes again, a large amount of information was pouring into his mind, and his whole body was slightly hot.
6 hours, I'll wait and see. Sujan raised his lips, it's time to go to Chunyang sect.
Then, he left the inn. He generously hired a carriage and headed for Chunyang sect. The remaining 2 Shohei, one was responsible for opening the way for him to scout, and the other stayed in Fengsher town to provide Sujan with food, supplies, weapons, elixirs and other assistance at any time.
On the other side, in the mine,
Lord Lu, it has been a whole day since we gathered, and the black-robed man has never appeared again. The captain of the 6th layer reported.
What about the 5th layer search? Lu Yunhai asked. They haven't found anything yet.
The captain of the 6th layer said, perhaps Sujan knows that no one can deal with him for the time being, so he chose to stop and hide for the time being. Let the 5th layer increase the intensity of the search and organize the miners to cooperate in the search. The black-robed man is here, and Su Zhan must be hiding somewhere.
Even if he rises 3 feet, he must be found for me. Lu Yunhai ordered.
Yes, Lord Lu. The captain of the 6th level just turned around and left. Before he reached the door, another 6th level rushed in with an anxious look.
He paused.
Lord Lu, 2 5th level died in mining area 5. It has been confirmed that it was done by the black-robed man.
Hit the 5th level?
The captain of the 6th level had his pupils shrink. And according to the miners who had witnessed the death of the 4th level before, the strength of the black-robed man has increased by more than a little this time.
The 5th level couldn't even survive a round in their hands. Strength improvement?
Lu Yunhai's face, which was not very good to begin with, became even uglier.
Are you kidding? It's only been a day, isn't it illogical for Su Zhan to become stronger?
Lord Lu. Another person hurried to report, in mining area 25, a 5th level was surrounded and killed.
3. If Su Zhan doesn't take action, it's fine. Once he does, it's a large-scale multiple attack.
Before Lu Yunhai could think about it and think of a countermeasure, someone else came. Lord Lu, something happened to the 5th level in the number 38 mining area. Lord Lu, 2 5th level in the number 41 mining area were surrounded and killed by black-robed people.
The life stone has been broken.
Lord Lu, bad news came one after another.
Almost every few minutes, there would be news of 1 or 2 5th level deaths. Bang!
With a loud bang, the bronze table in front of Lu Yunhai was hit on the spot and a hole was punched, and the whole thing collapsed. Call the 5th level back, don't let them die again.
Lu Yunhai almost gritted his teeth and gave the order.
The day before yesterday, he was still in high spirits, thinking about finding Su Zhan and killing him to take the treasure. Today, Su Zhan has slaughtered his mind to the point where he has to retreat.
Tomorrow my father will come in person. Su Zhan, you wait for me.
At the same time Su Zhan was sitting comfortably in the carriage, enjoying delicious food while counting the wealth he had looted from many 5th level masters.
Not bad, not bad.
Although the 5th level is not much richer than the 4th level, it is still rich.
Suddenly,
he seemed to feel something and immediately put down the spirit stone ticket in his hand. Close your eyes and feel it carefully.
The next moment,
whoosh, an invisible wind blew up, blowing the spirit stone tickets all over the carriage. The horse pulling the carriage outside seemed to feel the incredible momentum, and was so scared that it could not help but speed up a bit.
Su Zhan opened his eyes.
A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. 27 hours from not knowing the blood shadow knife at all to the current advanced realm.
This speed, I'm afraid that even the Yuan realm will cry when seeing it?
That's right. In the past 27 hours, Blood Shadow Knife not only successfully reached its primary realm, but also broke through the intermediate realm all the way. Until just now, it will break through again and reach the advanced level.
6 hours, primary realm. 9 hours, intermediate level. 12 hours, advanced realm.
By combination, just 27 hours. If this speed is known, it is estimated that the Qin will fall. Even Su Zhan was surprised when he learned of this efficiency from the mouth of young blacks.
Theoretically, it takes 6 hours to reach the junior.
Then the subsequent intermediate and senior. The difficulty of these realms must be higher, the time required must be longer, and it is not too much over a few times.
However, after 6 hours to elementary, it only takes 9 hours.
Only 1.5 times. Therefore, Su Zhan did not worry about the actual combat and continued to practice the little blacks. After 9 hours, he successfully broke through to the intermediate level. Then he learned that he could reach the senior level in 12 hours, and he was shocked.
So I just waited.
Finally, before 12 hours, Su Zhan had a sudden imagination and wanted to see how much the harvest efficiency between the intermediate Blood Shadow Sword and the senior Blood Shadow Knife was decisively dispatching 40 small black ores to the mine. In the field, there was no attack on the 5. Facts prove. The little blacks who have mastered the intermediate Blood Shadow Knife, killing Wuzhong is not like killing chickens, but compared to before, it is almost one underground in the sky. Creating the 5-faced photo one face. Without 3 rounds, you can kill the 5 on the spot. Even if Wuzhong died, he wanted to fight back, and show he could barely resist the offensive with Blood Shadow Knife. It would not be as good as before. Because of this, in such a short time, they quickly killed so many 5 weights, making Su Zhan gain a lot. Now that it has been improved to advanced, the killing efforts to the 5 are more fierce, and the harvesting efficiency will be higher.
Xiaohei, how long does it take to achieve it? Su Zhan asked immediately.
Master, take about 5 days.
5 days. That is about 120 hours.
Because there are currently only 40 small blacks in practice, if all 80 are together, it can be reduced to 2.5 days in 5 days, which is 60 around.
Obviously, the successful time requirement is the sum of the previous 3 realms. But relatively speaking, the improvement brought by the perfect realm is also the highest. In the Blood Shadow Knife, it can erupt 1.5 times the power.
The aura consumes huge consumption, and it has a maximum of 3 times. In Intermediate, 2 times the outbreak, and you can go out 5 times. Advanced, it is still 2 times the force, but it can be set up 10 times. Only Complete, 3 times the power, 15 times. It is really fast in 2.5 days, but I can't wait.
The people in the mine have all gathered together. How can I let it go?
There was a touch of madness in Sujan's eyes.
What is crazy? He wants to let 80 little black directly positively fight against the penalty team.
Even if the other party has gathered nearly 504, more than 75, 96, and a 7 heavy mine owner is there. But Sujan still wants just. If 80 little black goes to mining, 300 spiritual stones per person per day, and a day of 24,000 income.
As long as 8 quadrules are killed, all the entire day of the day can be worth.
More than 10, he made a small profit.
More than 20, he made a lot of money. More than 30, he earns blood.
Cultivation is not cost effective, 80 small black, 5 times efficiency, it takes 10 days to get the 5 weights.
This time has to be reduced. The 12th stage requires 54 million spiritual stones. At present, I have about 90,000, and there are 450,000 vacancies. Either kill 150 quadrules or 95.5.
But no matter which one kills, the benefits are better than other choices.
The most important thing is to let them feel well. What is fear?
So far, he is only generally targeted at the 4 heavies in favors.
For the mine owner, at most, it will only damage some face. But if it is a frontal war, the situation will be completely different.
Regardless of your 6 and 7 heavy weights, he rushed hard in front of you, and the waves were finished.
After 24 hours, there will be a wave of waves. It's just to kill you, until you are so cold.
Brothers, ready to work.
Nympho at this moment.
Outside of the huge punishment hall, people are full of people.
All are 4, 5.
One by one side, complaining. When talking about the black robe or mentioning the word Sujan, he would hate gritting his teeth, and the hatred in his eyes was almost condensed into essence. Master Lu, except for the 11/5 that were damaged, the remaining 73.5 of the 5 have gathered here.
The captain's 6th captain reported. Lu Yunhai looked at Wu Yan's 4 heavy crowd, with gloomy complexion and no words. I can think of dreaming.
He has a 7 weight, leading 9-6, and His Majesty, 85, and the order of nearly 604. In the end, a 4-fighter guy was killed and turned around.
Even now I have to gather together. It's just shame.
If this matter were heard by other disciples in the sect, they would probably laugh so hard that they would fall backwards, hold their stomachs and pound the ground, and laugh until tears came out.
Fortunately, as soon as my father arrives, this embarrassing situation will be alleviated.
Let them sleep on the floor tonight, and no one is allowed to leave without my permission.
Yes, Lord Lu. After giving the order, Lu Yunhai turned around and returned to the punishment hall. At the edge,
the 4-level disciples shook their heads and sighed. We have to sleep on the floor again.
We can't eat well for several days in a row, and we can't go to the brothel. It's really uncomfortable. It's time to enjoy it? Save your life first. Then Sujan has a deep hatred with others, so why does he target us?
That's right. When I go back, I have to kill a few guys and vent my anger.
What's the point of killing people to vent your anger?
It must be fun to go to the brothel to vent, hee. The whole group of people laughed. But one of the 4-fold masters was laughing, and it seemed that he saw something, and the smile on his face froze instantly. He was seen staring with wide eyes, trembling all over, pointing at the dark place not far away with a face full of fear, trembling. Black robe people.
What black robe people? There are so many of us here, how dare they come damn?
Someone turned his head to take a look while joking, and the result was that this one look scared him to death. A black-robed figure that was so familiar that it was imprinted in their minds and formed a shadow for a lifetime was holding a long knife and rushing towards them.
Black robe people. It's a black robe person. The black robe person is coming.
The exclamation sounded suddenly.
It attracted the attention of everyone present at once.
So, everyone saw the black-robed man who had rushed to the edge, without any hesitation, and slashed a 4th fold who fell down in panic. Blood splattered, and wailing sounded. Just as they were about to react, a large group of black-robed people, as many as 70 or 80, appeared out of nowhere like rain, falling from the sky and directly into the crowd of the fourth level. In an instant, the wailing, shouting, screaming, the sound of flesh being pierced, the sound of weapons colliding, all boiled up at this moment. After just 10 seconds, a sixth-level captain rushed out of the punishment hall. Seeing the whole group of black-robed people, his pupils dilated, and a chill inexplicably arose in his back. How dare they do this to so many of us? What is a big scene? This is. Is this not much better than any 3D special effects war? The other end. Through the first angle of the little blacks, Sujan really felt the entire scene of 80 Xiaohei connected to the short soldiers of hundreds of people and fighting each other. The flesh flew, cut off the limbs, beheaded the skull, and even divided the human body into two bloody pictures, directly dumping various large blocks of end streets in previous lives. Especially when I think of the death of each opponent, it represents the benefits of thousands of spiritual stones. Sujan not only had no discomfort, but was particularly excited. If you come again at this time, you will be more perfect. Yes. That's it. Look at so many people. I was scared by dozens of little blacks and weeping wolf. Don't blame you, who makes me small black, not afraid of death or life? Yes, killing is important, but don't forget to search for their things, especially Lingshire tickets. This is very important. Although the merits have reached the advanced level and the attack power has improved a lot, the 5.5 weight is still too reluctant. While watching, Sujan looked at all kinds of complaints, and then directed some of the small blacks. At this time, his perspective was dark and interrupted. But at the last moment, Sujan saw the person who shot, and he was 6. 6 offensives are really sharp. At this moment, Sujan really appreciated the gap between the two small realms. Fortunately, it wasn't that he faced it himself, otherwise, this situation was really the same as the opposite side, and he was scared in minutes. But the gap now will gradually make up for it in the future. Sujan's eyes flashed. Just the 6-year area, with his current number of avatars and cultivation efficiency, it can reach the 5-day 5th day, and sprint the 6th to death for 1 month, then cooperate with the micro-level exercises far exceeding the same level, didn't kill a 6th? When Sujan once again chose another little black perspective, he saw a man in white as soon as he went up, and was crushing the slaughter at the small blacks. The fan in his hand was scratched, and the little black head flew. As soon as the fan was stabbed, Xiaohei eyebrows were hit, and they broke up on the spot. The most outrageous is that he dumped the fan, turned into a sharp white, and passed through 2 small black heads in a row, killing on the spot. Obviously, this lethality and means have exceeded the category of 6. The entire mine can have such strength, only one person. Mine owner, it's him. Sujan narrowed his eyes, listened to the names of those people, surname Lu? Very good, I will stare at you in the future. He was very clear that it was the mining owner of the surname of Lu that he would make the entire mine so moved to search himself. There are head debts and owners. Isn't this the head, isn't it the lord? Suddenly, a white light struck, and Sujan's eyes were dark again, and it was interrupted. No 80 little black, the whole army is overwhelmed. Fortunately, this time the harvest is good, with 80 people, changed 34 warriors, full 12,000 spirit stone. 12,000 Lingshire, it sounds much less than 280,000 in the night before. Don't forget, last time it was a sneak attack, a group fight, a few killing one, or even a dozen of them. There are hundreds of people and 80 people, and in the end, they can still gain such a lot, which is already extremely rich. After a day, change the posture and come again. Sujan slowly drank his mouth wine. I have a journey to Qinyang Zone for 3 or 4 days. After the official entry into Zongmen, there is enough time to raise the realm strength and exercises all over again. At that time, including this mine owner, one cannot run. Nympho Master Lu, all these corpses are the same and disappear. In front of the punishment, the blood flowed into a river, and a wolf borrowed. The black robe on the ground has become the biggest shadow in many 4-hearted 5 hearts. At a glance, you will be afraid of heart. Even Lu Yunhai, at this moment when he saw those black robes, he couldn't help but beating his forehead and giggling his hands. Provocative. Knew Sujan was provoking him at all. With his body incarnation and not afraid of death, he killed a bunch of quadruple personnel in front of himself. But Lu Yunhai was angry. He has no strategy to respond at all. The only thing that can be done is to kill those black robes, but he knows that killing these ghosts is useless. Maybe it will appear again, and it will be as good as flies. Everyone tonight, including me, stay here until my father comes.
After Lu Yunhai was angry, he also recognized reality. If you can't do it yourself, let your father get it, no matter what means, this breath must be made. Yes, Master Lu. Nympho time turns. 24 hours have passed. Owner. 80 little blacks are all safely resurrected. Go, take another trip and continue to give them a lesson. Su Zhan decisively ordered. Subsequently, a little black was transmitted to the nearby Xiaohei, Fengshurzhen, and went straight to the mine. Soon, it had quietly arrived at the punishment hall. Seeing the crowds of 4th, 5th, and 6th level personnel at the entrance of the punishment hall, Xiaohei didn't hesitate, and ran straight over like last time. It's the black-robed man. The black-robed man is here again. The screams rang out again. The next moment, 79 Xiaohei fell from the sky again, ready to kill again. Suddenly, a small red light flew across the night sky at a speed beyond the human eye. Then Su Zhan was so shocked that he sat up directly from the car. What the hell? In just one breath, nearly half of the black fog in the perspective turned from black to gray-white. Half of the people died in one encounter? Dead, all dead, only one left. The remaining black fog in the perspective also turned gray-white in the next breath. Only one person was left, still alive. It's the support from the Chunyang sect. With this strength, I'm afraid, at least it has to be the Yuan realm. Su Zhan looked solemn. I thought the support would not come so quickly, and I could fight 2 more waves and harvest more spiritual stones. I never thought that it would arrive in such a short time, and it seemed that they had ambushed me. Go and have a look. Since the other party left a survivor for me, it means that even Yuan Jing is interested in Xiaohei's existence. Similarly, Su Zhan is also interested in Yuan Jing. The next moment, he entered the perspective of the only Xiaohei. With just one glance, he saw the middle-aged man in purple robe who was holding Xiaohei's throat and lifting him up. His face was dignified, his eyes were like lightning, and his appearance was 3 points similar to Lu Yunhai. He was staring straight at the strange faceless black shadow in front of him after he took off the mask. According to Yunhai, you should have a way to disappear, and I can't stop you from disappearing, but you are still in my hands, which means someone is watching behind you. The middle-aged man said, It's you, Su Zhan. Oh my god. Are all the people in the Yuan realm so smart? However, Su Zhan heard the information he wanted from him. Even if the other party is a Yuan realm existence, he can't restrict Xiaohei in any way. The advantage is mine. It's a pity that Xiaohei can't speak, otherwise I will definitely stimulate him. Provoking a Yuan realm with the 4th level of the mortal realm, this kind of crazy thing that is almost like seeking death, not many people can do it. Su Zhan is an exception. As long as he can't catch his real body, let alone provoking the Yuan realm, he dares to say something even to the Dan realm. It seems that I guessed right. You can see and hear my words through this external incarnation. In this case, I will give you a chance to live. If you have such a treasure, you can't even exert 1/10 of its power. If you hand over the treasure to me, I will spare your life. Don't think you can escape from my palm. You are only the 4th level, and I am the mid-stage of the Yuan realm. It's easy to find you. Not only that, I can command thousands of disciples above the 7th level of the mortal realm. Even if you have such a strange treasure and strange means, you can't even think of turning over. Lu Tsongyun, that is, Lu Yunhai's father, said threatening and fierce words in a calm tone. As a Yuan realm, how could Lu Tsongyun be polite to a mere 4th level, who was like an ant in his eyes? Ha! Everyone is like Zhou Yuashan, really treating me as a soft persimmon, right? Su Zhan's eyes surged with a touch of cruelty. I know you are anxious to seize the treasure, but don't threaten me right away. At least use some tricks, sugar-coated bullets, smiling but hiding a knife, etc. He was outspoken right away, oppressing the Yuan realm, and commanding thousands of disciples. If I were in front of them now, I'm afraid all the 10 tortures would be used on me. As for letting me go? Not only do they treat him as a soft persimmon, but they also treat him as a fool. Immediately. The other side. Xiaohei slowly raised his hand, and under the gaze of everyone, he raised his middle finger to Lu Tsongyun. Lu Tsongyun frowned. Although he didn't know what the middle finger meant, he could sense that it was definitely not a good sign. Immediately, he exerted force on his palm, and the strange human-shaped black shadow suddenly disintegrated and turned into black smoke and disappeared. It's really strange. Lu Tsongyun retracted his hand, and his eyes showed a gleam of light. He received the news this morning and rushed to the mine at noon. When he learned from Lu Yunhai and others that Su Zhan had such strange means, he was still a little bit unconvinced.
He had lived for so many years and had never heard of such a strange treasure. In 1 month, he raised the first level to the 4th level. He could create 70 or 80 external incarnations that were completely synchronized with the original strength. The external incarnations could also be summoned at any time, and could be invisible and hard to defend against. All kinds of wonders made Lu Tsongyun feel a little too outrageous. But now he saw it. He had to admit that even he was moved. No wonder his son would go to such great lengths to get the treasure. If it were him, he would make the same choice. Dad, am I right? The treasures and skills in his hands are extremely strange. In my opinion, at least they must be top spiritual tools, and maybe even spiritual treasures. Lu Yunhai said. Primary spiritual tools are used by those below the 7th level of the mortal realm. Intermediate spiritual tools can be controlled by those above the 7th level of the mortal realm. High-level spiritual tools can only be activated normally by people in the early Yuan realm or above. Forcibly using them in ordinary realms will result in huge backlash. Top-level spiritual tools are coveted treasures by people in the late Yuan realm. As for the spiritual treasures of the next level, they are exclusive to the Dan realm. Lu Tsongyun is in the middle stage of the Yuan realm, with only one high-level spiritual weapon in his hand. He is particularly eager for top-level spiritual weapons, not to mention spiritual treasures. He is in the 4th level. Although his location cannot be determined, he will not run far. Lu Tsongyun said, I will mobilize Lu Xiuwen's gang to search for his whereabouts. You go to the underground black market and offer a reward for his information. Dad, won't you send more people? There are thousands of disciples above the 7th level under your command, stupid. Lu Tsongyun interrupted him directly, his eyes sharp. The disciples above the 7th level are mixed, greedy and reckless. Do you think they cannot find out the reason? Can they keep the secret? Once the treasure is leaked, you and I will never see the treasure. Dad, Yunhai was reckless. Lu Yunhai woke up and nodded to apologize. Of course he knew what kind of ruthless people the Qinyang sect was. For the sake of a treasure, they would do anything. Some Dan realms would even lower their status to snatch things from Yuan realm juniors. If they knew that such a magical treasure existed, I'm afraid that not only Dan realms, but even higher Xian realms would get involved in the fight. You can go ahead and do it. I will continue to guard here. If there is any news, let me know immediately. Yes. This is not going to be easy. If Yuan realms stay in the mine, I will not only kill people, but even mining will be difficult. But I still have the choice of practicing and cultivating. But what bothers me most right now is, do I still have to join Qinyang sect? That Yuan realm is a member of Qinyang sect. The disciples of Qinyang sect are about to be mobilized to search for his whereabouts. If I run to join Qinyang sect again, wouldn't I be walking into a trap? However, if you don't join the Qinyang sect, you can take over the mine in justification. If you forcibly plunder, it will inevitably trigger a greater chase of Qinyang sect. Of course, he can rely on the avatar to easily protect himself, coupled with the means of cultivation, practice, and other means to quickly improve his strength, and he will kill the people who chase him all the way. But how much will the movement of the movement? How many people will know that he is with a heavy treasure? How many people will be like Zhou Yuashan? In this Yuanjing, you can't quickly find him to kill him? At that time, there will be more to count the strong people who are chasing themselves. Unless, I can change my status, especially the change of appearance. In this way, I can easily hidden in the Qinyang sect and play with one handlight. Su Zhan's eyes flashed. Change the name, change the appearance, not to mention too long, at least in the short term, he must not be found. When he mixes a little for a year and a half in Qinyang zone, Yuanjing? Killed directly. Just right, there will be a small city in front of you, you can choose a method that is easy to change appearance, and inquire about Chenyangzong by the way. If you change the constant practitioners, you will basically not have such a temporary idea of learning an exercise method. For them, it is difficult to practice alone. Well, can there be a chance to break through the year of the monkey? Nympho the second day. Yirong Gong is ready. Little blacks have also been resurrected. First take out blood shadow knife, then put Yirong Gong in, and then push all the little blacks in, do you? When I saw the small blacks collectively became golden, after starting to rotate, Su Zhanjing asked, Xiaohei, how long does it take to reach the primary? Master, it takes 15 hours. What time is longer than the advanced realm of blood shadow knife? Intersection. It is no wonder that no one goes to cultivate this thing. It is difficult to say, and it will not improve any combat effectiveness, and it is rarely used.
Fortunately, for Sujan, it was just 15 hours of hanging up. Master, I have obtained information about Chunyang Zone.
At this time, Xiao Hei's voice sounded in his mind. Then there was a thick book in the avatar space. The above is the Chunyang sect's information that Sujan deliberately asked Xiao Hei to go to the market to find someone to buy a large price to buy a lot of money, including the history of the history, the rules of the wild, the rules of the ancestors, and the information of the people. Su Zhandang immediately took it out and read it carefully. Just opening the first page, Susket's eyes were full of light. The 5 of the Zongmen Tai. In the Zongmen, you will never be allowed to shoot the same door. There is this iron, I am in the sect, it is stable. Chunyang sect. It is the largest, absolute and dominant behemoth within tens of thousands of miles. The towns under its control are as numerous as stars, from the small town guarded by Yuan realm, the big city guarded by Dan realm, the huge city guarded by Xin realm, the core city guarded by Ling realm. All the towns are scattered and spread out, forming a network. With just one order, countless cultivators will swarm out, forming a wave of extremely terrifying power. And what Su Zhan entered at this moment was the headquarters of Chunyang sect. A huge mountain gate that is 100 meters high. Looking from afar, there are towering palaces located on the 10,000-meter high mountains. If you look around again, you can see many huge peaks suspended in the sky 10,000 meters high. What makes Su Zhan most emotional and can't help but sigh is the countless boys and girls who come every day and want to worship Chunyang sect. There are more people than when I came last time. Even the examiners have added 2 more. It seems that the Yuan Jing is not exaggerating. It is not just talk that he commands thousands of disciples above the 7th level of the mortal realm. Seeing these scenes again, it was more prosperous than the last time he came, and Su Zhan couldn't help but sigh. But at that time, he was only at the 1st level of the mortal realm. He was not conspicuous at all among tens of thousands of boys and girls. But now he is already at the 4th level of the mortal realm. When the boys and girls in front and behind him saw him, they had to nod slightly in fear and then shouted, "Sir, please." So, Su Zhan had only been here for less than a quarter of an hour. Without saying a word, he easily went from the end of the team to the front of the team. Even the examiner felt the unique momentum of the 4th level from Su Zhan, and saw the word 16 years old written on the form Su Zhan handed over, and couldn't help looking Su Zhan up and down. After confirming that his bone age was really 16 years old, his expressionless and impatient face was now filled with enthusiasm. A 16-year-old 4th level, young people are formidable. Your name is Lu Wujian, right? You don't need to take the test, you passed it directly. This is your sect token. After dripping blood, you will be officially admitted to the sect and become one of the disciples of Chunyang sect. Lu Wujian is the name after Su Zhen changed his appearance and name. He had learned it clearly on the way here. The mine owner is named Lu Yunhai. The Yuanjing who threatened him is named Lu Tsongyun, his father. So Su Zhen simply named himself Lu. As for Wujian, he took the 2 words of the Hinayana level technique Wujian purgatory method, and after combining them, it sounds quite domineering. With this token, you can go to the logistics pavilion to collect new clothes, spiritual tools, techniques, elixirs, spiritual stones, and other items. Remind you, the books about the sect's iron rules must be read carefully. If you make a mistake, the punishment will be very severe. The examiner reminded. Obviously, there was some fawning in this exhortation. Even the boys and girls queuing behind him looked at Su Zhan with awe at this moment. A 16-year-old mortal realm level 4, either with a very strong background or a very strong talent, anyway, no matter which one, he is a dragon among men, and they must look up to him. Okay, Examiner Lan, thank you. Su Zhan deliberately glanced at the examiner's nameplate and nodded slightly. With such a reaction, the examiner's face became more enthusiastic and his mood improved a lot. Next. Wow! As Su Zhan dripped his blood on the sect token, the token suddenly lit up, forming a vague and intimate connection with Su Zhan. This is the sect's identity card. Only by dripping blood to recognize the master can one be officially network certified and be recognized by the Chunyang sect as a member of the sect's disciples. From this moment on, in the sect, neither they nor their son can attack me openly. Su Zhan's heart, which had been hanging in the air, was slightly relieved. The only thing to be vigilant about is the sect trial. He had already learned about it through intelligence. As a disciple, there are only 3 things he must do in the sect. 1. A fixed monthly, must perform sect mission. This is easy to say. It can be easily completed by handing it to Xiao Hei. It is not a problem at all. You can even use Xiaohei to brush up a wave of sect contribution points and improve your sect title and treatment. 2. The sect competition. Every 3 months, you will compete with disciples of the same realm. The weak will be directly eliminated and expelled from the sect. There is no need to worry about this either. With a cheat and plenty of time, if he is so bad that he is eliminated at the bottom of the same level, he might as well die. 3. Sect trial. As the name suggests, it is a trial given by the sect. Once every 6 months, it forces disciples to leave the sect's comfort zone and go to the outside world to perform a difficult task. If you pass, you can get a lot of sect contribution points. If you fail, there will be no punishment once or twice, but if you fail too many times, you will be considered a waste of the sect and expelled from the sect. Su Zhan is not worried about the trial mission. Xiaohei is out. One person is worth 100. No matter what trial you are in, you can directly crush it. But he must leave the sect, which is really painful. As long as he leaves the sect, even if he just walks out 1 meter, he will be responsible for his own life and death. Once the Liu family father and son know his identity, they will definitely ambush him outside the sect during the trial. I can only hope that they find out as late as possible, so that I can have enough strength to protect myself. Su Zhan knew very well. His disguise skill is only an entry-level skill, and it is still at the elementary level. It's no problem to hide it from the 5th, 6th and 7th levels, but if you want to hide it from the Yuan realm, it's really difficult. In another half-day's work, my blood shadow sword will be able to completely reach the perfect state. Then I can transfer all of them to idle training to quickly improve the state. The next step is to place the micro-level skills. The time to master the micro-level will not be short. I should be more low-key and buy a little more time. Go and collect the new items first, and then find a secluded place. The fewer people you see, the lower the probability of exposure. Su Zhan silently made a series of plans. Soon, he arrived at the logistics pavilion. Lu Wujian, this is your thing, put it away. After receiving a pile of clothes, pills, spiritual weapons, techniques and other items, Su Zhan immediately turned around and left. Phew! Suddenly, along with the sound of a crane, the surrounding area suddenly became extremely noisy. Wow! It's Fairy Lin. Beautiful, so beautiful. I have seen many beauties, but this is the first time in my life that she is so stunning. Is this the rumored Fairy Lin? When I saw her today, she is so stunningly beautiful that she is truly extraordinary. When Fairy Lin comes here, is she probably going to accept another disciple? It's a pity. Fairy Lin is very beautiful, but she doesn't teach her disciples at all, and her relationship with other Yuan realms is extremely bad. If you become her disciple, I'm afraid it will be the same as giving up your future. Look, there are a few second-level and third-level little guys over there who can't help but raise their hands and want to join Fairy Lin's disciples. The next 3 years of these people will be completely ruined. While Su Zhan listened to the chattering of the disciples around him, he curiously turned around to look at Fairy Lin, who they said was incredibly beautiful. I have to say, when Su Zhan first saw the beautiful figure standing on a crane in the distance, dressed in green clothes, with waist-length black hair blowing in the wind, even he stood stunned for a second or two. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Incomparable, no blind spots, unique beauty. Almost all the celebrities Su Zhan had seen in his previous life were compared to others. Only those flawless faces in photos could compare with them. And it's not just faces. That figure. That arc. That waist. Who can read it without being confused? I, Lin Xingxuan, will accept 5 disciples today. If you want to join my sect, raise your hand and I will choose. Lin Xingxuan had no expression on her face and spoke coldly. These were obviously very ordinary words, but they made some of the disciples who were blinded by sex cheer and shout with excitement. Su Zhan finally reacted at this time. Have a bad relationship with other Yuanjings? Are you not teaching yourself at all? Then isn't this the master of my dreams? Join the sect and worship a famous teacher. This is almost the biggest original intention and wish of all disciples who join Chunyang's sect. Once a disciple who originally came from a poor family worships a certain Yuanjing, his value will skyrocket immediately. His background is extremely strong. With the support of Yuanjing, who dares to offend? But Su Zhan joined Chunyang's sect purely for the legitimate purpose of taking over the mine and developing peacefully. For him, choosing a famous teacher to show off is stupid. He has so many cheats, and he still needs others to guide him? The upgrade speed of those Yuanjing Danjing may not be as fast as him. However, the appearance of Lin Xingxuan made him brighten his eyes. Not only can he develop peacefully, but he can also be blessed by a Yuanjing. The key is that other disciples have said that Lin Xingxuang is completely incompatible with other Yuanjing, which naturally cuts off the possibility of getting acquainted with Lu Yun, and also cuts off social contacts with other Yuanjing and other disciples. Give him complete and full freedom to develop. Master Lin, I am willing to worship you. Immediately, Su Zhan raised his hand decisively and spoke. His words caused some disciples around him to glance at him subconsciously. As a result, the faces of the disciples suddenly showed surprise. Those little guys in the second and third levels were just for beauty, and they didn't know how to do it. This fourth level is also going to destroy his own future? But after everyone was slightly surprised, they didn't say anything more. They walked a few steps to the side silently, keeping a distance from Su Zhan, as if they were afraid that this stupidity would spread to them. Are you sure? Lin Xingxuang locked onto Su Zhan at a glance. When she saw that he was actually a fourth level of the mortal realm, she didn't show any joy or happiness. Instead, her beautiful eyebrows slightly frowned and asked back. Obviously, even she knew that her reputation was out there, and most disciples kept a distance from her. But the sect has mandatory regulations, and the Yuan realm has clear indicators for accepting disciples, otherwise the various salaries and benefits will be reduced, and even the quota for going to the secret realm will be affected to a certain extent. She has to accept a few disciples every few months, otherwise, with her personality, how can she show up so much? She doesn't care if she delays a second or third level. But the other party is a fourth level, and he looks very young, so she still doesn't want to ruin his future. I have made up my mind, please help me, master. Su Zhan said firmly. How can he not be firm when he can meet a Yuan realm master who fits him so well? Okay, you and the four of you will be my disciples in the future, give me the sect token. Then, Lin Xingxuang held the sect token of the 5 people in his hand, and after inputting a period of spiritual energy, the sect token flourished. Somewhere in the dark, Su Zhan felt that there was also a vague connection between himself and Lin Xingxuang. This is a map. It marks the location of my territory. Go there on your own. After saying that, without waiting for the disciples to reply, the crane under Lin Xingxuang's feet flapped its wings and took off, carrying Lin Xingxuang straight into the sky, and finally disappeared from everyone's sight. Take care, fellow disciples. You are real warriors. We are ashamed of ourselves. One piece of advice. Your master is not popular in the sect's Yuan realm. In the next 3 years, fellow disciples, it is best to keep a low profile. If something really goes wrong, even if your master wants to help, it may be too late. Don't panic. You will have the opportunity to choose your master again in 3 years. Some of the other disciples teased, some gloated, and some gave sincere advice. This also made the second and third level disciples who had already entered the sect but did not understand the situation well after learning about Lin Xingxuang's character. Only Su Zhan, with a smile on his lips, went straight to Lin Xingxuang's territory according to the markings on the map. It must be said that the Chunyang sect is indeed huge. It took Su Zhan half a day to reach a territory in the Yuan realm. We're here. When Su Zhan finally arrived at the foot of the mountain in Lin Xingxuang's territory, a domineering aura suddenly burst out from his body. At the same time, the golden ball at the heart of the phantom in his consciousness suddenly burst into a brilliant golden light. Then the secret book of Blood Shadow Knife was expelled, and everything returned to darkness. Blood Shadow Knife successfully reached the perfect state. His strength, along with the strength of Xiaohe, has risen again. Directly placed the invincible gold and stone body of the micro level. Su Zhan has not been idle these days. Whenever he has time, he copies the exercises. 2 micro level and 1 Hinayana level, all of which were copied into a book by him. Xiaohe, how long will it take to reach the primary level? Master, it takes 10 days. Good guy. It is indeed a micro level exercise. The entry level is calculated by hours, but it is calculated by days, and it takes 10 days. 80 Shohei, working 24 hours a day for 10 days, is equivalent to Su Zhan's own practice for 2,400 days. In other words, normally, it would take him 6.5 years to barely master this subtle level of practice to the elementary level. In contrast, Su Zhan's comprehension is really average. What about the other I Ching body shaping classic? Su Zhan changed one to test. Master, it takes 13 days. The difficulty of internal skills is obviously higher than that of external skills. The subtle level starts at 10 days, how much should the Hinayana level be? 100 days? Su Zhan curiously put the copy of Infernal Purgatory Method in it. Shohei, report the number. Master, it takes 3,148 days to reach the primary level of this technique. This number made Su Zhan himself gasp. All the black guys are working at full speed. It will take 8.5 years to reach the primary level of this Hinayana technique? If he were to do it normally, wouldn't he have no chance in this life? The Hinayana level can't be counted on for the time being. Since the technique and cultivation are both 10 days, it's better to improve the realm first and improve the strength of the black guys. In the future, whether it's hunting beasts or taking on sect missions or bounty missions, they can all be of great use. The mine can't be given up either. I also arranged for the black guys to explore other mines. Not to mention that the journey takes at least 7 days. It's not easy to find a relatively hidden mine with a large enough capacity and a weak owner. Su Zhan has already made up his mind. Since killing people and stealing treasures is not feasible for the time being, he has to try more other ways. For example, sect missions. Although it is used by disciples to earn sect contribution points, there are also many spiritual stones to be harvested. The other is bounty missions. Issued by disciples from other sects, high-priced bounties are offered for materials of fierce beasts, natural treasures, magic weapons, etc. There will even be assassination, bodyguard, and other tasks. The higher the difficulty, the more generous the spiritual stone reward. There is also hunting fierce beasts. There is a beast treasure pavilion in the sect that purchases fierce beast materials for a long time. As long as the fierce beast is killed, the most important part of it is dissected and taken back, and it can be exchanged for a lot of spiritual stones for a long time. Of course, in comparison, which of these 3 things is as stable as mining? Working 24 hours a day, no risk, earning 1 dig and 1 dig, and you don't have to find someone to settle it. It can be said to be as stable as an old dog. It is precisely because of these benefits that Su Zhan said that he would control a mine that belongs to his own management. Master. At this time Su Zhan had already reached the top of the mountain and stopped. He bowed to Lin Qingxuan, who was feeding cranes in the courtyard not far away. Lu Wujian, right? Lin Qingxuan glanced at Su Zhan casually. I don't ask why you changed your face, but I have accepted you as my disciple. If you are bullied in the future, just tell me my name and ask for help. But if you are killed because of bullying others, I will not save you, really. Lin Qingxuan's words made Su Zhan's heart tremble. This little trick of changing one's appearance that he had learned on the spur of the moment couldn't be hidden from people in the Yuan realm. As for what Lin Qingxuan said later, Su Zhan was somewhat impressed by his beautiful cheap master. In this world where the strong are respected, there are not many people with such righteous views. Disciple accepts the order. Su Zhan nodded slightly. Despite this, he didn't intend to tell the other party about the Lu family and his son. Just having a good outlook on life doesn't mean that he won't be greedy. If he asks her for help, she might end up giving her away. There are many houses left by disciples in the back mountain. Just pick one. If there is nothing important, don't disturb me. Yes, master. Su Zhan arrived at the back mountain. I saw many cabins that had been deserted for a long time. He decisively chose a small house in the most remote corner, close to the jungle. It was at least 10 kilometers away from Lin Qingxuan's courtyard. This distance made Su Zhan feel safe. The house was already filled with thick dust. There were damages everywhere and the house was leaking. 58 black, come out and clean up. 59 black, come out and repair the house. Su Zhan gave the order. The 2 little guys jumped out and started working without saying a word. Being in a poor house is not a problem at all, but having no one to take care of you is a big problem. The debts between Lu and his son will be settled with you slowly when I become stronger. Now drink some wine and eat some side dishes. I will be as happy as a god. Su Zhan started to enjoy it immediately. In a blink of an eye. Half a month has passed since the last day. Lu Songyun and Su Zhan looked at each other from a distance. Master. A 9th-level mortal led a group of 8th-level and 7th-level disciples into a mine. He bowed to Lu Songyun, who was observing the craters and debris on the mine wall. You failed by not bringing anyone here. Lu Songyun glanced at Lu Xiuwen, who was at the 9th level of the mortal realm, and said calmly. Disciple is incompetent. Lu Xiuwen and his disciples bowed their heads and admitted their mistake. Tell me what you found. Lu Songyun didn't seem surprised by this, nor did he blame the disciples. He asked very calmly. We found clues about Su Zhan through the portrait at the carriage merchant in Fengshe town. Since the carriage purchased by Su Zhan was relatively high-end, we could easily follow its trajectory. But after finding out about Burning Stone City at that time, the clue was completely interrupted. Lu Xiuwen said, his horse was left in Burning Stone City, and the man seemed to have evaporated without any trace.
Burning Stone City?
Of course Lu Tsongyun knew that Burning Stone City was a small city thousands of miles away from Chunyang sect, and he knew all the people in the Yuan realm it guarded. But what surprised him was that Su Zhan's route seemed to be in the direction of Chunyang sect. We explored around the city, walked around many places to inquire, and even used your name to get the help of the city lord. Finally, we found out at a stall in a mobile market that we had seen Su Zhan choose the exercises at the booth. Since the stalls in the mobile market are often set up by passing cultivators, they will leave after the transaction is completed. We spent a lot of time asking other places within the radius, but we were unable to obtain any effective information. At this point, the clues are completely interrupted. Lu Xiuwen lowered his head and said, "Master, this disciple is incompetent and must voluntarily accept punishment." "Senior brother Lu, you have done a good job, there is no need to blame yourself." Lu Yunhai, who had been listening from the side, comforted him. After hearing this, Lu Xiuwen and other disciples breathed a sigh of relief. With this little junior brother helping them talk, Master won't embarrass them too much.
Do you know what technique he chose? Lu Tsongyun asked. Not sure. Lu Xiuwen shook his head. Master. At this time, a 7th level junior brother said slightly nervously, "Is it possible that it's a disguise type of technique?" We were comparing portraits all the way. Some people had seen him before in Burning Stone City, but not at all after Burning Stone City. Traces. Only by being able to change your appearance can you, junior brother. I have said that this possibility is indeed possible, but don't forget that camouflage exercises are often much more difficult to practice than weapon exercises, internal and external skills. In such a short time, how can it be mastered? Lu Xiuwen directly interrupted the junior brother's words and said helplessly. No, Lu Yunhai said, it may not be possible for us, but it is extremely possible for Su Zhan. This time it was Lu Xiuwen's turn to be confused. No kidding. A bunch of them are useless. Can it be done with just a quadruple layer?
Yunhai is right, he does have this possibility.
Lu Tsongyun's eyes flashed, and the first thing he will do after changing his appearance is that he will most likely join the Chunyang sect.
As soon as these words came out, Lu Yunhai, Lu Xiuwen and others were collectively stunned.
Is Su Zhan tired of living?
Being chased by a bunch of their Chunyang sect disciples, and even the Yuan realm wanted his life.
Under such circumstances, he joined the Chunyang sect? What's the difference between that and courting death? 5th of the sect's iron rules. Within the sect, you are never allowed to take action against your fellow sections. Regardless of your level, you will be severely punished. Thinking of this, Lu Tsongyun's eyes became more determined.
It can be seen that he firmly believes that Su Zhan must be in Chunyang sect. Immediately, he waved his sleeves and walked straight out of the mine. You will return to the sect with me immediately to check the disciples who have recently joined Chunyang's sect at the 4th level of the mortal realm.
Find them and check them one by one. If there are any suspicious ones, whether true or not, report them to me. Yes, master. At the same time. In Chunyang's sect. In a remote wooden house. Damn, I failed 3 times. Isn't it just a 5th level? Why is it so complicated?
Su Zhan was sitting cross-legged. He was sweating all over. A hot current in his body was constantly surging, making him feel like he was in a furnace, extremely hot, emitting rolling heat waves.
Obviously, he was breaking through the realm again.
Last time, he broke through the 4th level 3 times before he finally reached it. This time, the 5th level was even more exaggerated. He had broken through 3 times, but still failed to break through successfully.
Fortunately, the Shohei were efficient enough. They would try again within 2 minutes after failing once.
Although the failure rate was indeed high, it was not enough to withstand the high number of breakthroughs.
Boom! Finally!
With a silent roar in Su Zhan's body, all the boiling blood suddenly exploded, and his dantian expanded by several points. At the same time, a momentum of the 5th level quietly escaped from his body.
Finally reached the 5th level.
According to the current trend of cultivation, the 6th level can be reached in 14 days. 14 days, too long, I can't wait.
Fortunately, I have figured out a new way.
Su Zhan curled his lips, little ones, half of them will go to hunt beasts for me, and the other half will complete the sect's tasks.
The era of 500,000 spirit stones a day is coming.
Su Zhan has not been enjoying himself these days in vain. In order to verify the feasibility and efficiency of each path, he has personally tried almost all of them.
Sect missions, bounty missions, hunting beasts.
As long as there is a way to earn spirit stones, he has accepted them all. Finally, he ranked them according to how much money he made. Third place, hunting beasts. The cost-effectiveness of this path is relatively low. Originally, cultivators of the same level are basically no match for beasts of the same level. For example, a 4th level cultivator against a 4th level beast can often only choose to run away, unless there are many people to join forces to fight a group, but it also costs a lot. Even if the 5th level is one small realm higher, the 4th level beast will not be chosen as the hunting target, because there is still a nearly 20% risk of overturning. Only the 6th level, which is 2 small realms higher, can easily and calmly hunt the 4th level beast and deal with various unexpected risks. But the fact is that the 6th level will not choose this path at all. If you kill a level 4 beast, you can't carry the whole body away. You can only choose the most valuable parts to dissect and take back. But even the most valuable parts can only be exchanged for 100-200 spirit stones. Even if you are extremely lucky and find a very valuable beast core from the beast, you can only exchange it for 300 spirit stones at best. Maybe someone will calculate that a level 4 beast can be exchanged for 500 spirit stones, which is worth it. But he didn't calculate that he needs to take elixirs after being injured, nor did he calculate the loss of weapons and armor in his hands after fighting, and he didn't calculate the risk of losing his life if he is not careful. Second place, sect missions. The spirit stone rewards given by sect missions may be very ordinary. Sometimes there is no spirit stone reward, only rewards such as elixirs, spiritual tools, and exercises. But it is the only source of sect contribution points. The most important key is here: contribution points can be traded. And it is worth a lot. 1 point of sect contribution point, the most common ratio is between 100 and 150 spirit stones. If someone urgently buys a lot of goods, it can reach 300 spirit stones. Sujan has calculated that he can accept and complete a large number of sect tasks, and each time he completes it, he can earn 100-200 contribution points. That is, one task, plus the reward of 5,000 spirit stones, can harvest 15,000-20,000 spirit stones. Not only that. There is a key that fits perfectly: almost 80% of the sect tasks are either to eliminate fierce beasts or to collect fierce beast materials. All of a sudden, the entire idol chain is connected. So he arranged 40 Shohei to hunt fierce beasts, and 40 Shohei to complete the sect tasks. To put it bluntly, it's the same: kill fierce beasts. First place, bounty tasks. This is undoubtedly the fastest and most profitable. Any bounty mission basically starts at 1,000 spirit stones, some even have tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, and the highest is 1 million. It is said that this is the public bounty he can see. Some private bounties will have more exaggerated bounties, but those who can accept them are at least at the level of his master Lin Xingxuang. Because the bounty of bounty missions fluctuates too much, and there are too many types of missions, not to mention the small number of orders, the mission difficulty is not low, and the key is to frequently deal with people. Therefore, Sujan decisively gave up the bounty mission. Only take the path of sect missions and hunting fierce beasts. 40 people go to Bailing Mountains, stay on the periphery, don't enter the inner circle, disperse, in the form of a group of 4, and specifically look for the 5th level fierce beast to deal with. Once you encounter a danger that you can't handle, tell me immediately, I will dispatch you to leave immediately. Another 40 people go to the Magic Mist Swamp, also in a group of 4, and only slaughter 3 kinds of fierce beasts: Magic Mist Swamp Frog, Magic Mist Fire Lizard, Magic Mist Poison Python. Sujan carefully arranged his already prepared plan one by one. In the Bailing Mountains, the beasts of the 4th, 5th, and 6th levels wander around the periphery, and the lowest level in the inner circle is the 7th level. As for the 3 beasts in the Magic Mist Swamp, they are at the top of the list of materials that the sect has been purchasing for a long time. It is no exaggeration to say that they are full of treasures. Yes, master. Thanks to the intelligence of the little blacks, they have been improved to the level of 14-15 years old. They can fully understand Sujan's arrangement and do it decisively. Next, it's time to test the results. Soon. The 2 little blacks arrived at the Bailing Mountains and the Magic Mist Swamp respectively. Roar! Woo! As soon as they arrived, they heard the roar of the beasts that permeated the entire mountain range and the swamp. Master, request support. The little blacks in the Magic Mist Swamp have met the 4th level Magic Mist Swamp Frog living in it, and communicated with Sujan as soon as possible. 39 little blacks descended immediately. But they are now very disciplined. 4 of them were left to deal with the Magic Mist Frog, and the rest did not stop at all, and scattered in all directions in small teams. The same thing happened in the Bailing Mountains.
About half a minute later,
a completely dissected body of a magic mist frog appeared out of thin air in the clone space. The head was the head, the legs were the legs, the skin was the skin, and the meat was the meat. It was just that it was all stained with blood, making it bloody everywhere. According to its volume, this 18 cubic meters of space can hold at least 1,000 bodies. 44th level Xiaohei, who has mastered the perfect realm of swordsmanship, fight non-stop for 24 hours a day. With the density of fierce beasts in the magic mist swamp, it is not a problem to deal with 1,500 magic martial swamp frogs. A body of a magic martial swamp frog without a beast core is worth about 150 spirit stones after being handed in for the sec mission, half less than the 300 spirit stones per head in the outside world, but fortunately it is stable enough. In this way, the daily income is about 225,000. If there is a 1/10 probability of a beast core among the 1,500 heads, it can also increase the income by about 45,000 spirit stones. According to this calculation, the magic mist swamp alone can harvest at least 270,000 spirit stones every day. What about the Bailing Mountains? The answer was soon revealed. In the clone space, a 5th level iron ghost pig corpse fell neatly. Its size is almost the same as that of the magic martial swamp frog. The difference is that the value of the iron ghost pig is purchased as a material for fierce beasts, and it belongs to the 5th level fierce beast. The more intact the body is, the more spiritual stones it can be sold for. This iron ghost pig can be sold for about 1,000 spiritual stones. The price has gone up. But relatively speaking, the number of fierce beasts in the Bailing Mountains is not as many as in the magic mist swamp, and there is also a risk of accidentally encountering a higher level fierce beast. Therefore, Sujan estimated that 40 Xiaohei could kill about 200 to 300 5th level fierce beasts in 24 hours. The profit from killing monsters alone is between 200,000 and 300,000. This does not count the value of the 5th level beast core. As long as you can harvest one, the value is 1,500 spiritual stones. With the same 1/10 probability, you can increase it by about 30,000 spiritual stones. The estimated profit results are out. The magic mist swamp is 270,000 spiritual stones. The Bailing Mountains take the middle number, 250,000 plus 30,000, 280,000 spiritual stones. The two add up to 550,000 spiritual stones. Excluding the fluctuations in the prices of various beast materials and the accident of Xiaohei's death, there is no problem in conservatively earning 500,000. The next day. Chunyang Sect, Beast Treasure Pavilion. Lu Wujian, the 235th level beast corpses and 15 5th level beast cores you handed in have been evaluated, and the final purchase price is 260,000. Do you agree? Agree. Then, a cloth bag containing 25 high-quality spirit stones fell into Sujan's hands. It was much more than expected. As for why the people in the Beast Treasure Pavilion were not curious about a 5th level disciple handing in 200 5th level corpses? They have even seen a 3rd level disciple handing in 1,000 7th level beast corpses, which was nothing more than helping other cultivator teams to sell them. This kind of thing has long been commonplace, and it is not surprising at all if the number is 10 times higher. Lu Wujian, you have completed 15 missions for materials of the Mist Beast, and you have obtained 2,000 contribution points and 5 high-grade spirit stones. This is your reward, please keep it. Thank you. Brother, 2,000 contribution points, the current market price is 136 spirit stones per point, I have taken them all, do you want to sell them? Sell. So, 272,000 plus 5,000 spirit stones were credited, that is, 277,000. Then sell the 130 quadruple beast cores of the Mist Beast, and earn 40,000 spirit stones. 310,000 plus 260,000. A total of 570,000 low-grade spirit stones, that is, 57 high-grade spirit stones were credited. This income is faster than killing people. Next, let's rush to the 12th stage. After returning to the remote wooden house with such a large amount of income, Sujan did not say a word and started smoking decisively. The familiar black brand fluorescence shines brightly. The high-grade spiritual stones in the clone space are rapidly melting at a speed visible to the naked eye. 10 pieces. 20 pieces. 30 pieces. 40 pieces. 50 pieces. The moment when the 54th high-grade spiritual stone was completely absorbed by the black brand. In front of Sujan, a large pile of black smoke appeared out of thin air. The amount was much larger than before. 10, 20, 26. The total number of clones now has soared to 108. The daily income is at least 700,000. Su Zhan's eyes shine brightly. Without any hesitation, he decisively dispatched 24 of the clones to the White Ridge Mountains and the demonic Mist Swamp. The remaining 2 clones are left for other uses. The number was in increments of 4 before, but now it is in increments of 8. Then the 13th stage is 26 plus 8, 34. The 14th stage, 34 plus 8, 42. The 15th stage, 42 plus 8, 50. Stage 16, 58. Stage 17, 66. Then the next step is to enter a new big stage. After unlocking new functions, when it increases again, it will be 66 plus 16, which means 82 clones will be increased in one go. Through multiple stages of exploration, Su Zhan has gradually mastered the various laws of the Black Brand. If we say that every time the absorption is improved, it is a small stage. Then when new features appear, it means entering a big stage. After each major stage is passed, all functions of the next small stage will increase, such as the number of clones, the cultivation multiple of the clone's training, the size of the clone's space, etc. There will be a significant increase compared to before. The number of clones has increased by 8. What about other functions? Su Zhan quickly reached consciousness and tried to explore. Soon, he found out. The clone space has been increased from 18 cubic meters to 26 cubic meters, an increase of 8 cubic meters. The speed of clone cultivation has increased from 1x to 2x. Now the efficiency of clone cultivation has reached 7 times. Since there are changes in the cultivation of clones, then the cultivation of clones will also, as expected. In the shadow of the practice, Su Zhan deliberately placed the subtle level skills. Just put in a small black one, and its rotation speed would be twice as fast as before. When I asked again, it turned out that the practice efficiency was doubled. I re-estimated it, 108 black men, 7 times the efficiency. It only takes 7 days to reach the 6th level. The advanced level technique, Invincible Metal and Stone Body, has been shortened to 4 days. The Book of Changes for Body Shaping, shortened to 5 days. Although these are very fragrant, I only need 1.62 million spirit stones for 3 days to reach the next stage. When you wait for the next stage, everything will be shortened a lot. Go on, charge. Without much thought, Su Zhan decisively continued to choose to harvest spiritual stones and improve the Black Brand, at the same time. Within Chunyang sect, the mountain peak dedicated to Lu Tsong-yun, in the courtyard. Master, in the past month, a total of 47 disciples have entered the sect at the 4th level. We have investigated 18 of them and can confirm that they are not Su Zhan himself. Lu Ziwenhui reported, "This is the list of remaining personnel." Lu Tsong-yun glanced at the list. Ji Yan, fighting dragons and tigers, Lu Wujian, Bu Hanchu. Lu Tsong-yun looked at each name one by one. He wants to directly select the key people for screening from these names based on his Yuanjing intuition. But when he looked at every name, he felt that it might be Su Zhan's pseudonym. He even began to doubt whether his idea was wrong. Su Zhan didn't join the Chunyang sect? These 5 people, check them first. If their masters stop you, just report my name. All kinds of thoughts made Lu Tsong-yun a little upset. I simply pointed out 5 names. I don't know if Su Zhan's luck has run out, but among these 5 names, there is the word Lu Wujian. Yes, master. Lu Shouwen glanced at it with a look of embarrassment on his face. This, master, we can see the other 4 people, but this is Lu Wujian, his master is Lin Xingxuang. I'm afraid, is it her? Lu Tsong-yun frowned, his expression a little unnatural. As soon as he heard this name, Lu Tsong-yun thought of some bad memories. When Lin Xingxuang joined the sect 9 years ago, he saw Lin Xingxuang's beauty and wanted to pursue her, but was ruthlessly rejected. The 2 sides met later in the sect competition. Lin Xingxuang, who was also in the middle stage of the Yuan realm, beat him to a pulp, made him miserable, and made a fool of himself. Later, in the secret realm, Lu Tsong-yun finally obtained the treasure. However, he met Lin Xingxuang and was defeated again by him, who took away the treasure. Lu Tsong-yun couldn't get angry, so he asked other senior brothers to intercept Lin Xingxuang outside the sect, hoping to teach him a lesson. As a result, the senior brother was ruthlessly defeated, and he was beaten half to death and almost lost his life. Later, Lin Xingxuang entered the late Yuan realm and left him far behind. From then on, Lu Tsong-yun could never regain this tone and could only stay away from Lin Xingxuang. This crazy woman has a notorious reputation within the sect. How can anyone from the 4th level be willing to join her sect? There must be something wrong with this little guy named Lu Wujian. Lu Tsong-yun noticed the key point, but don't investigate her disciples blatantly.
This crazy woman is unreasonable when she gets crazy. If you cause trouble to her disciples, she will come to me. Go and wait outside her mountain gate, follow this Lu Wujian, and find out his strength. Yes, master. Time flies. 3 days passed quietly. It's time to exchange spirit stones. Adhering to the principle of not going out easily, Su Zhan basically won't leave his cabin as long as the conditions for upgrading the black mark are not met. Now 3 days have passed, seeing that 26 cubic meters are piled up, and even a large pile is piled not far from the cabin, Su Zhan left with satisfaction. Master. When going down the mountain, Su Zhan met Lin Xingxuan, who was practicing silently in the pavilion under the waterfall halfway up the mountain. After a symbolic greeting, Su Zhan continued to walk down the mountain. There are people waiting outside the mountain gate. The other 4 disciples are fine. They must be coming for you. You have just arrived and you have broken through the 5th level. It is inevitable that you will attract attention. Lin Xingxuan opened her eyes and spoke lightly. Then she flipped her hand and threw out a talisman, which fell into Su Zhan's hand. If there is anything, crush this talisman and I will rush over. Someone is waiting outside the mountain gate? Could it be Lu Tsongyun and his group? It has only been half a month, and the other party has chased to the sect? Su Zhan was surprised. But no matter whether they are Lu Tsongyun's people or not, as long as they are in the sect, they can't easily attack him. Moreover, he now has a cheap master to take care of him, so he is not panicked at all. It seems that his cheap master is also pretty good, except that he does not teach the skills, does not guide the practice, and does not give treasures. Thank you, master. Su Zhan thanked him. It's out, it's Lu Wujian. Wait, his aura is 5th level? It's been less than half a month since I joined the sect, and he's already 5th level? It's him, it must be Su Zhan. Go back and report to master. The 5-month promotion is promoted within half a month? Such a fast promotion speed may indeed be him. After Lu Tsongyun heard the reports of his disciples, he nodded thoughtfully. At this time, there were other disciples in a hurry. Master. Discovers Su Zhan. The guy named Zhan Dragon Tiger, after half a month, has reached the 6th. The promotion speed is so evil, it must be him. As soon as this statement came out, the disciples reported before were aggressive. Even Lu Tsongyun frowned. Half a month sword. This situation is really rare, especially in this battle of the Dragon Tiger. There is no special background, and it happened in the condition that it was nearly 20 years old. Is it 6 months after entering the ancestors? The key War Dragon Tiger Master, like him, is in the middle of the Yuanjing, and there is no such way at all. This is obviously more unreasonable than Lu Qianjian just now. At the age of 20, I have entered the Zongzong, and I have been promoted to 2 levels. Xiu 1, go to the Tiger of the War. Lu Tsongyun ordered. Once it is confirmed that he is Su Zhan, he will report to me immediately. Master, then there is no one, staring too, there are any abnormalities, you must also report to me. Yes, master. Nympho 1.8 million lingsher, all in place. After Su Zhan took a trip to the Beast Treasure Pavilion and the Task Pavilion, there were 180 more psychic stones on hand. This is the harvest efficiency of 108 little black today. Although the earnings of 580,000 yuan a day did not seem to increase much, but the 580,000 was better luck, and it was harvested when the first big slaughter was close to the vertex's revenue. With the increase of the number of subsequent slaughter, the casualties of the little blacks and more accidents will inevitably decrease. This number may drop to 500,000, or even 400,000. But 108 small blacks are enough to stabilize the average daily income limit at about 600,000. Those guys who followed me are still there. While returning to the mountain gate, Su Zhan used the monitoring of the little blacks to see the every move with the fart. Even their conversation content can be heard 1 or 2. With this, he clearly understands the real state of these guys. 1 by 1 is more than 7 or more, there are no shortage of 8 and 9. The most important thing is that these people are all disciples under Lu Tsongyun. I can't move them, they can't move us. In this case, then keep a balance first. It won't be long before I will take the initiative to break this balance and completely eradicate the trouble. Su Zhan's eyes flickered. From the beginning of the mind to the present, the feeling of being stared makes him very disgusting. Not to mention he heard from these people, Lu Tsongyun not only wanted his treasure, but also wanted his life. This is equivalent to an inevitable hatred. They dare not come in? Should they be afraid of master? After Su Zhan entered the mountain gate, seeing those guys who stared at themselves, all could only stay outside the mountain gate, dare not approach. Lu Tsongyun is the middle of the Yuan dynasty. Dare to offend easily. It seems that I chose this division to choose. There is a good master as a background board. He does not say that he is overbearing and Zongman, at least others dare not provoke it easily. When Su Zhan returned to his cabin, after letting Xiaohei quickly confirm the situation around, Su Zhan decisively raised his right hand. Next, it's your eating time. Open. Ying Ying's black light blooms. In the space of the avatars, the psychic stones are quickly melted at the speed of the naked eye. After just a while, the 162 tops of the top grade were completely turned into a simple stone with cracks, quietly cracking. In front of Su Zhan, a large number of black smoke emerged, and small blacks were born out of thin air. Thin, as he expected before, 34. At present, my little black is 142. The avatar space increases to 34 cubic meters. The avatar cultivation multiple has been increased to 9 times. The clone practice multiple has been increased to 3 times. After becoming more and more familiar with the rules, Su Zhan just observed it, and he already knew how much the improvement brought by this stage. He estimated again. 142 small black, 9 times efficiency, only 3 days. 3 days. Entering micro-level exercises, less than 3 days, 1 more 3 days. Even the infernal purgatory law of Theravada also has more than 800 days left after more than 3,000 days at the highest peak. In a word, the changes brought by the improvement phase are really fragrant. The next stage needs to be full of 4.86 million spiritual stones. According to the current harvesting efficiency, it also takes 8 days. Now I can finally improve the strength of the exercises. It is also 3 days to enhance the realm to the 6th. But shortly after he was 5, he suddenly soared to the 6th. Isn't this telling others that there is a problem? Especially now there are still followed by farted insects to follow him every day. More cautious and cautious. The method is different. Others can easily see it on the surface, but the improvement of his strength is not low. For example, after mastering the blood shadow blade to perfection, Xiaohei can almost be said to be the best among those below the 6th level. Except for a few geniuses, ordinary 5th level practitioners are no match for Xiaohei. If there is another or even 2 subtle level techniques, how powerful will Xiaohei be? By then, how efficient will the harvesting of ferocious beasts be? Come on, unbeatable gold and stone body, let's go. Su Zhan decisively recalled 140 Xiaohei and placed them all in the practice phantom. Golden light flashed. The threefold training efficiency allowed a large amount of information to flow into Su Zhan's mind. In a blink of an eye. 2.5 days passed in a flash. Su Zhan was eavesdropping on all kinds of gossip and interesting things about the Chunyang sect through Xiaohei, who was squatting in the logistics pavilion. After all, the logistics pavilion has the most people coming every day, from the lowest level of the mortal realm to the highest level of the Yuan realm, and even occasionally people from the Dan realm appear. There are all kinds of gossip about the Chunyang sect circulating here every day, and you can't finish listening to them. Suddenly. Buzz. Su Zhan felt his head numb for a moment. A huge amount of information suddenly poured into his mind. At the same time, his whole body was undergoing an unprecedented transformation. Here it comes. Su Zhan quickly retracted the perspective of the clone and returned to reality, with a bright light in his eyes. After 2.5 days, the subtle level technique Invincible Gold and Stone Body finally reached the primary level. My whole body is changing. Su Zhan carefully felt the huge movement in his body. The bones were squeezed crazily, becoming harder and inseparable. The flesh and blood were also swelling, just like breathing, tightening and loosening. Every time the flesh and blood breathed, he could clearly feel that his flesh and blood were getting heavier and the density was also condensing at a high speed. The most obvious thing was his skin. It actually showed a faint metallic luster. It was not obvious, but it was very clear if you looked closely. It felt like touching a layer of metal-plated skin, with a particularly noticeable hardness. The key is that this is still the passive enhancement state of Invincible Gold and Stone Body, not the effect of Su Zhan's active performance. This is the benefit of external skills. Once you practice and beat up your body, you can not only permanently enhance your physical body, but also consume spiritual energy to greatly enhance your physical strength when you activate it, thereby resisting various attacks from the enemy and achieving a powerful self-protection effect. And this Invincible Gold and Stone Body is still a subtle level skill. It is more than 1 level higher than the entry level? It is just the passive strengthening effect of strength, which is stronger than the power increase of Blood Shadow Blade. Su Zhan clenched his palms and couldn't help but marvel.
He knew that the subtle level was awesome, but after truly mastering and experiencing it, he realized how huge the gap between the entry level and the subtle level was. No wonder so many cultivators flocked to it, but they were always unable to get it because of comprehension, resources, and other factors. I can feel that if I use all my strength, no matter what attack method the opponent uses, it is impossible to hurt me. Even for the 6th level, I have the confidence to completely resist his attack. Sujan looked excited. Not only that, with my current strength, if I burst out Blood Shadow Blade again, the 6th level will have to avoid my edge. He had watched the 6th level's attack scenes many times through Xiao Hei's perspective before, and he was very clear about the power that the 6th level could cause. It is with this understanding that Sujan can clearly assess his current level of strength. He has already surpassed the shackles of the 5th level, crossed the 5th level, and reached a level comparable to the 6th level. The subtle level technique is too powerful, Sujan couldn't help but admire. This is just the external skill. If I find a weapon technique, wouldn't it be more powerful? External skills can enhance strength and attack power, but they are only auxiliary enhancements. The real function is defense, weakening the upcoming damage, and minimizing the damage to oneself. Only the weapon technique is the main attack, burst, and strength is doubled. From this, it can be seen that if Sujan really wants to master a subtle level weapon technique, it is not just to compete with the 6th level, defeat the 6th level, but to kill. Xiao Hei, how long will it take for Invincible Golden Stone Body to reach the intermediate level? After feeling the effect of the primary level of Invincible Golden Stone Body, Sujan couldn't wait to ask about the next level. Master, it takes 8 days. 3 times the time. Obviously, the requirements for the subtle level of skills are much higher than those for the subsequent realms of the entry level. Then I will decisively switch to the I Ching Body Shaping Classic. I have to find time to get a few more subtle level skills, weapons, body skills, disguises, traps, and the most difficult and powerful attribute skills, all arranged. If the weapon skills are the main attack and the type of skills that increase the power the most, then the attribute skills are its superimposed and enhanced version. What is the attribute skill? Gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. The 5 elements are the most basic attributes. Going up, there are wind, thunder, poison, and so on. Light, darkness, life, are also a kind of attribute. Among them, the top 2 attributes are time and space. Sujan is definitely not able to get time and space. This kind of attribute skills, let alone the subtle level, even the entry level, it is impossible for anyone to sell them outside. All of them belong to the inheritance of forces, and they must be huge forces like Chunyang sect. The subtle level attribute skills that can be exchanged with contribution points in the skills pavilion are at most the 5 elements, and the wind, thunder, and poison level, and the price starts at 10,000 contribution points. Contribution points are not difficult for me, but the purchase qualification is a problem. You must start from the Yuan realm to buy, so I can only choose to try the black market. Chunyang sect is not as rumored by the outside world. As long as you join, you can learn any skills. If you want higher grade, rarer and more precious skills, you not only have to exchange them with a lot of sect contribution points, but also have the qualifications of realm restrictions. Not only skills. Even high-grade elixirs, spiritual tools, natural treasures, formations, talismans, etc. all have realm qualification restrictions. But as the saying goes, there are policies from above, and countermeasures from below. You don't have the qualifications, but you want to buy good things? Then go to the black market, pay a little more, and someone will be willing to sell it to you. And this news was heard by Su Zhan in the logistics pavilion. After I arrange all the subtle level skills, Xiao Hei's combat power will definitely increase significantly. What's the big deal of crossing a small realm? It should be crossing a large realm to kill the enemy. When that time comes, maybe my Xiao Hei can kill people in the Yuan realm with the 9th level of the mortal realm. Su Zhan was full of pride. In the past, he didn't even dare to think about such things. But the arrival of various functions has brought endless possibilities to this imagination. 98 Black, go hunt the 5th level beast alone. Su Zhan put away his fantasy and wanted to test the improvement of Xiao Hei's combat power first. How much progress can a subtle level technique bring? Under his command, 98 Black, stationed in the Bailing Mountains, quickly searched for a sleeping 5th level beast. Normally, Xiao Hei would take the opportunity to sneak attack, severely injure the 5th level beast in its sleep, and then kill it. But at this time, Xiao Hei, under Su Zhan's control, slashed the ground fiercely. Bang! The huge movement awakened the 5th level beast. Seeing Xiao Hei holding a long knife not far away, the 5th level beast's vertical eyes suddenly turned scarlet, exuding a strong bloodthirsty intention. Roar! Without any courtesy, the 5th level beast pounced directly on Xiaohei and launched an attack. Xiaohei did not dodge or evade. He did not even lift the knife. Unbeatable body of gold and stone, one move unmovable as a mountain. Bang! A muffled sound. Although the attack of the 5th level beast successfully cut through Xiaohei's black robe, it could not cause any damage to its body. Xiaohei even stood there, motionless, and did not even take a step back. In response, the 5th level beast roared again, with obvious surprise in the voice. But its wisdom is limited. It only has the beastly nature of moving forward. It chose to attack Xiaohei again. And this time, the long sword in Xiaohei's hand moved. Swish! A knife cut from bottom to top, like cutting tofu, directly split the body of the 5th level beast in two. 5th level, it will no longer be a problem in the future. Su Zhan on the other side saw this scene with a burning look. The 5th level beast that had taken Xiaohei a lot of trouble to deal with before, now not only can't even break Xiaohei's defense, but has become a thing that can be easily solved with one knife. You have to know that fierce beasts are much more powerful than cultivators of the same level. If they can kill a 5th level fierce beast in seconds, then killing a 5th level cultivator in the future will be as easy as killing a chicken. In this way, the harvesting efficiency of Xiaohei will directly rise to a higher level. It is estimated that it will double from the guaranteed 600,000 spiritual stones to 1.2 million spiritual stones, which is not an exaggeration at all. The 5th level can be killed with one sword. What about the 6th level? Su Zhan became curious. 98 Black, go find the 6th level and try, soon. 98 Hei found a 6th level ferocious beast that was tearing at the corpse of the ferocious beast. Roar! Seeing Xiaohei approaching quickly, the 6th level ferocious beast opened its bloody mouth and let out a deafening roar towards Xiaohei. The originally bloodthirsty scarlet eyes became violent and cruel again. Without any nonsense, he pounced directly on Xiaohei and launched an attack. Once again, Xiaohei immediately stopped in place, neither dodging nor dodging. After taking a breath, the huge claws came down and slapped Xiaohei hard. Bang! There was a loud bang. Xiaohei's whole body kicked back a few steps. The already tattered black robe on his body became even more tattered now. But it was on the surface of the black shadow body under the tatters that a faint golden light emerged, as if sprinkled with a layer of gold foil powder, weakening the terrifying blow that would kill an ordinary 6th level cultivator. At least 50% of the damage. Otherwise, if it were an ordinary 6th level person who resisted this claw, even if he did not die, his internal organs would be directly dislocated, and he would definitely be vomited and severely injured on the spot. After all, this is a 6th level ferocious beast, far more powerful than a 6th level cultivator. The result of the 6th level hard resistance test is no damage. As long as Xiaohei's head is not broken, the injuries on his body can be ignored. It is no different from having no injuries. The next test is to attack with all your strength. Xiaohei flipped his palm, and a long knife appeared in his hand, with a faint bloody light lingering on it. This was the prelude to the outbreak of the blood shadow knife. At the same time, the first form of invincible golden stone body was in operation again. Xiaohei raised his long knife. The sharp claws in the hands of the 6th level ferocious beast were also raised at the same moment. Bang! The long knife and the sharp claws collided fiercely. The fluctuations generated by the huge force blew up and collapsed all the surrounding grass, radiating out within a few meters. The forces of both sides were balanced, and there was back and forth between the two sides. It was an abrupt balance of power. Bang! 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 Xiaohei shot 3 more swords in succession. There is nothing fancy, nor is it aimed at any fatal part of the 6th level ferocious beast. It is just a frontal attack and a struggle for strength. I want to know where the current limit of strength is. The intelligence of the 6th level ferocious beast was also not very high. When Xiaohei drew out his sword, it drew out its claws, and the two sides collided 3 more times. The first blow was still even. The second slash, the roar of the 6th level ferocious beast, clearly contained a trace of painful whine. With the third knife, the skin of the 6th level ferocious beast was torn open, and it was bleeding. Roar! The 6th level ferocious beast suffered from pain and became extremely violent, using more strength and more terrifying power. However, no matter how hard it tries, it will have no effect at all in the face of the micro-level invincible metal and stone body combined with Xiaohei's absolute defense that is not afraid of pain or injury. A few minutes later, as the huge body of the 6th level ferocious beast collapsed, a puff of smoke and dust was raised.
The results of the test are already very clear. It takes a lot of effort to deal with the 6th level ferocious beast, but the damage rate can be reduced by 99%. As long as you don't encounter the 7th level ferocious beast, any ferocious beast below the 7th level will never be able to kill Xiaohei again. Considering that Xiaohei cannot continue to use invincible golden stone body and blood shadow knife for 24 hours, he can hunt no more than 5 6th level animals in one day. Most of the hunting objects still have to be placed in the 5th level. Body. Xiaohei has unlimited physical endurance and can continue to work all the time. But it doesn't have infinite aura. Especially for the invincible golden stone body, at the micro level, the spiritual energy consumption is very fierce. If you kill a 6th level person, you have to recover for at least several hours. The role of internal strength becomes apparent at this time. Su Zhan's eyes flashed. It's useless to have external skills, strong defense, thick blood, and high attack. If the blue bars are used up, it can only be a lamb to be slaughtered. As long as the Book of Changes body shaping code is 10%, the upper limit of the spiritual energy can be at least tripled, and the quality, richness of the spiritual energy, including the recovery speed of the spiritual energy, etc., will all be qualitatively improved. By then, the battery life of the little blacks will be extremely fierce. Killing ferocious beasts across a small realm is no longer a problem. This is why internal strength is almost a compulsory practice for practitioners. Needless to say, the upper limit of spiritual energy and the recovery speed of spiritual energy. As long as it is improved, you can use more spiritual energy, and you will naturally have more advantages in combat. But the quality of spiritual energy is different. If two practitioners use exactly the same amount of spiritual energy, perform the exact same moves, the former has not practiced internal strength, and the latter has practiced internal strength, then the power exerted by the latter can easily overwhelm the effect of the former by at least 1.2 times. The extra 20% of power that comes out of thin air is exactly what the quality of the spiritual energy brings. If the level of internal strength is further improved, the gap will be even bigger and more exaggerated. 3 days. 3 days later, 2 micro-level skills will be around. I wonder if there is a chance that they can rival the 7th level? Su Zhan's eyes were blazing. If there are 3 more, 4 more. I'm afraid even the 8th or 9th level may not be able to stop me, right, at the same time. Reporting to Master, Lu Wujian has been staying at Lin Qingxuan's mountain gate in recent days. If he goes out occasionally, he will only go to 3 places: Mission Pavilion, Beast Treasure Pavilion, and Zongmen Market. We have no way of finding out about the Mission Pavilion and the Beast Treasure Pavilion, but after questioning the disciples who traded with him in the sect market, we learned that the other party was a middleman who specialized in selling contribution points. Lu Wujian once sold a large amount of sects to him. Contribute. The disciples reported to Lu Tsongyun again. This kid sells a lot of contribution points? Lu Tsongyun's eyes flashed. The source of Zongmen's contribution point is the mission cabinet. The task cabinet needs to complete the task, but he has never left the gate at all, and even the mountain gate has been out once or twice. How can he complete the task? Unless, hand over a lot of task materials, so that you can quickly harvest the contribution point of Zongmen without leaving Zongmen. That's right, it is him. Lu Wujian must be Su Zhan. Only that kid's unpredictable body is incarnate, so you can pay a lot of task materials without leaving home, so as to obtain the contribution point of Zongmen. Lu Tsongyun flashed, and after stringing everything together, he immediately determined that Lu Wudi was Su Zhanben. But he hasn't waited for him to speak. Some disciples came in a hurry. Master, the dragon tiger Fang has been promoted again, and it has reached 7. As soon as this statement came out, the other disciples present couldn't help but breathe. How many days do you work? Actually soared to 7? Intersection. It is necessary to know that the difficulty of promoting from the 6th promotion to the 17th is the same as the triple promotion to the 4 heavies. This is also an important watershed, reaching the 17th, and is qualified to be sent to manage the mines, medicine fields, mine veins, and guarding the city and other various cities. Place. They were promoted to 7 and hard work. Is the dragon tiger soar suddenly? Intersection 7, Lu Tsongyun frowned. At this moment, he was a little hesitant. If Lu Wujian's contribution point without the rootless Zongmen, it looks like Su Zhan's style. That dragon tiger, which is beyond ordinary people's promotion, is more like Su Zhan style. Okay. No need to be tangled. Since they are all like, then they are killed. Lu Tsongyun's eyes emerged with a touch of killing. Next,
Use the previous means to force them to leave the ancestors. Nympho the next day. Sujan was in his cabin, while enjoying afternoon tea leisurely. He continued to listen to the news of the Yuanjing in the logistics pavilion. Especially when he heard the news about Danjing and Xianjing, he heard it very seriously. Master, someone is here. At this time, Xiao Hei's reminder allowed Sujan to quickly quit the clone perspective. Later, he pushed the door and saw two figures far away. One is his master, Lin Xingxuang. The other was a woman wearing armor standing on the back of a huge goshawk. If Lin Xingxuang belongs to the high cold type of immortality, then this armor woman feels at the first glance to give Sujan at first glance. Of course, the most important thing is that this armor woman is the same as Lin Xingxuang, the same as the Yuanjing. Even the realm may not be much different. Master. Senior. Sujan was well behaved. 5. This is the highest realm among your many disciples? After looking at Sujan at the armor woman spoke with a sense of ridicule. No matter how high the realm is, it is not as good as your disciples. Several people have reached the Yuanjing, which is gratifying. Lin Xingxuang said lightly. You can get your gratitude, not easy. Armor woman laughed, but the purpose I come today is afraid that you will make you feel a little bit embarrassed. Your purpose, I know. This is the result he created. What he deserves, I won't be embarrassed. Lin Xingxuang seemed to have guessed what the armor woman came for, and it was still an indifferent expression. That's good. I have tried my best to fight for your little disciple. What is the final result? See him to make it. The armor woman beckoned towards Sujani. Lu Wujian, come over. Senior. Sujan walked over. This is your Zongmen trial post. Your Zongmen trial will officially start 2 months later. The goal is to go to the extreme north desert. In half a year, kill 3-7 exiles, take the exile imprint on them and bring it back. After the armor woman finished speaking, send out a golden gold post. The hot golden post floated in the air, and finally was caught by Sujan. His face was full of stunning. Senior, trial. Isn't it once a year? I only entered the zone for less than a month, how can I? Sujan asked in doubt. You offend people. The armor woman did not avoid it, and broke a word directly. Someone adds private grievances to the trial pavilion, which not only allows your trial goals to be set in the farthest and difficult extreme northern desert, but also lets your Zongmen trial time be reduced to a month. I said something for you, they agreed to add another month, which is already the limit I can do. Lut Song Yun. Almost a moment, Sujan already knew what was going on. For a while, the anger in his heart couldn't help rising. Even if I am wretched enough, I have the strength of crushing the 6 practitioners, and they did not let the little blacks kill back to the mine. Development period. I never thought that he was still locked by this Lut Song Yun. Is there too much materials for the beast treasure pavilion and was discovered? Or is there too much task to complete the task cabinet itself, and have you been concerned? Or is it a large number of contributions to the Zongmen who trades, leaking the feet? But no matter which situation it is, the result is just one sentence, Lut Song Yun is not going to let him go. The far north desert, 3 exiles, they really think highly of me. He didn't know what the far north desert was before, but after eavesdropping on all kinds of gossip and rumors for many days, he was so familiar with this place that he couldn't be more familiar with it. The far north desert is the border between the Pure Yang sect and the Blood Eagle sect. Because it is located in the extreme north of Pure Yang, the land is extremely barren, even grass and trees are extremely difficult to grow, and the temperature is high during the day and low at night, and the environment is extremely harsh. Therefore, it became a place of exile. It is specially used to exile those sinners who have committed serious mistakes, so that they can fight each other and struggle for survival. And anyone who is exiled will have an exile mark on his face. It is not engraved on the skin. Instead, it goes deep into the bone marrow and is directly imprinted in your dantian. Even if you cut off the flesh and blood, it is useless. The new flesh that grows back will still carry the exile mark. Not only that. The exiled prisoners are not just some ordinary realms, there are also Yuan realms and even Dan realms. You can imagine how dangerous that hellhole is. The sect trial is set in that place, which is a treatment only for Yuan realms. Sujan, a mortal realm, was assigned there. What else is it if not targeting? But I'm afraid I can't reach the far north desert. The purpose of reducing my time is to force me to leave the sect as soon as possible. As long as I step out of the door of Chunyang sect, Lut Song Yun will definitely ambush me on the road I must pass and kill me. You want to kill me, right? Good, very good.
Su Zhan couldn't help but feel a surge of murderous intent in his heart. But he had to suppress this murderous intent temporarily. After all, I am the fish on the chopping board. Others are Yuan realms. To be able to speak in the sect trial, it must be with the help of Dan realms. With such a configuration, with Su Zhan's current strength, no matter how great his hatred and murderous intent are, it will have no effect. Disciple Lu Wujian. I obey. Su Zhan didn't ask any more questions and bowed directly. You know how to be patient. The armored woman couldn't help but praise. If other disciples encountered such a thing, they would have been terrified and started to ask the master for help with snot and tears on their faces. After all, it was related to their own lives, who could act like nothing happened? But this Su Zhan in front of him. There were some fluctuations, which she caught, but quickly calmed down. He is a character. Qingxuang is one of the few close friends in the sect. You are her disciple and you are destined to be with me. This is a teleportation talisman. When you are in danger of your life, crush it and you can be randomly teleported thousands of miles away. The armored woman threw out another yellow talisman. Whether I can save your life in the end depends on your luck. Thank you, senior. Su Zhan thanked him seriously. Of course he would be grateful if someone could help him at this time. The trial has been sent. You only have 2 months to prepare. Once the 2 months are up, you must leave the sect, otherwise someone will send you away. Take care. After that, the hawk under the armored woman flapped its wings and took her straight into the sky. If anything happens, remember to break the talisman. Lin Qingxuang retracted her gaze, left a word, and turned away. As for whether she was talking about the help talisman she gave to Su Zhan, or the teleportation talisman of the armored woman, it was unknown. Lu Tsongyun, 2 months, right? That I'll let you know, it doesn't matter who you mess with, just don't mess with those who use cheats. Zhan Longhu has also been delayed for 2 months? On the other side, Lu Tsongyun was a little surprised after receiving this news. He had already learned that Long Miaotong, the armored woman, spoke for Lu Wujian in the trial pavilion, but he was not surprised. Long Miaotong was Lin Qingxuang's only close friend in the entire Qinyang sect, and Lu Wujian was Lin Qingxuang's most outstanding disciple, so it was reasonable for her to say something. It's just that Zhan Longhu's background is far inferior, so how could it be delayed for 2 months? It seems that Zhan Longhu also has hidden connections that we don't know about. That's all. Anyway, it has been shortened to 2 months, so it doesn't matter. When the day comes, we can solve them all at once. Lu Tsongyun was also much more at ease at this moment. Find the target, lock the time, as long as there is no major change, everything will be at hand. Continue to keep an eye on these 2 people. If they have any movement to escape, report to me quickly. Yes, master. Time flies, and 2 days pass quietly. There are still 58 days before the day of leaving the sect for the sect trial. In the small broken wooden house. This feeling of internal strength breakthrough is so comfortable. At this time, Su Zhan was sitting on his bed, accepting the massive information brought by the breakthrough of I Ching Body Shaping Classic after 3 days of practice, as well as the amazing changes in his body. Originally, he heard that every time the internal strength breaks through, the meridians will be torn apart, the dantian will be forcibly expanded, and the spiritual energy around the body will boil like boiling water, in order to reshape the body and expel the filth and impurities in the body. Therefore, Su Zhan made special preparations, sitting upright, and picked up a wooden stick to bite, fearing that he would not be able to help but wail because of too much pain. The result was completely the opposite. The changes in the body were indeed extremely huge. He could clearly feel that his meridians had been forcibly expanded by more than 3 times. The spiritual energy vortex on the dantian became nearly 5 times larger than before. A hot sweat discharged from his body was mixed with thick black substances. These were all the magazines in his body, but the whole process was not painful, but extremely comfortable. Boom! Suddenly, accompanied by a slight vibration, a brand new momentum burst out from Su Zhan's body, shaking the whole wooden house slightly. Good guy, is this the subtle internal energy? I can clearly feel now that I am not absorbing the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth. I am simply plundering it. The moment when the Book of Changes was fully mastered, Su Zhan felt it. If the absorption of spiritual energy in the past was to suck it slowly from the surroundings bit by bit, then now, it is to forcibly pull the surrounding spiritual energy over and pour it into his body with big mouthfuls. Such a strong change made Su Zhan amazed. With this speed of spiritual energy absorption, Xiao Hei's efficiency in killing the 6th level can be increased by about 3 times.
In addition to the improvement of spiritual energy quality and the surge in spiritual energy storage, the harvesting efficiency is at least 5 times more. Su Zhan's eyes flashed, but this is just the mastery of internal strength. You can kill it well below the 7th level, but it is still not enough to fight against the 7th level alone. The 6th level to the 7th level is another watershed. Since it is a watershed, it is naturally not so easy to cross, unless he can master another subtle level skill that focuses on attacking, then there may be unlimited possibilities. Xiaohei, how long will it take to advance to the intermediate level? Su Zhan asked immediately. Master, it takes 9 days. 9 days. Invincible gold and stone body takes 8 days. This shows that the difficulty of the two is about the same. At this time, Su Zhan took out a secret manual of skills from the clone space. What about this crazy Thunder Blade skill? How many days will it take to master it initially? Su Zhan took out the Book of Changes body shaping and replaced it in the body of the training phantom. Soon. Master, it only takes 2 days to reach the primary realm. Only 2 days? Su Zhan showed a look of surprise on his face. This mad thunder swordsmanship is one of the gains he got from going to the black market these days. He has been to the Gongfa pavilion of Chunyang sect. There are all swordsmanship of entry level, micro level, and Hinayana level. But with his current realm, as an outer disciple, he can only buy micro level at most, and the time required for the Hinayana level is still too long for him. Therefore, he still chose micro level. But after looking around, the most expensive swordsmanship is only tens of thousands of spirit stones, and it is not particularly rare and precious in the micro level, and there are many disciples practicing it. So he thought about trying his luck in the black market. Unexpectedly, he really came across it. Mad Thunder Swordsmanship. Worth 600,000 spirit stones. You know, the cheapest Hinayana level technique is worth exactly 1 million. This subtle level sword technique is almost as valuable as the Hinayana level one. But after reading a few pages at random, Su Zhan bought it on the spot without saying a word. No other reason. Just because he could feel that this sword technique was very compatible with him. The contents he read at random actually brought him a lot of insights, which made him feel refreshed. This feeling was something he could not feel even after walking around the sect's technique pavilion for several days. And according to the disciple who sold it to him, this crazy thunder blade technique is a family-inherited technique. If the family had not been wiped out, it would never have been circulated outside. Unfortunately, the disciple was good at stick techniques and had no interest in sword techniques, so he simply sold it. However, Su Zhan thought that it would be very difficult to master such a technique. Unexpectedly. It only took 2 days. Much faster than other subtle level techniques. Yes, the previous Blood Shadow Blade was also ridiculously fast to practice. This sword technique is the same. It seems that my talent is not in practice, but in practicing the sword? Su Zhan thought of the various failures in his breakthrough. It was just a breakthrough to the 4th and 5th levels, but he failed so many times. On the contrary, this sword technique is faster and smoother than any other technique. Once my sword skills are perfected and I have the 3 parts of the subtle level, it will no longer be a problem for me to deal with the 7th level. The little blacks are also qualified to kill the 7th level beasts. But it is estimated that it will be the same as dealing with the 6th level beasts now. I can't deal with it continuously for 24 hours. It still takes a lot of effort, but the beasts I usually kill can be directly raised from the 5th level to the 6th level. In this way, my harvesting efficiency will be more than 1.2 million? I'm afraid it won't be enough for 2 million? But efficiency is secondary now. What really matters is that I can kill back to the mine and kill Lu Yunhai. Su Zhan's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Before in the mine, Lu Yunhai targeted him. Now in Chunyang sect, his father Lu Tsongyun is targeting him again. Both father and son are ruthless and will not give up until they achieve their goals. In this case, how can Su Zhan be kind to them? He will definitely not be able to deal with Lu Tsongyun for the time being. But Lu Yunhai, he is determined to kill him. Jesus can't save this guy. Although he is now fully capable of killing Lu Yunhai. 140 Shohei together, Lu Yunhai, even if he is the 7th level, will never be able to withstand it. But if Lu Yunhai wants to escape, Shohei may not be able to kill him. 7th level, plus Lu Yunhai must have some life-saving methods given by his father. It is difficult for Shohei to keep him. Once he escapes, how can he get rid of this anger? Therefore, Su Zhan did not rush for a while. When his strength is fully sufficient and he is 100% sure of killing, it will not be too late for him to take action. On the other side, back in the mine, Lu Yunhai, who was practicing, suddenly opened his eyes and frowned. Why do I suddenly have a bad premonition? He felt a little blocked in his heart. The invisible pressure made him irritable, and he couldn't even practice. He got up and left the mansion, and climbed to the observation deck 100 meters above. Looking around, you can see the number 18 mining area where Sujan used to be in the distance. Everything is the same as before, and mining is still in full swing. But if you look closely, you will find that in addition to the 4th level management personnel, there are also 7-level disciples of the Chunyang sect. Obviously, this is a protection measure specially arranged by Lu Tsongyun for Lu Yunhai, in order to prevent Sujan's incarnations from coming to kill and mess again after he returns to the Chunyang sect. But after so many days, the incarnation has never appeared again. But Lu Yunhai did not relax. Instead, he felt anxious because there was no news from his father. I hope that the situation on my father's side can be resolved as soon as possible. Lu Yunhai knew that he could not help and could only pray silently. There are still 56 days before the sect trial. At the back of the mountain gate. Here it comes. Sujan, who had been waiting for a long time, suddenly opened his eyes, and a flash of lightning flashed across his eyes. At this moment, a huge amount of information suddenly came to his mind, which was several times more than usual. These were all the practice process of Crazy Thunder Sword technique. At the same time, he clearly felt that his arms and meridians had been significantly improved with the improvement of Crazy Thunder Sword technique. Wonderful! Wonderful! Too wonderful! Is this a subtle sword technique? No, ordinary subtle sword techniques are not even 1/10 as subtle as it. After quickly digesting all the information that was pouring in, Sujan's eyes were burning, and he couldn't help but exclaimed repeatedly. Crazy Thunder Sword technique is not about thunder, but about madness. Why was he willing to invest 600,000 spirit stones to buy a subtle level technique? Because this sword technique has some thunder attributes, which can increase the damage of tearing and bursting when attacking, which can not only make the force more powerful, but also make the enemy suffer a certain degree of thunder strike. However, after mastering it now, he realized that the thunder attribute is not important at all. What is important is the speed of this sword technique. Just reaching the primary level. You can swing the sword 5 times instantly, and each time it bursts 3 times the damage. If you can continue to practice to the intermediate level, you can swing the sword 10 times instantly, and each time it bursts 3 times the damage. Advanced, 15 times instantly, each time burst 4 times the damage. Perfect, 30 times instantly, each time burst 5 times the damage. Others can't stand 1 sword, 5 swords instantly, and 3 times the burst damage. I'm afraid that the 7th level won't dare to take my burst. Sujan sighed. Now, he is fully confident to deal with the 7th level, not the kind of equal strength, but there is a chance to defeat, and the slightly weaker 7th level may even be killed on the spot by him. And this is just the primary level. If it reaches the intermediate, advanced, or even perfect level, I'm afraid I dare to touch the 8th level. Killing the enemy across 3 small realms. For ordinary cultivators, this kind of thing is simply unthinkable. But for Sujan, who is full of cheats, it is just a matter of time. In my opinion, the subtle level sword technique is much stronger than the other 2 subtle level skills. 600,000, it's worth it. The only drawback is the spiritual energy consumption. I slashed 5 times in an instant, bursting 3 times the damage. The spiritual energy consumption of each slash was extremely huge. After 5 times, if it weren't for the support of the subtle level internal skills, I'm afraid that 1 wave would be enough to drain all my spiritual energy. With my current spiritual energy reserves, 3 times, at most 3 times of using the Mad Thunder Sword technique, will completely drain the spiritual energy. But it won't take 3 times, just 1 time, and I can take Lu Yunhai's life. Sujan's eyes were sharp. Now, he was absolutely sure to kill Lu Yunhai. Xiao Ariai, how long will it take you to reach the mine? Sujan asked. When Sujan had the idea of killing Lu Yunhai many days ago, he sent Xiao He back to the mine. After traveling day and night for the past few days, he was not far from the mine. Master, it will only take an hour at most. Okay, then I'll wait for you for another hour. When you arrive at the mine, don't rush to take action. First, investigate the general situation and then report to me. Yes, Master. The so-called investigation is naturally to see if there are any strong enemies. With Lu Tsongyun's means, it is impossible for the mine not to have several disciples of the 7th and 8th levels to guard it. But this is not a difficult task for Sujan. As long as there is no ruthless person at the level of Yuanjing,
Lu Yunhai will not think about surviving. Xiaohei, how long will it take for the crazy thunder sword technique to reach the intermediate level? Master, it takes 8 days. 8 days. For other subtle level skills, Su Zhan feels it is very long. But for the crazy thunder sword technique, 8 days is already considered fast. Once it reaches the intermediate level, it will be 10 swords in an instant. The power is so great that even the 7th level beasts will have to die. Put it aside for the time being, let Xiaohei go hunting beasts for an hour to see how efficient they are now. Under Su Zhan's quick arrangement 140 Xiaohei left the shadow of the training. They were divided into 2 sides with 70 people each, and continued to slaughter in the Bailing Mountains and the Magic Mist Swamp. Of course. Now the beasts they slaughtered were no longer the 4th and 5th levels, but the 6th level. In just half a minute, there was a crash. The bodies of many beasts fell into the clone space. At this efficiency, 2 million is completely possible. The next stage requires 4.86 million, which can be easily done in 3 days. Su Zhan grinned. Soon, 2 hours passed. Xiao Ariai's reconnaissance intelligence finally came. Master, there are 57th level beasts in the mine. Expected. Mobilizing 57th level beasts is just a matter of words for Lu Tsongyun, who is in the middle stage of the Yuan realm. Is there Ye? No, have you found Lu Yunhai? Yes, and his location has been confirmed. He is in the mine owner's mansion. Very good. Su Zhan stretched his waist and looked fierce. Go! In the entire mine, leave no one alive except the miners. Su Zhan is either not crazy. Once you get crazy, it doesn't matter whether you are a monster or a snake. Anyone who wanted to kill before or not will be killed together now. Master Lu. I've met Mr. Lu. Senior brother Lu. Lu Yunhai entered mining area number 18. The surrounding miners, members of the punishment team, and the 7th level disciples guarding him all saluted and greeted him. My mind is getting more restless. What's going on? Lu Yunhai frowned, his face full of sadness. Obviously nothing happened. But he always felt that something big was unfinished and would happen at any time, making him restless. This was the first time he had felt like this since arriving at the 7th level. Unable to continue practicing carefully, he simply chose to go out for a walk. As a result, while walking, he inexplicably came to the number 18 mining area where Su Zhan was originally located. According to what my father said, could it be that Su Zhan has become my inner demon? Lu Yunhai has not encountered many strong enemies, and Su Zhan is the only opponent that he can't defeat despite gritting his teeth and using all his strength. Even his father has been dispatched, but so far Su Zhan is still alive. Inner demons are often left behind by opponents that cannot be dealt with. Suddenly, Lu Yunhai glanced accidentally and noticed that there seemed to be a figure flickering above the mountains and forests in the distance. Subconsciously, he thought the miners were taking the opportunity to be lazy and not work. Come here, there is a lazy guy over there in the forest, go and kill him directly. Lu Yunhai was already in a bad mood, so he gave the order on the spot, but before he finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed in horror, and his pupils suddenly shrank, as if he had seen something terrible. Because he finally saw the flashing figure clearly. Black robe, black gloves, black mask. It is the incarnation of Su Zhan who had previously wreaked havoc on the entire mine and no one could punish him. Who? The 7th level disciples who were guarding each drew their swords and shouted loudly. Lu Yunhai looked in the direction pointed by their voices. There is more than one man in black robe. Instead, a group of men in black robes were surrounding them from all directions, holding long knives and approaching them quickly. The man in black robe. The man in black robe again. The people of the 4th and 5th levels also discovered the existence of the black-robed man at this time. Due to the shadow left before, they were so frightened that they screamed and howled on the spot, and were extremely frightened. It's just a group of external incarnations, there's no need to worry at all. Even if they can't be eradicated, there are so many 7th layers here, they can't cause any trouble. After the brief panic, Lu Yunhai immediately calmed down. He is at level 7. There are so many 7 levels here. No matter how powerful and numerous Su Zhan's external incarnations are, if they are stretched to death, they can only deal with guys at the 4th or 5th level, or even the 6th level. They will not pose any threat to him. How dare you pretend to be a fool in front of me if you are just a 5th level person? The 7th level disciple who was the closest among them stared at the black-robed man rushing towards him, feeling the 5th level aura emanating from his body, snorted coldly, and took action without saying a word. The long sword is unsheathed. Ice blue light lingered. The 7th level's momentum was completely released. Die. The 7th level disciple used his skills as soon as he came up and used all his strength. Obviously, he wanted to perform well in front of Lu Yunhai and make his future in the Chunyang sect easier. But the next second. TSK. The man in black robe swung his long knife, and lightning suddenly appeared on the long knife. When the 7th level disciple saw the thunderlight, his eyes widened with shock. A skill with attributes? Any technique with attributes must be at least Hinayana level, and those in the Yuan realm are eligible to practice. How can a 5th level guy master the techniques with attributes? The next moment, the long knife turned into an afterimage and fell with a crash. The first sword completely destroyed the offensive of the 7th level disciples. The second sword shook the long sword away. The third sword blasted the primary spiritual weapon armor on the 7th level disciple to pieces. The fourth sword completely shattered the armor and struck the 7th level disciple, creating a ferocious gash, leaving him dead and disabled. The fifth sword directly split the 7th level disciple in half from top to bottom on the spot, leaving no chance of survival. And these 5 swords were all completed in an instant. So in the eyes of everyone else, the man in black robe just used a knife, and the attack of the 7th level disciple was shattered, and then blood spurted out from the whole person, was divided into 2, and fell to the ground on both sides. One knife? Just one knife? It's a lie, are you kidding me? 5th level, how is this possible? In an instant, the other 7th level disciples who witnessed this scene were horrified. Their eyes, which were originally full of fighting spirit, were now filled with only shock and fear. How could this happen? Even though Lu Yunhai had some experience, what happened in front of him still made his scalp numb and an inexplicable chill ran down his spine. The man in black robe has become stronger. And the level of strength is not the slightest bit. He can actually kill the 7th level in one glance with his 5th level posture. Ah! My arm! How could the 5th level have such damage? This is unreasonable. No opponent, run away. Run away. While they were stunned, the black boys did not pause for a moment and rushed forward. Lightning flashed everywhere. Knife shadows were everywhere. Then blood splattered, and the howling of pain mixed with some broken limbs and arms soared into the sky. The 7th level disciples were left to be slaughtered in front of the black boys. Run! You must run quickly! Lu Yunhai's mind was broken at this time, and fear surged from his heart and appeared on his panicked face. The instinct of survival made him take out a teleportation talisman from his arms at the first time. This was a life-saving item specially left to him by his father. As long as you crush it, you can randomly teleport thousands of miles, even facing a Yuan realm strongman, you can escape instantly. But he was about to crush it. Swish! A flash of lightning flashed by, and then his wrist holding the teleportation talisman was neatly cut off, and blood spurted out like money. Hand, my hand! Lu Yunhai screamed. But he reacted quickly and stretched out his other hand, trying to crush the teleportation talisman in mid-air. As long as he crushed it, even if he lost one hand, at least his life would be saved. Wow! Suddenly, he clearly felt an extremely dazzling lightning from above his head, which even illuminated the daylight. But he didn't dare to look back, let alone stop, so he could only stretch out his hand. Finally! Got it! Lu Yunhai successfully caught the teleportation talisman, and with a force, the teleportation talisman was crushed on the spot. But at the same time, the densely packed black men above his head, with the long knives in their hands, also came down with a bang. Boom! Where Lu Yunhai was, there was a deafening explosion, raising smoke and dust all over the sky. The miners who saw this scene were stunned and dumbfounded. The last moment, everything was fine. The next moment, the 7th level disciples of the Chunyang sect were slaughtered. The 6th level captain, the 5th level team leader, and the 4th level members of the punishment team were like chickens, and they had no power to resist the black-robed men. Even the most powerful mine owner was completely overwhelmed by a group of black-robed men in front of them. The huge change made them unable to react for a long time. When the smoke and dust where Lu Yunhai was dissipated, the black men had already scattered and continued to slaughter other members of the punishment team. After the miners approached boldly, they were horrified to find that in the shallow pit where the faint lightning light remained, Lu Yunhai had become a pool of blood and flesh, and various colored organs were mixed together. Only from his scattered clothes could he barely identify his identity. Dead, dead. The mine owner is dead too. The mine owner is dead, we are saved. I want to go home. After a brief moment of shock, the miners threw away their hoes one by one, shouted excitedly,
and ran in all directions without looking back, escaping from this damn mine that had trapped them for many years.
At the same time, in a bush nearly 6,000 miles away,
a stream of light flew over and landed on the grass. It was a bloody, broken man's arm, with some remnants of clothing left.
Its owner was Lu Yunhai. How cool!
At this time, Sujan saw Lu Yunhai's body that exuded a faint burnt smell through the perspective of the clone.
He couldn't help but grin, feeling extremely happy in his heart. Comfortable.
So comfortable. After being hunted and targeted for so long, but always having to deal with it, I was finally able to fight back and kill.
This feeling is unparalleled. Not only that,
through this action, Sujan also clearly understood the current situation of the black men killing enemies. Below the 7th level, it is basically like killing a chicken and a duck, and the opponent has no room to resist. At the 7th level, in a duel, a wave of crazy thunder sword skills can kill the opponent on the spot. Even if the enemy is lucky enough to survive and tries to fight back, invincible golden stone body only needs to be activated, and the damage from the 7th level will be inflicted on Xiaohei, who has no pain.
Not worth mentioning at all.
If there was a group fight, even Lu Yunhai, who was holding the teleportation talisman, would be furious on the spot. It's a pity that there is no 8th level here, otherwise we can test again and see if we can solve the 8th level in one wave. Sujan no longer takes Bachong seriously. If one little black guy can't handle it, then 10 of them will attack together. No matter how good the 8th level is, if all 10 of them attack together, they will be finished.
Chunyang sect. Lu Tsongyun was meditating on the mountain peak.
By taking the elixir and the guidance of the master of the Dan realm, he has gradually reached the threshold of the late Yuan realm.
Suddenly, Master! Master! Urgent shouts came.
Lu Tsongyun opened his eyes, a little impatient in his eyes. When an 8th level disciple appeared, Lu Tsongyun's eyes suddenly became sharp, and a strong sense of consciousness with a strong sense of oppression pressed on the 8th level disciple, causing him to plop and kneel on the spot. I told you when I went up the mountain that you are not allowed to disturb my retreat no matter what.
This is the first time. I will confiscate your salary for this month and give you a warning. If there is another time, Lu Tsongyun said coldly.
Master, this disciple is not harassing you for no reason, but, just say what you want to say, stop hesitating. Lu Tsongyun shouted sharply. Junior brother Lu Yunhai and Lu, his life is shattered. Boom! As soon as the 8th level disciple's words came out, an extremely violent aura suddenly erupted from Lu Tsongyun.
The terrifying aura made the 8th level disciples tremble with fear. The power of the Yuan realm is really terrifying.
Not to mention that Lu Tsongyun is still in the middle stage of the Yuan realm, close to the late Yuan realm.
The gap between the two sides cannot be described as the difference between cloud and mud. Sea of clouds. His originally impatient expression turned into shock, then anger, and finally turned into rage.
Lu Tsongyun let out a heartbreaking cry, and then his body turned into an afterimage, passing by the 8th level disciples, all the way down the mountain.
After a while, Lu Tsongyun came to the place where the disciples' life jade was stored. The life jade is more accurate and precious than the stone of life. The stone of life lights up to represent survival, while dimming and fragmenting represents death.
The life jade can not only show survival and death, but also judge whether the cultivator is at the peak or at the peak of his or her state based on its light. Weak, even if an arm is broken, a corner of the life jade will be broken.
But now,
appearing in front of Lu Tsongyun, the life jade that belonged to Lu Yunhai no longer had any light, and the whole body was covered with dense cracks.
It couldn't be broken anymore.
It can be seen from this that Lu Yunhai not only died, but also died miserably.
Not even a complete fragment could be found in his body. Ah!
Lu Tsongyun's eyes were about to burst, he looked up to the sky and howled angrily. The sound waves shattered the wooden beams of the house, and all the disciples inside the mountain gate covered their ears, showing signs of pain.
Who is it? Lu Tsongyun's face was ferocious, and his eyes contained overwhelming hatred and murderous intent.
The first thought he thought of was Sujan.
You can change your mind and think about it. Even Sujan couldn't survive the 5th or 6th level. How could he kill Lu Yunhai? Not to mention the mine, there are still dozens of 7th layers helping to guard it.
Lu Yunhai himself has many ways to save his life.
He only gave 2 teleportation talismans. Even if he encounters an opponent at the 9th level, he can escape quickly. Unless Yuan Jing takes action, he can kill him instantly. Sujan, Yuan Jing? Is it possible? No matter who you are, I will make you pay with blood. Lu Yun turned around, left the mountain gate at top speed, and headed straight for the mine. Master, the mine workers have basically been wiped out. We are searching for possible fish that slipped through the net. Xiao Hei's voice sounded in Su Zhan's mind. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Su Zhan smiled happily. Under the encirclement and suppression of hundreds of gangsters, he basically wiped out all the 4th level and above personnel inside and outside the mine. The corresponding harvested spiritual stones, spiritual weapons, elixirs, heavenly materials, earthly treasures, techniques and other treasures are worth a lot of money in total. The number of spiritual stones alone has reached an impressive 3.48 million. But apart from the spiritual stones, the biggest gain is the skills. The last time Zhou Yuashan participated in the house raiding mission, he provided 2 subtle level exercises. Naturally, those other 5th level and 6th level people could not return empty-handed. Several subtle level exercises were also found from them. Among them, there happened to be the special type of movement skills that Su Zhan wanted. However, these are not top level and rare, and they are not of much value. After experiencing the benefits brought by Mad Thunder Blade technique, Su Zhan has realized that even if they are at the same level, there is a huge gap between them. Therefore, Su Zhan has temporarily set a policy, either not to practice, or to practice the top level skills within the same grade. Hula la. At this time, a large number of miscellaneous spirit stones poured into the clone space. These are miscellaneous spirit stones dug out by miners. Xiao Hei, wait. Su Zhan immediately ordered. The miscellaneous spirit stones immediately stopped pouring. Master, we also found a lot of such spirit stones. Xiao Hei said straightforwardly. This is a mine, of course there are a lot of miscellaneous spirit stones, but the risk of taking it is much greater than killing Lu Yunhai. Su Zhan stared at the piles of miscellaneous spirit stones, his eyes flashing. Before, he had roughly calculated that the daily output of miscellaneous spirit stones in the entire mine was as high as 5 million. If converted at a ratio of 10 to 1, it would be 500,000 low-grade spirit stones every day. But later, after he understood the whole picture of the entire mine, this number increased 5-fold. This is equivalent to 2.5 million low-grade spirit stones being excavated in this mine every day. Therefore, the mine stipulates that every month, 70 million low-grade spirit stones must be handed over to the Chunyang sect, which can be exchanged for high-grade spirit stones, that is, 7,000 pieces. This is the fixed share handed over to the Chunyang sect. The extra ones belong to the mine owner and the people below. In order to make more money, the mine owner and the people below caught boys and girls everywhere to do hard labor for them, and the saved spirit stones all went into their pockets. The miscellaneous spirit stones that Xiao Hei found now must be the part that had just been collected and not exchanged and handed over in time. The purpose of the Chunyang sect is very simple. The mine owner can die. The punishment team can also be destroyed. Only the spirit stones cannot be taken. Once these spirit stones are taken away, the Chunyang sect will definitely send people to investigate. And the minimum starting point must be the Yuan realm. The part that has not been handed in is at least 30 million, right? Su Zhan's eyes were burning. 30 million is equivalent to the hunting results of Xiao Hei for half a month. If it were before, he would definitely not have any thoughts. Su Zhan, who had already provoked Lu Yun with just half a month's results, did not want to cause trouble and attract the attention of Chunyang sect because of this little money. But the situation is special now. It is less than 2 months before the sect trial is forced to leave the sect. The hunting results of this half month can help him a lot. 30 million can directly allow me to upgrade the black mark by 2 stages. 2 stages, it's not a small amount, but if I really take it, Chunyang sect will definitely investigate it to the end. Especially there is Lu Yun who suspects me, Su Zhan thought again and again. Finally, his face became fierce, and a hint of madness surged in his eyes. Damn it, wealth and honor come from risk, take it. Everyone, start now, search for all the miscellaneous spirit stones and spirit stones, if you find them, harvest them all. With the order, Xiao Hei began a big search for the entire mine. Among them, the warehouse base specifically used to store miscellaneous stones became the first batch of searched objects. Furthermore is the exchange house of each mine. Finally, the house of the main mansion of the mine, as well as the house of the chief captain, the members of the penalty team, all found a lot of spiritual stones. Even the mining market did not let go. While seeing a large number of miscellaneous stones, the lower spirit stones are like pouring rain in rain. Just a short time. In the space of 34 cubic meters, it is almost half of the time. Little air black, 18 black, 55 black,
you go to the surrounding towns, and exchanges these miscellaneous stones and the lower linkshire into Shangping linkshire.
Su Zhan quickly ordered.
Yes, master.
Under the cooperation of the little blacks. 1 hour later.
The number of Shangping linkshire in Su Zhan has more than 3,000.
Yes. You didn't hear it wrong. It's 3,000.
However, this has not yet reached the limit of the entire mine. There are still new sources of miscellaneous stones and spirit stones. Even the towns that the little blacks went to exchanges were changed several.
Because the Shangping linkshire of those towns was exchanged cleanly.
According to this trend, I have estimated that before, I can have 4,000 to 5,000 pieces.
The next stage is 486, 1458 in the lower stages, and 4,374 in the lower stages. 3 stages add up, probably. 6,318.
Those 4, 5, 6 heavy, and 7 heavy guys provided me with nearly 400. As long as the current reserves of the entire mine can exceed 6,000, then I can improve 3 stages in one breath. 3 stages, Su Zhan's eyes were hot, and he couldn't help but breathe. It is only a period of time for many days, and now there are 3 stages now. This surprise is really unable to suffer from Su Zhan. Just towards this danger is worth taking. There are 3,000 pieces, then decisively improve the 2 stages.
Come on, open suction.
The black imprint on Su Zhan's palm burst again. Immediately, the top-grade spirit stones in the space began to melt quickly at the speed of visible to the naked eye.
486 cannot take long. About a few minutes later. The 14th stage is here.
42 black smoke came out of thin air, and quickly condensed into a new 42 little black. The number of avatars will be increased from 142 to 188. In the space, the 34 cubic meters of space quickly skyrocketed to 42 cubic meters. The speed of practice is faster to 4 times. The speed of cultivation of virtual shadows increased to 11 times.
Come, continue the next
Su Zhan Gang was ready to impact the next stage, and suddenly his look, wait, what's going on?
How can there be aura?
His body is indeed aura. And the scouring speed is very fast.
The high cultivation efficiency brought is far more important than before.
This is clearly a state that appears when the avatar's practice function at full speed.
This is unscientific. Obviously, no little black is arranged in the cultivation virtual shadow. How can? No hesitation.
Su Zhan closed his eyes decisively and entered the space of consciousness.
Next second, he stayed as a whole.
I saw that in the practice of practice, there was even an aura that was obviously gathered by multiple small blacks, and it was flowing quickly in the practice of virtual shadows.
However, this is not the most outrageous.
What's even more outrageous is that the black fog of the views of the little blacks next to the black fog is quietly floating in nothingness.
I have never entered the body in the body.
Suddenly, Su Zhan's head was a little down.
In the practice of practice, a bunch of little black appeared out of thin air to help yourself cultivate? Is it a new feature? But the 14th stage is clearly cooling. The number of avatars is also growing normally. Why did you start new features? Is the law changed again?
Su Zhan was puzzled. After all the laws that explored through, he suddenly became completely invincible. However, adhering to the study of research, Su Zhan was not anxious. Since there are so many small blacks out of thin air, I just search for it, you also search. Su Zhan couldn't figure it out, so he didn't want to do it anymore. Let's work hard to work first.
However, he thought about it.
But I found that I couldn't touch the existence of the little blacks in the practice of practicing the shadow.
Let me go, see the ghost? Are these little black all in front of me and exist in it? Why can't I touch them?
The sudden situation surprised Su Zhan. These cultivation xiaohei can be seen, can perceive, and even the effects of them helping themselves can be received at all times.
I can't touch it. What is this operation?
The situation was really a little brain-burning, causing Suskat to have a headache.
I can't touch it, other little black may be possible. Su Zhan tried the old routine. Put a little black into the practice shadow. 97 black, can you touch them? Su Zhan asked.
Master, they belong exclusively to the training space and I cannot touch them. Su Zhan was stunned by Xiaohei's words.
Exclusively for cultivation space? Exclusively for? What kind of operation is this? Then do you know where they came from? Su Zhan asked quickly.
I'm sorry, Master, they were born from the changes in the training space.
I have no way of knowing the details. Xiaohei said. Changes in the cultivation space. A dedicated space for cultivation. But the cultivation function has not produced any special changes. It is just that the efficiency has been increased from 9 times to 11 times. Is it possible that the new function was unlocked because of the multiple of 10? This is a bolder guess by Sujan. The black brand is a multiple of 3 as the increase in the number of spiritual stones consumed in each promotion stage. If the black brand has such a pattern, then the cultivation space, which is one of its functions, may also have such a multiple pattern. After all, there was no response until it was multiplied by 10 times. Only after exceeding 10 times, so many Shohei who belong to the cultivation space suddenly appeared. Only this guess is barely consistent. If it is really 10 times, then there should be new changes when it reaches 20 times, right? I'll wait until it's 20 times bigger and see if it's really what I expected. No matter what the rules are, at least these cultivation clones that suddenly popped up have solved another big problem for me. Hunting, training, practicing. Sujan could only choose one of the 3. But with the emergence of exclusive clones, the choice is reduced to one of 2 without affecting the efficiency at all, but can also bring unlimited realm benefits. From now on, whether he is standing, sitting, lying down, sleeping, he can gain cultivation every moment. Breaking through the realm will be as easy as eating and drinking. 188 clones, 11 times the cultivation efficiency. I will be able to reach the 6th level within today. 7th level, it only takes a few days. I'm afraid in 2 months, I can even rush through the Yuan realm. At this time, Sujan no longer followed the previous path of keeping a low profile. Now that you have been targeted, what else can you keep low-key about? Not to mention, he learned through the grapevine that the people above him were disdainful of the rapid upgrading of the mortal realm. As long as a person in the Dan realm is willing, using the initiation method in minutes, you can soar from the 1st level of the mortal realm to the 9th level of the mortal realm in 1 day. Such a promotion speed is scary, right? However, what is sacrificed is all the potential of this person in the future, and the foundation is damaged, and it is basically impossible to be promoted to the Yuan realm in this life. At the same time, Dan realm characters need to pay a big price. Therefore, no one will do this at all. Come on, keep sucking. The next stage is the 15th stage. If the rules are correct in the 16th stage, you can unlock a new function. Suck. Sujan couldn't wait to think about the new function. The black mark on the palm seemed to have the same feeling, and the gleaming black light bloomed again, frantically absorbing the high-grade spiritual stones in the clone space. After a while, 1,458 high-grade spiritual stones were absorbed by the black brand. A total of 50 new little blacks were born, announcing that they would join the army of clones. The number of Sujan's clones seemed to have increased to 238 in one fell swoop. Not only that, Sujan also discovered another point that surprised him. In the practice of Phantom, not only the growth rate has increased, but the number of clones has also increased a lot. If the efficiency is simply increased from 11 times to 13 times. At most, it is an improvement of nearly 1/5. But what Sujan feels now is a significant increase of 1/3 or even nearly 40%. Got it. The number of exclusive clones is originally a direct copy of all my current clones. Now that my clones increase, the exclusive clones will also increase. Good guy, this is really a good guy. Sujan was so excited that he couldn't help but slap his thigh. Practicing all the time is surprising enough. Now, even the number of clones can be increased, without any delay in the efficiency of cultivation. What is great value? That's it. This adventure I took was really the right one. And once you put the existing clone in it, the time required to break through the realm is doubled on the spot. The promotion speed is simply faster than a rocket. If the cultivation function can have an exclusive clone, allowing me to hang up and gain cultivation, then will the practice function also have a similar exclusive clone? If that time comes, I can definitely take a 3-pronged approach: cultivation, practicing kung fu, killing people, and seizing treasures. Sujan's eyes flashed. As there are more and more new functions, and they become more and more magical, this seemingly whimsical idea may not be impossible to realize. Keep going. The next 16th stage is the time to unlock new functions. It requires a full 43.74 million spirit stones. Whether you can improve it in one go depends on this wave. Sujan's eyes sparkled. In the clone space, miscellaneous spiritual stones and low-grade spiritual stones are still falling. The black men in various towns are also quickly exchanging all these spiritual stones. Everything is going on in an orderly manner. The final result depends on the number of spiritual stones stored in the entire mine. Soon. An hour passed. The spiritual stone in Su Zhan's hand once again exceeded the 30 million mark. Another hour passed. During this period, the speed at which the gangsters searched for spiritual stones dropped significantly. The mine was about to be completely looted. And just when the second and a half hour came, Su Zhan still has 37 million spiritual stones in hand. But there was an obvious feeling in his body that he was about to break through. Coming. Su Zhan sat upright and said, "I don't care how many times you fail this time. As long as you can advance to the 6th level, everything will be easy." After knowing that his cultivation qualifications were only average, Su Zhan simply lay down. A feeling of heat comes over me. A burning feeling emerged out of thin air, and in just the blink of an eye, it swept through Su Zhan's limbs and bones, making him feel as if he was in a furnace. The surging spiritual energy was frantically washing away everything in his body. Flesh, bones, dantian, meridians. Fortunately, he only felt hot. Sweating all over. But it's not that painful. As the temperature continues to rise, it is proven that the erosion is also approaching its peak. Abrupt. The temperature began to drop, and all the heat wave quickly receded like a tide. First time, failure. Su Zhan was not in a hurry and waited silently. A few minutes later, ushered in the second breakthrough washout. But the result remained the same, there was no breakthrough, and everything gradually cooled down. That's all. The entire process was repeated 4 times in succession. Finally, on the 5th occasion, Bo Su Zhan could clearly hear as if an invisible membrane was being punctured inside his body. Immediately afterwards there was a violent roar in the body. Limbs and bones, flesh and blood, bones, meridians and dantian, all transformed at this moment. A majestic aura unique to the 6th level spread out from his body. Finally the 6th level. Su Zhan twisted his neck and made a kara sound. He clearly felt his own strength. He had risen a small level compared to before. It seems that I was wrong. It won't even take a few days to reach the 7th level. Tomorrow's when the time comes, we will be able to make a breakthrough again. The higher the realm, the more Su Zhan knows about his own cultivation, and the more accurate he is in judging the time of breakthrough. One day later, you can hit the 7th level. After a few days, it will not be a problem to hit the 8th level. Within half a month, Zhozhong is completely at your fingertips. Such a promotion speed. It's not forced indoctrination, but normal breakthrough and promotion. If word gets out, even the big shots in Xunyang's sect will be shocked. If we can continue to advance to the 16th stage, this promotion speed can be even faster. Su Zhan stared at the clone space. Miscellaneous spirit stones and spirit stones are still falling. Although the speed is much slower, as long as there is income, the required consumption of the 16th stage will be reached sooner or later. Even if the number of mines in the end cannot meet the demand for improvement. With the current level of the 6th level and the strength of mastering 3 micro-level techniques, the 8th level is fully qualified to kill. The profits of the little blacks from hunting will also be very terrifying. Master. Encountering a strong enemy, please ask for support. Master. A strong enemy is out, please support. Owner. Just when Su Zhan was thinking about his plan, suddenly a group of black people's cries for help came to his mind. Then there was a group of black fog, all of which instantly turned gray. In just one encounter, more than a dozen Xiaohei died. In response to this, Su Zhan did not show any surprise on his face, but was very calm. If nothing else, Lu Tsongyun is here. Everyone, come back first. Su Zhan held his hand, and all the gangsters who were searching the mines returned. He directly arranged for them to go hunting in the Bailing Mountains and the demonic mist swamp. But he didn't take them all. I deliberately left a little black guy there. And through Xiaohei's perspective, he saw what was happening in the mine. Sea of clouds. As soon as Lu Tsongyun arrived at the mine, he easily killed a group of black men with a few shots. Soon, he found Lu Yunhai who had turned into a pile of rotten flesh. Seeing his son in such a miserable state, Lu Tsongyun let out an angry and violent scream. Su Zhan. He glared at the only black guy on the field, gritted his teeth, and looked like he was crazy. Damn you bastard. Kill my son, and I want you to pay with your life. Don't think that you can be safe by hiding behind your external avatar and within the sect. Just wait, I will capture you alive and make you taste thousands of times the pain. The hatred and anger in Lu Tsongyun's eyes almost turned into reality. Oh, I didn't know, I thought you were the victim. In response, Su Zhan on the other end sneered and said to himself, want to kill me? Then come on, I'll wait.
Lu Songyun watched Xiaohei in front of him collapse and disappear. He looked up to the sky and howled angrily.
But there was nothing we could do.
This was the angriest moment in his life, the most powerless and the most difficult moment in his life. The murderer was clearly right in front of him, but he just couldn't kill him and avenge his tragic death of his son. Its aura is at the 6th level. That boy Zhan Longhu is the 6th level.
He is right. Wait, I have to kill you. Lu Songyun picked up Lu Yunhai's mangled body. Even if he died, he couldn't die here.
At least he had to be buried in the ancestral grave of their Lu family.
But just when Lu Songyun was about to leave, suddenly, he turned around and frowned. All the spiritual stones stored in the mining area are gone? Lu Songyun's consciousness quickly swept through.
Except for the warehouse that stores the spirit stone, it is empty, and even a miscellaneous stone is not left. Even the exchange house that should be stored in a large amount of lanting stone should be stored, all of which are searched for cleanliness.
This kid, dare to greedy the spirit stone of the mine? Lu Songyun was surprised.
The spiritual stone of the mine, the pills of the medicine field, the treasures of the mine vein, the taxes of the city, etc.
These are all taboos of Chunyang Zone. Once violated, it is equivalent to the core interests of Chunyang sect. Okay. Good. Very good. Suzhan, your kid has been in my hands.
Dare to snatch the Zongmen Lingshire, you will not die 100 lives. When I go back to report on the upper level, let alone Danjing, that is, the mysterious realm may not be able to keep you.
Lu Songyun was full of success, and his face was full of excitement.
As if he had seen Su Zhanren's head landing, aversion to his son's revenge. But he was about to turn back to Zongmen, and suddenly frowned, and his body immediately paused.
Wrong. Lu Songyun's light flickered. If the upper layer asked how Su Zhan killed Yunhai, it was bound to expose the means of Su Zhan's incarnation. I can realize the particularity of Su Zhan. How can the upper level be unaware?
I really want the upper level to take away the treasures in Su Zhan's hands.
Then everything I did before was not in vain? Yunhai, isn't it died in vain? Lu Songyun recovered a little rational.
He wants to report, he wants the treasure. At present, the goal has been basically locked, and the dragon tiger is Su Zhan undoubtedly. And as soon as this matter came out, even if I did not report, the upper level would send the Danjing Strong to investigate and recover the spirit stone. Finding Su Zhan's body, I'm afraid it would be a matter of time. With my power, I can't get Su Zhan's treasure in peace. For today, I can only seek the help of Master.
Lu Songyun knew very well that he was incomprehensible.
The only choice is to inform him of the Master Danjing. Although this is the case, it is difficult for treasures and exercises to get in his hands, but Master took a shot, and he still had a little soup. But once the upper level knows it, he doesn't even have soup. Anyway, Su Zhan is dead.
Yunhai, your hatred, he can't escape. Lu Songyun turned quickly and returned to Zongmen. Nympho, this time, I would be guilty of Chunyang sect.
Su Zhan was very clear. From the moment he took the mines, he had completely separated from Chunyang Zone. With the temper of Zongmen, the Thunder must be furious about this incident. As the only guy who knows him at present, Lu Songyun may take this opportunity to take his information to the upper level and let the upper layer deal with himself.
If it was just a personal grievance. Su Zhan is now a crime of Zongmen.
The upper layer can ignore any Zongmen iron law, and shot him directly to kill him on the spot.
And this is a better ending.
Almost, he was afraid that he would be searched for the soul on the spot by the people of the Danjing. Whenever he searched for any relationship with the spiritual stone of the mine, he would be thrown into the prison. He was tortured endlessly.
Certainly.
Su Zhan also estimates that Lu Songyun may choose not to come out for his so-called treasure, but this is just a little delayed a little bit, and he cannot solve the fundamental problem. He has no confidence, and he can soar in Danjing in such a short period of time to fight against Danjing. Even if it is really in Danjing, there are mysterious, spiritual realms, and even the heavenly realm.
Finally, it is basically the same as the enemy with the entire Puryang Zone.
It is impossible to recover, there is only one way, Li Zong. I have heard that there are also the existence of the Beast Treasure Pavilion in the outside world. If you leave Zongmen, you can sell them to them, that is, the price is much lower than that of Zongmen. I have left Xiaohei, and I can still listen to the news in Zongmen at any time. In the future, if Xunyang Zong really wants to die with me, then I can only accompany it to the end, that's all. Su Zhan decisively left the cabin and embarked on the route of Li Zong. Seeing this day and night, the disciples were immediately followed.
I'm going, what's the matter, he is 16. The direction of this road is. Li Zong? Su-Zhan Li Zong?
Go to Master, Su-Zhan is promoted again, and he will leave the zone. Brother Lu, let him ambush outside the mountain gate of Zongmen, and be ready to shoot at any time. As soon as the disciples saw Su's intention to possess Li Zong, they immediately passed the news. Soon, Su-Zhan was at the gate of 100 meters. If you continue to go out, you will get out of the enchantment and lose all blessings. Su-Zhan hesitated at all. Under the witness of many disciples, he crossed the mountain gate and continued. This scene excited all disciples. But they did not have a hurry. After all, here is outside the mountain gate. If it is blatantly killed by each other, how many faces of Zongmen still can't hold it? As long as Su-Zhan walks 100 meters, they can be unscrupulous. However, Su-Zhan just walked out a few steps, turned his hands, and a rune appeared in his hand. Damn! Transfer! Subsequently, in the screams and gritting teeth of a group of disciples, Su-Zhan crushed the teleportation symbol and turned into a lit to the sky. Wanli teleportation. For a moment, Su-Zhan was randomly transmitted to a primitive jungle. Here is about 6,000 miles away from Chunyangzong. 6,000 miles, even if it is Danjing, I can't find my trace in a short time. Next, look at the new features of the next stage. What good things can come? Su-Zhan looked at the various fierce beast bodies that were constantly falling in the avatar space, as well as the pile of mountains and stones, and his eyes flashed. The number of Shangping Lingshire has reached 4,100, only more than 200. Within today, there will be a chance to reach. Nympho what? Lu Wujian Li Zong? Or did he use the conveyor symbol? Lu Tsongyun, who had just returned to Zongmen, had not had time to explain to Master, and heard the news from his disciples, and was shocked. When is Lu Wujian Li Zong? What is the wait? Back to Master, 6. Damn! It's him! In a short period of time, he was promoted to the 16th and worshipped under the door of Lin Xingxuan. Now he still escapes Zongmen with a teleportation manner. Lian Zhan Dragon Tiger was obediently in the Zongmen, but Lu Wujian ran away first. Who can it be? Intersection very good, Li Zong, right? I can only use some connections, but when I get outside the gate, I can pinch you with it. This time, I went out to find you in person. You can wait for me. Lu Tsongyun directly dismissed the idea of looking for Master and chose to do it alone. But at this moment, Song Yun. A sound of an ancient well came. Lu Tsongyun was stunned, and then quickly walked out of the house. At a glance, he saw the driving in the air, a gray robe, and a gray breath all over his body. Even the eyebrows were gray. Disciple, have seen Master. Lu Tsongyun quickly respectful the ceremony. The old man of gray robe is his master, real eyebrow. I heard that Yun Hai was killed in the mine. Are you going to catch the murderer? The old man in the gray robe said hi. Yes, master. Lu Tsongyun felt painful, master is relieved. Yun Hai's revenge, the disciples must report themselves, let the murderer's blood debt repay, and never work hard. But how do I hear, you are not just for hatred, but also for your treasure? Master Hui Mei's words made Lu Tsongyun tremble all over. How could Master know about Su-Zhan? Could it be? Lu Tsongyun looked at the disciples behind him. The disciples quickly lowered their heads. Damn it! Lu Tsongyun suddenly understood and cursed in his heart. You don't have to blame them. I asked them to explain. If they don't, you know what will happen to them. The indifferent words of Master Grey Eyebrow contained a heart-stopping power. Master, forgive me. This disciple definitely didn't intend to hide it, but Su-Zhan is too weird. I still haven't figured out what the treasure in his hand is, so I don't dare to report it to you. Lu Tsongyun said quickly. Tell me carefully what you know. If you miss a word, I will search the soul directly. When he heard the word search for souls, Lu Tsongyun's eyes trembled unconsciously. The biggest difference between Dan realm and Yuan realm. Not only is it an absolute supremacy in terms of strength, but also the ability to walk in the air, fly over mountains and seas. More importantly, the Dan realm can forcibly use spiritual consciousness to search for souls. Once the soul is searched in the Dan realm, it can range from stupidity to death. And Lu Tsongyun knew that the gray-browed old man was not the kind of person who would joke and threaten you, he meant it. There are no less than 3 Yuanjing disciples who died under his soul search alone. Master, this is what happened. Lu Tsongyun didn't dare to hide anything and told everything exactly. The more he listened, the more moved the gray-browed master became. The fast promotion speed is not attractive to him. After all, he is in the mortal realm. No matter how fast he is promoted, it has no meaning. Unless your promotion to the Yuan realm or Dan realm is still so fast, then it is almost the same. But the incarnation outside the body and the various methods that can be called miraculous skills made the Grey Eyebrow Master uneasy. Completely replicating the original strength. It can be recalled at any time, and it can be destroyed and disintegrated at will. Not afraid of death, even if you die, you can be reshaped. If any of them were taken out alone, they would be the existence that countless powerful people flocked to, but all of them were blended together? Good boy, you deserve to die if you have such a valuable treasure, yet you dare to steal the sect's spiritual stone. You are so tired of living. Master Grey Eyebrow snorted coldly. However, people can die, but the treasure must be obtained. While the sect is still here, we have to act before the door reacts. That boy named Su Zhan used the teleportation talisman to leave the sect, right? Yes, Master. All Yuanjing disciples from Sunset Peak, come here. The gray-browed master opened his mouth. The sound seemed to blend into the heaven and earth, quickly traveling hundreds of thousands of miles and blasting in the ears of those Yuanjing disciples. Soon, all the Yuanjing disciples in the sect, a total of 37 Yuanjing disciples under Master Grey Eyebrow, were present. Of course, there are far more Yuanjing disciples under his command, and a large part of them are not in the sect, but are responsible for going to the sect, guarding various cities. All of you, immediately order all your disciples to search for traces of Su Zhan. The scope is within 10,000 miles of the sect. Master Grey Eyebrow ordered, whoever discovers Su Zhan's traces first will get my reward. On the other hand, whoever dares to conceal it and has evil intentions will be responsible for the consequences. All Yuanjing disciples were shocked. The consequences for Master Grey Eyebrow are extremely serious. If you really provoke him, what you fear is not death, but life worse than death. Yes. The Yuanjing disciples quickly took orders. Seeing this scene, Lu Tsongyun knew that the treasure was completely out of reach, and he might not even be able to drink the soup. But fortunately, there were so many realms attacking together, and Su occupied only a mortal realm. No matter how powerful he was, he would definitely die. Other side. As the instigator, Su Zhan had no idea that as soon as he stepped forward, he was already being targeted by the Dan realm. In order to find him, he even dispatched dozens of Yuan realm and thousands of formations above the 7th level of the mortal realm. At this moment, Su Zhan was located in a paradise land, comfortably drinking the wine sent by Xiaohei while counting the spiritual stones that were about to reach the standard. Finally, as another batch of ferocious beast materials were sold, a large number of high-grade spiritual stones fell into the clone space. Coming. 43.74 million, just right. Suck it. Seeing the black mark on the palm of his hand shining brightly, Su Zhan's eyes burst into light. What will the new features be? Cultivating, practicing, everything is out. Will the next one be more powerful than these two functions? I think so. But Su Zhan himself felt it was impossible. Cultivation and Qigong practice have basically covered all the ways for practitioners to improve their strength. It will be difficult to surpass it in the future. But it's fine without this new function to improve strength. Just create a space similar to a clone, which does not increase your strength, but can still bring huge and convenient functions. At this time, all high-grade spiritual stones have been consumed. 50 streaks of black smoke emerged out of thin air. The number of Xiaohei and Su Zhan increased sharply from 238 to only 288. At the same time, the clone's cultivation is increased to 15 times, the clone's practice is increased to 7 times, and the clone's space is increased to 58 cubic meters. However, how can Su Zhan care about these changes now? At the first moment, he entered his conscious space with great excitement, wanting to see what kind of strange new gadget this new function would produce. However, he took a look in consciousness. Suddenly people stunned. No. Yes. In the space, there is nothing to increase at all. No. Brother, don't make such a joke with me. All the rules are in line, how can there be no new features? Su Zhanrun was stupid. He repeatedly confirmed several times in the conscious space. Even practicing the shadow, those who practice the shadows have tried to explore it. As before, there are no changes and no new features. Let me go. Saying good new features, isn't it really? No, it must be that I didn't find it, asked Xiaohei. Su Zhan still refused to die. Xiaohei, do you feel any new changes? Master, I didn't feel the change. Xiaohei's answer made Su Zhan struggle, completely sinking to the bottom of the valley. Don't, the law of not rising is correct, and the cooling stage is also right. Why is there no new function? Where is the problem?
Suzanbaisi was puzzled. Master, I have two new feelings here. I don't know if it is a new change that is what you said. Suddenly, number 1 Shohei was the first little black saying that was born first. Speak carefully. Sujan seemed to grab the life-saving straw. My first feeling is that I can go to you at any time. Go to me at any time? Sujan was puzzled. What do you mean? Don't you always call, can you come here? This is just my feelings, and I can't understand. Xiaohei replied number 1. What about the second feeling? Sujan continued to ask. I seem to be able to enter your body. Sujan was shocked. Enter my body? Intersection, what kind of ghost? Intersection, can Xiaohei take herself? Sujan thought of the fantasy fairy novels for the first time. But think about it. No wrong. It's a little black, and it's gone. What kind of house can it take? Unless. Number 1 Xiaohei, come over. Sujan's order, number 1 Shobi immediately brought in front of him from the hunting land. You now, try to enter my body. There is a right to speak. Moreover, he thought of practicing the shadow, and the special existence of practicing the shadow. They just rely on Xiaohei to enter it, and they have the magical effect of cultivation and practice. What effect does Xiaohei enter his body? Is it accelerated? Or accelerate the practice? Or is it accelerating something else? Thinking of this, Sujan's heart couldn't help but speed up. Yes, master. Suddenly, number 1 Xiaohei turned into a black smoke on the spot, passing through a touch of lines in the air, and then blends into Sujan's body. Next second, Sujan only felt that all parts of the body had improved significantly. The flesh and blood are tight, the bones are hard, the meridians are expanded, and the dantian becomes larger. The overall aura reserves have increased a lot. This, my strength has improved out of thin air? The final result of the avatar into my body is to directly enhance my strength? Feeling a significant change in strength, Sujan's face was incredible. Under the estimation, my strength improvement should be 10%, which is about 10%. A small black into the body can increase 10%, then 288 small blacks together can it directly improve my strength. 28.8 times? Fuck. In the end, Sujan couldn't help exclaiming. What is the concept of 28.8 times? You must know that the 3-in-level practice method he practiced, even if he is fulfilled, is just a 5-fold explosive force. This has allowed him to cross the enemy across the 3 small realms. It really takes 28.8 times to skyrocket. Then he leaned more than 3 small realms? I am afraid that it can cross the big realm and be directly in the realm. And this is just the increase in the current number of avatars. If the number of futures reaches thousands of times, wouldn't it soar hundreds of times in minutes, thousands of times? By then, I am afraid I am more than just a big realm. This new function, the degree of domineering, is also exaggerated, right? Sujan has understood, this stuff is the new feature of his disappearance. It was just that he never expected that a new feature that appeared in the space of consciousness could actually have such an outrageous effect. The more you go, the more you can, the more he can cross. Fight in the realm? That's all pediatrics. It is not impossible to directly hit Donjon, and even hit a higher layer of mystery. Sujan was thinking. Suddenly found that all the improvement and all changes in the body were as if they were leaked, and they all retreated like a tide. The increase of 10% disappeared. Really? I said, how could it be so outrageous? It turned out to be time limit. For now, it can only support for 1 minute. Not only that, it also consumed me a avatar to let it go directly to the resurrection state. Sujan glanced at the black mist belonging to Xiaohei number 1, and it has become gray-white. He has already understood. The new function is, avatar into the body. All avatars can be directly in his order and directly enter him, bringing him extremely exaggerated strength soaring. But in contrast, this exaggerated strength can only last for 1 minute. And once the body is attached, it means that all these avatars die, and they must be resurrected after 24 hours. This new feature is equivalent to giving me a self-guaranteed supercard. With this card, I have the possibility of turning in the desperate situation. Even if the opponent who is higher than 1 or 2 big realms, I also have the opportunity to escape, and I can even fight against it. Even if it can only last for a minute. But the dozens of times of strength in this minute soared enough to kill him against his opponent. Even if you can't win, there is still a chance to barely fight, and then escape. The survivability has greatly increased. I just don't know the new function of this avatar. After the next stage is improved, will it be the same as other functions? Do you have upgrades? Su Zhan was curious. Other functions are substantially presented in the conscious space, so after the improvement stage, there will be significant upgrades and changes. There is no substantial presentation of the avatar in the body, and it is exaggerated enough to be exaggerated, and it will be improved. The next stage requires 130 million spiritual stones. This number is not small, relying on hunting. According to the current 5 million spirit stone income, it will only take 26 days to do it at the fastest. Would you like to loot a mine again? That's it. After experiencing the way to come to the money comes slowly, and it is true of Su Zhan. How many hours did it take for the looting mine? The income is close to 60 million. The speed of making money is really unparalleled. However, robbing a mine now is enough to make Chunyang's sect take ruthless action against him. If he robs a few more, the people sent by Chunyang's sect may not be Dan realm, but Xian realm or Ling realm. Chunyang's sect is not okay, then what if I rob other sects? For example, Blood Eagle sect. Su Zhan had a bold idea in his mind. After listening to gossip these days, he basically figured out a lot of things. Chunyang's sect is located in the east, south, west and north of the four directions. East is Blood Eagle sect, west is Sky Blue sect, south is Wuji sect, and north is Lingji cave. These sects are all located on the Qingyan Fairy Mountain. Why are so many disciples sent to guard various cities? Not only to prevent fierce beasts from attacking the city, but also to prevent disciples from other sects from sneaking in to make trouble and rob the territory. Among them, the Chunyang sect and the Blood Eagle sect have an irreconcilable blood feud. This hatred has lasted for 10,000 years, and the two sides have always been at loggerheads and fighting each other. Therefore, he can completely rob the mines of the Blood Eagle sect and suck blood from the Blood Eagle sect's territory. And continuing from this idea, can I, taking advantage of the hatred between the Blood Eagle sect and the Chunyang sect, pretend to be a member of the Blood Eagle sect and rob the Chunyang sect's mines? Su Zhan's eyes flashed. In this way, the two sides will suspect each other and bite each other, and I can benefit from it. It's not the first time that the people of the Blood Eagle sect have killed, burned and looted on the territory of the Chunyang sect. And if you put up a name and rob a mine, you can completely hide it. What's more, it's impossible for them to exchange information. As long as they see that the robbers are dressed in the clothes of the disciples of the other sect, they will be directly overwhelmed and will not think about anything else at all. Just do it. Not only that. In addition to the Blood Eagle sect, other mines such as the Sky Blue sect, Wuji sect, and Lingji cave can all be robbed in the same way. All of a sudden, the train of thought was opened. Since we have to offend the sects, we might as well offend them all. Anyway, these sects have been attacking and killing each other for a long time, and various wars often break out in border cities. Let alone robbing mines, even robbing a city is justified. In this case, Xiao Arii, you are responsible for starting with the mines on the border of Chunyang sect first. Xiao Sanhai, you go to the Blood Eagle sect. Xiao Sihai, you go to the Sky Blue sect. Xiao Wuhei, you go to Wuji sect. Xiao Liuhei, you go to Lingji cave. Last time I was reluctant to use the teleportation array, this time I will use the teleportation array for the whole journey. No need to save money for me. We are going to do a big job. Yes, master. Su Zhan gave the order and the gangsters started working immediately. Teleportation arrays are a common method used between cities for quick support, quick delivery of supplies, and quick travel. It's just that each time you use it, you need to start with 100,000 spiritual stones, and the farther the transmission distance, the higher the cost. 100,000 spirit stones is not a small amount of money for a Yuanjing person, and even Yuanjing people may not be able to afford it. But for Su Zhan now, 100,000? What's the difference between that and 10 yuan? What he sees now is tens of millions or hundreds of millions. Does this small amount of money count? I have made up my mind to loot the mine, so there is not much point in hunting and mining. Just in time, let me practice all of them. While I am on the road these days, I can improve my skills and see the three. How high can my strength be after reaching perfection at all levels? Su Zhan quickly placed Xiao Hei into the shadow for practicing. Through some understanding. Investing 250 Shohei and practicing at 7 times the speed, the time required for each technique is already clear. It takes 2 days to reach the intermediate level of Invincible Golden in Stone Body. It takes 2.5 days to reach the intermediate level of Book of Changes. It takes 2 days to reach the intermediate level of Crazy Thunder Sword Technique. Even the Hinayana level Infinite Purgatory method was specifically tested by Su Zhan.
The final result was, it takes 79 days for the infinite purgatory method to reach the primary level.
The Hinayana level still requires too much time.
We must first reach all 3 techniques to rush forward. The intermediate level is not enough. It must be advanced or even perfect. Whether you can compete with the Yuan realm with a body in the mortal realm depends entirely on these 3 micro-level techniques. That's all. Suzhan started his remote command the next day. The Yuan realm disciples under Master Hui Mei, leading the disciples of the 7th level and above of the mortal realm, are all spread in various cities around Chunyang sect. Various forces in various cities and underground intelligence networks are all offering rewards for information about Suzhan's whereabouts. All of a sudden, more people also joined the search for Suzhan. And on the same day, Suzhan's realm broke through again. After failing nearly 10 times, Suzhan finally soared directly from the 6th level to the 7th level. His strength completed a leap across the watershed, and there was a surge. According to Suzhan's estimate, it only takes up to 4 days to get to Ye. The 3rd day, the black guys finally entered the giant city where the teleportation array existed. Under the guidance of Suzhan, 100,000 spirit stones were delivered and instantly teleported to another giant city thousands of miles away. After confirming the direction of other sections. Move on quickly. Suzhan is here. Crazy Thunder Sword technique has successfully entered the intermediate level. According to Xiao Hei's hunting test, with his 7th level realm, he can definitely go head to head with Jiu level. However, it is a little difficult to defeat Jiu level. Finally, Xiao Hei informed that if the Crazy Thunder Sword technique wanted to reach an advanced level, 6 days would be enough. Day 6. Hui Mei Jinren didn't notice it. The little blacks are still moving through the teleportation arrays. But Suzhan, who had always stayed in place, once again achieved a breakthrough. This time it only took 3 breakthroughs. It made him soar to the 8th level on the spot. In terms of strength, defense, movement and other aspects of his body, he is much stronger than Qi Yao. And according to Suzhan's estimate, it only takes 15 days for him to reach the 9th level. At the same time, Invincible Golden Stone Body has also successfully reached the intermediate level, and combined with Crazy Thunder Sword technique and the 8th level, it can completely sweep the 9th level. But if you want to kill Zhou, there is still a little distance. Xiao Hei informed that Invincible Golden Stone Body can reach the advanced level in the same 6 days. Day 9. Book of Changes Body Shaping Code has reached the intermediate level. After entering the micro level and reaching the intermediate level, Suzhan already has all the strength to kill the 9th level. The ordinary 9th level is no match for him. It takes 7 days to reach the advanced level of Book of Changes. So Suzhan continued to choose to attack the Crazy Thunder Sword technique. And the other side. The disciples of Master Hui Mei still couldn't find any clues about Suzhan. The whole person seemed to have evaporated from the world, with no trace left. No matter how much they raised the reward, sent out more manpower, and even went deep into the mountains, swamps, jungles, deserts and other areas where the beasts of the Yuan realm were inhabited, they still failed to receive any useful information. Day 10. Chunyang sect finally noticed the problem of Fengshui mine not turning over the mine spirit stones in time. Immediately, the upper echelons of Chunyang sect dispatched a Yuanjing disciple to investigate. In just half a day, the results came out. The owner of Fengshui mine is dead. All the punishment team guards are dead. No clues found about the thief. All miners flee. The leaders of Chunyang's sect were very angry when they heard the news. Although the Fengshui mine is just a small mine that produces miscellaneous spiritual stones and low-grade spiritual stones, but as long as it belongs to the Chunyang sect, it is an inviolable sacred area. Dare to be so cruel to Fengshui mine, it is tantamount to provoking Chunyang sect. Slapping Chunyang sect in the face must be strictly investigated. Then, Chunyang sect dispatched another Dan realm to take charge of this matter. Day 15. After learning the whereabouts of some of the escaped miners and forcibly searching the souls of up to 100 people, Dan realm finally found the perpetrator. His name is Suzhan, and he is a forced miner at Fengshui mine. His methods are cruel. He teamed up with many accomplices to slaughter and retaliate against the mine owner Lu Yunhai and many guards of the punishment team. But there are many very strange places. In the memories of many miners, Suzhan was originally at the 4th level, but he was promoted to the 6th level in a short period of time. Not only that, his accomplices, the black-robed men, are also at the 6th level, and they are not afraid of death. They disappear and appear at will, like ghosts. According to my judgment, it is very likely that they are some kind of treasure or skill that can create an incarnation. The information reported truthfully by Dan Realm surprised the upper echelons of Chunyang sect. All signs indicate that this guy named Su Zhan has clearly obtained some kind of opportunity and adventure. However, the upper echelons did not covet the treasure like Lu Tsongyun and Huimei Jinren, but decided on the spot, we must catch this guy named Su Zhan and punish him severely. Otherwise, any little guy who gets a little chance will dare to attack Chunyang sect. Then where is the face of Chunyang sect? So far. As Su Zhan expected. Chunyang sect also officially joined the ranks of searching for him. It's just different from Huimei Jinren's way of searching everywhere. Chunyang sect issued a kill order, and it only took a few days to spread to all the cities and territories of Chunyang sect. Chunyang sect guarded outside, millions of ordinary disciples, tens of thousands of Yuan realm disciples, and thousands of Dan realm masters all began to hunt Su Zhan. This is the horror of Chunyang sect. No matter where you escape to, you only need a kill order to directly cover all areas of the entire Chunyang sect, leaving you with no escape or escape. The 16th day. But Crazy Thunder Blade technique has reached a high level. His strength has once again experienced a surge. He dare not say that he is invincible below the Yuan realm, but if he encounters a 9th level cultivator, he can take his life directly with just one encounter. Even if he faces 2 9th level cultivators at the same time, he can easily kill them. The time required to reach the perfect level of the Crazy Thunder Blade technique is a bit long, requiring a full 30 days. Therefore, Su Zhan chose to improve the invincible golden stone body. The 19th day. The search of Grey Eyebrow Master is still ongoing. The blockade and interrogation of the Chunyang sect is also continuing. The Shiohei who cannot use the teleportation array can only switch to the flying spiritual tools purchased at a cost of millions of spirit stones and continue to move forward in the high altitude of the mountains. On the other side, Su Zhan, after experiencing 8 failures, finally succeeded in breaking through. From the 8th level, he was successfully promoted to the 9th level. 9th level, mastering 3 subtle level skills, 1 advanced level, and 2 intermediate level skills. Can you compete with the early stage of Yuan realm? Even if there is a gap, how big will it be? We need to test it. Su Zhan's eyes flashed. It just so happens that the people of Chunyang sect are searching me thoroughly, so it's very suitable to use them to learn from each other. Su Zhan has seen the strength of the Chunyang sect from many Shiohei these days. The overwhelming blockade. The meticulous inspection. Whether it is a small city, a big city, or a giant city, or even some passes on the road. As long as there are Chunyang sect disciples stationed, there must be people following the killing order to search for news about him. As a result, the teleportation array cannot be used for the time being. Su Zhan can only use his old capital to buy a few flying spiritual tools to make the Shiohei travel faster. But even so, he still encounters some Yuanjing disciples searching around on the road. Knowing that Shiohei is no match for these Yuanjing disciples head-on, it is difficult to forcefully break through the blockade of the Yuanjing, so Shiohei can only hide for a while and wait until the Yuanjing leaves before continuing to move forward. On a winding route, 2 Chunyang sect Yuanjing early disciples are stationed here, responsible for questioning and patrolling passers-by and cultivators. I think the sect is the same. A mere mortal realm 7th level guy actually issued a kill order to the entire realm. This is too much of a fuss, isn't it? Since it was quiet at this time and there were no people coming and going, one of the Yuan realm disciples couldn't help but complain. If other sects knew that my Chunyang sect was so weak that it couldn't even deal with a mortal realm 7th level, I'm afraid they would laugh their heads off. The higher-ups must have sent out Yuan realm, and then Dan realm, but they couldn't find this kid, so they had to use extraordinary means. Another Yuan realm disciple said, but I have to say, this kid is really good. It's been several days since the kill order was issued, and there's not even a single piece of news about him. It seems that the whole sect has been wiped out. It's like the whole territory has completely evaporated. There are some tricks. It's really strange. One person nodded. If it were an ordinary person, let alone a mortal realm, even a Yuan realm or a Dan realm, they would have been imprisoned and severely tortured. No wonder this kid dared to attack the sect's mine. But this is just to let him live a few more days, believe it or not? It won't be long before this kid will be found out and live a life worse than death. Isn't this the fate of daring to offend the sect? If we can catch this guy, we will definitely get a generous reward, huh? As a Yuan realm disciple was talking, he suddenly narrowed his eyes and saw a flying spiritual weapon flying quickly in the sky, like a small boat. Passers-by, stop. Another Yuan realm disciple also saw it, and shouted to the sky, the Chunyang sect has an order, come down immediately to accept interrogation. As soon as the words came out, the small boat really flew towards them at a lower altitude.
Flying spiritual implement, a big fat sheep. The aura of the person riding it seems to be only the 9th level? Ask about his background. If his background is ordinary, we will make a lot of money from him. The two looked excited.
Flying spiritual implements are good things worth millions of spiritual stones. Those who can afford to ride such things are basically at the beginning of the Yuan realm.
If they meet a person at the 9th level of the mortal realm, isn't it like a big fat sheep flying towards them? But they didn't lose their minds. They still knew to ask about the background and connections first.
As long as the other party is not supported by a Dan realm boss, they can blackmail him in a minute without negotiation.
Wait. Did you notice that this guy has the aura of the 9th level, but no breath of life?
Seeing the flying boat getting closer and closer, suddenly, one of the Yuan realms sensed something wrong.
Indeed.
Another Yuanjing frowned. I have practiced perception type skills, and my perception is very sharp.
Moreover, at such a close distance, I couldn't catch any trace of life from him. It's really weird.
Also, he was wearing a hat and a mask, and not a single bit of skin was exposed on his body. Could it be? At this point, the two looked at each other. Suddenly, they seemed to think of something and suddenly widened their eyes.
Is it him?
They remembered the precautions in the kill order. He has the means to create multiple incarnations, walks like a ghost, comes and goes without a trace, and must be killed when encountered. But the kill order clearly said the 7th level. But now in front of them, it is clearly the 9th level. It has only been a few days, and he has soared 2 small realms? It happened in a flash. Just when they remembered the kill order, Su Zhan, and the incarnations, the flying boat had come to them. It was no longer wearing a black robe, but a normal-looking Xiao Hei. The long sword in its hand suddenly appeared. A flash of lightning rose up around the blade.
Without any hesitation,
Xiao Hei jumped up from the flying boat, swung his sword with both hands, and slashed at one of the Yuan realm disciples with extremely shocking violent power.
Damn it! The Yuan realm disciples' face changed drastically. But it must be said that the Yuan realm is the Yuan realm.
The reaction power that has crossed a great realm is enough for him to quickly draw out the long sword spirit weapon in the face of such a lightning-like attack. The spiritual light on the sword also lit up, and then it collided fiercely with Xiao Hei's long sword. Boom! It was obviously a collision of weapons, but the sound it made was like a grenade exploding. The terrible aftermath blew up all the surrounding gravel and dust, and even under the feet of the Yuan realm disciple, spiderweb-like cracks appeared. What a joke! Feeling the huge force coming from his hand, which made him a little difficult to resist, the Yuanjing disciple was shocked.
Is this the power of the 9th level of the mortal realm? Even he could hardly resist it. Are you sure this is really the incarnation of Su Zhan mentioned in the must-kill order?
Boom! Suddenly, another loud noise came. The Yuanjing disciple turned his head. He found that his companion was also fighting with another incarnation who appeared from nowhere. Although he was dressed differently, his realm was still the 9th level, holding a long sword, and even using the same skills. However, his companion was obviously stronger than him. It's just the 9th level, die. After a short parry, he was able to quickly retreat one step, and then the big sword in his hand burst into a burst of light, wrapped in an extremely powerful might, from bottom to top, fiercely picking up, drawing a brilliant half-moon blade.
Light in the air. Good.
The Yuanjing disciple was overjoyed. This is the best half-moon sword technique of his companions, and even he himself dared not take it head-on. This external incarnation is just a 9th level body with the power comparable to the early stage of the Yuan realm, but in terms of defense, it is still the 9th level.
Since it is the 9th level, it will definitely die under this knife. However, bang!
Xiao Hei was hit by this knife. But he was not split into 2 as they expected, and he was definitely dead. Instead, he was repelled for a distance, and his clothes were also damaged, but it was not a big deal.
High-level spiritual weapon armor?
No, even if there is a high-level spiritual weapon armor to protect the body, it can only weaken part of the power at most.
The remaining power should be enough to kill it. That light golden color is an external skill? It actually practiced an external skill? And the realm is obviously not low.
The 2 Yuan realm disciples were greatly shocked. It would be fine if it broke through to the 9th level in a short period of time. It would be fine if it could have an attack power comparable to the Yuan realm at the 9th level. Even the high-level spiritual weapon armor that they couldn't have was not included. Now he even has external skills.
Is this guy still reasonable? Suddenly,
they seem to have seen something incredible. their pupils suddenly shrank, and the whole person showed a shocked expression. Beside the repelled Xiaohei, a group of Xiaohei's figures appeared, some in black robes, some in white robes, and some in ordinary clothes. The only thing in common was that they all held long swords in their hands and rushed towards them. It's over. The two Yuanjing disciples only had time to think of this, and then they were drowned by the sea of Xiaohei. Well, still let them crush the signal symbol. But there is no way, the gap between 9 to reach Yuanjing is really a bit too big. If there are no these 30 little black together, it may not be able to solve these two guys. On the other, Su Zhan has received various troops from the two Yuanjing disciples I have to say, Yuanjing is indeed beyond expectations. Although Xiaohei already has the attack power comparable to the beginning of the dollar, whether it is physical defense, body method, and the most different sense of consciousness, you can't keep up with the footsteps. Therefore, Su Zhan can basically determine that with the current strength of Xiaohei, in the case of single-headed, it can only deal with the existence below the realm, but once you face the Yuanjing, you can barely fight against there is no at all. But the single-header is uncertain. Then fight. So under the madness of 30 small blacks, even if the two disciples were not reconciled, how could they use various ways of saving life, and in the end, they could only drink and hate on the spot. But before they died, they crushed Zongmen's signal symbols. It won't be long, other disciples of Chunyang Zone will receive a signal and quickly come to this direction. The direction of Tian Lanzong is completely exposed. It is estimated that all the way will go all the way. Chunyang Zone will set up a card. You can only leave a seed here first, wait for the wind to pass a little bit before going forward. Su Zhan has planned. Once you caught attention, he simply let a little black hiding first. With the advantage of his own life, and then completely converging the momentum. Even if a carpet-type search in the past, the existence of Xiaohei is not aware of the existence of Xiaohei. When the limelight passes, Xiaohei left as a seed can continue to move forward and rush to the blue sect. However, these two Yuan realms add up, all of them are only 3 million. Anyway, it is Yuanjing, is this too poor? In Su Zhan's eyes, Yuanjing was separated from ordinary existence. It can be called a semi-fairy-like existence by grasping the consciousness, radiation 100 meters, and controlling everything within 100 meters. Not to mention that you can wave the swordsmanship and cut a mountain peak. You can knead the golden stone as a dough with bare hands. I thought that such a character would exceed 10 million spiritual stones. I never thought that the two uplifted up were close to 3 million. But think about it. How did Yuanjing come? Isn't it just using various resources, exercises, heaven and earth treasures, and long-term cultivation, adventure and fighting? These gadgets are extremely burned. Those who can absorb the cultivation in Yuanjing must be the spiritual stone, which is enough to burn money. The elixir that allows Yuanjing to restore trauma, casually starts with 100,000 spiritual stones. The minority-level exercises that can be cultivated in Yuanjing are also 1 million spiritual stone, and then there are various advanced spiritual armor, advanced spiritual tool blades, etc. None of these two people. It is no wonder that when they see a flying spiritual tool, they can't help but want to extort them. It's poor. From this perspective, the income of killing the Yuan dynasty is really poor. It is better than hunting mining, compared with the looting mine, it is almost one underground in the sky. If Su Zhan let the people from the Yuanjing here, I am afraid that they will be angry. Hunting, mining, killing treasures, these normal people can do things. Is it possible for normal people to rob the mine? That is, Su Zhan. I can run around the whole map. I really have to change my body and be caught by Chunyang Zong in minutes. Since the heads-up is not a Yuanjing opponent, you have to continue to become stronger. It takes a minimum of 3 months to promote the Yuanjing, with my current feeling, and it is still uncertain. It seems that it is difficult to break through the Yuanjing with my qualifications. For today, find a breakthrough from the exercises. The 3 parts enter the micro level, all of which have to be fulfilled. As long as they are fulfilled, the power of the superimposed between each other, the initial stage of the killing of the Yuan dynasty, it will be easy to oppose. Su Zhan's eyes flashed. The perfection of the micro level is equivalent to the primary of Theravada. Mastering the 3 sub-levels of the micro-level is basically equivalent to the primary realm of the 3 migratory levels. In this way, to deal with the early days of the usual Yuan realm, it can be crushed and killed. Furthermore, the minority level. If I can get this minority level, I can kill the early stages of Spike. Yuanjing is just qualified to cultivate Theravada level, but few people can master. For example,
2 Yuanjing disciples who have just died under the little blacks, they still use micro-level exercises. I am eligible, but how poor is it? I can't learn it. Master, I found a small mine, and the mining owner has been investigated in the mansion. Do you do it? At this time, a little black sound came. Very good. Su Zhan's eyes flashed. How many others? Are you ready? Master, I'm ready to be here. Master, clothing has been replaced. You can do it at any time. Owner, many other little black responded. Obviously. This is not the first time to find a mine. It has been found and investigated for a long time, but Su Zhan has been suppressing it and has not taken action. The purpose is very simple. It is to wait until multiple Xiuhei find it before attacking together. Because these small mines all belong to Chunyang's sect. Once they start in advance, Chunyang's sect will react immediately and quickly send people to protect the mines, so that he can't harvest the second wave. 10. If I attack 10 small mines at once, Chunyang's sect will probably explode directly. Maybe even people in the Xian realm will come out to deal with me. But too many lice don't itch. It's already this situation. Can it get worse? Su Zhan raised the corner of his mouth. Let the storm come more violently. Everyone, you can start. Remember, this time, including the miners, don't let anyone go. Anyone who sees you, no matter who it is, will be killed without mercy. Last time, he was busy killing the members of the punishment team and Lu Yunhai, and ignored the miners. This allowed the Danjing of the Chunyang sect to find his trace through soul searching and issue a kill order. Although he knew that the Chunyang sect would eventually find him, as long as there were no witnesses, there would be no problem so quickly. One day is one day. Yes, Master. Who are you? Stop. No, that's the Blood Eagle sect's uniform? Are they disciples of the Blood Eagle sect? 9th level. They are all 9th level from the enemy sect. Run away. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Send a distress signal to the sect. The enemy sect has invaded. They are 9th level disciples from Lingji Cave. How dare they penetrate into my Chunyang's territory to kill and plunder? Are these guys crazy? You bastards from Wuji sect, I'm going to fight you. Isn't this the Chunyang sect's mine? How come disciples from other sects are rushing in? Assholes, you dare to attack my Chunyang sect's territory, just wait for the war to start. Save me. Save me. I don't want to die. Ah. The moment the 10 mines started killing at the same time, all the mine owners and members of the punishment team in the mines were horrified. They either struggled to resist, or fled in panic, or sent letters for help, or peed themselves on the spot. Although the reactions were different, the final result was exactly the same, that is, death. These mines were carefully selected by Su Zhan and the Little Blacks. The mineral resources are rich. The strength of the mine owners is average. The lowest realm is the same as Lu Yunhai, at the 7th level of the mortal realm. The highest realm is the 9th level of the mortal realm. But no matter how many levels, as long as they have not reached the Yuan realm, they cannot escape the fate of dying under the butcher's knife of the Little Blacks. For a while, the sound of cutting meat, screaming, wailing, and the roar of moves continued. And what Su Zhan cared about was only the sound of the falling spirit stones in the clone space, like a torrential rain. Isn't this sound much more beautiful than the others? 30 million, 50 million, 70 million, 90 million, sure enough, robbing the mine is the best way. This is just a small mine. If we can rob those medium-sized mines, large mines, or even giant mines, how much more profitable will it be? Su Zhan was excited. Small mines are guarded by outer disciples above the 7th level of the ordinary realm. The output is often mixed spirit stones, with a low probability of natural low-grade spirit stones. Medium-sized mines are guarded by inner disciples above the middle stage of the Yuan realm. The lowest output is also low-grade spirit stones, with a low probability of natural medium-grade spirit stones. Large mines are guarded by true disciples in the late Dan realm. The lowest output is medium-grade spirit stones, with a low probability of natural high-grade spirit stones. Giant mines are guarded by core disciples in the late Xian realm. This is the top mine, and the lowest output is also high-grade spirit stones, with a low probability of natural top-grade spirit stones. You can imagine it. Once those mines are robbed, the spiritual stone income is estimated to be astonishingly large. However, now Su Zhan only robbed a small mine, which was enough to make the entire Chunyang sect issue a kill order to him. If he really wanted to attack medium-sized and large mines, I am afraid that the strong men in the Dan realm, Xian realm, and Ling realm would come to trouble him in groups. 130 million, enough.
I am too lazy to exchange this time, just start absorbing. 130 million spiritual stones, it will take a lot of time to exchange. Anyway, the absorption efficiency of the black mark has been improved, so just let it absorb by itself, at most you have to wait a few more minutes. As the black mark's bright light lit up, the spiritual stones piled up into small hills seemed to melt and disappear in front of Sujan at a fast-forward speed. About 5 minutes later, all 130 million spiritual stones were consumed. Instead, a pile of black smoke appeared again in front of him. As I expected, 66 clones were added this time. So, the total number of my clones has reached 354. The clone space has also increased from 74 cubic meters to 90 cubic meters. My clone's cultivation efficiency has also increased a lot compared to before. It is no longer a two-fold increase, but a four-fold increase in one go. This means that my current cultivation efficiency is 19 times, and I am just a little short of 20. According to this trend, it will still take 2 months to impact the Yuan realm. The clone's training has also improved. It used to increase by 1 times, but this time it has become a two-fold increase. Now the efficiency has increased to 9 times, and it is still 1 time short of 10. Can't we just jump over it if both are 1 time short? Practice, practice. Both functions have reached the critical point of 9, and only 1 time short of verifying the law. It really makes Sujan, a mild obsessive-compulsive disorder patient, a little uncomfortable. But it won't take long. Just by absorbing the spirit stones, another 40 million spirit stones have been earned. The next stage is 390 million. At this rate, it will be reached in minutes. Sujan's eyes were full of expectations. On the other side, one of the small mines is adjacent to a city guarded by Yuan Jing. When the mine owner sent a distress signal to the sky before his death, the news quickly reached Yuan Jing's ears. When he heard that something happened in the mine, the Yuan Jing disciples who were enjoying the treatment of local emperors changed their faces, put on their clothes and went straight to the small mine. In just a moment, Yuan Jing arrived at the location of the small mine. And he saw Xiao He who was looting spirit stones. Blood Eagle Sect's clothing? Damn Blood Eagle Sect, a group of 9-layer little things dared to run wild in my territory and seek death. The Yuan Jing disciple let out a long roar and directly used his skills to chop out a flame sword light several meters long. As a result, one of the black men took a glance. He then slashed with his sword. As the lightning blade and the flame sword collided, the attack of the Yuan realm was completely blocked. What? The Yuan realm disciple's eyes almost popped out. He was in the early Yuan realm, and killing a mortal realm was as easy as killing a chicken. The opponent was a mortal realm 9th level, not only parrying, but also breaking all his moves? When did this disciple of the Blood Eagle sect become so fierce? Run! The Yuan realm disciple turned around and ran away decisively. But behind him, a group of black men suddenly appeared, waving their long swords directly, and lightning lingered around him. The black men's attack was fierce. But facing a Yuan realm who cherished his life and just wanted to escape, they still couldn't stop him, and he ran away. Terrible, too terrible. If I dared to attack the previous wave of attacks, or if I had the intention to kill them, I would definitely be overwhelmed by them and lose the last chance to escape. This guy from the Blood Eagle sect clearly wants to kill people and rob them. Hurry back to inform the sect and kill these guys. This time, it was not just this Yuan realm disciple who was discovered. Several other mines. After the distress signal flare was sent out, different people in the 9th level of the mortal realm or the initial stage of the Yuan realm came to rescue. The result is self-evident. In front of the groups of Shohei who have the ability to fight beyond their level, anyone who wants to fight hard in the initial stage of the Yuan realm will surely die. On the other side, 370 million, 380 million, 390 million. Very good, the 18th stage is here. This time, Sujan did not wait silently until the accumulation of spirit stones was completed before letting the black mark absorb. But after accumulating a certain amount of spirit stones, he directly let the black mark enter the state of absorbing spirit stones in advance. This is not. I waited for less than half a minute. In front of Sujan, a whole row of black figures appeared again. 82 black people arrived. 436. The total number of Sujan's clones has now exceeded 400. Which is an explosive increase. However, he has no time to care about these clones. Sure enough. What did I say? 10 times. That's 10 times. Sujan couldn't help but get excited. At this time, he had clearly felt the changes in the spiritual energy in his body. The original speed of cultivation, which was already exaggerated and fast,
doubled at the same time as the birth of Xiaohei. That's right. It doubled directly. It is equivalent to the process that originally took 2 months to reach the Yuan realm, which was condensed to only 1 month on the spot. 10 times, it means the increase of exclusive clones. 20 times, if my guess is correct, the number of exclusive clones has doubled. If it can double at this speed when it is 30 times, wouldn't it be? Su Zhan couldn't help but sigh. After watching the clones practicing, there are still clones practicing. Su Zhan quickly dived into the consciousness space. Just a glance he saw the changes in the clones' training. However, it was different from the clones' training. No exclusive clone was born, but a round black ball was added to the training phantom. Different from the upgrade route of cultivation, what is increased by training is the number of exercises that can be practiced at the same time. Su Zhan understood it all at once. 1 round black ball can only hold 1 exercise. 2 round black balls can hold 2. This means that there will be 3, 4, or even 10 black balls in the future, allowing Su Zhan to practice 10 exercises at the same time. If I can really practice 10 exercises at the same time, the fun will be beyond imagination. Su Zhan's eyes were shining. His previous idea was the same as that of all sect disciples: for a type of exercise, just choose a more powerful one to practice, and there is no need to waste time practicing a similar one. For example, weapon exercises. 1 crazy thunder blade method is enough. The blood shadow blade that he practiced before is now completely abandoned and completely useless. However, as soon as the upgrade route of the clones training came out, Su Zhan's thoughts immediately changed 180 degrees. Isn't the greatest significance of practicing multiple skills to stack passive skills? External skills. Internal skills. These are all passive skills. Once an external skill is practiced, it can permanently enhance the body, defense, resistance to blows, self-healing, etc. The same is true for internal skills. Every additional internal skill means that the storage, absorption, recovery, consumption, etc. of spiritual energy can be improved. It is troublesome for ordinary cultivators to practice one, so it is naturally impossible to spend so much time stacking passive skills. It does not help much to strength. Su Zhan is different. I can stack 10 external skills and 10 internal skills for you in minutes. Once he stacks up his passive skills, he will be beaten by the Yuanjing realm standing still, and the opponent will not let him lose a piece of skin. Not only that. External skills are also varied. Some do not enhance defense at all, but specifically strengthen the arms, strength, and attack, aiming to enhance the explosive power of the cultivators. Most of the people who practice this kind of skills hold heavy weapons such as axes, broadswords, and giant hammers. Just one blow can destroy people's souls. Some do not increase the resistance of the physical body, nor strengthen the strength of the arms, but form a unique layer of Gangqi outside the body. The enemy must first break through this layer of Gangqi before hitting the body. Some are more sophisticated: defense, resistance, and strength, all of which are ignored. Only one thing: self-healing power. For cultivators who practice this kind of external skills, even if their hands and feet are broken, as long as the head is still there, they can grow out on the spot and continue to fight. With so many external skills, the internal skills must also be flourishing. Once Su Zhan can master all these internal and external skills, you can imagine how fierce he can be. Strength, defense, resistance, external Gangqi, self-healing power, all are there. The opponent may see a 9th level of the mortal realm. But after the fight, I found that it was even more powerful than the middle and late stages of the Yuan realm. Don't be in a hurry to stack the passive for the time being. You have to improve the hard power first, make up for the shortcomings, and then stack the passive. Hard power naturally refers to the 3 subtle levels and the Hinayana level infernal purgatory method. According to his test, after 2 stages of improvement, infernal purgatory method only needs 19 days to reach the primary level. 19 days is still too long. Even if there is an extra vacancy now, Su Zhan doesn't want to waste it. So he put Invincible Golden Stone Body and I Ching Body Shaping Classic on it, and first rushed all 3 subtle levels to the perfect state. As for the shortcomings, of course, it is the type of body skills and special types of skills that he has not yet practiced. Once all these shortcomings are solved, the early Yuan realm will no longer have any chance to escape in front of Xiaohei. The last is to stack the passive. How much he can stack and how far he can rush depends on how much time he has. As long as the time is long enough, a huge sect like Chunyang's sect will be no problem at all. By the way, after 2 stages, I almost forgot about this new clone entering the body. What new changes have there been? Su Zhan remembered his super trump card ability.
Just now, I was only concerned about the growth of spirit stones and the additional functions of 2 times, but I forgot about the upgrade and change of this trump card ability. He had a thought. A little black suddenly appeared in front of him, and then turned into a black smoke and penetrated into his body. There is a change. Sujan's eyes lit up. Although the change is a little small, I still feel it clearly. Before, the improvement of my strength by the little black was 10%, about 10%. But now it has obviously increased a little, reaching 12%. That means, one stage can bring a 1% improvement. Don't underestimate this 1% improvement. If the 436 little blacks entering the body can bring a 43.6-fold increase in strength, then after this 1% increase, the increase in strength will reach 47.96 times. And now after 12%, the increase is 52.32 times. Once it continues to improve along this path, then it will reach 15%, 20%, or even 100%. What is the concept of 100%? 436 clones, that's 436 times. The more clones there are, the more times the strength can be increased. If Sujan is at the 9th level of the mortal realm now, I'm afraid that with one strike, even the Yuan realm perfection will be killed on the spot. Not only has the increase been increased, but the time has also increased. The increase, which should have disappeared in 1 minute, began to dissipate after Sujan waited for 20 seconds. Each stage of improvement increases the duration by 10 seconds. Wow, the increase effect and duration have all increased. If I enter the body with a wave of clones later, won't it be possible to cross several realms in a minute? Sujan sighed repeatedly. Now we just have to wait for those little blacks to cross the border and go to the territory of each sect. Then, no matter what, we will just start. The wool of the Chunyang sect has been fleeced to a critical point, and the sensation caused is already big enough. After all, I am in someone else's territory, so I can't go too far. But in other sects, they can come here at will. Do they want to arrest people? Then come to Chunyang sect, where a bunch of ruthless strong men are waiting. Sujan was thinking, when suddenly, a cold voice came from outside, causing him to open his eyes wide, and in the blink of an eye, he left his makeshift hut and came outside. Master? Master? That's right. At this moment outside the house, the shadow standing above a crane. It is his master, Lin Xingxuang. Lin Xingxuang stood with his hands, a white clothes, his clothes fluttered, and his long straight black hair was gently moved. Obviously there was no momentum and no moves. But Sujan leaked cold sweat, and his alarm was masterpiece, and his hand had held 1,000 miles of teleportation he purchased by himself. At the same time, hundreds of small blacks appeared in front of him, all holding a long knife, surrounding Sujan's entire group. Not only that, Sujan is also prepared. As long as one idea, he can immediately let more than 400 small blacks enter the body instantly, so that his strength will increase by 50 times. At least it will be okay to win a running time. How could she be here? I have crushed Zongman token, everyone should not find me, and she read my real name directly. It seems that I have known my identity. Now I still find my residence. Does she want to catch me back? Sujan is extremely nervous. The pores of the whole body are opened, and the hair shreds are erected. The pressure he brought to him in the later period was too great. Everywhere in the realm, there are so many exterior incarnations. This can be seen so, you are indeed Sujan is right. Lin Xingxuang's beautiful eyes flashed with strange glory. Lu Wujian is Sujan. It was the little guy who was murdered by Chunyang Zong. This point was here before she came here, and before seeing Sujan, she was in a suspicion. It was not until this moment that it was really determined. Don't look at her on the surface. But there was a huge wave in my heart. However, in about a month or so, Sujan leaped from a little guy who was not a 4-time guy when he entered the ancestors, soaring to the 9 of the realm, and even made her surprise. It became the first person to make a nirvana in the history of Chunyang Zone. Not only that, feeling the release of those who were transformed out of the body, Lin Xingxuang's heart was so surprised. The strength of the body is comparable to the deity. There are so many quantities. And learned from other people that these exterior incarnations seem to be afraid of consumption, and they are born and destroyed at will. The height of the means is beyond imagination. It seems. This trip, she didn't come in vain. Master, how did you find me here? Sujan did not respond to Lin Xingxuang's words, but asked his doubts. I give you a rescue character with positioning on it. Lin Xingxuang's answer is also very straightforward. Depend on. Sujan suddenly remembered that he patronized the crushing Zongman token and cut off the tracking of Zongman, but forgot that Lin Xingxuang had given himself the rescue symbol.
But shouldn't this rescue be positioned if it is crushed? Why not squeeze? There are positioning when it is complete. But it doesn't make sense to be tangled now. That teacher, you are here, don't be nervous, I'm not here to catch you.
Lin Xingxuan's words made Su Zhan's eyes flashed.
Are you here to catch yourself? What can she do if she finds herself in the later stages of the Yuanjing? What can she do?
I'm here, I want to reach a transaction with you, or in other words, it is a request. Lin Xingxuan's figure dropped and fell on the ground to look at Su Zhan. As soon as this remark, Su Zhan murmured in his heart.
In the later period of Yuanjing, he requested that all realm 9? What do you follow?
However, he did not respond, but silently waited for Lin Xingxuan to continue.
My real name is not Lin Xingxuan, but the surname of war, Zhan Yuer.
I am not a native of Qinyang sect, but from the Blojin of Blood Eagle, from the famous family members.
Su Zhan's pupils shrank. Blood Eagle sect? Intersection good guy. Dare to pretend to be pretending, but master is true.
However, it is not a person who is pure Yang Zone, so if you do and shot yourself, you will explain it. The Zhan family died more than 10 years ago.
The murderer was a real disciple of the Danjing realm of Blood Eagle.
It was originally a friend with my father, but because my father accidentally obtained a primary Lingbao, he coveted it, so he designed to use poison, which made me fight a big combat power.
Everyone.
I just went to other famous doors and talked about the marriage contract, so I was spared. After the news passed to my ear, the marriage contract was torn by other famous doors on the spot, which was too late to me.
Poison real people also wanted to cut grass and root. As a last resort, the old housekeeper escaped to cover my surname.
After successfully fleeing the Qinyang sect, and after a few years, he joined the Qinyang sect and became the inner disciple today. By the way, I escaped with me, and my naughty brother, and now I also joined Qinyang sect. You should have heard his name, fighting the dragon and tiger.
Is it him?
Intersection of course, Su Zhan knew the dragon tiger. One, like him, entered the sect with a 4-year realm, and the subsequent real estate soared in a short period of time, which aroused a lot of attention. Even Su Zhan was a bit speechless at the time. Ordinary disciples are really depressed.
But now it seems.
Behind Zhan Longhu's rapid promotion, there may be Lin Xingxuan, no, Zhan Yuer's biological sister.
You hide your real name, but let your brother reveal his real name. Aren't you afraid of revenge from Shadow Poison Master? Su Zhan asked curiously. After destroying my Zhan family, Shadow Poison Master destroyed other famous families in the years.
He has offended so many enemies that it is hard to pay attention to the little guy more than 10 years ago. What's more, Longhu's current master is not in the Yuan realm, but in the Dan realm. If Shadow Poison Master really wants to attack him, it will be what I want.
Su Zhan understood.
If Shadow Poison Master does not attack, Zhan Longhu can develop at ease. If Shadow Poison Master attacks, Zhan Longhu's Dan realm master will definitely not let it go. The two sides have a blood feud between the sects, so they must fight. If they are lucky, they may be able to use the Dan realm master to avenge the blood feud many years ago.
You are looking for me to trade, don't you want me to help you kill Shadow Poison Master? Su Zhan suddenly realized. You are the only candidate.
Zhan Yuer's beautiful eyes flashed. It took me more than 10 years to break through from the mortal realm to the Yuan realm, and now I am in the late Yuan realm, but I can already sense that my future breakthrough is worrying. If I want to reach the perfection of the Yuan realm, it will take at least 5 years. If I want to break through the Yuan realm and enter the Dan realm, it will take at least 15 years. And Shadow Poison Master has broken through from the middle Dan realm to the late Dan realm in the past 10 years. It is rumored that he is only one step away from the perfection of the Dan realm. With my promotion speed, I want to take revenge on him, but I have no hope in this life. Su Zhan shook his head in his heart. Zhan Yuer is still too young. She wants to rely on her own talents and qualifications to practice hard to surpass. On the other hand, Shadow Poison Master relies on various means of killing and robbing, and insidious means of harming people to obtain various treasures.
Isn't the efficiency of practice and promotion speed far behind others? Isn't there still your brother?
He is also good at talent, and there is a Master Dan Jing.
He will definitely have a chance in the future. Su Zhan obviously did not want to solve this stubble.
I may not even be able to solve it in the later stages of the Yuan Jing. Suddenly, there is a target of assassination targets for the Blood Eagle. The realm of the key target characters is still in the late Danjing.
Isn't this a noise? His talent is not as good as me.
Zhan Yuer said faintly, the speed of promotion is fast, that is, I spent some thoughts, otherwise, with his qualifications, even the quarter may not be able to pass through. Fake? No wonder this guy is still bullish than himself. It turns out that he also opened it. This, by the way, Master. You also have Master Danjing, please, always better than me? Su Zhan thought of Lin Xingxuang's master, and was also a figure in Danbian. My master once had the hand with the poisonous real person on the border battlefield. She was not the opponent of the poisonous real person. Zhan Yuer's words made Su Zhan's heart completely sink into the bottom. In this way, it is really necessary for yourself? Although I don't know what kind of opportunity you have got, you can have such a fast promotion speed, and such a weird way of incarnation, but you have to say that these methods are the weapon of killing the reality of the poison. Zhan Yuer's eyes flashed. Since it is a transaction, as long as you promise to help me kill the poisonous real person in the future, I will pay the corresponding price. Speaking. Zhan Yuer threw out a light group and fell into Su Zhan's hands. It is a bronze key. About the size of a slap. From the outside, I can't see any strangeness. This is the key to entering a metropolitan-level secret. With it, you are qualified to enter the secret situation. With your luck, you may get a bigger opportunity than you now. Secret. Su Zhan's look moved. As an eavesdropping, he certainly knows what the mystery is. It is rumored that before dying, they will exile the space they created by themselves. It can achieve this level of power, the lowest minimum, and it must be starting. But space is not infinitely exiled. Occasionally, one day, it suddenly appears in front of the world, becoming a large and coveted relic of countless people. As long as you pass through the space gap, you can enter it and harvest a large number of treasures. However, some zonmen, to limit the outflow of treasures, will deliberately set up a large formation to block outsiders from entering. You must open it with a key to get the qualifications to enter. In this way, Zongmen is equivalent to fully holding the space of Daneng in his own hands, and outsiders cannot die. Certainly. The relics are not selfless. Some big energy really wants to benefit future generations, inherit the exercises created by themselves, cultivate their experiences, and give the world alarm and let the world remember. But there are also some great capabilities, purely to cultivate a strong man who can complete the wish that he could not reach during his lifetime, such as blessing the ethnic group left, to kill himself to revenge, or improve the unsatisfactory exercise method, etc. So, the mystery left by these great power often gives people entering the realm restrictions. Either only allows all realms to enter. Because only in all realms can we realize his exercises from scratch and directly screen out the most genius and wicked existence in all realms to inherit the exercises to him. Either only allow Yuanjing to enter. Because the Yuanjing starts, you will have the consciousness, so that you are qualified to understand the various artistic conceptions and laws he left. Either allow Danjing to enter. Because of the beginning of Danjing, there will be a preliminary sense and grasp of heaven and earth. Without these foundations, you can't hold the inheritance that he can stay. Nympho only allowing Yuanjing to enter, which means that the power of leaving this relic. Why is it that the king realm starts? The wealth of the spirit stone of the king's realm is not enough to describe it with a wealthy enemy country. Su Zhan's eyes were bright. If this is to get those spiritual stones, it is enough for me to raise 10 stages in one breath. Other practitioners may pay attention to what exercises and inheritance. Only Su Zhanji remembers the spirit stone left by Denang. After all, the so-called exercises, babies, one by one, are high. Only Lingshi requires the lowest requirements, the most realistic. In addition to this secret key, I will also help you hide the traces. Zhan Yuer threw a light group again. This time is no longer a rune, but a stack. Among these runes, there are chaotic amulets, which can disturb their own breath and maintain 12 hours, enough for you to escape once. There is a camouflage, you can pretend to be yourself. As long as it is not a person in Danjing, you can't see your camouflage at a glance. There is a boundary symbol. After crushing, a temporary isolation formation can be formed around you. As long as no one forcibly break through, it can be maintained for about 7 days. During this period, even the consciousness of Danjing can be completely isolated. I don't have to say more for the Wanli teleportation for escape, you still pinch it yourself. Finally, there are various livelihoods, such as diamonds, amulets, etc. Certainly. These runes are just auxiliary. What I really want to do is convey to it. You, Su Zhan, is my disciple, Lu Wudi. This point, I think Lu Tsongyun and his master can testify, and then I will lie and say that you are fled to Wuxi Gate, and then take them to the border of the non-alarm door and keep around on the border. The method is not very clever.
How much time can I win for you? I can't be sure, but this is the limit I can do. How? How about this transaction, do you agree?
Zhang Yuer looked at Su Zhan with a scorching look, waiting for his response.
The other party has already talked about this. Regardless of sincerity or remuneration, all are in place. What other reasons do you refuse? Okay, there is no problem with the transaction.
But in addition to these two conditions, I also have one condition. I want your merit, all.
Su Zhan's eyes flashed. From the beginning of the micro level to Theravada level, if there is a Mahayana level, it would be better. These exercises are not a problem, you can give it to you. Even the Mahayana level exercises that I have inherited in Zhan's can give you. But the Mahayana level exercises need to wait for you to really kill the poisonous real person before you can pay for the remuneration.
And I need to remind you that the exercises are greedy and chewed, and there will be mutual exclusion between the methods. Once after walking into the magic, the consequences are light, and the meridians will be destroyed, and the body will explode. Zhang Yuer did not have any nonsense, and directly threw a meritorious jade slim.
In addition, I need you to give me a time that can kill the poisonous real person. It is best to be within 5 years. 5 years?
Su Zhan stretched out his hand to grab the Gongfa Yujin, and tied the corner of his mouth.
It's been a long time, I don't like to do long-term tasks, more conservative, 1 year, within a year. Maybe I can make the living poisonous poisoning take the real person to you, let you deal with it.
Zhang Yuer heard what Su Zhan said in the end, and was shocked.
1 year. Raise from Fanjing 9 to the late Danjing?
That was the two great realms.
Is it possible?
Such an exaggerated promotion speed is afraid that the king level gate, and even the emperor's proud scholars who dare not praise this haikao? Hope like this. Zhang Yuer didn't say much nonsense, and his feet were hard, and the crane made a long howling, and then rose up his wings. She put her straight into the sky and finally turned into a black spot to disappear in Su Zhan's sight.
Let's take a look at how much exercises there are in it.
Su Zhan immediately immersed the consciousness into his hand.
I don't know. It was startled at a glance. In the middle of Zhang Yuer, there are 35 exercises. 30 parts are into the micro level, and the 5 minor by level. I am so unambiguous. Su Zhan sighs.
If you calculate it according to the value of Lingshur, 30 parts enter the micro-level exercises, and the lowest must also start at 300,000 spirit stone.
The 5 minority methods are even more exaggerated, and the lowest is 5 million. Wrong. Foreign merit, internal skills, weapons, body, trap, camouflage, even attributes are all alive.
And these types of micro-level methods are not the types that can be bought by the streets that can be bought as long as there is a spirit stone.
The degree of precious. This is the 300,000? Su Zhan was shocked, even these minibus level exercises were the same.
I couldn't directly judge their types for a while, but it would definitely not be bad to be seen and treasured by master.
This can be seen.
Zhang Yuer looking for him is sincere, and at the same time, it also shows that she wants to kill poisonous real people. This teacher's trust in me is also high enough, but just agreed verbally. I gave such a large amount of wealth.
I want to say it, I really can't say it. Real people at poison, right? Specializing in people, guys who plunder treasure.
In this case, we can be regarded as half a peer.
Your little life must be taken down by me. Su Zhan's eyes flashed. Receive money and eliminate disasters for people.
What's more, it is not a thing of dealing with it. While helping people revenge, it can also do it for heaven.
Perfect. Nympho on the 4th day after Su Zhan and Zhang Yuer's official transaction.
The news of the 10 small minings was ransacked, and it has begun to spread throughout the realm of Pure Yangzone.
So many small mines have been ransacked at the same time? Today's Chunyang sect will still encounter such a disaster?
It must be the dog cubs of the Blood Eagle again. I have to pick up their skin on the border battlefield this time. Even if the Blood Eagle sect, there is no pole door, Ling Jidong, how can all disciples of Tianlanzang act at the same time?
Do they want to fight us?
No, it must be that Zongman wants to stir the water, and deliberately plays other disciples of Zongman to confuse me.
Is this wanted Su Zhan? Hearing his crime, it seems to be a small mine? Who else can he be?
According to my speculation, this Su Zhan is a guy from the enemy. I said how it would make a nirvana to a small guy in all realms.
This is definitely the reason.
Damn the enemy's thief, don't let them fall into my hands, otherwise I will drink his blood, eat his flesh, and set it down. Rao is so large in the boundary of Chunyang Zone, spanning hundreds of thousands of kilometers, and unusual news cannot spread so fast in such a short time, so wide.
But this time the news is too big. Usually, a small mine is incidental, which will attract the attention of Zongman. Now the 10 small mines at all have a problem with seedlings at the same time. No. In just 3 days, the city of more than half of Chenyangzong knew the matter. The practitioners were shocked. Many city owners learned the news. A number of Yuanjing sent a number of Yuanjing to small mines overnight, and even some of them went to go. I was afraid that I would suffer one step later. Sure enough. On the 5th day, Chenyangzong was furious, and used a large price to use thousands of miles to pass the sound. He issued the order of all the cities, all the city owners, and all the disciples of the ancestors, and issued the order of the disciples of outer sects in an all-round way. As long as the disciples of foreign ancestors are found, whether it is Blood Eagle, Tianshan, Wuji Gate, Lingji Cave, all kill. Take its Zongman token, you can get a lot of contribution points and a lot of rewards. Therefore, the inspection of each city has increased geometric multiple. Don't say that it is a person, even if a bird flew by, it depends on whether a disciple of a Soma nation has changed. So that Suzhan had to let Xiaohei pause the pace of the road, all of which were hidden into the mountain jungle in the wild first, and then acted after this monotone passed. Suzhan can also stop at will. But those disciples who were already hidden in various cities were filled with seedlings. Crazy? Which Songman did so? Raise the mine? Can this kind of war be done? Damn Blood Eagle sect. They must have used our name and disguised themselves as our people to rob and frame us. He also participated in it purely to muddy the waters so that everyone would be involved and no one could tell which sect did it. But I know it must be the Blood Eagle sect. I have been planning for 30 years and finally took root. This one took away more than half of my stronghold in one breath. The person behind the scenes really deserves to die. What happened to the Chunyang sect? After all, it ranks 10th among the 1-star sects in the entire Qingyan Fairy Mountain. Such a large sect ranked in the top 10 was robbed of its mines. In such an important place as the mine, how could they not catch anyone until now? Yes, the Chunyang sect is such a huge monster, even my Tianlan sect ranks behind it, how could they not even be able to protect the mine? Could it be that they were the ones who staged this drama? They deliberately let people rob the mine and took this opportunity to clean up our hidden personnel? Oh no, the Lord of Xianjing City actually went out to search for people in person. Even Xianjing was alarmed, this is completely over. Who the hell did it? Can't he come out and admit it himself? Now I have to give my life here, I don't want to die. The outer sect disciples wailed. No one would have thought that they would capsize in this gutter because of the little guy in the mortal realm. The entire extremely strict interrogation process lasted for 10 days, plus the previous 5 days, it was exactly half a month. And in this half month, Suzhan successfully upgraded the 2 skills, Crazy Thunder Blade Technique and Invincible Gold and Stone Body, to the perfect state, and his strength ushered in an epic surge. With his current strength, when dealing with the early stage of the Yuan realm, there are 2 words, kill instantly. He is even fully qualified to compete with the middle stage of the Yuan realm. However, if we really talk about huge improvement, naturally, the most critical day is today. He is about to try to advance from the 9th level of the mortal realm to the Yuan realm. Here it comes. As the cultivation in the body was filled up all at once, the temperature began to rise. The flesh, bones, fascia, meridians, dantian and other places all began to boil. Sure enough, the strength starts to increase after breaking through the great realm. White gas began to emerge from Suzhan's body. A wave of heat escaped from his body, causing the surrounding air to become distorted. Before breaking through the small realm, it was basically the movement of the body. At most, when the breakthrough was successful, some momentum was released, blowing the surrounding dust. But now that the breakthrough has not been successful, the body has begun to have a violent reaction. Soon, a tearing pain came from the dantian. In less than a breath, it swept through Suzhan's limbs and bones, and finally even the brain had obvious pain. But before the pain reached its peak, suddenly, the pain faded like a tide. The heat wave around the body also quickly spread. Suzhan knew. His first attempt to break through the Yuan realm failed. But he had long been accustomed to it. Look! After sitting quietly for only 2 minutes, the familiar feeling came again. This time the pain lasted a few seconds longer than before. But the result was the same. Failure. Suzhan was not in a hurry. If 2 times didn't work, then 4 times, if 4 times didn't work, then 8 times, if 8 times didn't work, then 16 times. He didn't believe that with his explosive training efficiency, he couldn't even cross the Yuan realm. Continue.
The feeling of breakthrough came again, and Su Zhan was concentrating on it. Su Zhan was trying his best to attack the Yuan realm. And just at the border area of the Chunyang sect, which was hundreds of thousands of miles away from him. At this moment, a group of figures were turning into streams of light of different colors, rushing through the sky.
Stop. Suddenly,
the man in the golden robe at the front stopped.
Everyone around him also stopped,
including Zhan Yuer, who was stepping on a spiritual treasure sword. She was in the Yuan realm, unable to fly in the air, and could only be carried by the spirit treasure of the Dan realm.
Uncle Master, have you found Su Zhan?
One of the gray-browed old men spoke.
This man was Gray Eyebrow Immortal.
Being called Uncle Master by him, it is conceivable that this man in golden robes was one of the core disciples of Chunyang sect, a person in the high and mighty Xian realm. No, it's another incarnation. The man in golden robes stretched out his hand and grabbed. I saw a small hill surrounded by many thousand-meter peaks not far away, which was shattered on the spot. A small black hiding in it was forcibly captured by him at a distance of dozens of kilometers and frozen in the air. A small hill of 100 meters was shattered when he raised his hand.
He caught people in front of him at a distance of dozens of kilometers. Such a miraculous method is enough to illustrate the horror of the Xian realm. No breath of life, another incarnation. This is already the 9th incarnation. How many incarnations does Su Zhan have? What does he want to do? The rest of the Dan realm who followed him all frowned and talked about it.
The man in the golden robe looked directly at Zhan Yuer.
Lin Xingxuan, is this how you know where the disciple is?
A glimmer of golden light flashed across the man's eyes, full of sharp meaning. This is the artistic conception unique to the Xian realm. If the biggest feature of the Dan realm is the ability to fly in the air and travel thousands of miles a day, then the biggest feature of the Xian realm is the ability to sense everything and comprehend one's own artistic conception from everything. This artistic conception can be added to everything such as attack, defense, and body movements. The power generated by a move with artistic conception and without artistic conception is a world of difference. What the man in the golden robe comprehended was the artistic conception of gold. Replying to Master, I have always accurately locked his position, but he always uses strange means to pass the talisman to his incarnation thousands of miles away.
I don't know how to deal with it. Zhan Yuer nodded slightly. Transmitting items thousands of miles in an instant.
This method is really a bit strange. The man in the golden robe was not suspicious. After all, Zhan Yuer accurately let them find Su Zhan's incarnation every time. And he began to be curious about Su Zhan's methods.
It was different from what Gray Eyebrow Master and his disciple Lu Tsongyun had said before.
Su Zhan clearly had not only these almost endless incarnations and various mysterious control methods, but also a treasure that could quickly transmit items. Otherwise, it would not be enough to explain the results of their search these days. No need to look for him anymore. The man in the golden robe said immediately, Su Zhan has already taken precautions.
If we continue to look for him, we will only be fooled.
Lin Xingxuan, as Su Zhan's master, you did not supervise him properly, and you promised to find Su Zhan, but in the end you found nothing. After you go back, all your qualifications for secret realms will be cancelled for the next 3 years, your salary will be halved, and your sect missions will be tripled.
You will go to the criminal pavilion to receive the punishment.
Yes, Grandmaster. Zhan Yuer bowed. Uncle Master, then Su Zhan, will not be searched anymore, asked the gray-eyebrowed immortal.
This kid has too many secrets. I'm not sure if he has any special means. If we could find him simply by searching with human power, we would have found him long ago.
I will report to the elders and ask them to go find the elders of the Tianyan sect to deduce his location. The words of the man in the golden robe made Zhan Yuer's beautiful eyes tremble slightly.
Her white hands couldn't help but clench. Tianyan sect.
It is a large sect famous for formations, talismans, heavenly secrets, and deduction.
It ranks third among the one-star sects in the entire Qingyan Immortal Mountain.
The artistic conception that its elders perceive is no longer the ordinary 5-element artistic conception, but the quite rare cause and effect artistic conception.
Once he makes a move to deduce, it is estimated that it will not take even a quarter of an hour to directly deduce Su Zhan's exact location, and it is the kind that is firmly locked and tracked in real time. But if you want the elders to help deduce, you have to pay a big price.
Even if the deduction target is just a little guy in the mortal realm, Tianyan sect will treat everyone equally, because collecting treasures and helping people deduce are the foundation of their livelihood.
Not only that. If you don't have a certain status, you can't invite those big figures either. Even if you bring treasures to the door, others may not help you. The man in the golden robe obviously knows that he is not important enough, and the elders of Shenyang's sect must come forward in person. In this case, I'm afraid Su Zhan's time is running out. Within a month at most, Shenyang's sect will be able to lock his location, and he will definitely die if Xianjing Leiting takes action. Zhan Yuer pursed her lips. Sighed silently in her heart. It seems that this transaction is hopeless. Ha! At this time, a Dan Realm Master asked in confusion, didn't the avatars that were captured before all immediately dispersed? Why is there no movement today? I just discovered it. Another Dan Realm Master said, I guess Su Zhan wants to use the avatar to eavesdrop on us and wants to know our next move. Eavesdrop? The man in the golden robe turned his eyes to Xiao Hei. If that's the case, then listen carefully, don't think that you can't be caught just because you have many means. Even if you escape to the ends of the earth, my Chunyang sect can boom. The man in the golden robe hasn't finished speaking yet. Suddenly, Xiao Hei, who was frozen in the air by him, suddenly released a strong aura. All the Dan Realm Masters present changed their faces. Even Zhan Yuer was stunned on the spot. He broke through the Yuan realm? Everyone present was extremely surprised. If they remembered correctly, when the Fengshe mine was looted, Su Zhan's realm was clearly the 7th level. Then he quickly broke through to the 9th level in a short period of time. Now it's even more exaggerated. He actually directly crossed the Great Realm and officially promoted to the Yuan realm. It's understandable that he broke through the small realms one after another, but the Yuan realm is a great realm. I spent nearly 2 years on it at the beginning. He actually said that he broke through? I have a hunch that his promotion to the Yuan realm must be related to the looting of the mine. The magic of the treasure in this kid's hand is beyond our imagination. Uncle Master, this boy must not be left. The Dan realm people looked sullen and spoke in a sharp tone. Su Zhan's strange method of being able to separate many external incarnations made the Xian realm helpless and unable to find his true body. Now he can quickly promote and break through, and even the Great Realm can be crossed in a short time. If he continues to let it go, God knows how fast and terrifying Su Zhan will grow in the future. What a fuss! It's just a breakthrough to the Yuan realm. Why do you Dan realm people look so pale? The man in the golden robe said coldly, no matter how extraordinary his means are and how outstanding his treasures are, in our eyes, he is just an ant. How dare a mere ant be so arrogant and seek death? As soon as the voice fell, Xiao Hei, who was frozen in the air, seemed to be crushed by an invisible big hand, and was crushed alive, turning into a ball of black smoke and disappearing without a trace. Return to the sect immediately and report to the elders. The day when his whereabouts are deduced will be his death. Yes, uncle. The Dan realm people nodded in response. Then they followed the man in the golden robe and set out on the road back to the sect. Only Zhan Yuer glanced at the clothes that fell powerlessly after Xiao Hei disappeared, with a complicated expression. Yes. Even though Su Zhan's direct breakthrough just now shocked her and shocked her heart. But no matter how talented and fast he is just an ant in front of the Dan realm, Xian realm, and even the giant Shenyang sect. Wait until the punishment period is over, and then find someone else. At the same time, bang! A huge rock that is several meters high and requires 10 people to hug was shattered on the spot under Su Zhan's punch. This is the Yuan realm. It feels really extraordinary. Su Zhan clenched his undamaged fist, full of excitement. In the mortal realm period, he could only be regarded as a mortal who mastered extraordinary strength. But after reaching the Yuan realm, his whole body, whether it is strength, physical defense, spiritual energy absorption, body movement speed, even vision, reaction, perception, etc., has all been greatly improved. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as a reborn. The biggest change among them it is only at the beginning of the Yuan realm that one has spiritual consciousness, also known as divine consciousness. Although it is only the early stage of the Yuan realm. But Su Zhan's divine consciousness can already cover a radius of 100 meters. The invisible divine consciousness, like flowing water, can easily penetrate into any place. Everything within 100 meters can be seen clearly, even the roots of a grass stuck in the soil can be clearly seen. The realm is improved, the divine consciousness is blessed, and the two parts are perfected at the micro level. With my current strength, the middle stage of the Yuan realm will no longer be a threat to me. Su Zhan's eyes flashed. If a clone comes into the body and explodes, even if I face the early stage of the Dan realm, I have a chance to fight him. Strong strength brings strong self-confidence. And I can clearly feel that after breaking through to the Yuan realm, my spiritual energy absorption speed and enlightenment level have been relatively improved. According to my current cultivation speed, I will be able to enter the middle stage in less than a month and a half. Entering the middle stage of the Yuan realm in 1.5 months.
You can imagine how exaggerated Su Zhan's cultivation efficiency is at this time.
Not only that,
he also specially tested the efficiency of the clone's practice.
Soon, the results came out.
Master, the I Ching body shaping classic only needs half a day to reach perfection. Master, the Hinayana level infernal purgatory method takes 6 days to reach the primary level. Master, the Hinayana level 8 steps to return to the dragon body takes 4 days to reach the primary level. Master, the micro-level wild tiger strength takes half an hour to reach the primary level. Master, Su Zhan learned about the micro-level and the Hinayana level. In particular, he tested the specific time of the 5 Hinayana level exercises given to him by Zhan Yuer.
The fact is just as he expected.
With the transformation of his whole body in the Great Realm, not only the efficiency of practice, but also the comprehension has been significantly improved. This feeling is like you, an adult, go back to elementary school to learn arithmetic, and the efficiency is naturally much faster than that of normal students. With more than 400 clones and 11 times the efficiency of training, even the Hinayana level can be mastered in just a few days.
Not to mention the subtle level.
It only takes half a day to reach the perfect state.
The elementary level is compressed to 1 hour, which can almost be regarded as the degree of learning and upgrading in seconds.
First put 8 steps back to the dragon body and to make up for my body skills defects. With the Hinayana level body skills, the middle stage of the Yuan realm can't escape from my hands. After the I Ching body shaping classic is perfected, I will add the 3-turn flame dragon technique. Although it is still at the micro level, it is an attribute technique. With its enhanced attack, the power can be improved to another level. In addition, the 5 Hinayana level techniques given to me by my master do not have the long sword technique I need. I have to spend some time searching for techniques to buy it. Once I practice the weapons, internal skills, external skills, body skills, attributes, the most important 5 techniques at the Hinayana level, and improve them to the perfect state in all aspects, then it will not be a problem to fight against the Dan realm at the early stage of the Yuan realm.
I can even crush the Dan realm. Ordinary Yuan realms are often good enough to comprehend a Hinayana level technique. For example, Zhan Yuer. She has a high talent and comprehension. There are also many Hinayana level techniques. But in the end, there is only one Hinayana level technique that can be practiced, comprehended, and mastered, and so far, I am afraid that the realm of her techniques has not yet reached the perfect level. But even so, with her current strength, she can be regarded as a leader among the same level disciples in the late Yuan realm of the entire Qinyang sect. This shows. Once Su Zhan can master the 5 Hinayana levels, and each of them can reach perfection, how terrifying will his combat power be? Crossing a major realm, it is not an exaggeration at all. Master, I have arrived at the territory of the Blood Eagle sect.
At this time, Xiao Hei's voice sounded in his mind.
Arrived?
Su Zhan's eyes flashed. During this period of time, he did not let Xiao Hei continue to wait in place, but tried to find another way and continue to move towards the territory of other sections.
Unexpectedly, it really arrived.
Subconsciously, Su Zhan went straight into its perspective to watch.
As expected.
He saw a towering stone tablet that was 1,000 meters high and stood in the turbulent river.
The inscription on it was the dividing point between the territory of the Blood Eagle sect and the Qinyang sect. I've finally waited for this moment.
Su Zhan looked excited. I will immediately arrange 100 Shohei to go there. What you need to do is the same as before, that is, to conduct reconnaissance, exploration, and search for the location of all small mines within the territory of the Blood Eagle sect.
Remember, all. Once you find any, report to me immediately. This time, we won't do it 10 at a time.
If we are going to do it, we will do it in a big wave and clean up all 100 at once. Since he has arrived at the territory of other sects, Su Zhan naturally has to let go and do a good job. Anyway, the consequences of robbing 10 people are the same as robbing 100 people. They will attract the attention of the sect's top leaders and send a large number of Dan realm and even Xian realm to deal with him. Then of course he has to maximize the benefits.
Moreover, the next stage requires a full 1.17 billion spirit stones.
The demand for spirit stones cannot be covered by 10 mines, only 100 can be achieved. If the strength can be increased to the point where it can kill the late Yuan realm, then I can also take over the medium-sized mines. The output of medium-sized mines is more than 10 times that of small mines. Once you can start with a medium-sized mine, you can imagine how terrifying the explosion of benefits will be. But in contrast, the owners of medium-sized mines often start from the late Yuan realm, and some are even directly guarded by Yuan realm perfection. With Sujan's current strength, it's no problem to deal with the middle stage of the Yuan realm, but there is still a big gap with the late stage of the Yuan realm. After all, the calculation method of the Yuan realm is different from that of the mortal realm. The mortal realm has 9 levels, 9 small realms, and a watershed every 3 levels. The Yuan realm is only perfect after the junior high and middle stages, and there are 4 small realms. Each small realm is equivalent to a huge watershed. Its difficulty is almost equivalent to the sum of the difficulties of the 1st to 9th levels of the mortal realm. And Sujan is even more outrageous. To kill the late Yuan realm with the early stage of the Yuan realm, you have to cross 2 stages. You have to master more than 2 Hinayana level exercises, and the level of the exercises cannot be low. Fortunately, Sujan is not in a hurry. Entering the territory of other sects is equivalent to entering the snowball outbreak period. He only needs to wait quietly for the final outbreak result. Time flies, and 4 days have passed quietly. Qinyang's sect did not make any explanation for the mine robbery, nor did it add any instructions, as if the matter had passed. Each city also began to gradually relax its inspections. And the Shohei hiding in various places finally had the opportunity to continue to move towards other sections. The Shohei in the territory of the Blood Eagle sect quickly went deep into various areas of the Blood Eagle sect and began to collect and explore the exact locations of various mines. Sujan sighed. His strength once again ushered in a huge increase. After the I Ching body shaping classic reached perfection. After 4 days of automatic practice, the Hinayana level body method 8 steps back to the dragon body finally reached the primary level. Don't look at it as just the primary level. But the body method it brings is so strong that Shohei can make the middle stage of the Yuan realm go around in circles. Sujan even used Shohei to find the late Yuan realm people of the Blood Eagle sect to test it. It is completely comparable to the ordinary late Yuan realm body method. On the same day, the micro-level attribute method 3 turns Flame Dragon Gong also successfully entered the primary level. You heard it right. A subtle level technique takes almost the same amount of time as a Hinayana level technique. However, when Sujan got the hang of it, he finally understood why people say that attribute techniques are awesome. It was just a random slash. Without adding attributes, the destructive power would at most injure a person in the middle stage of the Yuan realm. But after adding attributes, the destructive power could kill a person in the middle stage of the Yuan realm on the spot, directly split into 2, and there was no way to save him. If the opponent wore high-level spiritual weapon armor, he could only block 1 more slash. The second slash could still kill him. According to Sujan's inference. Now his strength has reached the level of being able to fight with a person in the late stage of the Yuan realm. Therefore, Sujan put this 3-turn flame dragon technique in the first training black ball. On the second training black ball, he chose to put Infernal Purgatory method. This Hinayana level technique that was obtained from Zhou Yuashan but has never been mastered so far. Even until now, it is not clear what type of technique this technique belongs to, it is completely unpredictable. Sujan is very curious. Anyway, it will only take 6 days. Just give it a try. Soon, it was the 8th day that Xiaohei entered the Blood Eagle sect. Master, it's ready. Xiaohei reported collectively. 8 days. Through the teleportation array, plus the speed of the Yuan realm and the Hinayana level body movement, they have penetrated into various places in the Blood Eagle sect and successfully located more than 100 small mines. Very good, don't the guys in the Blood Eagle sect like to gloat over other people's misfortunes? This time it's their turn, let's see if they can still laugh. Sujan curled his lips. In the investigations that Xiaohei heard during this period, the most common thing was that the people of the Blood Eagle sect were discussing the looting of the Qinyang sect's mine. Obviously, the news was so explosive that it was not only spread within the Qinyang sect, but also known to people from other sections. Especially when the Blood Eagle sect, which had a blood feud with the Qinyang sect, heard about it, they cheered and were extremely excited. They were so happy. Sujan didn't care about this. After all, he didn't have a good impression of the Qinyang sect, not to mention that they were now completely hostile to the Qinyang sect. He didn't stand on any side, but only fought for himself. It wasn't until he explored the mine of the Blood Eagle sect that he found out that the small mine of the Blood Eagle sect was even more outrageous than that of the Qinyang sect. After all, the Qinyang sect specifically captured boys and girls of the first level of the mortal realm to do hard labor. The Blood Eagle sect doesn't care about men, women, young or old and weak, women and children.
As long as you can open a mine and have labor, everyone will go to work. And it starts directly from children. Just like raising livestock, let them be slaves in the mines for generations. Sujan had already tasted the pain of being a miner, and he was very unhappy about it. The Blood Eagle sect's approach made him even more angry, and he couldn't help but get angry. Therefore, Sujan regarded the Blood Eagle sect as a worse and bigger enemy than the Pure Yang sect. Everyone, do it. Leave the miners alone, don't worry about it. Anyway, we are wearing the clothes of the Pure Yang sect. It's better for them to see clearly. Sujan's eyes were fierce. As for the punishment team, the mine owners, don't leave a single one, kill them all. Yes, master. With his order, all the blacks hiding in the mine suddenly jumped up and launched an attack. Who are you? How dare you trespass into the mine? Are you looking for death? Chunyang sect's attire? Or Yuan realm? What do you want to do? This is the Blood Eagle sect's territory. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Chunyang sect invaded our sect, request support. Request support. Yuan realm. Yuan realm. So many Yuan realms. Chunyang sect has launched a war against us. Quickly notify the city lord for support. You thieves from Chunyang, dare you attack my Blood Eagle sect's mine? Are you planning to start a war? Ah! Damn Chunyang sect, you can't beat my Blood Eagle sect on the border battlefield, so you come to deal with us ordinary people, you will not die well. Please spare my life, I can swear to be completely loyal to Chunyang sect in the future, please believe me. Crazy. Crazy. These Yuan realm of Chunyang sect are all crazy. They are attacking here, obviously wanting to exchange their lives with ours. For a while, hundreds of small mines of Blood Eagle sect were heard with tragic and sharp wails and screams. The way Shohei slaughtered them was more cruel than the way he robbed Chunyang sect. When they met, they slashed in the air first. Those who were lucky were killed on the spot and split into two. Those who were unlucky had their limbs and arms broken and blood splattered. Those who were unlucky naturally tried to escape. But no matter how fast they could run, could they outrun a Yuan realm? What's more, this was a Yuan realm who mastered the Hinayana level body method. Therefore, the blacks will continue to make up a few more knives, and some will die, and those who are not dead will fall in a pool of blood and wail until they die from excessive blood loss. Facing the black army of Yuan realm, these ordinary realms are really like little chickens, with no power to fight back. Even if there is only one black, even if the number of the other party's 9th, 8th, and 7th levels of the ordinary realms exceeds 100, but in front of this insurmountable terrifying power gap, they are completely crushed and have no power to fight back, and Chun-Chun can only be slaughtered. Oh my god, the miners who saw this scene were stunned. They couldn't believe it. In the territory of the Blood Eagle sect, there are still people who dare to attack the mine. You know, how many people who had this idea before were sentenced to death by the Blood Eagle sect to set an example? At least in the past 100 years, no incident of openly attacking the mine has occurred. But now, it actually happened. Bang! The head of a mine owner of the 9th level of the ordinary realm fell at the feet of the miners. Seeing Xiaohei coming, the miners knelt down and begged for mercy, with despair and fear in their eyes almost overflowing. But Xiaohei just crushed the mine owner's head. Then he didn't even look at them and continued to slaughter other members of the punishment team. The miners were dumbfounded. They didn't dare to move, let alone escape. The deep-rooted slave mentality had left a mark in their hearts. They could only watch the last member of the punishment team being killed, and then Xiaohei came to forcibly plunder all the spiritual stones in the mine. The wealth of the Blood Eagle sect is so much richer than that of the Pure Yang sect. Looking at the spiritual stones falling in the clone space, the surging degree is more than 10 times more efficient than the harvesting efficiency of the Pure Yang sect. I'm afraid it can't be stopped by 20 times. But Su Zhan soon understood what was going on. The Blood Eagle sect has been slaves for generations, which means they have been exploited for generations, so that the lives and property of the penal personnel guarding the mines are as fat as they can be. The fattest one among them is the mine owner. Not only does he exploit his subordinates, but he also embezzles a lot of the spiritual stones that are handed in. These spiritual stones dare not be used for a while, so they can only be stored temporarily. Look, as soon as he died, all the spiritual stones became Su Zhan's possession. As a result, in less than 10 minutes, the number of spiritual stones on Su Zhan's hand actually broke through the 1 billion mark on the spot. Soon, I will be able to upgrade to another stage. According to the rules, I only need to go through 3 more cooling stages to unlock new functions again. Even the function of clone entering the body has appeared, and the next one is probably not bad either. Su Zhan is full of expectations. Master, I met a strong enemy and asked for support.
Suddenly, Xiao Hei's voice came.
It's only been 10 minutes, and the support has arrived?
Su Zhan was surprised. He immediately entered the perspective of Xiao Hei.
Late Yuan realm.
The man who was fighting with Xiao Hei was a middle-aged man in the late Yuan realm, wearing luxurious clothes and extraordinary demeanor.
He should be the garrison lord of the nearby city.
Xiao Hei, who was fighting with him, was using the Hinayana level 8 steps back to the dragon body to quickly dodge the opponent's attack.
Xiao Hei's right arm is broken.
It should be that he just fought with the late Yuan realm and broke his arm.
It seems that it is unrealistic to fight against a normal late Yuan realm with the current strength.
The so-called normal late Yuan realm. It means that he has mastered a Hinayana level technique, and the realm of the technique is not lower than the intermediate level. Facing such an enemy, it is obviously unrealistic for Xiao Hei to win by force. But this 8 steps back to dragon body gave me a great surprise. Xiao Hei was able to survive despite almost no counterattack power, and nimbly dodged all the attacks of the city lord. He is really fierce. It seems that this Hinayana level body technique that my master gave me is the same as the crazy thunder blade technique, and is a relatively rare existence among Hinayana level ones. The only drawback is that this 8 steps back to dragon body consumes too much spiritual energy. If it continues like this, Xiao Hei will not be able to hold on for more than a minute. The body movement of 8 steps back to dragon body is of the explosive type. It emphasizes speeding up in an instant. So the spiritual energy consumed is also very terrifying. And Xiao Hei continued to use 8 steps back to dragon body to dodge the attacks of the Yuanjing city lord. Every time he dodged, he used a body movement. If Su Zhan had not been promoted to the Yuanjing now, and had also brought a part of the subtle internal skills to the perfect state, let alone 1 minute, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to hold on for 10 seconds.
Now is the harvesting stage, and a mere late Yuanjing wants to be my footsteps? Go 10 people, drive him away. If he refuses to leave, then 10 more will come and kill him directly. Su Zhan gave an order.
Beside the dodging Xiao Hei, 10 Xiao Hei suddenly appeared.
There are helpers? How did this helper appear? The eyelids of the Yuanjing city lord jumped violently.
He was already surprised that Xiao Hei had mastered the Hinayana level body movement and dodged his attacks time and time again. The appearance of this weird scene almost made him scream out loud. Before he could think about it, 10 Xiao Hei had already greeted him with swords.
Same, all the same.
Each of them has the strength to fight against opponents of higher levels. What a joke!
How come there are so many Yuan realm geniuses from Chunyang sect at once? And all of them are targeting my mine? Is Chunyang sect crazy or stupid? For a small mine, why would they send so many geniuses to fight for their lives? What are they trying to do? After a brief fight, the Yuanjing city lord was even more horrified.
Although it is outrageous that a genius who transcends the ranks comes to rob the mine, if you force some reasons, it can still be explained. But a group of geniuses from the Chunyang sect came to the hinterland of the Blood Eagle sect, and they came to loot a small mine, even if there were 10,000 of them, under the huge pressure of being killed by people in the Blood Eagle sect's Dan realm and Xian realm at any time.
The reason, even the Yuanjing city lord cannot understand.
Although the mine is rich in spiritual stones.
But the rareness of a transcendent genius is far higher than these spiritual stones. Even more nonsense.
He lived for nearly 100 years.
My understanding of Chunyang sect is not to say that I have a complete understanding of it, but I can be considered to be extremely familiar with it.
But he had never heard of how so many geniuses suddenly appeared in the Yuan realm of Chunyang sect. All of them were able to leapfrog and fight.
Outrageous. It's really outrageous. What exactly is Chunyang sect planning for with this move?
By the way, I heard a few days ago that many small mines in Chunyang sect were also looted.
Could it be the guys in front of me who did it?
The Yuan realm city lord suddenly thought, but this is not right.
The news is that the 9th level disciples of the mortal realm from multiple sects have taken action.
All of these disciples in front of me are Yuan realm, and their physical skills are so strong that they can even beat me.
If you don't hit them, click.
Suddenly, a subtle breaking sound came, interrupting the Yuanjing city lord's thoughts. I saw a crack in the top spiritual weapon armor on his body. He had been forcibly attacked by many black men, and it was beginning to be difficult for him to resist, and his body was inevitably hit. Fortunately, he had the help of top spiritual weapon armor, otherwise this crack would be a ferocious crack on his body.
Wound. No, I can't fight with them anymore. If I continue, I will definitely lose. Withdraw.
The lord of Yuanjing City did not choose hard steel. He knew that if he tried his best, he could kill several of the opponents. After all, he has a complete set of top spiritual energy to protect him, plus pills, talismans, and various treasures. He can completely kill the opponent, and he can still escape unscathed. But he still chose to withdraw. The reason is very simple: these guys are too weird. I have a backup plan, who knows if the other party also has a backup plan. Although he would definitely be punished by the sect if he abandoned the mine. But if the boat really capsizes in the gutter, whoever gets in will risk his own life. Which one is more important? He can carry it very clearly. Would you choose to retreat? He's wise. If he doesn't retreat, I will directly increase my intensity and try my best to kill him even if I lose part of Xiaohei. Anyone who dares to block my path to wealth, as long as they are not in the alchemy realm or have reached the Yuan realm of consummation, will have to be sent back to me wherever they come from. Immediately, Su Zhan exited the perspective. The battle with the late Yuan realm, which lasted only a few minutes, caused the spiritual stones in his clone space to skyrocket again. 1.5 billion, that's enough. Let's move up to a level first and get some blackies as backup support. The gleaming black light accompanied by the black mark lit up again. A large number of spirit stones in the clone space began to melt rapidly. After a while, Stage 19 was successfully completed, and a new 98 little blacks came into being. At this time, Su Zhan had a total of 534 clones on hand. The clone cultivation multiplier is increased to 27 times. The clone's practice multiplier is increased to 13 times. The increase in the number of clones entering the body has also increased to 13%. Su Zhan doesn't need to deliberately test these values now, he can easily get them by just calculating them. Within 25 days, mid-Yuan realm is not a problem. The mastery of the micro level is faster, it doesn't even take an hour. The time required for the Hinayana level has also been shortened a lot. If the clone enters the body and is used directly, the overall increase will be 69.42 times. List them one by one. It can be seen that the gains brought by each improvement stage are very considerable. New brothers, synchronize my instructions with the previous ones, and continue to search for other mines, or go to other sect realms. Su Zhan gave decisive orders. Yes, master. Nowadays, the little blacks, whose intelligence is no different from that of normal people, can know what they should do and complete it to the extreme with just one sentence. The spiritual stones have reached 900 million again. If we continue at this rate, the 3.5 billion spiritual stones needed for the next stage will be stable. I just don't know if the 10.5 billion spiritual stones needed for the next stage can be obtained directly? If not, we still have to obtain them from other sections. The plan to harvest small mines in Su Zhan is in full swing. On the other hand, news about multiple mines being looted has spread to many cities, causing a huge sensation. All of a sudden, many people from the Yuan realm, the Dan realm, and even the Xian realm personally dispatched themselves and quickly went to the location of the looted small mine. However, their purpose was not to support and save people, but to take advantage of the opportunity to get a piece of the pie. The Blood Eagle sect is different from the Chunyang sect. The order in the Chunyang sect is relatively peaceful, and there is no exaggerated violence. Except within the sect, even in some cities, disciples within the sect are explicitly prohibited from killing each other. The Blood Eagle sect does not prohibit it at all, but instead encourages fellow disciples to kill each other and plunder each other. Therefore, this also created the extremely cruel and predatory character of Blood Eagle sect disciples. If the mine is a place where Zongmen Mingli is banned, and the consequences are extremely serious, I am afraid they will not help but start. Now there is a pot. Small mines are chaotic. Tianda's opportunities are in front of them. Of course, they seize the opportunity, take the name of support, rush to gather some wealth, search for some spiritual stones. One step later, I am afraid that they will be ascended by others. Nympho, have Xiaohei died? It seems that the Danjing of the Blood Eagle Zone has taken a shot. I came to a Dan realm for half an hour, which is almost the same as I estimate. Since Danjing has come forward, this mine will be given up for the time being. After the first Xiaohei died, Su Zhan was very peaceful. Even in the next 10 minutes, 3 more small black died one after another, and Su Zhan still looked as usual. As early as the investigation, Su Zhan learned that the number of people in Danjing of the Blood Eagle sect. The number of people in Dan is 1.3 times that of Xunyang sect. It is no wonder that Xunyang zone will fail on the border battlefield, lose more and win less, and be eaten by the Blood Eagle. Increased quantity. Coupled with 100 small mines this time.
There are many goals, and the probability of accidents will increase. Sujan has been prepared in this area. 3.3 billion. Don't look at the loss of several mines. The speed of harvesting spiritual stone is still amazing. Finally, 3.5 billion, in place, open suction.
Without any hesitation, Yingying's black light started, and she began to absorb the spirit stone crazy.
Just a moment. The 20th stage, achieve. Corresponding to 114 little black was born.
In just 1 hour, the number of parties in Sujan has soared from 436 to 648.
Certainly.
Sujan was concerned about more than just the increase in the number of clones. What's more important is that the clone's training multiplier will increase to 31 times at this stage, once again reaching the stage where it can be increased.
This time, no response? Sujan was confused.
As soon as the stage was upgraded, he had noticed that as the number of clones increased, the number of exclusive clones created by clone training also skyrocketed, thus making his training efficiency increase a lot again.
It only took 25 days just now.
It only takes 15 days to reach the middle stage of the Yuan realm. However, this is obviously different from the previous doubling of the number.
It's purely an increase from the normal range.
There are no additional changes after reaching 30 times. If the exclusive clones are doubled like last time, then now it will not take him as long as 15 days to reach the middle stage of Yuan realm, but within 8 days.
Apparently.
The 30 times the clone's training did not inspire any additional rewards at all.
Could it be that, not only does the black brand have a cooling stage, but also each of these functions has an independent cooling multiple?
Sujan quickly thought of the consistent pattern of black brands. In the first and second stages of black brand, new functions appear. In the third stage, it begins to cool down, and in the fourth stage, new functions are born. The current method of increasing the clone's training multiplier is exactly the same as this. Then let's wait until 40 times to see if it really conforms to this rule.
Sujan continued to tally other changes. The clone's practice multiplier is increased to 15 times.
The increase in the number of clones entering the body has also been increased to 14%. The space of the clone has also skyrocketed to 138 cubic meters. Every improvement and change means that his steps to become stronger are bigger, faster and longer than before. The efficiency of searching for spiritual stones has begun to decline. In the past, we could harvest 100 million or even more spiritual stones in almost 1 minute. Now we can't even harvest 50 million spiritual stones in 1 minute. The entry of people from Dan realm and Xian realm is indeed a bit destructive to me. If I want to continue to advance to the next stage, it is almost impossible to rely on these small mines alone, unless, Sujan's eyes were full of madness, attack the medium-sized mines. The next stage requires a full 10.5 billion. But on the other hand, there are less than 90 small mines that he can control at the moment. The Blood Eagle sect's support came too quickly and there were too many people. As time goes by, the efficiency of harvesting spiritual stones will only decrease. According to this trend, even searching for another 5 billion is a luxury, let alone 10.5 billion. Therefore, Sujan set his sights on a higher-level medium-sized mine. The income of a medium-sized mine is more than 10 times that of an ordinary small mine. If a small mine of the Blood Eagle sect can supply 150 million spiritual stones every month, so any medium-sized mine will start at least 1.5 billion, and there is a high probability that it will reach 2 billion. Therefore, the mine owners of medium-sized mines are often in the late Yuan realm, and they are also the best in the late Yuan realm. Some of them are perfectly guarded by the Yuan realm. Every one of the members of the punishment team started out in the Yuan realm. There are countless people in the early Yuan realm and middle Yuan realm. Not only that. Starting from the medium-sized mines, the sect will arrange for strong men to lay various formation traps to prevent those crazy cultivators from actually attacking the medium-sized mines and plundering the spiritual stones. It can be seen that there is considerable resistance when Sujan wants to move into a medium-sized mine. Robbing a medium-sized mine requires at least 100 gangsters to work together. This number can't be said to be enough to completely loot, but it should be no problem to rob a few 100 million, right? I just don't know how many little black people will die in this process. And Xiaohei's various characteristics will soon be exposed and known to the Blood Eagle sect. Sujan's eyes flashed. He is thinking. Finally, he made a decision, just use the 114 new gangsters this time to test the waters and see what the losses and gains will be like if hundreds of gangsters attack a medium-sized mine. Only through practice can we find the truth. How do you know if the water is deep or shallow without trying? Immediately, Sujan directly issued an order, asking all 114 Shohei to put on a set of spiritual weapon armors that had been prepared for them, and target one of the medium-sized mines that had been investigated long ago, and launch a surprise attack. Just half an hour later. The results are out. In one sentence, extremely low-cost performance. Sujan's evaluation of the medium-sized mine's punishment team, vulnerable to a single blow, broken at the touch of a touch. In front of the gangsters who have no fear of death, are not afraid of death, and have outstanding strength, there is no resistance at all. They were already wailing in various ways, and the rats were scurrying away. Evaluation of the owner of the medium-sized mine, he is very powerful. Compared with the Yuanjing city lord he just dealt with, he is only stronger than the owner. But under the siege of many gangsters, the owner of the mine can only grit his teeth and teleport thousands of miles. Fu chose to escape, not daring to continue hard steel at all. Only evaluation of the formation trap in medium-sized mines, fierce. Very fierce. Very fierce. If it wasn't for the little blacks to do it, Sujan wouldn't even know that the protective formation that seemed to be able to be broken in the late Yuan realm, nearly 100 little blacks chopped it all for nearly 20 minutes before barely breaking it. Apparently. What this guardian array needs to guard against is not the Yuan realm at all, but the Dan realm level existence. Even if the Dan realm comes, if you want to break the protective formation, you will have to attack several times. And such a guardian array has one strong base in each storage spirit stone, and the strongholds with the most storage are even 2 to 3 layer of guardianship. No. The little blacks took 10 minutes before finally broke one, and searched the spirit stone that could not be 100 million. Looking at the rest of the remaining guardian, Sujan was too lazy to let the little blacks continue hard steel, but directly tuned to other small mines to help. This is why Sujan feels that medium-sized mines are extremely cost-effective. No wonder they do not arrange the formation method in small mines. The entire Blood Eagle section of the medium-sized mine does not have more than 700, and there are nearly 10,000 small mines. Can't draw any more. Sujan shook his head. Before the strength has not improved, don't think about the medium-sized mine for the time being. Unless the mine owner can be killed, and the core method of the array method from it, those who can freely enter and exit the formation must be uniformly arranged by the mining owner to recognize the lord. Except for them, everyone else could not enter the guardian. Even if you want to stab them, it is useless. The core of the formation is in the master of the mine. In a word, as long as you kill the mine owner, you can harvest it in the medium-sized mine. Don't worry. Anyway, there are nearly 10,000 small mines in Blood Eagle. I have died 100, and there are a lot of waiting for me. I have time to eat slowly. Sujan's mouth was hooked. From the beginning of these 100 small mines, he did not intend to stop, but the subsequent Blood Eagle sect will definitely be checked like Chunyang Zone. In this way, his harvest efficiency will be reduced a lot. But decrease does not mean nothing. As long as you get a chance, you have always been fiercely Blood Eagle's bones and eat its flesh. If you have the opportunity, you can suck together. As for this kind of behavior, it will anger Blood Eagle Zone? Angry was angry. Do you have the ability to come to Chunyang Zone and find me to try? Nympho Blood Eagle. What? Hundreds of small mines were ransacked at the same time? It was all disciples of Chunyang Zone? Just half-day Kung Fu, the high-level Blood Eagle sect, an elder of a spiritual realm has already heard the news, and changed his face on the spot. Just a minute ago, these high levels gathered together, and they were still joking with the unknown forces to be overwhelmed by the unknown forces. 10 small mines suffered heavy losses. As a result, a minute later, the disciples came to report, and the smile on their faces solidified on the spot, and then there was a rush of anger. Elderly. According to the disciples below my disciples, those pure Yangzong disciples are extraordinary. Although they are in the early days of the Yuan dynasty, they can really mediate with the late Yuan realm, which is incredible. A core disciple of the mysterious realm reported slightly. The disciples who can fight the level and fight are not one, but a group. The elders of the spiritual realm looked at each other and saw a strong accident from the other's eyes. Elders, Danjing disciples on my side have also found some new situations. He killed several disciples of pure Yangzong, and found that the other party had no flesh and blood, which was a black shadow. A mysterious disciple also reported in the exhibition of the body. More than that. Another mysterious disciple said, I have the backward return below. When he played with a person, the other party could summon the existence of existing exactly the same as himself. Each of them held a long knife. There is no sign before, very weird. Elder, I am, the mysterious disciples summarized the news reported below.
The elders of Lingjing frowned one by one. It stands to say.
With their spiritual realm, the existence of high above, and the affairs of the disciples of Yuanjing, can't enter their eyes at all, can be a big deal. There are many Danjing, and the mysterious disciples come to report.
There is a problem.
Not only at the same time, but even the same batch of hands-on, and the various information reported by the report, all kinds of weird and unpredictable means of imagination made the elders have to pay attention. The elders, disciples boldly guess, is this incident, and is it the same person to the same person with the mining ransom incident encountered by Chunyangzong? A middle-aged man wearing a green robe and even his eyes exuding a green light, stepped forward, and paid a ritual.
Poison, be careful.
A mystery beside me frowned and interrupted in a low drink.
Obviously.
The middle-aged man with the green robe is exactly the enemy who does not wear the sky, and it is also one of the major goals of Sujan's trip.
The mysterious realm next to him is his master.
The reason why Master said to remind him is that he wants to prevent the truth of poisoning real people, which makes the elders unpleasant.
Facts prove. Master is right.
After the elders of the spiritual realm heard this, their faces sank one by one, and their eyes were not good.
Because even they have to admit that the guess of poisonous real people is likely to be right.
Su Zhanning made Chunyangzong's helplessness for many days, and the losses were heavy, becoming the laughingstock of their Blood Eagle. Now that they ran to the Blood Eagle sect, let's not say, as soon as it comes to hundreds of small mines. I am afraid that after the news came out, Chunyangzong and other ancestors will treat the Blood Eagle sect as the biggest laughingstock.
A Yuanjing, let him be overwhelmed?
Immediately passed on, and people who sent Yuanjing in each small mine to the guard. All disciples of Blood Eagle sects began to search for this group of pure Yangzone cubs. The most important thing is to send a nirvana to this Suzhan, search for his traces on the boundary of the Blood Eagle. Once discovery, no matter life and death, there is a lot of rewards.
The elders immediately issued orders. Follow.
Many of the disciples of the mysterious realm lead all the guidance.
After the disciples leave,
the elders are still discussing this. Just these search investigations, I am afraid that the final result will only be like Shenyang sect, whereas this Suzhan, with Shenyangzong's lesson, they also understand that this matter is more difficult than they think.
Don't look at the other party as just a meta realm.
But all kinds of weird, mysterious means, even the old monsters who have lived for thousands of years have never heard.
It is not easy to catch this kind of guy. San Yen, haven't you been practicing the method of deduction? Try to locate the position of this kid. Some elders make suggestions. Positioning is okay, but I need his one item. His Holiness San Yen nodded. This is okay.
Some disciples have already turned the guy's body and killed the guy's body and got the clothes and weapons. Within 5 days, it could bring it.
A elder said. The 5 days are too long, let me go in person.
Let him live for a day, it is the insult to my Blood Eagle sect for 1 day.
There are elders. Okay, I'll go. A elder who is good at body gap up. Less than a minute. The elder had taken clothes and weapons.
His Holiness San Yen immediately opened the formation method, sat in his knees, closed his eyes, his fingers began to tremble frequently and deduced.
After a moment. No. I can't deduce his cause and effect.
His Holiness San Yen frowned and opened his eyes.
Can't deduce his cause and effect? The elders looked shocked.
Everything in the world has cause and effect.
As long as it is contaminated, there will be a causal atmosphere.
Before the practitioners were promoted to the king, even if they were all in the heavens, they would have cause and effect on their bodies. That Suzhan is just a meta realm.
How can there be no cause and effect? The clothes and weapons are wrong.
His Holiness San Yen said, these two things have not passed through the hands of the deity, so I can't directly refer to the deity according to these two.
What about the body of the body? Can it be deduced to the body of the body? Some elders reminded. Can't find it. I can't even position his body incarnation.
Perhaps it is related to what the disciples said before, that those people have no life at all, and there is no life atmosphere.
Find.
His Holiness San Yen shook his head. Cause and effect cannot be deduced, that can only be invited to the people of Tianyenzong. They can not only understand the cause and effect, but also communicate the sky. Even if this kid is powerful, can he be separated from the cause and effect? Can he be out of heaven? I have a 3-point friendship with Tianyenzong, let me go. An old woman with a purple crutch got up. When I have a result, I will quickly pass the return, and you will kill it immediately. This kid gave me a bad premonition. I always feel that if I give him a little more time, I am afraid that it will be my blood eagle, and it will be bad in his hands.
On the other. Pure Yanzong. Ha 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 ha. Okay. Okay.
Great. Blood Eagle Zone also has today, it should be. Although I am waiting here, I am also happy, and I laugh in the 50 steps, but I can't help it, ha ha ha.
Anyway, we are just a small mining. What about Blood Eagle?
There are more than 50 known ones. This is fine, one by one. When I was weak, I couldn't even solve the disciples of all realms.
Now let them feel it really, headache and headache. The elders of Xunyang Zone laughed all after learning the news. Just a few days ago, the elders looked angry one by one.
A disciple of all realms, such a big thing has been made in the boundary of his pure Yang Zone, and he has not been able to settle for so many days, and has made them laughing into the laughing stock of other
ancestors. So after confirming that the disciples of Xianjing couldn't catch this guy,
I simply dispatched one of the elders of Qinyang Zone, a strong spiritual level, and His Holiness, and went to Tianyanzong in person, and spent a huge price of changing Su Zhan. I never thought that in the future. I learned that the Blood Eagle sect has also been ransacked by small minds, and the number is far exceeding the 10 of their pure Yang Zone, as many as 50, and with subsequent news reports, the numbers are still rising.
The elders of Xunyang Zone couldn't hold directly, and they laughed one by one.
Su Zhan, this little guy, I still gritted his teeth to him, and never wanted to give me a surprise.
Otherwise, I talked to Han Han and let him come back.
The price, anyway, the degree of disaster of this kid, even if we do not do it, the Blood Eagle will definitely do it.
No, Su Zhan has hit the Blood Eagle sect, but when he grows up in the future, who can guarantee that he will not look back to harm me Xunyang Zone?
Tianyenzone must go, this son's whereabouts must be mastered, but it can be dealt with. Later yes, and I remember the old thief of the Blood Eagle Zone, he knew some deductible cause and effect, and the law of insights and the insights, which made us eat a lot on the border battlefield, but until now, it is past near now.
There is no news of the day's effort.
This is the profound method of Su Zhan. I am afraid that it is far more than I think. It can make a Yuan Jing play with two ancestors in the palm of the stock, but there is no way to take it. He is afraid that there is a shocking treasure in hand. The treasurer level is at least on the Chinese true treasure, maybe it is still a king instrument. Jinbo is a treasure that is qualified to have on top of Lingbao. On top of Jinbo, it is the king level spiritual tool, also known as the king. When he hear this, the elders can't help but have a fiery color deep in the eyes of the elders.
Is it a king? Even if it is not, you can't let these treasures stay on a little guy in the district. It is a storm. We must be as soon as possible.
In case of the Blood Eagle is first, and grabbing this kid, and the treasure is taken away.
The consequences are unimaginable. Facts such as Soviet occupation.
Anyone who knows these methods will inevitably be coveted. No one even wants to recruitment, to seduce, and treat Su Zhan in a friendly manner, just want to force the pride. After all, Su Zhan is a little larger than the ants. Where can they be eligible for them to vary with the snake? Falsehood? The news spread quickly. Not only the elders of Chunzongzong know, the disciples below have also deepened the impression of the word Su Zhan after passing through the word of mouth.
They couldn't help exclaiming one by one.
I thought that this Su Zhan was a spy that came from the opponent, so there would be various magical means to make Danjing Xianjing unable to hold him.
I never thought that the enemy himself had been poisoned by himself, raising dozens of minds.
In the entire Zongmen, Zhan Yuer, who was the most concerned about Su Zhan, couldn't help but look at the news at this moment.
He is a heart that is to send the Bloodhawk to die. The overall strength of Blood Eagle Zone is stronger than Xunyang Zone.
I hope he can have a better way to protect himself.
Although Zhan Yuer was born in the border of Blood Eagle Zone, but now he has no feelings for Blood Eagle sect, and even Bloody Eagle Zone has been destroyed quickly.
The poison real person is also good at finishing the egg as soon as possible. But at the same time she knew it. The behemoth like the Blood Eagle sect cannot give up the rest. Su Zhan made these shocking moves, which is tantamount to fanning the 10 big palms of Blood Eagle Zone. In this regard, Zhan Yuer couldn't do anything, and he could only wait quietly for the development of the situation.
But for this point, Zhan Yuer has made a decision.
Whether he can kill the poisonous real person in the end, he will also give the Mahayana level exercises in his hand to Su Zhan.
Nympho at the same time.
As the initiator, Su Zhan did not know that he had escaped the magic characteristics of the cause and effect because he was invisible, because he did not know what he did.
Even Xunyang Zone, and even other ancestors have triggered a big earthquake. However, the Blood Eagle and the elders on both sides of the Chunyang zone were not surprised at the same time. In this regard,
the only thing he can do is to continue to develop and strengthen himself. At this time, he was still immersed in the joy of the rapid growth of spirit stones.
10.5 billion, almost there.
Suzhan stared at the spirit stones in the clone space. New spirit stones kept falling, and old spirit stones were melting and disappearing in piles.
In his palm, a bright black light was emanating.
It seemed that he had entered the absorption state. It has been nearly 24 hours since he ordered the clones to plunder 100 small mines of the Blood Eagle sect.
The actions of the little blacks did not stop at all.
In addition to continuing to plunder small mines, they continued to expand their radiation and plunder more small mines. Because the little blacks are now so powerful, ordinary Yuan realm can't stop them at all. Even if the Yuan realm is perfect, it may not be able to stop them. Only the Dan realm has the strength to completely crush them. But no matter how huge the Blood Eagle sect is, no matter how many Dan realms there are, how can they cover everywhere?
The little blacks have an opportunity to take advantage of. Any one of them can easily rob a small mine.
When the Dan Jing arrives, Xiao He has either already looted all the spirit stones and run away, or was killed by Dan Jing before he finished looting. But in this case, it is just a loss of a small black. During this period, Xiao He will even take the initiative to attack the Yuanjing and Fanjing disciples of the Blood Eagle sect, and loot their spirit stones as spoils. Therefore, although the subsequent spirit stone income is not as much as at the beginning, it is basically maintained at about 200 million per hour. Counting the nearly 5 billion funds he has accumulated before, it is only one step away from 10.5 billion. Unfortunately, if the Blood Eagle sect had not already started to block and investigate, and the Danjing had not been dispatched in large numbers to hinder Xiao He's steps, the number of spirit stones could have doubled now.
The Blood Eagle sect still acted quickly.
People were quickly arranged to guard the small mines everywhere to prevent the loss from expanding. Then block and investigate all Chunyang sect disciples and suspicious people everywhere. If Suzhan hadn't known in advance that the Blood Eagle sect would do this, and had left a little black at each pass as a dispatch coordinate, the efficiency would have been greatly reduced. 10.5 billion, the number has arrived, and the next step is to wait for the absorption to be completed. 10 seconds passed after Suzhan's voice fell. The bright black light shone brightly. The 21st stage was reached. A new 130 black smokes came into being.
Almost at the same time. Master, I have crossed the border and entered the territory of Lingji Cave. A little black voice came. But before Suzhan responded, Master, I have successfully crossed the border and entered the territory of Wuji Gate. Please give me your instructions. One after the other, the two little blacks crossed the border. Very good, new brothers, you have work to do. Go to Lingji Cave and Wuji Gate respectively, each of you lock a small mine and wait for my instructions. Suzhan's eyes flashed. He didn't stop, and wanted to continue to snowball with the new clone. The reason is very simple. The next stage is the time to unlock new features. In front of new features, realms and skills all have to be put aside for a while. This is the most important thing. Yes, Master. The little blacks quickly led their efforts. Suzhan also quickly counted his current functional progress. The number of avatars increased to 778. The avatar space increased to 154 cubic meters. The avatar cultivation multiple reaches 35 times. The avatar practice multiple is increased to 17 times. The increase in the body also increased to 15%. Practicing can quickly break through 20 times. At that time, in accordance with the rules I guess, you will be able to practice 3 exercises at the same time. The multiples of cultivation are also nearly 40 times. As long as the rules of the cooling stage are not problems, there will be an additional improvement. But the avatars and avatars space. Will this function appear extra function? As far as is now. The avatar space is the earliest unlocking time, but so far has not yet changed any additional changes. If it is hard to say that there is change, it is Suzhanchi who need to touch it to put items in the avatar space. Later, from 1 meter across 1 meter to a distance of tens of meters, the items can be put in. The little blacks also use this to search for the efficiency of Lingshur so quickly. This change is not obvious, but it does improve, so Suzhan did not summarize its laws. The avatar is the only function that does not even have an entity. Even the improvement can be tested over and over again. When its percentage increases to 20%, will it be applicable to practice, 10 times the rules of practice, to have extra functions? If so, it will not be better. If not, you can't force it,
but I think that the black imprint always surprises me. Maybe the extra changes have been given to me, but I have never found it. Sujan raised his right hand and looked at the black brand of the palm, and his eyes flashed. The additional function is second, the key is the new function of the next stage. It can absorb 31.5 billion and experience 5 cooling stages. Why won't the function coming out too bad? Nympho on the third day of Sujan's Blood Eagle Zone. Blood Eagle Sect's later disciples are on a storm-like offensive against a little black with an absolute advantage. Xiao Hei is difficult to fight. He can only choose to dodge quickly, while doing other people in the small mine, at the cost of sacrificing an arm, in exchange for a successful harvesting of a spiritual stone. However, this also made Xiao Hei completely lose his power. Seeing that Xiao Hei was difficult to fight, the speed of body method gradually weakened. In the later period of Yuanjing, he planned to kill him. Ran. Boom! Intersection. A magnificent momentum, released from a small black body from the broken arm. In the later period of Yuanjing, he changed his face. Is it promoted to the middle? But he didn't intend to give up. If you want to continue the attack, until the kill, otherwise you will not be able to explain to it. As a result, Xiao Hei, a broken arm, chose to counterattack, and beaten with him, comparable. Not only that. Another little black came without warning, causing the Yuanjing to be hit on the spot in the later period, vomiting blood. Knowing that he had completely lost his advantage in the late Yuan realm, he never dared to stay, and decisively chose to escape. The two little black did not choose to chase, but returned to search for the spirit stone in the mine. Nympho Day 6. Wujiman, Ling Jidong, the two ancestors were ransacked on the same day, and multiple small mines were ransacked. Based on estimates, the attacks suffered by these two ancestors are almost the same as the scale of the Blood Eagle sect, and the suffering is about 100 small mines. The difference is that those who attacked Blood Eagle were disciples in Xunyang's own costumes. The attack on the door is a disciple in Ling Jidong's clothing. Attacking Ling Jidong was a disciple wearing a very popular costume. In a moment, the senior management of the two ancestors was angry. Decisively ordered the whole people to support small mines and kill these looting people. At the same time, all Sujan's nirvana was sent. The name of Sujan rang the two new gates again. Nympho Day 10. In the 4 victims, the only Chunyang sects with the smallest loss, and the circation and blocking were not easily relaxed. As a result, a new round of small mining rances broke out again. The number directly caught up with the other 3 ancestors. Suddenly, the people of Blood Eagle began to laugh loudly. The people of Xunyang Zone are unwilling to show weakness. Not only are the two sides talking to each other, they even play even more directly on the border battlefield. There is no mixing without a very good door in Ling Jidong, but scolds each other on both sides, blame each other, and even revive the border battlefield. So far, Su Zhanqing has the core figures that are all concerned about 4 ancestors. Whether you go to any giant city, big city, or even small town, you can hear people from the streets and alleys mention the word Suzhan. Nympho 12 days. After 12 days of accumulation. After robbing 4 zonmen, nearly 600 small mining, Suzhan finally successfully made up 31.5 billion. There is no goal in Ling Jidong, no wonder Zongmen ranks back. Not only is it comparable to the Blood Eagle sect, but even Xunyang Zone can't compare, so that I have to go back to even Xunyang Zone to pack it again, so it's okay not to be so good? It's easy to make up this number. As Suzhan started to absorb the black brand, he began to spit. I thought that if the two sects did something together, the benefits would definitely be very high, and 31.5 billion would be easily collected. But I never thought. The small mines of these two sects were all specially paid to invite people in the mortal realm to mine. Because of the fixed salary and the fixed target, everyone had no sense of crisis and no interests involved. The output was very average, even the Chunyang sect could not compare. Even when Xiao Hei went to rob, he did not encounter much resistance, and he looted all the spirit stones very smoothly. It was smooth. It was a pity that the amount of spirit stones was too small. Suzhan decisively arranged for Xiao Hei to go to a farther sect. At the same time, he chose to turn back and continue to attack the Chunyang sect, which had relaxed its vigilance, and finally collected 31.5 billion. But when the next stage arrives, we will improve our strength as soon as possible, and then we can attack the medium-sized mines, and we can continue to radiate more sects and harvest together. At this time, Yingying black light shone brightly. 130 new Xiao Hei have arrived. The total number of clones has reached 908 at this moment. Cultivation, practice, entering the body and other aspects have all ushered in a big increase.
But Su Zhan obviously didn't have time to pay attention to these. Almost immediately, Su Zhan closed his eyes and his consciousness quickly dived. The next second. Is that the furnace? I saw that in the consciousness space, next to the practice shadow, a gray-black, one-person-high, furnace shadow like an alchemy furnace appeared in it. Is it alchemy? Su Zhan was delighted. Alchemy is good. This thing is a super profitable business. If you can really let the clone help you make alchemy, you will make a lot of money in minutes. Do you still need to rob the mines one by one? No, but soon, Su Zhan found something wrong. How come there are black balls in this furnace shadow that are exactly the same as the practice shadow? And there are 5 of them? Subconsciously told Su Zhan. Although this furnace shadow looks like it has countless connections with alchemy, in fact, there is no connection between the two at all. Especially the 5 pitch black balls, which are clearly the same as the practice clones, used to place real objects. Xiao Hei, what is this thing? This time, Su Zhan did not run to explore and guess in vain, and asked Xiao Hei at the first time. Master, this is a synthetic furnace. Synthesis? Su Zhan was stunned. The clones practiced, even if the clones entered the body, he could understand what was going on. But this synthesis was obviously beyond the scope. What does synthesis mean? Can it synthesize natural treasures, spiritual weapons and armor? Su Zhan asked hurriedly. Yes, Master, but it is not limited to this, it can synthesize everything. Xiao Hei's answer made Su Zhan couldn't help but take a breath. Synthetic furnace, synthesize everything. That means that not only can various materials, treasures, weapons and the like be synthesized, but also elixirs, skills, and talismans. Then I roughly understand. If it is a synthetic furnace, the 5 black balls mean that 5 things must be put in, and if nothing goes wrong, they must be 5 things of the same type and grade. Although Su Zhan was in contact with it for the first time. But this clone synthesis function is too similar to the function in some terminal games and mobile games in the previous life. Just follow the gourd and guess, you can guess the general idea. Try it first. Su Zhan decisively took out 5 high-level spiritual weapon long swords and placed them in 5 black balls respectively. A high-level spiritual weapon long sword is at least worth more than 100,000 spiritual stones. In order to allow Xiao Hei to better exert his strength, he spent at least hundreds of millions of spiritual stones on purchasing spiritual weapons. It succeeded, there is no obstacle, the pitch-black sphere is really used to place real objects. Then the next step is to push Xiao Hei in. Su Zhan pushed Xiao Hei into the shadow of the furnace. The next second, the pitch-black sphere gradually emitted golden light, and Xiao Hei was quickly attracted by the golden sphere just like in the shadow of the training. He was also stained with gold and began to rotate around the 5 golden spheres rapidly and continuously. One sphere turns a circle, and then it goes to the next sphere turns a circle, and then it goes to the next sphere. The progress is a bit slow. Xiao Hei, how long will it take to synthesize these 5 high-level spiritual weapon long swords? Su Zhan asked after observing. Master, it takes 10 days at present. What the hell? It takes 10 days to synthesize 5 high-level spiritual weapon long swords? Wouldn't it be a waste of time? No, it's probably because there's only one little black, so it's slow. Let's try adding more. Su Zhan decisively added all the 130 new clones, and then asked about the progress again. Master, in another 2 hours, the synthesis will be successful. 2 hours is still too long. High-level spiritual tools are still a bit slow, let's try primary spiritual tools. Obviously, Su Zhan didn't plan to continue adding little black. After all, those little blacks were fighting and looting spiritual stones. Not to mention the loss of a lot of benefits, at most it would only reduce the time by 1 hour, and it still couldn't be synthesized in seconds. And he just wanted to test the synthesis function of this clone first and see the effect. Immediately, 5 high-level spiritual tools were taken out and replaced with 5 primary spiritual tools. Master, it only takes 3 minutes to synthesize successfully. 3 minutes, very good, let's see what can be synthesized. Su Zhan's eyes flashed. Just when the time was about to reach 3 minutes. In the shadow of the furnace that Su Zhan was staring at, 5 golden balls suddenly burst out with a more dazzling and brilliant light. The lid of the shadow of the furnace suddenly opened. Then Su Zhan witnessed with his own eyes that 5 dazzling lights gathered into a ball, and finally floated out along the lid. Let's not talk about the effect first, just this special effect, it's very good. The light dissipated. A long sword emitting a bright light floated quietly in the void space. Su Zhan quickly leaned over to take a look, and his eyes were immediately straight. Flawless primary spiritual weapon?
In addition to the most intuitive primary, intermediate, advanced, and top-level spiritual weapons on the surface, there are also 3 small grades of ordinary, flawed, and flawless. This is why the price range of primary spiritual weapons is often between 100 and 1000 spiritual stones, and some primary spiritual weapons can even be sold for thousands of spiritual stones. Flawless, it is the best among spiritual weapons. What is its strength? It's not just that the surface texture is good looking, it can shine without infusing spiritual energy, it's expensive, it's a symbol of noble status, etc. What's really important is that it consumes the same spiritual energy as ordinary spiritual weapons, but the power it can emit is 2 to 3 times that of ordinary spiritual weapons. Not only that, its hardness and durability are all much stronger than ordinary spiritual weapons. Because of this, even the most accomplished forgers can only forge flawless spiritual weapons with a very low probability. This also makes flawless spiritual weapons extremely scarce and their value rises fiercely. Based on the value, this flawless primary long sword is worth at least 1000 spirit stones. If someone needs it urgently, it can be sold for 2000 spirit stones. It's equivalent to me just using 5 long knives to synthesize it. The value has doubled or even quadrupled. Clone synthesis, absolutely amazing. Sujan couldn't help but get excited. It was as if he saw a huge treasure waving to him. With such a function, why would he need to hunt and plunder mines? You can completely rely on continuous synthesis. Doubling becomes twice as much in minutes, twice as much as 4 times, 4 times as much as 8 times, you can become rich instantly. This is just a spiritual weapon. What about the elixirs? Where are the heavenly materials and earthly treasures? What about the techniques? Yes. Cultivation method, this is the most important thing. But there is no such thing as time and space to talk about cultivation method, so what will it be synthesized? No matter what, let's try it first and then talk. Sujan reacted and quickly started trying without saying anything. But before he could put the technique into it, suddenly discovered. A small black figure in the furnace cauldron's shadow quietly turned gray-white, automatically exited the shadow and entered the resurrection state. Xiao He is dead? Isn't this being synthesized? He was not sent out, so why is he dead? Sujan was surprised. Xiao Sanhai, do you know what's going on? Master, after the synthesis of the furnace is successful, a certain number of brothers will be sacrificed randomly. Xiao He's answer made Sujan suddenly realize. Really? Or he thought the synthesis function was too simple. It's true that there are free lunches in the world, but how can there be free lunches at the same time? Although Xiao He can be resurrected after being consumed by sacrifices, which is still equivalent to no price, don't forget that a living Xiao He can generate at least 100,000 primary spiritual weapons every day. Even if it were to synthesize a flawless high-level spiritual weapon, the value would be increased 10 times, it would only be worth 1 million if it was stretched to death. Is it comparable to a Xiao He? Unless it is a top-level spiritual weapon, it can barely compete. If you simply synthesize a spiritual weapon, you must either choose to synthesize it into a higher grade one, or synthesize it for your own use, otherwise it won't be worthwhile. It is estimated that the synthesis of elixirs, heavenly materials, and earthly treasures are similar, and the final value is not as good as that of Shohei. Only the skills, this cannot be measured simply by the value of spiritual stones. Sujan's eyes flashed. Try the synthesis technique and see what you can come up with. The most special thing about the skills is its scarcity. Weapons, elixirs, natural treasures, and all kinds of treasures, no matter how rare they are, you will often see people selling them. But skills are different. Ordinary skills are everywhere, but those superior and top skills are almost never sold to the public. Sujan's crazy Thunderblade skill alone cannot be bought even in the skill pavilion of Xunyang sect. You have to go to the market and buy it from others at a high price under very rare circumstances. Not to mention those big forces, big families, and big sections. Once they get the top skills, it basically becomes a secret that is not passed on. Unless someone kills them and confiscates their property, it may see the light of day again. No one wants to learn a skill that others will also use, or even use this skill to defeat themselves. The same is true for Sujan. Since he can synthesize a flawless primary spiritual weapon, then synthesizing a top-level scarce skill is not a big problem, right? I have 6 Hinayana level exercises, but of different types. Will it work? Try it. If it doesn't work, it should automatically withdraw. Immediately. Sujan decisively selected 5 Hinayana level exercises and put them into 5 pitch black balls. Then the 5 balls gradually began to turn golden.
The black ones also turned golden and began to rotate rapidly. After confirming that they did not withdraw, Su Zhan showed surprise. Different types of exercises can actually work? What about different grades? Su Zhan quickly changed to 4 subtle level exercises. As a result, the 5 pitch black balls began to gradually turn golden again. But before the golden color changed completely, it suddenly returned to the pitch black state and there was no movement. Okay, then the lowest limit is the same grade. After clarifying this point, it will be much easier in the future. After the 5 Hinayana level exercises were placed again, 5 golden balls appeared. After the golden blacks also started to work quickly. Su Zhan immediately asked Xiaohei how long it would take to synthesize. Master, it will take another 4 days to complete the synthesis. 4 days. For a top-level Hinayana level technique, it is not too long. And this is only the time required for 130 Xiaohei. If Su Zhan is willing to invest more Xiaohei, this time can be shortened. But in this way, the benefits and other aspects will inevitably decrease. The Hinayana level takes too long, try the micro level. If the micro level takes a long time, continue to reduce it to the entry level. Su Zhan still wants to quickly see the effect of the synthesized technique. Is it really the same as the primary spiritual weapon, and can it synthesize ordinary to the top level? Then, 5 Hinayana level techniques were replaced with micro level techniques, with different types, special, external skills, and internal skills. But from Xiaohei, Su Zhan got a time that satisfied him, only 1 hour. Then wait for an hour. Su Zhan's eyes were full of expectations. Soon. An hour passed. Accompanied by brilliant golden light blooming. The lid of the shadowy furnace was lifted. A ball of light that gathered 5 subtle level techniques was born. The light faded. A brand new book appeared in front of Su Zhan. It looked so new. Could it be the real method? A bunch of rubbings, combined into a real one, this alone is worth it. Su Zhan was excited. Rubbings only have patterns and characters, while the real one contains the aura of the person who created the technique, and practicing is 2 different things. Therefore, the value of the real one is far greater than the rubbing. But for him, anyway, it's Xiaohei practicing, rubbings and real ones, there is no difference. Fire Eyes questioning the sky, this name is good. Su Zhan started to flip through it, but after only reading 2 pages, he seemed to have discovered something, and his eyes suddenly widened. Is this an attribute technique? Wow! Su Zhan exclaimed on the spot. He himself has mastered an attribute technique of the subtle level, so of course he knows the general content and characteristics of the attribute technique. And this Fire Eyes questioning the heaven method is exactly similar to the content and features of the 3-turn flame dragon art he has mastered. It's an attribute. It's really an attribute method. 5 methods that have nothing to do with attributes can actually be combined into a rare attribute method? Wow, the value of this synthesis is much greater than any spiritual weapon or elixir. Su Zhan's eyes flashed. Just from the value of spiritual stones. These 5 subtle level methods, although they are all Zhan Yuer's treasures, are of high quality, but the total value is only a few 100,000 spiritual stones. But an ordinary subtle level attribute method, at least hundreds of thousands of spiritual stones, not to mention that after Su Zhan flipped through this Fire Eyes questioning the heaven method, he clearly found that its content is more profound than the 3-turn flame dragon art, and it is not a problem to be worth millions. Its quality belongs to the top of the attribute methods. If classified according to the quality of spiritual tools, it can also be regarded as the top flawless level. Could it be that the higher the quality of the item, the more precious the synthesized item is? If this is true, then the potential of the synthesis function is too great. At least Su Zhan can't figure out its limit for a while. At this time, in the shadow of the furnace, another little black turned gray and automatically exited the shadow and entered the resurrection state, and this time there are 2. It seems that the rarer the synthesized item is, the more Xiaohei will be sacrificed. This also means that whether the synthesized items in the future are precious and rare depends on the number of Xiaohei sacrificed. By the way, if I use this Fire Eyes asking the sky method to continue synthesizing, what will be born? Su Zhan suddenly had a bold idea in his mind. Since Fire Eyes asking the sky method is a rare skill, then he synthesized 4 equally rare skills, and then continued to synthesize these 5. Will the quality of the skills they synthesize be even more explosive? Not only that. Xiaohei said that everything can be synthesized, then Xiaohei himself, can it be synthesized? Su Zhan's imagination was getting bigger and bigger. If weapons and skills are used to improve hard power, then Xiaohei is even harder than these 2 methods.
Once Xiaohei's strength can be improved, whether it is killing or protecting himself, it can bring explosive effects. And he was very curious, what would Xiaohei become after synthesis? Top-level flawless Xiaohei? Do it as soon as you think of it. Su Zhan immediately tried to put the 5 Xiaohei into the pitch-black sphere. To his surprise, it was actually put in. It can really be put in, but it won't work, right? This thought just emerged in Su Zhan. I saw that the pitch-black sphere was turning golden quickly, and all the other Xiaohei had already started to rotate. It's done. It's done. Su Zhan took a deep breath. Although he had expected it, he was still shocked to see his crazy idea come true. Xiaohei, how long will it take? Su Zhan asked immediately. Master, synthesis is completed, it will take 3 minutes. Only 3 minutes? According to the rules, the higher the grade of the item, the longer it takes to synthesize it. Upon learning this time, Su Zhan's passion, which had just surged, suddenly cooled down. At this time, it is estimated that the synthesized Xiaohei will not be very good. 3 minutes passed in a flash. The familiar golden light bloomed. The familiar lid of the tripod was lifted. The familiar light ball faded. Then, Su Zhan saw it. The fog ball turned red? That's right. What appeared in front of Su Zhan was no longer Xiaohei, but Xiaohong. Master. Xiaohong flashed and took the initiative to communicate with Su Zhan. Go out and see what it looks like. Su Zhan quickly exited the consciousness space, opened his eyes, and returned to reality. Xiaohei. No, Xiaohong, come out. With a thought, a red smoke appeared in front of him. Then it quickly condensed into a red human figure. But as Su Zhan looked at it, his face suddenly changed, and he was full of astonishment. Because this red human figure is not an illusory shadow like Xiaohei, but a solid, real flesh and blood body. The whole body is full of muscle fiber lines, and occasionally you can see exposed bones. Not only that. Even the 5 senses, eyes, ears, mouth, nose, tongue, including fingers and toes are all there. If you want to describe it, then Xiaohong is a skin person. Su Zhan was shocked and speechless. After the 5 Xiaohei merged into Xiaohong, they actually had a flesh and blood body? The effect of this synthesis is too outrageous, isn't it? Master, hello. However, what surprised Su Zhan even more was that Xiaohong took the initiative to speak and greeted Su Zhan. You have thoughts? Su Zhan asked subconsciously in surprise. Yes, it is the thinking you gave me. I have all your memories, I know where you came from, and I know why you are here. But please rest assured, I am absolutely loyal to you. My mission is to be your most capable assistant and share your worries. Xiaohong's series of fluent and very thinking-based words made Su Zhan open his mouth wide, dumbfounded, and speechless for a long time. There is no way. The difference between Xiaohei and Xiaohong is really too big. If we say that it has primary wisdom and artificial intelligence with certain thinking, then Xiaohong is a real existence that can be called clone. Wait, you have the same life breath as me. Now you are a real living person. Fortunately, Su Zhan is now a person who has seen a certain amount of the market. All 4 sects are well aware of Su Zhan's name. After a brief shock, Su Zhan quickly came to his senses, forced down the huge waves in his heart, and pointed out the biggest difference between Xiaohong and Xiaohei life breath. Yes, master. I have the same life breath as you. From the breath alone, no matter how clever the means are, we can't be distinguished. Xiaohong nodded. It's true that I can't tell the difference, even I can't tell the difference. Su Zhan was amazed. There is a saying, there are no 2 identical leaves in this world, nor are there 2 identical life breaths. It is used to describe the uniqueness of life. But the appearance of Xiaohong made this statement obviously untenable. You are my clone, you should know the disguise skill I practiced. Try to use this skill to change your skin to be the same as mine. Su Zhan ordered. Okay, master. The next moment, Xiaohong's muscle surface quickly changed into a layer of skin, starting from the fingers and toes, and gradually covering the body. Su Zhan watched straightly throughout the whole process, and was secretly amazed in his heart throughout the whole process. At the end, the face, expression, scars, and even the position of the hair were exactly the same. The only difference is, Xiaohong had no expression, as if she was always wearing a poker face and looked unhappy with everyone. Master, it's done. Xiaohong spoke calmly. Su Zhan looked at the person in front of him who was exactly the same as him in every way, and he didn't know what to say. Put on the same clothes as me. Xiaohong did as he was told. Once the clothes were put on, Su Zhan looked at it again, and it was basically the same as looking in the mirror. Too amazing, Su Zhan looked around Xiaohong for several times, and even he himself could not find any flaws. However, he knew that disguise was only an entry-level disguise type of skill. If it was changed to the subtle level or the Hinayana level, it would be considered to be truly able to deceive the world. Go test the strength again. Although the entity was very amazing, Su Zhan was more concerned about how much stronger Xiaohong's strength could be. Immediately, Su Zhan sent Xiaohong directly to the front line of the Blood Eagle sect. Here, the late Yuan realm, the perfect Yuan realm, and the people above the Dan realm have all been deployed, chasing Xiaohei everywhere. One of Xiaohei was being chased by several small teams in the late Yuan realm. Xiaohei was trying to get rid of them with the Hinayana level body skills. Suddenly, Xiaohong appeared beside Xiaohei. Someone is coming? Be alert. Wait, this person is not an external incarnation, he has a breath of life. When Xiaohong turned his head and looked at them, the chasing disciples all widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. That's Su Zhan. It's Su Zhan himself. Quick! Catch him, the sect will reward you handsomely. Su Zhan's life belongs to me. Don't fight me for it. After a brief shock, the disciples of the Blood Eagle sect had all recognized Su Zhan, who looked exactly like the portrait of the must-kill order that was released. Immediately, everyone rushed forward, showing unprecedented ferocity and killing him directly. Xiaohong also grabbed a long knife in her hand at this time and went straight to meet him. After a moment, the conclusion came out. 3 times. Xiaohong's single strength is about 3 times that of Xiaohei. After seeing the killing of Xiaohong and several in the late Yuan dynasty, Su Zhan quickly judged the level of Xiaohong's current strength and accurately analyzed its strong level than Xiaohei. Xiaohei can only deal with the late Yuan Jing, but Xiaohong can not only compete in the later stages of the Yuan dynasty, but even defeat it. If you encounter some self-protection methods weak, even the killing on the spot is fine. Su Zhan was excited. If you want to say the only disadvantage, it is necessary to consume 5 small blacks in order to get a small red. If you calculate it from the number of people, you will lose a little bit. The consumption here does not refer to the one that can be resurrected after 24 hours after the sacrifice. But after synthesis, 5 little black disappeared on the spot. Just like synthetic weapons and synthetic exercises, it disappears on the spot without any traces. To confirm this, Su Zhan specially counted the little blacks. As a result, he told him that the 5 synthetic little black fog groups really disappeared, and they would not be resurrected forever. In this way, it is completely cut off that Su Zhan wants to get the cardbug's mind. After all, if Xiaohei can be resurrected, it will be almost infinitely synthesized. Green or Xiaolan just rolled down like this, and finally realized the avatar big explosion. But the appearance of Xiaohong has solved the problem of medium-sized mind that I need to attack urgently. Su Zhan's eyes flashed. As long as Xiaohong comes out, with its strength and combined with Theravada-level body method, he can fully attack the mining owner in the late Yuan realm, so as to be directly beheaded. Xiaohong, listen to my order. I will send you to a medium-sized mine and match you with a small black, it will obey your order. You can investigate the medium-sized mine first, find out the location of the mine owner, and find the opportunity to kill the mine owner in one shot. Remember, be sure to confirm that there is enough to take it again. In the end, even if an accident occurred, he couldn't kill, and it was as disabled as possible. Can't escape with any means. Su Zhan's series of commands were issued. Understand, Master. Don't humiliate the mission. Xiaohong responded quickly. Subsequently, through the perspective of Xiaohong, he saw that it was extremely skilled in order to the small black hair, and at the same time he began to think about how to perfectly kill the mining owner. The precise communication order, the logical thinking everywhere, and the most practical ability. Isn't this the prototype of the little black legion I have been longing for before? Su Zhan sighed. I thought it had to improve multiple stages, and to raise Xiaohei's wisdom to sufficient extent to appear. I never thought a little red, and the problem was all solved. He was really flattened. As long as you synthesize a few more small reds in the future, let Xiaohong go to manage Xiaohei as the captain. When should you be hidden, when will it be expanded? With a order, Xiaohong can help himself properly of. Not only that. You can even let Xiaohong join those ancestors as spies and connect multiple ancestors. Maybe one day, he really staged a miracle picture of undercover elderly heads. Come, explore the synthesis effects of exploration exercises, elixir, weapons, etc., which requires too many places that need to be studied. Nympho on this end, Su Zhan was very excited because of the appearance of the synthesis function, and he studied seriously.
And on the other side, it is located tens of millions of kilometers away from Chunyang sect. His Holiness his soul of Chunyang Zone successfully arrived at Tianyan Zone after many days of running, and successfully met his friend in Tianyan Zone, one of the elders of Tianyan Zone, and the life-saving His Holiness Essence Fanjing. After hearing what the other person was going to deduce from the mouth of His Holiness the Soul, it turned out to be a disciple of all realm, and he couldn't help but stunned, and then laughed. In all realms, you can find someone who will deduce the calculation casually, and you can easily lock you in your position easily. Why come to me? Breakdown, I have found it. On the way, I found someone to try to lock the position of the sun, without exception, all failed. His Holiness heroes solemnly, and the reason for their failure is to find the cause and effect of this sun. Oh? All disciples will be isolated from their own cause and effect? His Holiness was accidentally, and then cheerfully, but even so, you don't have to take it, the price of my shot is too big. I will find you a mystery disciple, even if this disciples are knowing how to isolation of cause and effect, but under the deduction of my disciples, his orientation cannot hide at all. That's okay. His Holiness soul nodded. Indeed, the price of the Lord is too high. Don't look at the two of them are friends, but according to the rules of Tianyenzong, at most, you can only give a friendship price, not completely free, so you can have a cheaper solution. His Holiness is naturally happy to save money. However, Master, I can't deduce. I saw that the compass in Xuanjing's disciples rotated gradually, and the deductible array of the disciples also quietly dispersed. It's sweaty, opened his eyes ugly, bitterly. How could you not be able to count in a world? And even the clothes and weapons stained with cause and effect are here. I can detect the richness of cause and effect without deducing it. You can't even do this level of deduction. You let me down so much. Let your senior brother come. The recommended disciple failed to fulfill his mission, which made Master Paming somewhat embarrassed. He decisively chose to let the eldest disciple who inherited his mantle the most and had the best deduction talent come over. But very quickly. Weird, so weird, the elder brother frowned, as if he sensed something, but couldn't figure it out. He opened his eyes, his expression unnatural. Master, this is definitely not a mortal realm. His shielding of cause and effect is beyond my understanding. The realm of this person is at least above the spiritual realm. Spiritual realm? Lord Paming looked at Lord Hanhan with a suspicious expression. Don't look at me, he is indeed just a mortal disciple. Lord Hanhan said seriously. This is impossible, the elder brother looked ugly. That's all, let me deduce it. Lord Paming didn't know what to say, so he simply went into battle himself. Hanhan, you need to prepare the necessary price, and you will have to hand it over later. No problem, as long as it can be deduced. Lord Hanhan nodded. Immediately, Lord Paming waved his sleeves. The huge deduction formation diagram suddenly unfolded under him. At the same time, a huge and mysterious deduction array appeared in the sky above his head. He turned over his hand, and a Bagua Taiji fish compass appeared in his hand. As Lord Destiny closed his eyes, the upper and lower deduction formations began to emit bursts of light, and the compass in Lord Paming's hand also began to rotate rapidly. Suddenly, Lord Paming's hand shook violently. But his eyes did not open. Master! The two disciples saw this and shouted quickly. What you said is true. There is really no cause and effect on this child. Lord Paming looked solemn. I underestimated him. Can't even find you? Lord Hanhan was surprised. It's just that the cause and effect can't be found. If that's the case, then I'll use heaven's secrets to deduce it. Lord Paming threw the compass away. Then with a wave of his sleeves, many treasures flew out of his body, straddling the two deduction formations in the sky and on the ground. These treasures are either flags, lottery tickets, copper coins, or slowly unfolding scrolls. All are extremely rare and rare deduction treasures, and all of them are at the level of spiritual treasures. Rays of light flew out from these spiritual treasures, floating back and forth in the two large formations in the sky and underground. Countless mysterious and obscure characters also appeared out of thin air, surrounding Master Paming. When Lord Hanhan saw this scene, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. A disciple in the mortal realm could actually make a person in the spiritual realm take action personally, and also bring out such a large formation. This Suzhan, not to say that there is no one since, but it is definitely the first of its kind. Just then, locked him. Lord Paming suddenly opened his eyes, and there were obscure words floating in his eyes. Blood Eagle Sect, Luoxia City, 34 kilometers east, near a medium-sized mine, he is there. Blood Eagle Sect. No wonder the Shenyang Zone couldn't find it if he searched it up and down. It turned out that he was hidden in the boundary of the Blood Eagle Sect. His Holiness's glory in his eyes. Blood Eagle Zone's guys are really wasteful. Obviously in their boundaries, so many people have not been able to find the deity. This is good, they can't find it, then keep themselves to solve them. Treasures belong to him. Obviously, His Holiness Han Sol also stared at the treasures in Su Zhan's hands and was extremely embarrassed. Okay. Destiny, you have to take it in person, give me a general positioning, I will catch this little guy now. His Holiness Heroes immediately said. No problem, the price you handed in, it is still the same as before. His Holiness saved his face, and his heart was relieved. Finally, he found this kid, and he nodded immediately. Subsequently, His Holiness Han Sol made a few precious treasures, in exchange for a positioning compass. The positioning compass is clearly marked where the positioning of the person is located. No matter how the positioning people hide, escape, disguise, it can guide all the way, not bad. Although the effective time of positioning compass is only 30 days. But to deal with a little guy, 30 days, more than enough. Blood Eagle Emperor's boundary. It seems that I have to disguise a little, otherwise it will attract the attention of their guys in Blood Eagle. His Holiness Heroes has intended to reach the Blood Eagle realm alone, find Su Zhan, and plunder the treasures in his hand. As for how to explain the Chunyang Zone? Anyway, the treasures are already in hand, just find a reason to obscure the past. I see and take it off, and it's not harmful to other elders. Boy, wait for me to wait, your life, your things, all of me. His Holiness no longer stop, turns into mixture, and goes straight to the Blood Eagle. It didn't take long after he left. The elders of the Blood Eagle sect finally arrived. I want to see Lord. The old woman was looking for someone as soon as possible. After talking to his lord to talk to him, he looked at the portrait in his hand and couldn't help showing a surprise. Su Zhan? Do you know this kid? The old woman frowned. The person who was only pure Yangzong came, and I took a small price to invite me to deduce his position. Already finished? The old woman heard it, her eyes flashed. Where is this boy? It took a bit, but in the end it was deduced. As for the specific position, I can't disclose. You understand the rules of Tian Yenzong, said His Holiness. One of the iron rules of Tian Yenzong is the results of the deductiveness. Only the person who can be entrusted must not be resold. This is a matter of reputation. Otherwise, one by one will deduce the resale and make money. Wouldn't the price of the entrusted person be so expensive? I am willing to pay the same price as Chunyang Zone, but you don't need to deduce, as long as you give me your positioning. The old woman immediately said. This, His Holiness hesitated. Positioning 2 copies at a time. In this case, he helped people to deduce for so long, not the first time he encountered. It's just a clear lord. Su Zhan was within the Blood Eagle. Once the positioning is notified, the distance is so close, the Blood Eagle sect will inevitably do it as soon as possible. Then, the cost of His Holiness is pure white. Except for the price I pay, I will owe you an extra personality. The old woman did not hesitate, and continued to add pounds just to get Su Zhan's positioning. If she didn't do it quickly and was first set aside by Chunyang Zongjie, she would not sing. I can give it to you, but you need to wait a day, that is, tomorrow, you can get a specific position. His Holiness has been thinking again and again, and he has proposed conditions. After all, the two have to deduce the same person, but just save the process of deducting it again. It is not a violation of Zongmentif, and they have no reason to refuse to earn 2 cents. It is purely on the face of His Holiness the Soul, helping him delay 1 day. It can be regarded as benevolence. Delay 1 day? The old woman noticed that she was wrong as soon as she heard it, and her thoughts turned sharply. His Holiness did not answer. When the old woman saw this, she already had an answer in her heart. When she nodded, he nodded. Okay, then as you say, just give me tomorrow. Okay, see you tomorrow. His Holiness is just ready to get up and leave. At this time, the disciples hurriedly reported again, Master, Wojiman, the elders of Lingju cave to meet. The old woman heard the words, her brows beating, knowing what was going on, but she was not in a hurry. Since Su Zhan is in the realm of the Blood Eagle, how can others rush? Can she have 1,000 miles to pass the sound? Intersection not long. Is this kid again? When the Lord saw exactly the same portrait of Su Zhan from the 2 elders, they couldn't help frowning. This guy ran to your murderer and set fire in several of you? Why are you all looking for him? This disappearance is not calm.
For Zongman find a place at the same time. No, now it is a little guy in Yuanjing. This kind of thing can really reach the extent of the later. When the two elders heard that they must be the people of Chunyang Zongzong Blood Eagle, immediately made the same request as the old woman. At this time, His Holiness no longer hesitated. Without saying anything, he collected 2 more payments and proposed a condition of waiting for a day. The 2 elders could not persuade him, so they had to agree. That's it. He earned 4 payments in 1 deduction. Even Venerable Paming couldn't help but sigh. This Su Zhan unexpectedly became his benefactor. The day after Venerable Han Han left, Su Zhan brought back all 800 clones outside and started practicing with all his strength. Only more than 100 clones were left to continue exploring the medium-sized mines of various sects and rush to more distant sections. After all, the next stage requires a full 94.5 billion spirit stones. The number is too large, and it is impossible to handle it in a short time just by looting small mines. What's more, various sects have gradually reacted, and various Yuan realm and Dan realm have come to support them crazily, causing Su Zhan's spirit stone income to drop significantly. If you want to reap a big harvest, you must build a medium-sized mine. But the strength of the clone has not been improved for too long, so he decisively gave up the benefits first and improved his strength. Therefore, Su Zhan decisively started with the Hinayana level skills first. A Hinayana level external skill, the moon-deficient earthly evil body, specifically strengthens the body's defense and assists in becoming stronger. A Hinayana level internal skill, Red Lian Guishui breath, focuses on improving the recovery of spiritual energy, concentrating the quality of spiritual energy, and increasing the spiritual energy reserves in the Dantian. The reason why the Hinayana level weapon skills were not chosen. It is purely because the Thunderblade skill is still enough for now, and the external and internal skills have a superposition effect and the greatest benefit. The most important thing is that these 2 skills are given by Zhan Yuer's collection, which is much better than ordinary internal and external skills, so these 2 skills are decisively chosen. 800 clones operate together, with 19 times the training efficiency, and 2 Hinayana level skills can be obtained in just 3 days. The 4th day of the departure of the Venerable Han Han. Boom! With a strong momentum bursting out from Su Zhan's body, his realm once again ushered in a breakthrough. The middle stage of the Yuan realm, it was done. Not only that. After just a few hours. Boom! Boom! 2 roars erupted in the body. Su Zhan's flesh, blood and bones began to change, and his dantian began to expand rapidly. The arrival of the 2 Hinayana level internal and external skills made his strength soar again. Even he himself felt a little fuzzy. He directly asked Xiao He to test it. The final result came out quickly. Ordinary Xiao He, with a casual knife, the late Yuan realm vomited blood. Even against the Yuan realm perfection, he could fight back and forth with it, and even suppress it occasionally. Xiao Hong was even more outrageous. With 1 knife, the late Yuan realm was gone on the spot. The Yuan realm perfection was beaten by it and took out the teleportation talisman to escape on the spot. What is the strength? It can continue to increase. Su Zhan was full of pride. The improvement of his strength brought him great self-confidence. But before he could feel this surging strength, suddenly, Master, I encountered a strong enemy. It is a person from the spirit realm. Xiao Han's words made Su Zhan pause. Spirit realm? He had sent his clones out to wreak havoc for so long, and the highest he had encountered so far was only the profound realm. How could an elder of the spirit realm personally fight for a little guy like him who was only in the Yuan realm? Let me see. Su Zhan didn't know until he saw it. He couldn't help but exclaimed, wow! Because what appeared in front of Su Zhan was not 1 spirit realm, but 8. All of them were floating in the air, looking down. Xiao Hong was frozen in place, completely unable to move. And looking at their clothes, the elegance and luxury were visible to the naked eye, and their bodies were emitting a fairy-like light. These 8 people were definitely not ordinary spirit realms. They are wearing the medals of the Blood Eagle sect, and this shape. Elders? Elders of the Blood Eagle sect? After Su Zhan identified it, he was even more surprised. It was already exaggerated enough that the spirit realm took action. It turned out that they were the 8 people at the top of the Blood Eagle sect's spirit realm, elder level big shots. Is this kid Su Zhan? Why doesn't he have human skin? He has the breath of life, and is very different from the clone. He is undoubtedly the real body. The positioning given by the Tianyan sect is correct. But, this appearance is really a bit weird. I also think it's a bit strange, a person who can isolate cause and effect, carries a treasure, and has harmed 4 sects in succession, how can he be an ordinary person? But this kid has nothing on him except a long sword and a set of clothes? The space ring and storage bag were not found. Is he really the real body? The 8 elders of the Blood Eagle sect saw Xiao Hong's true body thoroughly after just one encounter. The disguise skill can fool the Yuan realm of the same realm. But even a Dan realm person can see through it completely, not to mention the people in the Ling realm. In their eyes, Xiao Hong is just a skin, flesh and blood person. And what they care about most is the treasure on Su Zhan's body. They scanned it back and forth with their spiritual sense for several times but found nothing. All of a sudden, all 8 people were confused. My treasure, of course it's not here. Xiao Hong spoke. The tone was lively and full of teasing. Because this was Su Zhan speaking through Xiao Hong's mouth. Boy, it's you. Hand over the treasure, or I'll make you wish you were dead. Be smart, since we've found you, don't have any luck, tell me, I'll give you a quick death. When the 8 heard that he could speak, and the contempt and disdain in their eyes were so vivid, combined with the fact that this was locked by the Tianyan sect through the secrets of heaven, they immediately determined that the flesh and blood body in front of them was Su Zhan himself, and threatened him one after another. Okay, these words really make my ears calloused. Su Zhan chuckled, but you Blood Eagle sect are too useless, right? To capture a Yuan Jing, you have to ask the elders to do it yourself. The dignified Blood Eagle sect, is this all you can do? You're looking for death. Being mocked by a Yuan Jing, one of the elders couldn't help it on the spot, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes, and he didn't even move. Swish! Xiao Hong's right arm was cut off on the spot, and blood spurted out. However, due to the strong self-healing power, the speed of blood spurting began to slow down soon, and the wound was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Cut off my right arm? Is this the method of the Blood Eagle sect elders? Su Zhan, who felt nothing, continued to taunt with all his might. There is no pain at all? The 8 elders frowned at the same time. So far, the people they have seen, even those in the Tongtian realm, would groan and feel real pain when their arms were cut off. But how could Su Zhan in front of him not feel anything at all? Even if he can bear it and pretend to be calm on the surface, the pain of the flesh cannot be controlled, and it will show no matter what. Boy, you are not qualified to be rampant in front of us. Another elder snorted coldly. Xiao Hong's left arm was twisted by a powerful force at a slow speed. Kalala, in just a few breaths, Xiao Hong's flesh was twisted into a twist, and the bones inside were broken. Some even penetrated from the flesh, and blood splattered everywhere. The scene was extremely bloody and violent. However, ouch, it feels so good. You are the elders, and you thought you were so awesome, but you are just like this. Did you not eat? Or should you try harder? Su Zhan was happy and did not look painful at all, which made the 8 elders stunned. They looked at each other and saw surprise in each other's eyes. What a joke! With this level of pain, even an Iron Man would groan, right? Why is Su Zhan like nothing happened? Could it be that he blocked the perception of pain? But this is not right. The injury is so serious, and the blood loss is obviously excessive. Even if there is no pain, the body condition will be weak and decline, and the face will never look good. Su Zhan's face was still ruddy, not like a person who was being tortured? Asshole! An elder was ridiculed and gnashed his teeth, and his temper immediately came up. He just waved his hand. Su Zhan's legs and body began to suffer invisible cuts, and pieces of meat fell off. This is the death penalty of slow slicing. This method is good, it is suitable for cutting mutton when shabu-shabu hot pot. That elder, don't stop, my arm is only a little bit, you should use more force to squeeze out more blood. Other elders, don't just watch, at least these 2 old men have contributed. If you don't contribute, you will only stare blankly, and it will be easy to be gossiped when you go back. In addition, the fairy elder over there, you are the best looking among the 8 people, smile for me. Su Zhan teased the 8 people unscrupulously. It was as if these 8 people were not the high and mighty elders of the Blood Eagle sect at all, but a combination of 8 old men plus middle-aged men plus young men plus fairies plus women. Even though his body was in tatters and his organs were clearly beating, he was still very casual in his words. Damn kid, it was the dirty words in his mouth. He irritated the 8 elders one after another. Even the elders with good tempers were a little embarrassed at this moment, and the elders with bad tempers were even more furious. If they didn't all want to get the treasure, I'm afraid anyone could crush Su Zhan into powder with just one finger. Old man, use some strength. After all, the spiritual realm is perfect, but this is it?
It's better to go home and give it to you at this level, Puff. Finally.
Some elders couldn't help it, and before they saw how they made a move, Xiaohong's whole body exploded and burst into a ball of blood mist on the spot.
How could you kill him?
He was asking for death on purpose, you were helping him. The 7 of them all looked at the elder who had done it, the best-looking fairy elder. No, we made a mistake, this might not be his true body. The fairy elder silently withdrew his hand and said softly. After the fairy said this, the elders immediately reacted. That's right. If it was the original body, it would be impossible to endure such great pain without changing his expression. Not to mention the means they used later, adding artistic conception and even the power of law, which not only made Su Zhan unable to heal himself, but also made the pain worse. That kind of pain went deep into the bone marrow and pierced into the soul. Even they themselves couldn't bear it. But even so, the other party did not compromise at all, but kept watching them laugh. Everything. Only the reason that it was not the original body could explain it. But how to explain his real-life breath and flesh and blood body? An elder said puzzled, I have deliberately explored it. He has divine consciousness, Dantian in his body, and everything. He is definitely not a puppet, or any incarnation. Yes, I also explored it, but I can't find any signs of an external incarnation. Could it be that his methods are superior to ours? Impossible. If he really has methods that surpass us, why would he attack the small minds? Wouldn't it be more convenient to destroy the sect directly? The other elders were also puzzled. Even though they have lived for thousands of years and have seen a lot, Su Zhan's methods are really beyond their understanding. Reply to Genie, tell her what happened here, and ask her to go to Tianyan's sect to deduce it again. The fairy elder said, Su Zhan's method should not be used for many times. As long as it happens again, he will definitely be able to deduce the location of his true body. This kid must get rid of him no matter what. Okay, I will contact Genie immediately. What a pity, I haven't had enough fun yet. It's rare to be able to talk to a group of big shots at the spiritual realm level. But for safety, I have to synthesize a few more Xiaohongs, just in case. Su Zhan was still unsatisfied at this moment. He didn't know that the other party was deducing the location of his true body. He just thought that someone had discovered the existence of Xiaohong and specially asked the elders of the spiritual realm to come and capture her. But he knew that even the elders had taken action personally, and he was afraid that sooner or later even the head of the Blood Eagle sect would be alarmed. After this wave of contact, he roughly knew a little about the methods of the spiritual realm, but the methods of the Tongtian realm might be beyond his imagination. Therefore, he must get a few more little reds as soon as possible, so that he can harvest quickly and continue to confuse the enemy. The 6th day after Venerable Hanhun set out, the number of little reds in Su Zhan's hands has increased from 1 to 5. As long as these little reds do not encounter people in the Dan realm, no one can stop them. With them paving the way, Xiaohei finally stepped into the 5th sect, the territory of the Tianlan sect, very smoothly. He even had the opportunity to continue to go out from the Blood Eagle sect, Wuji sect, Lingji cave and other sects, radiating more and farther sects. And in Tianyan sect, isn't it Su Zhan himself? When Venerable Piming heard this from Venerable Genie, that is, the old woman, he showed a look of surprise on his face. This is absolutely impossible. I used the means of heaven, which was deduced by the way of heaven. The way of heaven will not make mistakes. Venerable Piming has been deducing for so many years. He has full faith in the way of heaven. Cause and effect can be disguised, isolated, and can deceive people, but the way of heaven will never. Even if there is a problem, it is because his own strength level is insufficient, and he cannot deduce the existence of Tongtian realm and higher levels. But it is impossible to make a mistake to just lock on to a Yuan realm disciple. When I first learned about this, I also didn't believe it, but after reading the video Jade Slip sent over there, I was shaken. This is the Jade Slip, you will know after reading it. The Piming Venerable took the video Jade Slip. His spiritual consciousness quickly browsed it. After just a few seconds, the Piming Venerable's face began to change significantly. After he finished reading it, his previously firm face gradually became hesitant. Piming, you have seen it too. If this is the real body, how could it be so that it does not feel any pain? Even if it is killed in the end, it does not care? The most important thing is that after destroying his so-called real body, there are still many external incarnations of Su Zhan in the territory of the Blood Eagle sect. If the original body dies, the external incarnation will never survive. Therefore, there is only one explanation: Su Zhan is not dead. Golden Wing Venerable said in a deep voice, Piming, I have to trouble you to deduce it again. If you can't deduce it, it means that Su-Jean is really dead, and those external incarnations are controlled by others. I will pay the reward as usual. But if you can deduce it, I think you know what it means without me saying it. It means that the heavenly Tao has been deceived by a Yuan realm disciple. A huge wave surged in the heart of Piming Venerable. How powerful must one be to deceive the heavenly Tao? Even the head of their Tianyan sect, a majestic and powerful figure in the Tongtian realm, can't do it. Okay, I'll try. Piming Venerable deduced again. This time he was extremely serious. He took out his family's wealth, all kinds of hidden treasures, and concentrated all his attention and went all out. As the great formation of heaven and earth deduction unfolded, various treasures flew all over the sky. Countless obscure and profound words floated up. The fate-breaking master once again entered the deduction state. This time, the result was no longer available in a few minutes. The whole process lasted nearly half an hour. Finally, the Piming Venerable opened his eyes with an ugly expression. Su-Jean is indeed still there. Although the Golden Wing Venerable had prepared himself mentally, he couldn't help but take a deep breath when he heard the news, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. What means did a Yuan realm disciple use to deceive the heavenly Tao? Is this really something a Yuan realm disciple can do? However, the next words of the Piming Venerable surprised her even more. He is not only there, but also in 5 places at the same time. What? The Golden Wing Venerable thought he had heard wrong. 5 places? Wojiman, Lingji Cave, Shenyang sect each have 1, and your Blood Eagle sect has 2. As the Piming Venerable spoke, sweat oozed from his forehead, and even his words seemed particularly hesitant. The reason why the heavenly Tao deduction is so powerful is that it can use the heavenly Tao to lock the original body, making it impossible for the fugitive to escape. No matter if the opponent is hidden deep underground in the desert swamp, or in the ocean at a depth of 100,000 meters, or even in any large formation that isolates detection, as long as the heavenly Tao is used, the original body can be directly locked. But now, the result of the heavenly Tao deduction actually appeared 5. This means that these 5 are all the original body. But how is this possible? The Piming Venerable has been deducing for so many years, let alone seeing, even hearing about such an outrageous thing. Even the onlooker, Lord Golden Wing, was shocked and confused after hearing this. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? I'll try again. Lord Piming knew that there could be no mistakes. But the result was so outrageous that even he himself didn't believe it. How could he possibly convince others? He chose to do it again. But the result remains the same. 5. 5. Still 5. And these deities are all moving. No matter how many times he deduce it, the ending is exactly the same. Alien. In the end, Venerable Piming was covered in sweat and gritted his teeth and concluded, this Su-Jean is definitely not our human race, it must be a foreign race. Otherwise, there will never be 5 deities. It is indeed possible. Venerable Genie particularly agrees with this statement. If it is really a foreign race, then the matter will be extraordinary. The juniors don't know. But of course they, the heads of a sect and spiritual realm figures, knew about the existence of foreign races. Among the alien races, there are all kinds of special beings, those without heads, those with 8 hands and 8 legs, those with a height of 100 meters, those formed from magma, and so on. Alien races not only have different shapes. The key is that they are still unprecedentedly powerful. Once upon a time, the number of sects in Qingyan Fairy Mountain was 2 to 3 times what it is now, and it was unprecedentedly prosperous. However, after encountering the invasion of alien races, many sects fell, and only the current number of sects were left. There are multiple deities who have looted multiple sects, and they have a variety of weird methods that even we can't estimate. They are definitely aliens. Lord Genie looked solemn. This matter is not trivial. I must go back and report it to the leader so that he can make a decision. As soon as the alien identity comes out, the nature of the matter immediately changed. From just chasing a Yuanjing disciple who held a heavy treasure, it suddenly turned into a race war. In their opinion, Su-Jean might be the vanguard of the alien race, deliberately causing some reactions to test the true strength of the Qingyan Immortal Mountain sect, and then specially formulating countermeasures to attract the invasion of the army. Death, farewell. Venerable Golden Wing no longer stayed, and hurriedly transformed into a stream of light, heading straight for the Blood Eagle sect. An alien race once again appears in our Qingyan Fairy Mountain. No, I have to report it to the leader. Lord Piming also felt that the situation was serious and someone at a higher level had to step in to resolve it.
Su Zhan on the other side has no idea that he has been labeled as a foreigner for no reason. He has never even heard of this alien thing until now. But at this time, he didn't have time to pay attention to others. Instead, he rubbed his hands excitedly, waiting for the last few minutes of the synthetic cauldron to be freshly baked. Little Red can't continue to be synthesized for the time being. I guess I have to wait until the clone synthesis function is upgraded before I can synthesize Little Blue and Green again. On the other hand, these 5 top attribute types have been combined into micro-level skills. What can be synthesized in the end? I'm really looking forward to it. Su Zhan is still fiddling with the clone synthesis function these days. After many days of research, weapons, elixirs, etc., were all synthesized by him, thus giving birth to various flawless level spiritual weapons, as well as perfect quality elixirs. It seems to have earned 4 to 6 times the value. However, because of the sacrifice of Xiao He, the price-performance ratio plummeted instantly, and it was not suitable for making money at all. Even Xiao Hong tried it, but unfortunately it failed and could not be synthesized. So Su Zhan turned his attention back to the exercises. But in order not to waste those synthesized micro-level skills, Su Zhan spent several days and finally mastered a total of 25 micro-level skills, including these 5 top-level micro-level attribute skills. The strength of the Little Blacks, also due to the addition of a large number of micro-level skills, has ushered in an epic surge. One by one, they have reached the middle stage of the Yuan realm, spanning 2 small realms, and can instantly kill those who have completed the Yuan realm. Degree. It's even enough to negotiate with the early Dan realm for a while without dying. 5 Little Reds are even more terrifying. He directly crossed the Great Realm and competed with the early stage of Dan realm. No one on either side could do anything to the other. What does quantitative change cause qualitative change? That's it. 25 excellent subtle level exercises. Synthesize 5 top-notch attributes into micro-level skills. A total of 30 micro-level enhancements are applied to the front and back, and the explosive effect is even more powerful than a direct level improvement. But Su Zhan was not satisfied with this. Continue to use these 5 top-notch attribute level skills to synthesize, and I want to see what can be synthesized. Coming. I saw the light inside the cauldron's shadow gradually intensifying. Whether it's a mule or a horse, it all depends on this. Su Zhan's eyes were filled with anticipation. Finally, the golden light reached its peak. The lid of the cauldron is opened. Balls of light flew out. What could it be? Su Zhan stared straight at it. The light dissipated, and a true copy of the exercise came into view, and the words on it were clearly visible. Time Emperor Underworld Sutra. The name is quite domineering, look at the content. Su Zhan opened the pages of the book and browsed quickly. Just a moment later, his eyes suddenly widened, and his whole person showed an unprecedented look of shock. What the hell? It's time? After understanding the content of the exercise, not only did Su Zhan stutter, his thinking also became slow at this moment. Because what is written on it is the time attribute, which is at the top of the attribute skills. Time, space. Both are called the beginning of all things. They are at the top of the attributes, but so far, Su Zhan has searched many sects and has never found any skills with time and space attributes. Not to mention this top. He has never seen even the attributes of the next level such as darkness, light, and life. However, he is also very clear that once this level of attribute skills is released, let alone the micro level, even the entry level, it will instantly attract the snatch of big families, big sects, and big forces. Even the big figures at the level of Tongtian realm will not be able to help but come down and do it personally. How can it be his turn? However, he never thought. This rare time attribute skill was actually synthesized by him. So that's it. I underestimated the strength of the clone synthesis. I said, how could it be mediocre after absorbing so many functions unlocked by spirit stones? After all this time, its real function is here. Su Zhan was so excited that he couldn't help himself. After some trouble, he thought that the synthesis of clones could neither improve the quality of spiritual tools, elixirs, and skills from low to high levels, nor make money for him because of the sacrifice of Xiao He. The biggest effect was just to upgrade Xiao He to Xiao Hong. As a result, he was superficial. The awesomeness of the synthesis of clones lies here. Put it immediately. I want to experience the mystery of the time attribute as soon as possible. Su Zhan quickly put the skills into the training shadow, all Xiao Hongs, listen to my order, stop investigating, and go to various cities to buy a large number of micro-level skills for me. Regardless of quality, only quantity, take as many as you can. Now that Sujan is completely understood. Spiritual tools, elixir, heaven, and earth treasure. Those were not the main goals of the avatars at all. Only exercise. Even if the spiritual wear is improved, no matter how good the quality is, others only need a high quality grade, and you can sit and flat with you immediately. The high grade spiritual tools can always crush the low quality level. The same is true for elixir. Even if the effect of the elixir is several times the efficacy of the elixir, it is not as good as others spend the same price, and buy a higher quality elixir. Only the exercises are different. Although they are all in the micro level. The single attribute type has been one layer. Let's have a rare attribute, the value rises several layers directly. If it is like now, there is a time attribute, that good guy, the Tontian realm is jealous, I can't wait to take 10 pieces of Tontian Lingba to change you. And such a level of exercises, Sujan can be created crazy in the infinite set of baby. The only cost. But it is just a little black, and the sacrifice is just a little black. In addition, 700 little black also listen to me. Don't continue to wait, do it directly to the medium-sized mine that has been marked. The first goal is to solve the mine owner, and then search for the spirit stones. Remember, even if there are people in Danjing, you don't have to counsel. Communicate directly with me. I will send Xiaohei to support it until the searches of the spirit stone. After Xiaohong was arranged, Su Zhen did not forget to arrange a wave of Xiaohei. Anyway, there is already the effect of practicing the skills. The strength of themselves and the little blacks ushered in a wave of epic levels. Naturally, there is no need to waste time. And this time he was not watching a few medium-sized mines, but 700 small blacks and 350 mines. On average, each 2 small blacks are a group, and the mines are deadly attacking, as well as lightning search, and strive to harvest the spirit stone with the greatest efficiency before the support of the supporters of each Zongman. Yes, master. Xiaohong Xiaohei all moved. Nympho Blood Eagle Sect, a Mediterranean mine. The master of Yuanjing's full level is patrolling everywhere in the mine. Different from the patrols of a small mine. He took millions of flying spirits and quickly passed through the mine. While inspecting, he drank wine and enjoyed it. It's all the damn Su Zhan. If it wasn't for him, how could I be 12 hours a day? I would like to patrol 8 hours. Almost all of them live on this flying spirit. In the past, I should now enjoy singing and dancing on the high cabinet of Daoyan Tower, while drinking and playing with friends. I don't know what's going on, but the person of the Yuanjing is not caught until today. The mine owner complained and drank again. Soon, after a few laps, no abnormalities were found. The mine owner waved his sleeves, and the flying spiritual tool began to fall, as the so-called people had 3 records. Although he was a Yuanjing, he could not be exempted. But when the flying spirit device dropped to about 10 meters of height, the mine owner stepped out and planned to land straight. Suddenly, the mine owner was sweating, and his face became frightened instantly. He looked up fiercely, and realized that he was shocking in front of him, with a shadow sword, wrapped in the terrible power beyond his imagination, and chopped it towards him. But this is not over yet. Almost at the same time, the mine owner also realized that there was exactly the same attack behind him, rushing from the back. It's over. In just a moment, the 2 words appeared in the minds of the mining owner, and then the whole person was drowned by the 2 horror knife. Boom! Intersection, the burst of shock ears rose. It can be clearly heard even more than 10 kilometers. The members of the Yuanjing criminal punishment team and the mine changed one by one, and immediately picked up the weapons and rushed towards the direction of movement. But before people arrived, they saw that in the far away, the 2 black robes were plundered by them with an extremely fast imaginable way. At this moment, through the smoke and dust, he saw the scene. In the huge pit, the mine owner had no half of his body, and his eyes were still huge, but he completely lost his life. Escape! It's Su Zhan. Fleeing. With the screams, all members of the punishment team who ran here hurriedly turned around without saying a word, and fled from all directions. One of them was full of panic. Quick! Don't chase, search for spiritual stone. I east, you west. Good. The 2 little black only took less than half a second, and reached a unified idea and started division of labor cooperation. And those spiritual stone storage bases that were originally covered by the Guardian Formation, with the death of the mining owner, completely opened, let them 2 wantonly search. Nympho similarly, almost at the same time, the same version is staged at the same time. Mine owner, dead? Outside the body. It's Su Zhan's body incarnation again. Fortal. They have become stronger again. Even the mine owners were chopped to death by them. You dare to rob the spirit stones while running away? Don't you know that these external incarnations are keeping a close eye on the spirit stones? If you dare to rob, they will chase you, run away quickly. Ah! Save me! Save me! God damn it, what's wrong with them? There are 3 layers of external chi alone? How many external skills have they practiced? Gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, how come they have all the 5 elements of attribute skills? Are you kidding? What? I finally broke one of its arms, but it grew out again? Ah! Please stop chasing me. They are too fast. Who will save me?
On this day, the medium-sized minds of the 5 sects encountered an unprecedented dark moment. Except for a very few mine owners who were in the late Yuan realm and the perfect Yuan realm with superb self-protection methods, 99% of them were almost completely killed on the spot by the 2 Shohei's joint swords. The little blacks were finally able to change from being forced to fight back, chase, and flee to being like this now. With one move, they scared the Yuan Jing disciples of various sects to death. That's why. The spiritual stones in the clone space were more exaggerated than a downpour, as if the floodgates were open to prevent water from flowing out. Su Zhan just counted them casually out of curiosity. He couldn't help but gasp. Wow! In less than 5 minutes. The amount has exceeded the 10 billion mark. At this rate, I can collect 94.5 billion spiritual stones within an hour and continue to advance to the next stage. Su Zhan couldn't help but get excited. And he didn't forget the large number of subtle level skills that fell with the surging spiritual stones. These are more than 1,000, right? According to the triple synthesis of ordinary synthesis into excellent, excellent synthesis into top level, and top level synthesis into super top level, it is enough for me to synthesize 7 to 8 super top level skills in one go. Come on, do it decisively. There is no such clear classification of ordinary and excellent in the market. The quality level system of this technique was purely explored by Su Zhan himself. He classified all the subtle level techniques that can be bought on the market with 10,000 spirit stones as ordinary. The subtle level techniques provided to him by Zhanuer are better than ordinary ones, and are of a higher level of excellent. Going up, there are top level techniques synthesized by Su Zhan using these excellent levels. The top level, super top level techniques refer to the existence of the Time Emperor underworld spirit scripture with time attributes. In summary, one super top requires 125 ordinary subtle level techniques to synthesize. The equivalent cost of each synthesis is 1.25 million spirit stones plus 4 Shohei. 2 were sacrificed in the last step of synthesizing the super top technique. With Su Zhan's order, the remaining 200 Shohei quickly started working. 125 ordinary subtle level techniques easily synthesized 25 excellent level techniques. It took a little time to synthesize 5 top level skills from 25 excellent skills. At this point, Su Zhan found some differences. Top level skills not only have attributes, but also weapons, external skills, internal skills, special skills, and other types. Obviously, I was lucky to synthesize top level attribute skills at once. He did not stop. He continued to synthesize 5 top-level skills. About half an hour later, the only super top-level skill was freshly baked. This time it is, a weapon skill? No, the content here is not only weapons, but also external skills. Dual system skills. Su Zhan's eyes were shining. Dual system skills are also extremely rare. Practicing one can increase both weapons and external skills at the same time, and the effect will not be attenuated because of the dual system. It is also a precious skill that will attract countless powerful forces and wealthy families to compete for once it appears. Of course, its value is definitely not comparable to the time attribute. If the time attribute is in the sky, the dual system skills are at most about 1,000 meters above the ground, not so amazing, but not too bad. Unless this dual system is not a combination of weapons plus external skills, but a combination of weapons plus attributes, or external skills plus attributes. I said, how could such a big piece of pie fall from the sky? I guess I have the first lucky buff of a novice, so a time attribute suddenly popped out. But this dual system is also very good, keep it and continue to make new ones. I want to see, if 5 super top skills are combined, what kind of top-notch skills will be born? Super top skills? Su Zhan was full of curiosity and expectation. At this time, he took a look at the clone space. Wow! The huge clone space, more than half an hour has passed, and it is almost half full. Su Zhan used his spiritual sense to count quickly. 90 billion. That's right. Not long ago,
it just broke 10 billion. It only took a moment. It broke through 90 billion. And looking at the trend of the spirit stones falling down, not only did it not slow down at all, but there were even signs of acceleration. Start absorbing. The bright black light appeared, and a large number of spirit stones melted quickly. Suzhan looked at this scene in the clone space, and inexplicably remembered a famous mathematical problem in his previous life. How long will it take to fill up if water is added and drained at the same time? Just a moment later. 94.5 billion, achieved. And the absorption of the black mark is gradually coming to an end. Finally. A new stage is coming. The bright black light suddenly burst out, and 162 brand new little blacks appeared. The number that was supposed to increase by 16 has now doubled again, reaching 32 more. Combined with the 908 clones that Suzhan already has, the number of his clones at this moment has directly exceeded the 1000 mark, reaching as many as 1070. And this is just the first big change. The efficiency of clone cultivation has doubled again. The clone cultivation has directly increased by 8 times from the previous 34 times, to 42 times. Naturally, it also ushered in new additional changes, and the number of exclusive cultivation clones was doubled again, so that Suzhan originally needed nearly 30 days to reach the late stage of the Yuan realm, but now it has been directly compressed to 10 days. Sure enough, the third black sphere for clone cultivation has appeared. In the shadow of the practice, there are no longer 2 black spheres, but 3. This means that Suzhan will be able to practice 3 exercises at the same time. The efficiency of stacking passive skills will be faster and more convenient. At the same time, the multiple of clone cultivation has also increased from 19 times to 23 times. The clone space has increased to 202 cubic meters. The increase of clone entering the body has jumped from 16% to 18%, combined with the terrifying increase of 1070 clones now. It is equivalent to that once the clone enters the body, Suzhan's strength will be able to soar 192.6 times. This multiple increase. It is enough for Suzhan, who is in the middle stage of Yuan realm, to cross a realm and compete with Dan realm perfection. As for whether he can do something with the early stage of Xian realm, Suzhan has not fought with him yet, so he cannot judge. The synthesis of clones has also changed. Because Suzhan is synthesizing all the time now. It is obvious that the time required for synthesis has been cut in half. Not only that. The process of synthesizing ordinary level skills into excellent level skills no longer consumes Xiaohe. Shorten the synthesis time, and then reduce the consumption of Xiaohe. Now this clone synthesis function can finally make me money. Suzhan sighed sincerely. As long as the synthesis needs to consume Xiaohe, it will never make money. The value of Xiaohe is much greater than the little profit earned from the synthesis. Now there is hope. Although it has only eliminated the sacrifice consumption of the lowest level synthesis. The number of sacrifices for the synthesis of top and super top levels remains unchanged, but this is already a big step forward. You should know that an excellent level subtle level skill is worth about 100,000 spiritual stones. And the cost is only 5 ordinary level skills, 50,000 spiritual stones. It means that Suzhan does not have to do anything. He can earn twice as much by lying down. Of course, this money is too small for Suzhan at present, and there is no need to earn it at all. But if it really continues like this, if we exempt all the top level and super top level sacrifices, even if the money earned from the synthesis of clones is not less than that earned from robbing a medium-sized mine, it's time to find me a new way to make money. Otherwise, where can I find the 283.5 billion spiritual stones in the next stage, the 850.5 billion spiritual stones in the next stage, and the 255 trillion spiritual stones in the next stage? The amount is getting bigger and bigger, so exaggerated that it's hard to write a long string of numbers, let alone read them. Although there is no problem with robbing, it is like eating from someone else's bowl. The bigger the noise, the greater the probability of problems. If it really continues, there is no guarantee that an incredible ancestor will pop out one day and kill Suzhan with a slap. If there is a plan that can make money quickly and safely, Suzhan will definitely quit and change his career directly. We can't just grab the wool from these few sections. The next wave must radiate to the sects that are farther away and grab some from them as well. The best way is to share the rain and do equally. But the next wave is the next wave. This time, you have to eat as quickly as possible to enjoy it. Newcomers, listen to the order. I will send you to the mine where Dan Realm appears. Your only task is to hold Dan Realm back with all your strength so that others can search for spiritual stones faster. Do you understand?
Sujan did not continue to expand, but let these newly born Shohei deal with the medium-sized minds supported by Dan Realm. Because the screams and feedback of many Shohei had already sounded in his mind. In less than an hour, there were nearly 50 of the 350 medium-sized minds. At this moment, people from the Dan Realm rushed to the scene to provide support. After all, this is a medium-sized mine. The quantity is smaller than that of small ones, the yield value is high, and the level of natural protection is also high. If these gangsters didn't have the capital to compete now, I guess they wouldn't even be able to report feedback now, and they would be killed on the spot. And the reason why it was not replaced by expansion. The first is the issue of time. The second is these medium-sized mines, all of which are high-quality mines selected by gangsters after many days of investigation. Otherwise, how could there be such efficient returns? Therefore, Sujan must not be able to watch the Dan realms of various sects take back the mines. We must send more manpower, either we don't collect them, or we just collect them to the end as soon as we collect them. 350 medium-sized mines. Calculated on the basis that a mine provides an average of 1.5 billion spirit stones. That's a full 525 billion. You can definitely provide him with the spiritual stones he needs for the next stage. Yes, Master. The black guys responded in unison. Then Sujan used his thoughts and quickly dispatched them to various battlefields, at the same time. The center of the Blood Eagle sect. Located 10,000 meters above the ground, there is a majestic suspended mountain peak. Among the mountains, there is a magnificent palace. This is the residence of the leader of the Blood Eagle sect. As the supreme leader of the Blood Eagle sect and one of the powerful figures in the Tongtian realm, the Blood Eagle sect master inherited the title of Blood Eagle Celestial Lord and became a being respected and feared by countless disciples. Inside the majestic palace, above the high position, there is a mirror channel with ripples that connects other spaces. The picture it presented was full of darkness and blood. It seemed to be another world, where the entire sky was red. There was no so-called blue sky and white clouds, only endless desolation and gloominess. Just looking at it will make people feel terrified. Even the elders of the Blood Eagle sect who have reached the spiritual realm can't help but twitch the corners of their eyes when they casually look at the other world in the face passage. They know it very well. That is territory they cannot enter. Behind the mirror passage is a super-secret realm that only the lowest Tongtian realm is allowed to enter. You are here? Suddenly, an olden hoarse voice came from the mirror passage, and then a big old hand covered with blood grabbed the mirror passage. Then, a white-haired old man wearing a dark blood-colored robe, covered with little bloodstains, and even his face was spattered with blood, walked straight through the mirror passage, came through the air, and appeared in front of the 9 elders. Finally, sit on the high and distinguished seat. The most impressive thing among them is his pair of scarlet blood pupils. I've met the sect master. The 9 elders quickly knelt down on one knee and shouted in unison. I'm dealing with a difficult guy. It only takes 2 more years to get it, but I received your emergency signal. The Blood Shadow Heavenly Lord spoke lazily and casually waved his sleeves. All the blood stains on his body were shaken off like beads. He exuded an evil blood-colored mist all over his body and surrounded it. The aura emanating from his body was felt for a moment, can be frightening. You'd better give me a worthy enough reason, otherwise I won't mind training all 9 of you. As he spoke, Blood Shadow Tianzuan covered his face with his hands and rubbed them upwards. Wherever he passed, the old man's face suddenly became extremely young, like a young and enchanting young man in his early 20s. Even the white hair on his head turned into long black hair with his stroke. Changing one's appearance is just the most basic method for those in the Tongtian realm. There is no need to learn a disguise technique like Su Zhan did. When the 9 elders below heard that the sect was going to train them, they couldn't help but their eyes trembled. Sect master, he is from a foreign race. An alien race appears. Lord Golden Wing was the first to speak. Alien? Upon hearing this, Blood Eagle Tianzuan narrowed his blood pupils and said, what ethnic group? Sect master, I don't know yet. The only thing I know is that it can transform into hundreds or even thousands of external incarnations, each of which has the same strength as the original deity. Some of the external incarnations can even deceive and disrupt the way of heaven, making it impossible to trace them. This is where I am. Elder Fairy said respectfully. A foreign race that can change its external incarnation. I can also deceive the way of heaven. It's kind of interesting. Blood Eagle Tianzuan's knowledge and state of mind were obviously much greater than those of the 9 spiritual realm elders. After hearing this, instead of being surprised, he showed a look of great interest. How many are there?
Blood Eagle Tianzuan continued to ask. One person. One person? It's also possible, there's more than one person. Where did it come from? Returning the Lord, I just know that he only appeared for the first time in Xunyang Zone. Now including my blood eagle, there are 5 ancestors, all of which have the traces of his body incarnation. When the blood eagle Lord heard this, he paused slightly. He killed 5 genius disciples of 5 Zongmen? The blood eagle Lord speculated. Almost all aliens suddenly appeared in the boundary of Zongmen, either to compete for rare treasures who were just born, or to kill the people of Zongmen, and made no one successively. Unexpectedly, his biggest move is to loot the small mining of 5 Zongmen. The disciples who blocked him to loot the mine were killed. Like a small mine? Hearing this, the blood eagle Tianzuan finally showed a confused look for the first time. Is it just a small mine? Don't blame blood eagle Tianzuan confusion. He has dealt with the alien for so many years. I have never encountered an alien, and I worked hard to run to the boundary of the human race, just to loot small mines. Generally, alien people either do not shot, the lowest shots are to snatch the god-level spiritual soldiers. To this end, they even destroy a lot of ancestors, 2-star sects, and even Samsung sect. This alien actually only ransacked small mines? What operation? What is this person? The blood eagle Lord finally asked the other party's strength. 9 elders, look at me, I look at you, and finally Elder Genie said. Yuan Jing. Blood eagle Lord. Are you sure? Does he have a hidden realm? Is there anyone behind it? Or this is just the obstacle method? Can you do this extent? The Blood Eagle Lord frowned. Obviously, when the Blood Eagle Lord heard the word Yuanjing, all the curiosity and interest of the previously turned into black and interested, replaced by speechlessness, impatient. The Lord, although I don't want to admit it, we have also doubted many times, and I feel incredible many times. But after confirmation, it is indeed this little guy named Su Zhan. Essence the Lord of the Blood Eagle swept the audience. Seeing that the elders were ashamed, dodging, there was no joke at all, this was a real awareness of something wrong. Just as he was about to speak, suddenly, a flowing light flew. It is the news that passes to the fairy. But the Blood Eagle owner just raised his hand and grabbed him, and forcibly pulled the luminous flowing over, and directly held a passing jade. Elderly, big things are bad, Su Zhan has launched a large-scale rancy again. This time, it is no longer a small mine, it is a medium-sized mine. Medium-sized mine? Damn the mix of account. Don't let me catch this kid, otherwise I will make him unable to survive, and begging to die. For a while, the elders were all angry. Small mines have been ransacked. This guy dares to kick his nose on his face and start with a medium-sized mine. However, in the face of such a situation, although the elders scolded all kinds of scolding and all of them, in fact, they knew better than anyone else, even Tian Yenzong could not develop Su Zhan's deity, and they were even more played. So they can only be more addicted. Su Zhan, is what you call Yuanjing alien? Blood Eagle sect narrowed. The prince is right, but this should be just a pseudonym, his real name is unknown at present. His Holiness Genie responded. He first ransacked small mines, and then ransacked medium-sized mines. Is it just a spirit stone? The Lord of the Blood Eagle continued to ask. According to the current perspective, it is the prince. Elder Fairy nodded. The means are weird, but the realm is low. Thousands of incarnations, but not much slaughter. Blindfolding the heavens, but only for the spirit stone. That's it, this son may not be a alien. As soon as the Blood Eagle Lord's remarks made the 9 elders surprised. Isn't it an alien? What would it be? I have a deep contact with the alien. Most of the aliens look at my races like pigs and dogs. Even if there is no blood revenge, there is no need, but the alien will still slaughter the people of my family. There is no kindness and soft hand. It is like humans seeing pests and killing pests is their instinct. But the performance of this kid is not deeply suffocated, and the goal is clear, that is, coming to the spirit stone. The most important thing is that his realm is too low. The alien creatures often have uniqueness. Most of them have the strength of Danjing when they are born. They reach as mystery after adulthood. Everywhere is just the unique realm of my people. But a guy who appeared alone in the boundary of the human race and made such a big move was just a Yuanjing. It was impossible to be an alien. This little guy is just a little guy who holds Chongbao. Alien? He is not qualified. The words of the Blood Eagle make the elders in silence. They know 1 or 2 of the alien races, but because they have not really killed the alien war, they have a one-sided understanding. The Blood Eagle Lord is different. He fought with the alien in the secret realm almost every day. His understanding of the alien race is even more than the human race. And when these words are heard, they are indeed unreasonable everywhere. They really overestimate Su Zhan. How can there be any race wars? It is purely a little guy to make trouble everywhere in the human race. The Lord, if you are deduced by Yenzong today, you can't find the deity of this man. Do you want to seek the help of the two-star sect gate, or the help of Samsung sect? An elderly asked. Blood Eagle sect is a stargate. Including Xunyangzong, Wujiman, Ling Jidong, those, all of them are a stargate. Two-star sect, the lowest threshold, must have a king realm to sit. Samsung Zongman, the lowest threshold, must have a great emperor to sit. It is conceivable that the ancestral gate of this level, the number of strong players, is like the crowd of the river. There are so many problems that they cannot solve the same as one star, and in the hands of the second star or Samsung Zongman, they are easy to palm. There is no need to find someone for help at all. If you want to find his deity, you may not need to rely on heaven. The corner of the Blood Eagle Lord's mouth evoked a touch of demon. I saw that he got up from the high position and stood in the air. Go, take me to find him, I want to see him with a while. Yes, the Lord. Nympho Pure Yangzong. Zhan Yuer's courtyard. She was sitting on her knee, and there were a few superior stones beside her to assist her in cultivation. Strive to break through the early stage of the Yuanjing as soon as possible, and impacted to the complete realm of Yuanjing. Suddenly, the sound of a goshawk came from the sky. Zhan Yuer opened her beautiful eyes and looked up at the sky. Miaodong, come here, but the dragon tiger happened? Zhan Yuer frowned. She must concentrate on cultivating sprints, and her brother Zhan Longhu gave it to Long Miaotong to help take care of more. In addition to important festivals or important things, Long Miaotong will never appear easily. Suddenly the other party came here, there must be a big deal, and the only thing that could be regarded as a big thing was her brother Zhan Dragon Tiger. No, the goshawk falls, armor, and the heroic cold and beautiful eyes are full of glory. Dragon Tiger is performing the trial of Zongman. He is in good condition. I am here because of your disciple, Lu Wutian. No, now it should be called Su Zhan, right? What's wrong with him? I heard that the dragon and tiger had nothing to do, and Zhan Yuer looked slightly relaxed, but he heard that Su Zhan was mentioned, and immediately her look was nervous again and again. Just this morning, your good apprentice has launched a robbery again on the 5 ancestors. And this time the target of the Rancy is no longer a small mine, but a medium size. Lang Miaotong's words made Zhan Yuer look a little surprised. Raise a medium-sized mine? Intersection, how is it possible? Intersection, the defenders of medium-sized mines are at least in the late Yuan realm, and some of them are in the perfect Yuan realm. And as Su Zhan's troubles became more and more serious, the sect also specially sent more people to each medium-sized mine. Under such circumstances, Su Zhan was able to rob medium-sized mines? Doesn't this mean that Su Zhan already has the strength to kill those in the late Yuan realm or even the perfect Yuan realm? It's only been a short time. It's too fast, Zhan Yuer muttered absent-mindedly. Yes. How long has it been since she and Su Zhan made the deal? I'm afraid it's not even a month. The other party's strength has actually surpassed her in all aspects? Thinking of this, Zhan Yuer was both happy and a little sad. She was happy that Su Zhan had made such rapid progress, and it must be a sure thing to capture the real person of Shadow Poison alive. The sad thing is that I have been dormant for so long and suffered so much, but in the end, I was ruthlessly surpassed by someone in just 1 month. Such a huge gap is enough to make Zhan Yuer doubt her life. I have to admit that I am a little jealous of you now. You didn't do anything, but you can produce such a disciple. Now in the 5 sects, Su Zhan is already a well-known existence. Long Miaotong's face was full of envy and jealousy. She did not hide her admiration for the strong. She herself is one of the geniuses, so most of the so-called geniuses can't reach the level of her worship. Even if there are, it's just an accident and surprise at most. But Su Zhan is different. She was really shocked by Su Zhan. Think about it, more than a month ago, the other party was just her junior, and she specially sent a teleportation talisman to the other party to show that she can protect him. The result is good. In the blink of an eye, Su Zhan can even rob medium-sized mines, and can slaughter Yuanjing at will. Even the high-level officials of Chunyang's sect are troubled by this. This speed of progress has severely impacted Long Miaotong's worldview. If she is a genius, those who are stronger than her are top geniuses. Then Su Zhan is a monster, a demon. Lang Miaotong and Zhan Yuer are not the only ones who think so. There are also Grey Eyebrow Master and Lu Tsongyun. The medium-sized minds were robbed by him. Master, save me, you must save me. At this moment, Lu Tsungyun's eyes went dark the moment he got the news, and he almost fainted on the spot. At this moment, Lu Tsungyun felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Apparently not long ago, Su Zhan was just a minor coolie. Obviously not long ago, Su Zhan was just a small character in the mortal realm, and he could kill the opponent with just one slap. Obviously not long ago, even his master Hui Maran took action, and the entire Chunyang sect was alarmed. No matter how you look at it, Su Zhan is destined to die, and there is no chance of any improvement. The result was unexpected. 1 month passed, and Su Zhan not only did not die, but became prosperous. Not only did he expand his robbery business to 5 sects, he also launched attacks on medium-sized mines. Those who can take charge of medium-sized mines must be at least in the late Yuan realm, or even more advanced in the Yuan realm. Especially after Su Zhan made such a big noise, the Chunyang sect sent a lot of additional manpower to various mines, in order to prevent things like small mining farms from happening again. But even so, nothing can stop Su Zhan from going crazy. Now that the news has come back, many medium-sized mines have fallen, which means that Su Zhan seems to have the strength to kill those in the late Yuan realm, and even the Yuan realm consummation. Lu Tsungyun, who is in the middle Yuan realm, cannot even defeat Zhan Yuer. In front of Su Zhan, he was basically like paper. If the opponent moved his finger, he would be finished in minutes. Master, please save us too. This kid Su Zhan is too scary. Yuan Jing perfection can't even withstand a knife in his hand. If he really wants to find me, I'm afraid my 10 lives won't be enough to kill him. Master, you gave the order to hunt down Su Zhan. You must not just sit idly by. It's not just Lu Tsungyun. The other Yuan Jing disciples were all frightened and begging for help. Shut up, everyone. The gray-browed master was also extremely impatient and restless at this time, so he scolded him. He is not afraid that Su Zhan will cause trouble for him. But he was afraid that Su Zhan would settle accounts with him in the future. You must know that before Chunyang Zongdu even issued the killing order, he had already placed a reward for Su Zhan's traces in various underground black markets. This was equivalent to having forged a deadly feud that could not be resolved. And Su Zhan's progress was astonishing to this level. When I chased this kid, he was clearly still in the mortal realm. How long had it been? Even Yuan Jing perfection has become an object that can be slaughtered at will under his hands. Not only that. According to the news that came back, even in the early stage of the Dan realm, Su Zhan's external incarnation could not be dealt with as neatly as before. The other party already had the strength to mediate with the Dan realm. The middle stage of Yuan Jing, crossing an entire realm to mediate with the early stage of Dan realm. Since the founding of the Chunyang sect, there have been no more than 10 geniuses of this level. Okay. I happened to get into trouble with one of them. The most important thing is here. It was understandable that he, who was in the Dan realm, couldn't deal with a little guy. But the small mine had been looted for so long, and the top management of the Chunyang sect had already reacted and taken corresponding measures. In the end, it turned out that can't solve it. Not just Chunyang sect. Blood Eagle sect, Wuji sect, Lingji cave, including Tianlan sect, no one can solve this big problem of Su Zhan. The mysterious realm and the spiritual realm are all helpless. At present, only Tongtian realm has not personally taken action. But once the Tongtian realm cannot be solved, the consequences can be imagined. We really need to let Su Zhan continue to develop according to this momentum. I'm afraid it won't be possible to kill the alchemy realm perfection next month, right? Then wouldn't the other party only need to send an external avatar to rush into the sect and kill him? No, you can't bet that this kid really won't come to find you. I must stay away from the sect, as far away as possible. When the storm passes, I will come back. Hui Neijinren pays attention to the word stability. He was unwilling to take even the slightest risk, not to mention that the risk was related to his life and fortune, so he had to be cautious. As for Lu Tsungyun and the other disciples in front of him, he had no intention of bringing these big troubles with him. He had never met Su Zhan directly, so he could barely avoid it. But Lu Tsungyun had been chasing Su Zhan for more than a day or two. This guy would never be able to escape. I'm going to ask your master for help. Just stay in the sect and don't go anywhere. This is the headquarters of Chunyang sect. No matter how powerful Su Zhan is, he still dares to rush in and kill people? After saying that, without waiting for Lu Tsungyun and others to reply, the gray-browed master transformed into a stream of light and stormed out.
Lu Yun and others were left standing there, looking at each other. No one knew what to do. They could only believe what Master Huimei said. This was the Qinyang sect headquarters, and Su Zhan did not dare to come. The other end. Hurry, hurry. It's just a little bit close. After several hours of looting, the number of spiritual stones Su Zhan had on hand was finally close to reaching the next stage goal, 283.5 billion. The Ying black light has already lit up in advance and is frantically absorbing the spirit stones. Now the falling speed of the spirit stones in the clone space is obviously not as fast as before, a lot slower. But Su Zhan is already very satisfied. 350 medium-sized mines can handle 2 stages, which is enough. Finally. As another pile of spiritual stones melted away, a bright black light suddenly emitted. A brand new group of little blacks were quietly born, and they were so numerous that they surrounded Su Zhan, creating the effect of 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Because this time, the number of new Xiaohei is as high as 194, close to 200. The total number of clones has jumped to 1264. Not only that. The clones practice, the multiples are up to 50 times, but this multiple is obviously not in line with the law, so there is no accelerated change. The clones practice up to 27 times, and then rise again. The efficiency of stacking passive has increased a lot. The clone space is increased to 234 cubic meters. The increase in the clone entering the body has jumped to 20%. 20%, there should be changes, right? But why didn't I notice it? Su Zhan tried to let Xiaohei enter the body. In addition to the increase in the multiples and the duration of the enhancement, there are no other new changes. Xiaohei, do you feel any strange changes? Su Zhan asked decisively. Master, yes. Xiaohei replied, I can feel that you can reach where I am at any time. I can go to you at any time? Su Zhan's eyes flashed. This feeling is not ordinary. Give it a try. Su Zhan's mind moved. Try to send himself to the location where Xiaohei is. The result is that he is still in the same place, without any movement. Failed? It shouldn't be. What went wrong? Su Zhan thought. But he couldn't figure it out. Immediately he asked Xiaohei again, what would you describe the feeling of being able to reach your place in one word? Master, this should be, is. Sorry, Master, I can't describe it accurately. Xiaohei's wisdom, on the surface, is no different from that of a normal person. But once it comes to the knowledge points that need to be studied in depth, he still can't think like a normal person and give an accurate answer. Master, it should be replacement. Just then, a little red said, I have the same feeling. You can reach my location at any time through replacement. But correspondingly, I will die. Replacement? Death? Su Zhan seemed to have grasped some key points. Immediately. He silently said in his heart, replacement. The next second. Su Zhan felt a flash before his eyes, and then he appeared in a wilderness. This was the place where Xiaohei was before. A strong wind blew in his face, like a knife scraping, and Su Zhan's face was full of shock at this moment. This is not a replacement. It's clearly teleportation. You know that he and this little black are at least more than 10,000 miles apart. Just one thought, it spans such a long-term distance, and it appears here. What can this be a transient? Look at the space. Xiaohei, which was replaced by Su Zhan, has become a gray-white fog, and directly entered the resurrected cooling state. Crossing such a long distance, the price consumes a little black. It means that even if it is caught by a high realm, I can use it directly in front of him. No matter how good the existence is, I'm afraid I want to find me as a deity. This life-saving means, really invincible. Su Zhan sighs. He now generally understands what the avatar is in the body. Obviously it is one of the new functions. However, it has not appeared in the space of consciousness, and it is a strange species among many functions. And it does a big role, not to enhance the benefits of spiritual stone like other functions, and provide a channel of strong strength, it is self-protection. The avatars are self-protection. After all, the continuous time is too short, and the cost of consumption is too large. It is not easy to use it easily when the face is desperate. The replacement of the avatar is also self-protection. Not in the face of opponents who cannot defeat and need to escape. This function is not much. In the future, it is estimated that the additional improvement will be self-protection. As for the self-protection, I really can't guess. The replacement of the avatars has reached the ultimate of Su Zhan's imagination. When I met the guy who couldn't beat, either became hundreds of times stronger in an instant, across a whole big realm, and continued with him.
Either replace it directly and run away. What is playing is wretched, go. As long as the deity is not dead. Sujan still wants to ransack the mine and ransacked. Try it again, see how far the distance can be reached. Sujan fought again. Next moment. In addition to the straight line distance from Sujan at least 1 million kilometers, Xiaohei, located in the Wuji Gate, suddenly stopped his body. Then its entire black body changed from the inside out to the appearance of Sujan's deity, and it quietly disappeared. Sujan seemed to be drilled from his body, and its dotted black body became a moving human-shaped worms. Millions of kilometers, it is done. Go to the other end, Tianlanzong, it is more than 2 million kilometers away from this. Sujan used it again. No accident. After a short look, Sujan once again appeared in the boundary of Tianlan sect. When he appeared, it happened to be together with a Danjing in the early days. I almost forgot, the little blacks were searching and fighting. Before I came, I should look at it through the perspective. However, since I finally came out, just right, you can do it yourself, try it. Sujan's eyes flashed. Turning around, the long knife appeared in his hands. At the same time, many external merits, internal skills, weapon exercises, attribute exercises. All were exhibited by him at this moment. Many attributes. The opposite Danjing was taken aback at this time. A living person in the small black body? Intersection but between electric light and stone fire. He immediately understood. You are Su Zhanjuan, right? Give me to death. There was no nonsense in the early days of Danjing, and it was a sword up. I want me to die? It's not enough for you to get enough in the early days. Su Zhanming waved. Gathering many attributes, wrapped a number of knives with many exercises, and turned into several tens of meters in the early days of Dan. Boom! Intersection, the sound of shocking ears was heard. The whole process happened quickly, and the existence of Danjing could not even react. Su Zhan, who has not been doing it for a long time, has always been behind the scenes, and finally realized the pleasure brought by the fighting and fighting. The long-lost adrenaline soaring, the long-lost blood surging, all the brains were used up. The combat intention is full of Su Zhan's eyes. Come again! Su Zhan screamed. The two sides took a continuous shot and collided crazy. Master, I'm here to help. No, search for your spirit stone, just give it to me to solve it. Su Zhan rejected the help of Xiaohei, who came to the other side. Guarding Su Zhan is the biggest mission of Xiaohei, but Su Zhan's order is bigger. Xiaohei didn't hesitate, turned decisively, and continued to search. But Su Zhan pays attention to singles. There is no such awareness opposite. Brother, I'll help you. During the fight, he suddenly killed another Danjing in the early days of the opposite side. Seeing the costumes of the two, they knew that they were all Danzong disciples of Tiansong. 2 hit 1. It is also Danjing. Rao is the strength of Su Zhan's cross-level in fighting. In the face of this lineup, it is also difficult to fight. The two of the other party joined forces to break away from Su Zhan. Su Zhan's deity hit him out. Owner. The situation of Su Zhan was dangerous, and Xiaohei, who had left before, rushed quickly. Two people, right. Since you don't have martial ethics, I won't be polite. Su Zhan grinned, it's just right. For so long, I haven't tried what it feels like to fight with a clone in my body. You are lucky to see me use my trump card, it is the honor of your life. The voice fell. The 194 newly born little blacks all fell around Su Zhan in an instant. Oh no! Junior brother, Su Zhan summoned a clone outside his body, we are no match for him, run away. When the two early Dan realms saw this scene, their faces changed drastically, and they decisively turned into streams of light and flew away quickly. As they ran, they looked back. When they saw with their own eyes that these nearly 200 little blacks were all integrated into Su Zhan's body in an instant, their faces changed again. What new method is this? Soon, they got the answer. Boom! Su Zhan's aura, from the previous state comparable to the early stage of Dan realm, suddenly soared to the level of Dan realm perfection. And this is not an ordinary Dan realm perfection aura. It is the kind of aura that seems to have stayed in the Dan realm perfection for hundreds of years, and is only one step away from the Xian realm. The two who personally experienced this scene were shocked. Another weird method that is not in the intelligence. We must go back and report to the master. Junior brother, it's too late, I'm afraid we are finished today. Just as the senior brother was about to finish his words, a shocking sword light hundreds of meters high, with the momentum of tearing the sky and the earth, came from the direction where Su Zhan was, and it came with a bang. The two tried to resist.
However, at this moment, any struggle they had seemed so pale and powerless in front of the distance of 3 small realms. The 100-meter sword light instantly submerged them. Then it continued to rush into the sky, becoming a brilliant light spot that merged into the sky. As for the 2 brothers from the Tianlan sect, as if they had never existed in this world, they were completely wiped out on the spot. It feels so good to suddenly increase my strength by more than 20 times. But I consumed nearly 200 xiao hei in one breath, which hurts my heart. 200 small blacks can be calculated based on 200 billion yuan. In order to solve the early days of the 2 Danjing, it paid so much. This business is a blood loss. But relative. In exchange for the best experience of the first part of the body, the best experience. And the clearest cognition of the parties in actual combat. Half a second. No matter how many quantities, whether it is a body or 200 in the body at the same time. This process takes half a second time. Today I encountered the early days of Danjing, which was exactly enough. But if you encounter more fierce enemies and can't even hold half a second, I have to prepare in advance. The strong enemy referred to by Su Zhan must be the existence of the mysterious realm. In the face of that level of rivals, it is really possible that you can't survive in half a second and be killed on the spot. Confidence is okay, blind. After understanding this, Su Zhan will not easily entrust the future. There is also a perfect strategy to deal with strong enemies. Continue to test the avatar replacement. Nympho. After trying for a moment, Su Zhan has basically understood what the avatar replacement is. No restrictions. No matter how many times it is used, how far the application is, consumption is always a small black. The most important thing is, like the avatars, the avatar replacement can ignore the distance, ignore the terrain, even ignore some isolation of the formation method, etc., and replace it at will. The role of the avatar replacement is far beyond my imagination. With it, I can not only escape from the power of Dion, but I can also escape from many seals, restraint, traps, and even suppressing the formation. Not only that, but even the secret that ordinary people cannot enter and exit at will. For me, a thought can go in and out. Su Zhan's eyes flashed. Although he has not tested whether the option of secrets is true. But intuition tells him that this idea must do. There is such a great means, and it's time to fulfill the promise with Master. For the first time, Su Zhan thought of the agreement with Zhan Yuer. Capture poisonous lives and exchange Mahayana-level exercises. For him, poisoning real people are no longer a threat. The Mahayana-level exercises are what he desires. This kind of high-quality method that almost wanna buy in the outside world is of course the first time. It's best to get it. Xiaohong number 2, you go to collect the trace of poisonous real people, and then send a few xiao hei to the Blood Eagle. I found the opportunity, tell me directly, I came to do it in person. Su Zhan decisively ordered. Poisoning real people are in the late Danjing, and it is not far from Danjing. This powerful enemy can only deal with themselves. Yes, Master. Number 2 Xiaohong immediately responded. The speed of Lingshi has slowed a lot. It seems that 350 medium-sized mines have been searched almost. I have to withdraw a part and let them practice. The rest, continue to rush to other Zongmen. Next time, maybe you can not only move the medium-sized mine, even large mines can be considered, that's all. Under the order of Su Zhan. The 350 medium-sized mines finally saw the light from the time of darkness, but they also paid a painful price, and members of the punishment team were almost slaughtered, and the spiritual stone accumulated for many days was ransacked. The only thing it is worthy of being fortunate is that Su Zhan did not destroy the mine. After all, he was full, and he was full of him. I improved 2 stages within a day and gave me such a new feature that burst out. Today I was satisfied. The next wave to see if I can make a new high, and give me a breadth of 4 or 5 stages, so that I can do it. Unlock the new features directly. Su Zhan's calculation. Suddenly. Master, someone wants to talk to you. The voice of Xiaohong number 1 came. The other party is very strong, which is the existence of the spiritual realm. I can't perceive the realm he prepared. It should be the world. Tonshinjing. Talk to yourself? Which ancestor's head of the prince was out offered? Su Zhan looked slightly. According to him, anyone who can open up the dispute and the lowest to sit in the town must be the heavenly realm. In other words, regardless of the Chunyang sect, Blood Eagle sect, Woji Gate, Lingji Cave, Tianlan sect, etc. These ancestors are a stargate opened by the people of Tongtian. Generally speaking, Tongtian realm will hang the name of the Lord, and most of the things are handled by the elders, and they will not come forward easily. Because they need to continue to cultivate wholeheartedly, impact the stronger and higher realm, gain longer life, and more fierce strength, in order to ensure that the ancestors are prosperous. There are even more rumors. The reason why the princes of Tongshanhan have been basically have no news because they are not in this world at all. Therefore, unless they encountered the elders who could not solve it, and the life and death of Zongman was related to the survival of the sect, the head of the prince would not basically do not do it in person. Obviously. The moves of the mining many times have become major events in the eyes of the elders, and they have to let the princes come in person. Then I have to see well, how exactly it exists in Tongtian realm. Su Zhan entered the perspective of Xiaohong number 1. Next second. He saw a black-haired young man floating in the air, surrounded by blood mist. With just one glance, Su Zhan could tell that this man was from the Tongtian realm. Even though Su Zhan was separated from Xiaohong number 1 by the pressure in his scarlet eyes, he could clearly feel it. And the many elders behind this man were also familiar faces that he had met last time. Su Zhan, you're here. Blood Eagle Heavenly Venerable spoke. The momentum of the Tongtian realm is indeed good. Su Zhan said lightly. Are you interested in making a deal? Blood Eagle Heavenly Venerable narrowed his eyes. Want me to stop attacking the minds and disciples of the Blood Eagle sect? Su Zhan responded, what conditions can you offer? Since you are so straightforward, I will not beat around the bush and speak frankly. You robbed many minds for the sake of those spirit stones. This time you are attacking in 5 sections. According to my estimation, the range you can rob will not exceed 500 medium-sized mines. According to each medium-sized mine, it can provide about 10-20 spirit crystals. The total number you plundered is only within 5,000-10,000 spirit crystals. Spirit crystals, Su Zhan knows. Above the upper grade spirit stones are the best grade spirit stones, above the best grade spirit stones are the products that cross a class, spirit crystals. 1 spirit stone is equal to 100 million spirit stones. To be able to afford spirit crystals, at least one must be a person above the Xian realm. However, this Blood Eagle Heavenly Venerable obviously overestimated Su Zhan's profit. Throughout the whole process, he didn't even collect 4,000 spirit crystals, let alone 5,000. If you want spirit crystals, I'll give them to you, the amount is 10,000. But you have to promise that you will never invade my Blood Eagle sect again, and never attack my Blood Eagle sect again. How about that? Of course, to show my sincerity, here are 1,000 spirit crystals as a deposit for this transaction. Blood Eagle Heavenly Venerable waved his sleeves, and a stream of light flew out and landed on number 1 Little Red's hand. The light dissipated, revealing a space ring. Space rings are incredible treasures for those below the Dan realm. But for those above the Dan realm, they are very common. 1,000 spirit crystals are given away as soon as they are given. The generosity of the Tongtian realm is really beyond my expectation. But I'm afraid this money is not so easy to collect, right? Obviously it was an extraordinary thing, but Su Zhan always felt that there was a trap waiting for him. After all, these 1,000 spirit crystals are too easy. Generally, such things that are approximately falling off the pie are often accompanied by a huge crisis. But 1,000 Lingjing really wants to return back hard, not in line with my personality. No matter what the idea is to fight, anyway, my life-saving means are endless. I will take it. Immediately, Su Zhan didn't tangle too much. Poster this space ring into his avatar space. Seeing this scene, the Blood Eagle Tianzuan flickered in the scarlet eyes, and the corner of his mouth raised involuntarily. Okay, I agree with this transaction. Su Zhan said, I will let all my body exterminate from the Blood Eagle boundary, and no longer shoot anyone who is in the Blood Eagle. The remaining 9,000 spirit crystals, how do you plan to deliver? At noon tomorrow, you send an external body to the border between my Blood Eagle and Shenyang zone, and I will send the remaining 9,000 spirit crystals. I hope that you can talk about the words, collect the money, and no longer take the shot of Blood Eagle. Blood Eagle Tianzuan said, in addition, I have a big business, and want to negotiate with your will. Wait for tomorrow. After the transfer is over, let's talk about big business, and you will be very interested. Okay, at noon tomorrow, I will wait for you. After Su Zhan said, number 1 Xiaohong's body was scattered, turning into a ray of red smoke, dissipating without a trace. Sect, do you really want to reach a 10,000 Lingjing transaction with this boy? An elder couldn't help asking. Other elders also have this doubt and concerns. Blood Eagle Zone took the initiative to compromise with a little guy in the realm and lost money. If the news came out, the Blood Eagle sect will immediately become a laughingstock of all Zongmen, and the reputation is completely swept away. Trading is a must. But if 10,000 Lingjing can get it alive, it depends on my mood. Blood Eagle heaven respects a faint way. Sect, what do you mean? Do you know where Suzhan's deity is? The 9 elders all changed slightly at this time. Good. His deity is true, in Xunyang sect. Blood Eagle Tianzuan Scarlet flashed. It is not deeply hidden in a wilderness located in Xunyang Zone on the south. How do you know the Lord? The elders were shocked. Even Tian Yenzong failed to deduce the position of Su Zhanban. The owner of his family just talked with Su Zhan's body and talked about it. He even learned that the deity was intersection Lingjing. The Lord made hands and feet on Lingjing. Elder Fairy broke the opportunity. Do your hands and feet on Lingjing? But some disciples have tried before and made hands and feet on Lingshi, but Lingshi later had no message, as if it was evaporated from the world. What did the prince do? His Holiness Genie was puzzled. Yes, it's not just spiritual stone, spiritual tools, heaven and earth treasure, elixir, exercise, etc. all have tried, but they have no effect. Another elder is puzzled. They tried this means. But the result is no exception. As long as those who are transformed away by those who are transformed away, all the positioning, all tracking, all seem to be cut off, and feel less than half a point. Even if it is a high-level positioning treasure. The method of positioning they use is either to locate the echo between treasures, or to lock in space methods, and then be more advanced, just use cause and effect, Blood Eagle Tianzuan said, and I planted it on Lingjing, but my destiny is. Of course, it is hundreds of times better than those disciples. The phase of the destiny. After hearing this, the elders couldn't help but show envy and fiery in their eyes. They are a good spirit, and they can't be clear about the fate. After becoming Tongtian realm, the heavens and the earth are in control, and you can use the power of the world, and then cooperate with the artistic conception, the rules of the heavens and the earth to create your own destiny. Once the fate is successful, it is possible to step into the king. Because every king realm must have a king's phase. Its existence is like the second life of the monk. This is why the Blood Eagle Tianzuan can directly lock Su Zhan's deity after planting the ordered fate on Lingjing. The induction at the level of life is not easy to block. Unless Wang Jing personally started, even if Tongtian is coming, as long as he can't find the destiny on Lingjing a day, he will be completely locked in one day. Go now, go to Chunyang sect. Blood Eagle Tianzuan ordered. Sect, are you going to go in person? The elders were surprised. It is my destiny that can accurately lock him. Naturally, I go to myself. No matter what weird means this boy uses, you want to escape. But, the Lord, so he rushed to the site of Chunyang Zone, for fear of causing the anger of Chunyang Zone. Otherwise, we would like to know the Chunyang Zone? A elder was worried. The strength of the Blood Eagle sect is indeed very strong, and it can steadily suppress the pure Yang Zone. But if you want to invade the boundary of Chunyang Zone at will, you can't do it at all. If you run over the general realm, the villains such as Yuan Jing will be. But now the Lord of the Blood Eagle is the Lord of Blood Eagle. And the 9 elders of Blood Eagle sect. Once this level of lineups appear in the realm of Chunyang Zone, they are declare war to Chunyang sect. The Chunyang sect of Chunyang sect, including the Chunyang sect, from the elder to the elders to the disciples below, will be fully attacked at all costs, and the blood battle to the end. At that time, they are equivalent to being trapped in the enemy camp, giving them a good opportunity to Chunyang Zone, and it is easy to make big mistakes. Say in advance? The secret on Su Zhan, are you ready to make people? Blood Eagle Tianzuan said coldly, what's more, how can I wait for it? When the Chunyang Zone discovered, Su Zhan had been caught by me and returned to the Blood Eagle. What about Chunyang Zone even if there is a lustrous anger? If they really want to fight me, I don't mind letting him taste the results of me in the secret situation for so many years. Obviously. Blood Eagle Tianzuan is domineering. If you didn't find it, Su Zhan was easily grasped. I was discovered. It is a subordinate, please punish him. The elder quickly confessed his mistakes. Needless to say, start immediately. Blood Eagle Tianzuan waved his sleeves, and 9 elders, including himself, turned into a blood-colored light, and went straight to the direction of Chunyang sect. Nympho 1000 spirit crystals, that's it? Blood Eagle Tianzuan, the character of the heavenly world is really planning to compromise? Su Zhan at this time was still a little confused. Even the characters in the spiritual realm, mysterious realm, and even Dan Jing looked down on him, would rather chase and siege in an all-round way, and refuse to sit down to talk about conditions.
Instead, is it willing to pass heaven? Is there any weird on this space ring? Sujan first thought of on the space ring. He also encountered this kind of thing before, but as long as he entered the avatar space, all the connections with the outside world were cut off, and any tracking and positioning methods were invalid. Not only that. With the gradual improvement of his stage, the stronger the effect of this cutting and shielding will be. Even if it is a shot of the Xianjing spiritual realm, he wants to make any moths in this avatar space. However, Tomshinjing Sujan was not sure. Space ring, can't put this. The spirit crystal he sent directly, absorbed digestion directly. Sujan decisively sent the space ring to one of the little red and the blue sect and let him wear. Lingjing is to make the black brand directly sucked. However, when the black brand was sucked halfway. Sujan found out that one of the spirit crystals was not absorbed by the black imprint. Sure enough. I just said, how can there be free lunch in the world? It's all poisonous. Now I completely understand the true purpose of the deal between Blood Eagle Tianzuan and myself. I saw Sujan taking out the spiritual crystal. Put it in your hands and look at it carefully. From the outside, it is no different from ordinary spiritual crystals. Even when used to absorb spiritual energy normally, there is no problem and it can be used normally. Click. Sujan exerted slight force, and the spiritual crystal was crushed into several obvious cracks, and a large amount of spiritual energy escaped from the cracks. For now. With Sujan's strength, he couldn't see anything strange or different about this spiritual crystal. Xiaohong, come here. Number 4 Xiaohong appeared in front of Sujan. Use your spiritual consciousness to explore this spiritual crystal. Yes, master. Number 4 Xiaohong did as he was told. The moment it took over the spiritual crystal, its divine consciousness penetrated into the spiritual crystal. Master, my consciousness has been severely damaged. Number 4 Xiaohong reported directly. Has your consciousness been severely damaged? Sujan's expression condensed. Fortunately, he did not rush to use his spiritual consciousness to explore, otherwise he would be the one who suffered severe injuries now. Moreover, when his spiritual consciousness was injured, the pain was like cutting flesh and bone, extremely painful. That is, Xiaohong felt no pain. Otherwise, I would have to roll all over the floor now. Just as number 4 Xiaohong finished speaking, Sujan suddenly discovered that the spiritual crystal that had been cracked by him had automatically recovered. The things in the spiritual crystal are not simple. This spiritual crystal should be used by the other party to locate my original position. In this case, the transaction at noon tomorrow is just a gimmick. The clone space cannot deal with this thing. They are probably on their way here now. It's on its way. Sujan made a guess. Various sects have been trying to use this method to locate his true body before, but they were all cut off by the space shield of the clone, making it impossible to start. Now Tongtian realm has been achieved. It can be seen that the saying that all mortals are mortal under the Tongtian realm that has been rumored by the outside world is true. The method is so superb that even the clone space may not be able to block it. But just because of this thing, you want to deal with me? Sujan curled his lips and said, that's right. I'm bored anyway, so I'll have some fun and take a walk with you big shots. Although he is currently within the Chunyang sect. But the person sent by the other party was the leader of the Blood Eagle sect. How could a person of this level be restricted by mere territorial boundaries? Time turns. At dawn the next day. Within the Chunyang sect, somewhere high in the sky, a bloody stream of light was traveling at great speed. It was none other than the Blood Eagle sect master and his party. After a day's effort, they not only successfully sneaked into the Chunyang sect, but were almost at Sujan's location. Close. The last 3,000 miles. The perception of the Tongtian realm can reach thousands of miles away. As long as they are within 1,000 miles of each other, with the help of the Tongtian realm, they don't even need to get close. They can directly shoot Sujan from the air and immobilize him. Without the slightest notice, he is completely restrained and becomes a piece of fish on the chopping board for them to slaughter. When the elders heard this, they were all excited. They have coveted Sujan's treasures for a long time. Although now that Blood Eagle Tianzuan has taken action, this treasure must have no chance with them. But being able to see with their own eyes that this damn little guy was caught by them, and the treasure was obtained by their sect master, they can be regarded as letting out a bad breath, and the future of the Blood Eagle sect is limitless. As the distance quickly shortened. 2,500 miles. 2,000 miles. 1,500 miles. 1,000 miles. His presence is sensed. The eyes of the Blood Eagle sect master suddenly flashed, but the next second, his expression changed. What's going on? Blood Eagle Tianzuan paused. All 9 elders also stopped. They all looked at Blood Eagle Tianzuan, and saw the obvious look of surprise on the other person's face, as well as the gradually gloomy expression. They couldn't help but look at each other, and there was a hint of bad premonition in their hearts. Sect Master, what's wrong? Lord Genie asked cautiously. The spiritual crystal was suddenly moved. In just an instant, we reached the realm of Wuji Gate. It's 5 million miles away from where we are now. Blood Eagle Tianzuan said in a deep voice. All 9 elders also changed their expressions. They were about to reach their destination, but the other party teleported away instantly? And before that, they had to move millions of miles. Teleported 5 million miles this time? How did he know about our arrival? Is it a coincidence? Or did you know we were coming and ran away on purpose? Elder Fairy thought. Sect Master, will the sign of your destiny that you left behind produce any signs as you move? An elder said, perhaps these signs made him alert? There are signs, but he cannot detect these signs. Only I can sense them. Blood Eagle Tianzuan said, it should be just a coincidence. Continue to the Wuji Gate. When the 9 elders heard that they had to cross the sect border, they were a little embarrassed. They had already offended a Chunyang sect, and if they offended other sects, the consequences. But the sect leader had already spoken. How could they dare to disobey the order? They all agreed immediately, and with a wave of sleeves from the Blood Eagle Heavenly Lord, they headed straight for the Wuji sect. Master, the attack strength of the spiritual consciousness in the spirit crystal has increased. It's moving again. As soon as the Blood Eagle Tianzuan started to move, Su Zhan could clearly sense the approach of the other party through Xiaohong. That's right. The reason why Su Zhan could judge the distance of the Blood Eagle Tianzuan and others was because of the strength of the spiritual consciousness attack in the spirit crystal. The farther the distance, the weaker the attack strength of the spiritual consciousness. The closer the distance, the stronger the attack strength of the spiritual consciousness. When the distance is close to a certain extent, the strength of the spiritual consciousness will be beyond imagination, and it will directly destroy Xiaohong's spiritual consciousness and cause her to collapse and die on the spot. It was at this time that Su Zhan directly used his clone to replace him and instantly arrived at the Wuji Gate millions of kilometers away. Of course. This method is not something that ordinary people can do. After all, no one can have a death squad like Xiaohong, who is not only not afraid of death, but also does not feel any pain when the spiritual consciousness is injured. I'm afraid that in the world, only Su Zhan can have such means. Yuan Jing sneaked into Tongxinjing. This kind of feat is probably the best, right? Su Zhan grinned. Moreover, as the leader of a sect, he crossed the borders of several sects many times and entered their territory without permission. When the time comes, the anger of several sects will be enough for these guys to drink a pot. It just so happens that since the elders and sect leaders of the Blood Eagle sect are all out and the old nest is empty, we can take advantage of this time to continue to make trouble in the Blood Eagle sect. Not only mines, medicinal fields, animal training houses, and mines of various metal veins, they can all be attacked. Even cities, I can directly attack them openly, make a big fuss and plunder them. Xiao Hei, everyone can get ready. Su Zhan was about to give the order. Suddenly, boom! A violent roar exploded in his mind. Then the whole consciousness seemed to jump through space and came directly to a void universe. And in front of him, it actually reflected a long river connecting the two ends of the universe, formed by the gathering of stars in the sky. At a glance, Su Zhan recognized what this long river was. Is this a long river of time and space? Time attribute, done. This was the first time that Su Zhan felt what it was like to have the top attributes. Not only did he witness the long river of time with his own eyes. At the same time, a large amount of information about the Emperor of Time and the time attribute was madly pouring into his mind. The amount of information was even more exaggerated than that of the Hinayana level. Just from this point, we can know how terrifying the time attribute is. If the attribute technique is the top of the same grade of techniques, attributes such as wind, thunder, and poison can directly increase the grade of the technique by one level. Attributes such as life, light, and darkness can increase the grade of the technique by 2 levels. When it comes to the time and space type, it even soared by 3 levels. Therefore, don't think that Su Zhan only mastered a subtle level time attribute technique, but in fact, the value it brings is enough to be comparable to the Mahayana level, or even better. Boom! Another roar. The long river of time collapsed. Su Zhan's consciousness returned to the real world again.
He himself was not in a hurry to open his eyes, but quietly felt the mystery of the time attribute. After a while, when Sujan slowly opened his eyes, the image of the long river of time suddenly appeared in his eyes. Time. This is the time attribute, it's really wonderful. Sujan couldn't help but sigh. He casually picked up a small stone on the ground through the air. Stop! As Sujan's eyes flashed, the flying small stone seemed to be frozen, and it suddenly stopped in the air. If you look carefully, you can see that not only the small stone is frozen, but also the surroundings, about the size of a palm, even the air, aura, momentum, sound, etc. Everything is frozen. This is the time attribute. The first use is to create an area of free control of time with a raised hand, so that time will no longer flow and stop completely. Slow. Sujan's mind moved. The small stone started moving again. But its movements were extremely slow, as if the picture was slowed down dozens of times, moving forward little by little. This is time slow motion. Fast. Sujan used another move. The pebble was like an arrow shot from a bow, suddenly accelerating, spinning around Sujan madly at a speed beyond the naked eye. This is time fast forward. Stop. Slow. Fast. Sujan repeated the move, switching the pebble back and forth between the three modes of stillness, slow movement, and fast movement, gradually becoming proficient. You can use it casually against a small pebble. I wonder what it will be like against a real enemy. Xiaohei, you guys work. Number 3 Xiaohong, come here. Sujan gave an order, and Xiaohei and Xiaohong immediately started working. Number 3 Xiaohong appeared in front of him. Attack me. After the order was issued, Number 3 Xiaohong did not hesitate at all and directly swung the knife to attack. It was about to fall on Sujan. But just 5 centimeters away from Sujan's skin, the blade seemed to have hit an invisible swamp, and the speed was reduced to the extreme. After a whole breath, it didn't even penetrate 1 centimeter. Sure enough. I used time to stop, but Xiaohong's knife can still attack me slowly. If it were someone who was many times stronger than me, like the Xian realm or Tontian realm, the time attribute alone would not be able to stop their attack. It can only delay it for a second or half a second. But this is also perverted enough. It means that having the time attribute is not only able to sweep the same level and reach the level of invincibility in the same level, but also able to easily fight across realms. As long as the opponent is not so powerful that it makes people despair, there is a chance to resist and survive. A subtle attribute technique can bring such an effect. It can be seen how exaggerated the horror of the time attribute is. Xiaohong, you also use the time attribute and try to attack me again. Sujan ordered again. Number 3 Xiaohong still did not hesitate at all, and decisively performed the Time Emperor Underworld Sutra. The blade of the long sword was instantly covered with an invisible quagmire that was enough to distort the space, and then fell straight down. Swish! The long sword was not blocked at all, and easily cut Sujan's skin, and a lot of blood oozed out. The result is out. The time attribute can offset the time attribute. This also means that once 2 cultivators who have mastered the time attribute meet, the time attribute will not be able to play the due effect. Both sides have to compete to see who has a higher level of time attribute. On the contrary, once the opponent has no time attribute, it means that Sujan's defense is almost unbreakable. Once the time effect is turned on, no matter what attack is close, it will be suddenly reduced and slowed down. In this case, as long as he does not encounter an extremely powerful person, Sujan can really be invincible in defense. It's my turn next. Xiaohong, you defend yourself fully, and maximize your defense. Sujan's wounds healed quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. He flipped his palm, and a long sword appeared. After giving an order, he swung the sword. The sword was incredibly fast. It was like lightning, and even Sujan's waving arms could not be seen clearly. Dang 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 dang. Even Sujan didn't know how many swords he had swung in an instant. All I know is that after a soft sound, several layers of protective aura on Xiaohong's body were shattered on the spot like paper. The wounds on Xiaohong's body suddenly appeared, and blood spurted out. In that second just now, I spent at least 50 knives. Time is accelerated to make my attacks more impactful. At the same time, combined with the crazy thunder sword technique, my sword shooting speed can be extremely fast. Sujan was amazed. This is equivalent to a time attribute, which directly increases his defense and attack power by several levels in an instant. The only drawback is still the consumption of spiritual energy. The gain of the time attribute is so astonishing, and the cost of its consumption is naturally also particularly astonishing.
Even though Su Zhan has practiced many internal skills now, the amount of spiritual energy stored and the speed of spiritual energy recovery are more than 10 times higher than before, but it is still a bit too much to use the time attribute. Every second he uses it, his spiritual energy will decrease at a rate close to 7% 10%. Within 10 seconds at most, his spiritual energy will be completely exhausted. Certainly. This is also related to the fact that Su Zhan is currently in the Yuan realm. If he waits until he reaches the alchemy realm and the higher Xian realm, the amount of spiritual energy stored and recovered will increase dramatically. This consumption of time attributes will no longer be a problem. Brothers Shohei, in the next confrontation with the enemy, try not to use the time attribute. Unless it is necessary, otherwise it will be treated as if this technique does not exist. Do you understand? Su Zhan ordered. Of course, such a domineering time attribute must be hidden as a trump card. Otherwise, if he uses it casually, with his current reputation in various sects, word will spread in minutes. This group of people themselves covet the so-called treasures on their bodies. If they find out again that they have time attribute skills, they might even come to the king realm to get involved. Yes, master. The black guys responded quickly. Desperate, self-protection, sneak attack. I have all these methods now. Now I can finally hang up and wait for the next new function to be released. Su Zhan was so happy that he started to lie down and hang up to become stronger. The top leaders of Chunyang sect have received news that Blood Eagle Tianzuan led 9 elders into the realm of Chunyang sect. This is unreasonable. Go and invite the sect master. Blood Eagle Tianzuan is so arrogant that he entered the realm of our Chunyang sect openly. If so, let him never come back. Quick, quick, quick. Gather all the disciples above the Dan realm and issue the highest war alert. Chunyang sect has entered a state of all-out war. After the 8 spiritual realm perfection elders of Chunyang sect learned about this incident, they were furious on the spot. Without saying a word, they issued the highest level war alert to Chunyang sect. This kind of war warning is usually issued only when it involves the war to destroy the sect. Because it mobilized not only the disciples who joined the Chunyang sect, including all the cities and forces within the Chunyang sect, no matter how big or small, no matter how strong or weak. As long as the realm is above the Dan realm, they must be forced to fight. The Yuan realm and mortal realm below the Dan realm are also not immune. It's just that they no longer attack alone, but are organized by various formations, with hundreds of thousands or millions of cultivators as units, condensed into a giant comparable to the spiritual realm and the heavenly realm to participate in the battle. One can imagine how angry Chunyang sect was at this moment. It was more than 100 times more angry than when Su Zhan looted the mine. Chunyang sect, in the palace of the sect leader. In a mirror channel. His whole body exuded blazing light like the sun, and he floated out from the other side of the secret realm like a small human-shaped sun. This person is the leader of Chunyang sect, the Chunyang heavenly lord of this generation. See the sect leader. The 8 Chunyang sect elders all greeted him respectfully. Sect master, Blood Eagle, withdraw the war alert. As soon as the elders opened their mouths, Chunyang Tianzuan directly issued the first order for his return. Sect master, Blood Eagle Tianzuan led all the elders to invade our Chunyang sect. How could he, I said, withdraw the war alert? Chunyang Tianzuan increased his tone. The elders looked at each other, each at a loss, but in the end one of the elders took the initiative to stand up. Yes, sect master, I will cancel the war alarm immediately. Afterwards, the elder quickly left the sect master's palace. The Blood Eagle Tianzuan entered our realm without killing or robbing. He was just passing by. Our Chunyang sect directly issued a war warning. If it spread, it would only make people laugh. This is one of them. It's impossible for them to enter the realm of our Chunyang sect without knowing how serious the consequences will be. To make them so anxious that they didn't even hide their bodies properly, and to be discovered and reported by my disciples of the Chunyang sect, it means that they must be chasing someone. A more valuable object. This is the second one. The mantis stalks the cicada and the oriole is behind. Since they already know where the valuable object is, what we have to do is not to alert the snake and confront him angrily, but to take action at the appropriate moment to get the real benefits. It's the third one. Lastly, and most importantly, the Blood Eagle Heavenly Lord slaughtered more than 10 alien races in the heaven-reaching realm and the secret realm. I am ashamed of his strength. Chunyang Tianzuan's simple and innocent words made the elders suddenly understand. Apparently, Blood Eagle Tianzuan is no longer the Blood Eagle Tianzuan they knew before. The other party has obtained many resources and opportunities in the secret realm, and his strength has been greatly improved. Even their sect leader has to be afraid of him. If we force a frontal confrontation, Xunyang's sect may not really be able to gain any benefits. If our vitality is severely damaged, it may very well be a serious injury, giving other sects the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. I'm so reckless, please punish me, the elders said in unison. There is no need for punishment. Do you know what they are chasing? Xunyang Tianzuan asked. The elders looked at me and I looked at you, and finally they all shook their heads. Have any treasures been discovered in Xunyang's sect recently? Xunyang Tianzuan tried to understand from other things. Reporting to the sect master, no treasure has been born in the sect, but there is a demon king who is really giving each sect some headaches. An elder said. The demon king of confusion? Xunyang Tianzuan was confused. The elders below immediately buried their heads. His name is Su Zhan. More than 2 months ago, he was a miner in the Fengshe small mine near the small town of Fengshe in the south. The consequences, the elder reported truthfully, from the first time Su Zhan looted the mine, to the crazy spread later, and finally harmed 5 sects, even medium-sized mines were not spared. There is such a person, Xunyang Tianzuan's eyes also shone when he heard this. Unpredictable means. There are as many external incarnations as stars. In just over 2 months, he was promoted from a mortal realm to the mid-yuan realm. Even the spiritual realm elders of Tianyan sect personally came forward to deduce, but they were unable to pinpoint his true identity. So much so that to this day, Su Zhan is still at large and cannot be caught. Every achievement here is beyond imagination and unbelievable. Even if it is placed in the secret realm of all races, it will be extremely explosive. It should be him. Xunyang Tianzuan's eyes flashed. It makes Blood Eagle Tianzuan not hesitate to risk war and come across the border in person. Apart from coming to see this little guy, there is no other better reason. And if nothing else goes wrong, what Blood Eagle Tianzuan used should be his natal phase. He used this method to track down and kill more than 3 aliens in the heaven-reaching realm, and also obtained a lot of treasures. From this point of view, this Su Zhan must have a terrible secret. The Blood Eagle Tianzuan has moved, we must move quickly, even if there is a chance, we must not let it go. When the elders heard this, they immediately raised their heads and were extremely excited. The sect leader clearly wanted to take them to follow Blood Eagle Tianzuan and cause trouble. They were so excited when they thought about making the guys of Blood Eagle sect lose face. Sect Master. At this time, the elder who had left earlier came back. The war alert has been lifted. The news just came back that Blood Eagle Tianzuan and others are heading straight for the border of Wujiman. Going to Wujiman? All of a sudden, not only the elders were puzzled, but even Xunyang Tianzuan was puzzled. Wasn't Su Zhan in the territory of Xunyang's sect? Why did Blood Eagle Tianzuan run to Wujiman again? Could it be that he guessed wrong, and Blood Eagle Tianzuan and others were not looking for Su Zhan? No matter. No matter who it is, they, the yellow bird, must appear later. The news is delayed. When Xunyang Tianzuan and others received the news, the time difference was enough for Blood Eagle Tianzuan and others to successfully cross the border between Xunyang's sect and Wujiman and enter the territory of Wujiman. It's that kid's incarnation again. There are everywhere along the way. The entire Xunyang sect is almost infiltrated by his incarnation. The elders who were traveling in the sky easily discovered the existence of the little blacks on the ground. After all, these little blacks were either robbing or on the way to robbing. The noise they made was too loud and it was hard not to notice them. But they didn't want to care at all. They just wanted to find Su Zhan's real body and take away all the secrets from him. Suddenly, Blood Eagle Tianzuan, including the 9 elders, all looked down in unison. This kid has broken through again. Late Yuan realm. How could his breakthrough be so fast? The elders gnashed their teeth. Only Blood Eagle Tianzuan frowned. Just now. Why did I feel a trace of time from them? Is it an illusion? Although the feeling is subtle and weak. But for Blood Eagle Tianzuan, who has fought many times with many alien races and personally experienced the horror of the time attribute, the time attribute has been a lifelong nightmare and shadow for him, not to mention a trace, even just a likeness, will make him unable to help himself. My heart sank. There is no one in the 1-star sect in Qingyan Immortal Mountain who possesses time attribute skills. It should be the weird secret of this kid. Maybe this guy's teleportation is also related to the space attribute. The more he thought about it, the more the Blood Eagle Heavenly Lord became coveted. Time, space. Any one of them is enough to increase his strength to an unimaginable level. Once the secret in Su Zhan's hands can involve any one of them, his trip will be worth it. If he had both, it would be a waste of money.
In the future, the Blood Eagle sect he will lead will no longer be a mere 1-star sect, but a 2-star, 3-star, or even higher level giant existence. At this time, the clouds above one of the elders suddenly broke. Then a beam of light broke through the clouds and shone directly on the elder's body, completely covering him. It's the message from the Jida. To actually use such methods, could it be that something happened to the sect again? We have only been out for 2 days, how could anyone react so quickly? The elders recognized this as a message from the ultimate Tao. It is the only method of transmitting messages that can ignore distance, but it is extremely costly, and it can only be directed to one person. Those who are able to use such methods must be the people in the sect who are second only to the elders, and they have encountered problems that they cannot solve at all. Soon, after the message was delivered, the light around the elder faded. What's the matter? Blood Eagle Tianzuan took the initiative to ask. Sect Master, it's Su Zhan. Not long ago, he attacked all the territories under my Blood Eagle sect, including the city. All Dan Realm and Xian Realm disciples, both inside and outside the sect, have been ordered to take action to stop Su Zhan. It's Su Zhan again. As soon as they heard these 2 words, the elders immediately gritted their teeth and their anger rose. Then they heard that this kid had attacked all the territory of the Blood Eagle sect, and they were even more angry. It should be that he has a grudge against the noon trading. Elder Xianzi said, Wuxer didn't wait for the sect leader, so he decided to take action in anger, and expanded the scope to the point where he even took action in the city. It seems that his anger is not small. Don't worry about the small loss. As long as you catch this guy, everything you lose will be returned 1,000 times. Blood Eagle Tianzuan didn't talk nonsense. Now that Su Zhan has chosen to take action against them, there is no point in talking more. As long as he finds his true identity, everything will be completely solved. We are in the late Yuan realm. This improvement in strength is really extraordinary, and it is far more powerful than the effect brought by the previous realm breakthrough. Su Zhan felt the surging power in his body and couldn't help but sigh. Although he did not specifically test the extent of his strength at this moment, but according to his estimation, it is at least comparable to the mid-level Dan realm. Logically speaking, the rise to a small realm from the Yuan realm is not in the same dimension as the rise to a small realm from the Dan realm, and the improvement cannot be so huge, but he has mastered too many techniques, which he could not digest in the middle stage of the Yuan realm. Now that it has been directly digested in the late Yuan realm, Su Zhan's overall strength has naturally increased sharply. As those little black guys continue to practice, the level of my various skills is still rising. And during this period of time, I have synthesized many skills. Unfortunately, I have not been able to produce another time-attributed one. At most, it is the level of light attribute, or dual system skills. After I have swept through all the micro-level techniques, it's almost time to attack the Hinayana level. As the past few days passed, Su Zhan's mastery of micro-level skills seemed to have exceeded 150, but the improvement was not as huge as it was at the beginning. Apparently, the gain of the micro-level skills has gradually approached the limit. Su Zhan wants to continue to greatly improve his strength and continue to cross an entire realm, or even 2 realms. His skill level must be improved. When will he be able to increase the number of Hinayana level skills to 150, then he will have the opportunity to do it in the Xian realm, let alone the Middle Dan realm. Come on, when the gangsters take action, the income originally only reached 10-20 spirit crystals per hour, but now it has skyrocketed to more than 300 spirit crystals per hour, and it continues to rise. At this rate, within a day, let's move on to the next level. At that time, I will not only be able to obtain spirit stones through looting, but I will also be able to snowball and make a lot of money through the synthesis of clones. Su Zhan's eyes flashed. In the 23rd stage, clone synthesis eliminates the small black consumption in the process from ordinary to excellent, and also shortens the synthesis time by double. In the 24th stage, the avatar synthesis eliminates the consumption of excellent to top-level Shiohei, and the synthesis time continues to be doubled on this basis. By the next 25th stage, the synthesis time will inevitably continue to be shortened, and there is a high probability that top to super top black consumption will be completely eliminated. Until then, in terms of elixirs, he can quickly and in large quantities synthesize elixirs of perfect quality at Yuanpin level. On spiritual weapons, high-level spiritual weapons of flawless quality can be synthesized quickly and in large quantities. In terms of skills, it is also possible to quickly and massively synthesize many high-quality attributes plus dual system, or even triple system subtle level skills. No matter what one of them is, the profit is at least 6 times the base, the skills can reach a minimum of 10 times. once the snowball starts rolling. Not to mention the 8,505 spirit crystals needed for the next stage, even the 25,500 spirit crystals for the next stage, the 76,500 spirit crystals for the next stage, the 229,600 spirit crystals for the next stage, all will be no problem. And the stage upgrade itself is also a snowball thing. Once the clone is upgraded and then eliminated, Su-Zhan can naturally synthesize various higher-level treasures without consumption, which can be used to expand the profit crazily. If there is only one disadvantage, that is that Xiaohong cannot continue to synthesize upwards. Even if the clone synthesis has been upgraded twice in a row, it is useless, so Xiaohong will still be recognized, seen through, and targeted, and cannot easily purchase a large number of various items and materials, and quickly sell the finished products synthesized by Su-Zhan. It will take a lot of time to purchase and realize the cash. Enough. As long as the snowball can roll, it's just a matter of waiting a little longer. Su-Zhan didn't care. Before, he didn't have enough self-protection ability, and he had to be nervous at any time, but now he has enough strength, even the Tianjing realm has a hard time catching him. He naturally doesn't have to be nervous and anxious. Master, the increase in the attack of the spiritual consciousness has increased a lot. My spiritual consciousness has been broken, and it is attacking my sea of consciousness. At this time, Xiaohong reported. The spiritual consciousness is broken. The next step is to attack the sea of consciousness. Once the sea of consciousness is broken, it is equivalent to a direct headshot, and Xiaohong will die. That means that the leader of the Blood Eagle sect has entered the territory of the Wuji sect. This time, I won't wait for him to get close. I will replace him in advance. As for the location, they want to see me so much, so I'll go to the Blood Eagle sect. Su-Zhan's mouth curled, and then his figure suddenly twisted and disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, he had replaced Xiao He and appeared in the territory of the Blood Eagle sect. Damn it! The moment after Su-Zhan replaced him, Blood Eagle Tianzuan suddenly stopped and cursed. Master, did Su-Zhan move again? Golden Wing Venerable said it all. Yes. And he went to the Blood Eagle sect this time. All of a sudden, the elders of the Blood Eagle sect all cursed. They'd been traveling for so long. He didn't hesitate to take the huge risk of breaking into another sect's territory, just to catch this kid, but when he was about to arrive, this kid actually turned around and ran to their Blood Eagle sect's territory? On purpose. This kid must have done it on purpose. He must have known that we were chasing him, so he moved around like this to play tricks on us. An elder said angrily. Not necessarily. We are still at least 2 hours away from his destination this time. Even if he really wants to trick us, he should wait until we arrive before leaving. Another elder said solemnly. Could it be that his external incarnations discovered our traces? Impossible. Unless the other party has deployed a high-grade sensory insight array, it is impossible to see through the concealment technique used by the seventh elder. Su-Zhan is running around, so why does he need to arrange the array? Is it really a coincidence? The possibility of coincidence is very high. After all, he has just launched a full-scale attack on our Blood Eagle sect, and our Blood Eagle sect also has many disciples to support it. With the current intensity of the fighting, it is reasonable for my true body to suddenly run over. As soon as these words came out, the anger in the elder's heart subsided slightly. To put it this way, it might really be a coincidence. If this is the case, then they are not fooled by Su-Zhan. At most, they are just bad luck. Coincidence or not. This kid can place his incarnations everywhere, so can we. Blood Eagle Tianzuan said, from now on, I will put the mark of my destiny on each of you. It can help us communicate quickly and seamlessly, but there are only 3 opportunities for communication. I will directly return to the Blood Eagle sect to find him. Once he moves again, whether it is Chunyang sect, Wuji sect, Lingji cave, Tianlan sect, etc., I will inform you of the coordinates as soon as possible. You only need to find him immediately, just do it. Understand? When the elders heard this, they thought this method was very useful. Although being branded as the Prime Minister would make them feel uncomfortable being monitored all the time. But in comparison, catching Su-Zhan is the top priority. As long as they can catch this kid, there is no harm in sacrificing a little bit. Yes. Sect Master, my subordinates take orders. Later, 2 of the elders were left lurking in Wuji sect. The remaining elders went to Lingji cave, Chunyang sect, Tianlan sect, and other places. Blood Eagle Tianzuan was alone and rushed to the Blood Eagle sect. A quarter of an hour after Blood Eagle Tianzuan left,
Xunyang Tianzuan and the 8 elders of Xunyang sect suddenly appeared here.
They did not continue to move forward, but dispersed and headed in various directions.
Among them, the direction of Blood Eagle Tianzuan was. Blood Eagle sect? Xunyang Tianzuan couldn't help but frown after using his insight technique to find subtle traces of Blood Eagle Tianzuan and others in the world. It's still understandable that the elders are scattered all over the place. But Blood Eagle Tianzuan returned directly to Blood Eagle sect. Why? All scattered?
Blood Eagle Tianzuan ran to Wujiman for a walk, and then ran back.
What does he want to do? Could they have already succeeded? That's why they chose to turn back? Impossible. If we really want to succeed, why disperse everywhere? It must be that we couldn't find any trace of Su Zhan and had no choice but to disperse. The elders talked a lot. There must be a reason for Blood Eagle Tianzuan's move. I will tell you the direction of their movement, and you will also disperse to track them. Once you find any abnormality, immediately send a message to me.
Xunyang Tianzuan did not hesitate for too long and made a decision on the spot.
Yes, sect master, that's all. The Xunyang sect also imitated the Blood Eagle sect's actions and dispersed. What? The master of the Blood Eagle sect, the master of the Xunyang sect, and the elders of their 2 sects all ran into the realm of my Wuji sect? After half a day,
the leader of Wuji sect, Wuji Tianzuan, returned from the secret realm.
After hearing about this from the elders, a look of anger suddenly appeared on his face.
His Wuji sect's strength is indeed ranked lower among many one-star sects, but he is by no means someone who can be bullied by others. Immediately, Wuji Tianzuan planned to issue an all-out war order, mobilizing the entire Wuji sect into a state of war, and was bound to kill the guys from the Blood Eagle sect and Xunyang sect in their own territory.
But one of the Wuji sect elders stood up and spoke.
Sect master, my subordinates suggest that we hold off on fighting for the time being.
The elder said, if my subordinates' guess is correct, the target of Blood Eagle Tianzuan and Xunyang Tianzuan must be Su Zhan.
This kid has many secrets, and all kinds of mysterious methods are endless. Even they did not choose to go to war, but went out to capture him personally, and even invaded the territory of other sects. It is enough to show that Su Zhan must have something shocking.
Secret. Sect master, what our Wuji sect needs is an increase in strength, not a battle for the whole clan.
If we just watch the snipe and the clam fight indifferently, we will eventually gain the advantage of the fisherman, and the Wuji sect's strength will surely rise to an unprecedented level.
After hearing this, Wuji Tianzuan hesitated.
This elder is the supreme think tank of the Wuji sect, and has saved the Wuji sect from fire and water many times. His words must be listened to.
Okay, if that's the case, let's go out and follow them to find this Su Zhan. Wuji Tianzuan decisively chose to go out in person. All of a sudden.
Originally there was only one Tongtian realm who was targeting Su Zhan, but it instantly became 3.
The second day. The Blood Eagle sect, a big city guarded by the perfect Dan realm.
At this moment, there were shouts of fighting and killing everywhere. Many ordinary realm and Yuan realm troops gathered. A large number of cultivators from various forces in the city were fighting fiercely with the Shohei, frantically resisting the attack from the Shohei.
Quickly stop that black-robed guy. He has taken away a lot of treasures, spirit stones and skills from the auction house.
He has too many treasures on him.
We must keep him no matter what. Ah! You bastard, if you have the guts, just fight me head-on. Why are you just busy stealing things? How can this damn incarnation have such strong body defense and self-healing power?
It has been broken arms and legs, but it can still stand up again.
How can we kill it? They have support again.
No, my elixir has been exhausted and my spiritual weapon is broken.
If I continue to fight with them, I will definitely die. Escape! The Dan realms of various forces in the big city, as well as the cultivators, were angry and anxious.
After this group of Su Zhan's incarnations easily sneaked into the city, without any warning, they directly launched an almost crazy attack on various chambers of commerce, shops, attics, trading markets, etc. in the city, all places where wealth is gathered. The so-called city defense formation that can resist the mysterious realm.
At this moment, it has become a complete decoration. Because the opponent's support has arrived, there is no need to go through the formation at all, and it appears directly out of thin air. The strong men in the city quickly joined forces to resist the enemy. As a result, these guys are good. They don't fight head-on at all, just rob things and run away. They will fight and deal with them if they can't run away. When others attack the city, they deal with people first. They are completely the opposite.
They grab treasures first, and they are not moved by being hit, suppressed, bound, broken arms and legs, or even killed on the spot. They only focus on treasures. Look. In just half a day, the huge city has been robbed. Regardless of whether it was a big store backed by a Xian realm or even a Ling realm expert. Or a chain of treasure addicts backed by an entire sect. Even the chambers of commerce from 2-star sects, 3-star sects, and even the Blood Eagle sect itself dared not to provoke, all became their targets of plunder. This also made many cultivators' scalps numb. It was outrageous enough to offend 5 1-star sections. Even dare to provoke 2-star and 3-star sects? Is Su Jun crazy? However, the whole city was engulfed in a sea of fire, and countless cultivators roared and fought. In a battlefield where he was fighting with 2 Xiaohei. Xiaohei, who was comparable to the middle stage of Dan realm, was crushed by the 2 with absolute strength, and was repeatedly repelled and chased, so that the 2 Xiaohei had to use their body skills to escape while dealing with the attacks. The ones who attacked were 2 people in the late Dan realm. Still want to escape? Die for me, After one of the late Dan realm cultivators caught up with Xiaohei, he was about to kill him again, but suddenly, he trembled all over, his eyes widened, and he looked down at his chest in disbelief. A dagger tempered with a deadly poison was piercing his chest, revealing a bloody sharp blade. He looked back with difficulty, staring at the green-clothed man behind him with a triumphant smile. He couldn't believe it. The person who had been brothers with him for more than 10 years would actually stab him in the back at this moment. Have I offended you? The late Dan realm vomited a mouthful of blood, feeling the poison in his body bursting out, his meridians, internal organs being destroyed inch by inch. He knew he could not survive, so he could only ask with reluctance. Of course not. Don't think too much. I killed you just for your skills and treasures. I originally planned to keep you for a few years so that you could pass on more of your family's skills. I didn't expect that there would be such a good scapegoat here today. It would be unreasonable to waste this opportunity given by God. The green-clothed man chuckled, and then a frightening strength burst out from his body. You don't have to feel wronged. For the 2 Mahayana-level skills inherited from you, I deliberately lowered my realm to the late Dan realm, which made it so difficult to kill a little guy's incarnation. It really made me feel frustrated. Finally, I'll tell you a secret. Do you remember that you once spit on a guy called Shadow Poison Master? The person you called a bastard was me. The Shadow Poison Master took off the human skin mask on his face and untied the disguised skills on his body, revealing his true body and face to the other party. Puff. The late Dan realm was already on the verge of death, and now he was attacked by the shocking anger. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, his eyes completely lost their luster, and he fell straight back, completely losing his life. Although that little guy named Su Jun is hateful, he did me a good thing. Without these external incarnations, it would be really difficult for me to find such a suitable opportunity to kill people and take away the skills without worrying about being targeted by the family forces behind them. Now, the 2 Mahayana-level skills belong to me. The corner of Ingduzhenrun's mouth lifted. With a casual stroke, he cut off the index finger of the late Dan realm wearing the space ring. At the same time, there was also the space belt on his waist. And the space storage bag hanging between his waist. All fell into Ingduzhenrun's hands. With a quick sweep of his spiritual consciousness, Ingduzhenrun could no longer suppress the smile on his face. Not only the skills he wanted. Even all kinds of unexpected precious treasures, all available. This time, the harvest is much greater than the previous ones. At this time, Shadow Poison Master's eyes turned to one side. Looking at Xiaohei who had escaped but suddenly returned not far away. What? Want to rob the treasure in my hand? Shadow Poison Master chuckled, his face full of disdain. I know that you incarnations are all here for the treasures and spiritual stones in the city, but if you want to rob mine, don't you think about it? Xiaohei didn't answer, nor did he make a move, just staring at him with a black mask on his face. Very good, you succeeded and made me a little unhappy. Originally, since you are an incarnation, it's useless to kill you, so I'm too lazy to take the trouble to deal with you. But now, I must see you die in my hands. Shadow Poison Master finished speaking and was about to take action. Suddenly, that Xiaohei actually changed from the inside out, from the original black robe, lifeless figure, to a living person on the spot. This change made a look of surprise in the eyes of Shadow Poison Master. Especially when he saw the face of this living person clearly, his face, which was arrogant just now, actually showed a look of astonishment. Su Jun? It's really you.
After repeated confirmation, Shadow Poison Master finally confirmed that the guy in front of him, who had the same face as Sujan but without any disguise on his body, was Sujan's real body. Suddenly, Shadow Poison Master was excited. Now the sect has raised the bounty for Sujan's head to a sky-high price. The reward is so generous that even the elders of the spirit realm will be jealous, not to mention that he is a perfect Dan realm. However, Shadow Poison Master is not the only one who is excited. I have been looking for you for so long, but I didn't expect to meet you today. Sujan's face was full of smiles. He was just counting the spoils when he heard Xiao Hei tell him that he had found traces of the suspected Shadow Poison Master. Without saying anything, he immediately replaced him. The result made him overjoyed. This was not a suspicion, it was definitely the Shadow Poison Master himself. You're looking for me. I don't remember offending you. The Shadow Poison Master narrowed his eyes. While speaking, his right hand, which was behind his back, had already begun to secretly perform his skills and poison the spiritual weapon. Of course you don't remember me. But you should have an impression of the Zhan family of the Blood Eagle sect more than 10 years ago, right? Sujan said this. The action of the Shadow Poison Master quenching the poison behind his back paused, revealing a look of surprise. Although he had killed many people in the past few decades, the Zhan family left a particularly deep impression on him, because many so-called life-saving graces were deliberately directed and acted by him, and the head of the Zhan family was the only one who really saved his life. But even so, for the inheritance of the Zhan family's skills and many treasures, he had to kill them. Later, he specially inquired about the news of the Zhan family and learned that there was still a daughter and a son alive. He decided to cut the grass and root it out on the spot without any hesitation, but he couldn't find anyone after searching for many years, so he simply chose to give up. Never thought. After so many years, the people of the Zhan family not only emerged, but also became the hottest and most well-known demon, Sujan, who gave all 5 sects a headache. Oh, I remember, isn't that Dai? Ingdujianren pretended to be suddenly remembered, but in the middle of his words, his figure suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already wrapped in an extremely strong force and an extremely shocking murderous intent. The poisoned dagger went straight to Sujan's neck. Obviously, he is not the kind of villain who talks a lot. Whether facing his former enemies or the target of a huge bounty, he has only one word to do: kill. Leave no chance of survival, an absolute thunderbolt kill. But just as he watched the poisoned dagger, like cutting tofu, easily broke through Sujan's multiple layers of external qi, close to the skin of his neck, and was about to split Sujan's head in two. A scene that made him numb, his back shivered, and a look of horror appeared on his face. How could my dagger be slowed down like a slow motion? Wait, could it be that time can do this? Although Shadow Poison Master had never seen what the two attributes of time and space look like. But even if you haven't seen a pig run, you have at least heard of the name of the pig. Whether it is the time or space attribute, he has read it countless times and has a very clear understanding. The reason for this is that he can recognize someone at a glance when he finds someone using this skill feature, and then follow the same method, take the opportunity to kill him after trying his best to get close, and kill him and take the treasure. Therefore, just a touch, he was almost 100% sure that the scene in front of him was exactly the same as the time attribute he knew. Time. It must be the time attribute. This kid is famous for all kinds of weird methods in the 5 sects, and even many powerful people can't do anything about it. Now I finally know what's going on. It turns out that this kid has mastered the time attribute. And from the means by which he suddenly appeared here out of thin air just now, could it be that he has mastered the space attribute? When he thought of this, Shadow Poison Master couldn't help but tremble with excitement. A surge of ecstasy surged into his heart, and the greed in his heart could not be concealed no matter how hard he tried. It was directly revealed on the surface, and his eyes were full of fiery colors. Regardless of time or space. Today, as long as he gets any one of them, it will be enough to transform on the spot and achieve a leap across multiple levels. Not only did you serve as a scapegoat for me, but you also gave me such a generous gift, Sujan. You are really my nobleman. Time and space are mutually restrained, but other attributes or skills have no other way to break through except relying on strong strength. Don't worry, I will act very quickly and let you die as painlessly as possible. This is a small reward for my time attribute skills. All thoughts were generated in a flash, and when Shadow Poison Master thought of this, madness appeared on his face. Boom! The perfect aura of the Dan realm around him was released to the extreme, and the spiritual energy in his body was surging and boiling. In an instant, his hands and the daggers all shone brightly, and the power increased by a large margin. I am afraid that this killing intention can be felt from hundreds of miles away. But it is normal. It seems that he recognized that I used the time attribute technique. Coincidentally, this also proves that with my current strength and the time attribute of the elementary realm, I can easily resist the fatal attack of anyone below the Xian realm. As long as the subsequent Emperor of Time Underworld Sutra continues to improve to the perfect realm, I can even resist one or two of the fatal attacks of the Xian realm. The test is completed, and the person has been confirmed to be correct. Brothers, come and enter the body. Su Zhan and Shadow Poison Master's thoughts were almost synchronized. When Shadow Poison Master came back to his senses from the astonishment, a crazy intention emerged, and he increased his strength. Su Zhan's side was full of black figures, and they all emerged directly. Want to win by numbers? This trick works against other ordinary people, but it's too. When Shadow Poison Master saw this scene, he was not panicked at all. Although there were so many black people surrounding him, by the time they attacked him, he had already killed Su Zhan, and all the skills and treasures fell into his hands. As for escaping? That was even more of a piece of cake. He could say without exaggeration that under the Xian realm, as long as he wanted to run, no one could catch up with him. However, Shadow Poison Master's arrogant idea came to an abrupt end halfway through. At the same time, the pupils that had finally returned to normal dilated again. What's going on? After these black people appeared, they did not attack him at the first time, but turned into black smoke and shadows all over the sky, and directly merged into Su Zhan's body. Before Shadow Poison Master could figure out what was going on, boom! A transcendent and fierce aura that made him shudder suddenly burst out from Su Zhan. Even in the sky, which was apparently clear of anything, a thunderous sound suddenly rang out with the appearance of this aura, causing a small sound of heaven and earth. The face of Shadow Poison Master turned extremely pale. He felt it. He felt it clearly and truly. This aura was not from the Dan realm, but from the Xian realm. The sound of heaven and earth that was just triggered was the resonance of heaven and earth caused by the Xian realm's attack, which triggered the power of heaven and earth. Burn the Dantian. There was almost no hesitation. The Dantian in Shadow Poison Master's body, which was like a pill, began to burn gradually, driving the spiritual energy in the whole body to burn, and instantly raised his strength to a level infinitely close to the early stage of the Xian realm. This is one of the self-protection methods after reaching the Dan realm. When encountering an enemy beyond imagination, you can choose to burn the Dantian at the cost of raising your strength to a level in a short period of time, so as to kill the enemy or escape. And the choice of Shadow Poison Master was also extremely simple and crude. One word. Escape. He turned around instantly, and his body skills were used to the extreme. His body turned into a green light at an extremely fast speed, rushing straight into the sky. Damn it! Are you kidding? After the external incarnation entered the body, it could make the original body instantly become dozens of times stronger? Where in the world is there such an outrageous skill? What kind of monster is this kid? The real person Ingdu roared with fear in his heart. Being able to create so many external incarnations with the same strength as the original body is already outrageous enough. Not to mention other magical means similar to space and time. Now it is even more exaggerated. The external incarnation enters the body and feeds back to the original body, making the original body stronger? If it becomes a little stronger, like his burning Dantian, it can be understood that the strength is nearly doubled. But what about increasing it by dozens of times? A late Yuan realm, crossing two major realms, bursting out with the momentum of the Xian realm, what about it? Not only him. At this time, in the whole city, many cultivators who are fighting with Xiuhei and fighting for property and treasures. They also feel the momentum from the Xian realm. For a moment, everyone's face showed joy. It's the Xian realm. A Xian realm expert has come to support us. Finally, we can hold on until the big guy arrives. With the Xian realm taking action, our treasures will be safe. The cultivators thought that this unfamiliar Xian realm aura was a friendly force and were extremely excited. At this time, someone discovered Shadow Poison Master, who turned into a green streamer and swept across the sky. That figure, isn't it Shadow Poison Master? The aura of Dan realm perfection. Wait, he also burned Dantian? But he was just facing a group of black-robed people. With his Dan realm perfection strength, he can easily do it. Why is he burning Dantian? No, why is his flying direction reversed? Isn't he running away? The cultivators in the Dan realm who can capture the traces and aura of Shadow Poison Master are all Dan realm cultivators in the big city. Just when they were confused.
A white light wrapped in the fierce Xian realm aura caught up with Shadow Poison Master at a speed visible to the naked eye. In front of the wide-eyed Dan realm cultivators, Shadow Poison Master's hands, feet, chest, abdomen, including the Wanli teleportation talisman on his hand, were all pierced instantly. Shadow Poison Master had just uttered a wail. Then he was dragged back by an invisible giant force. Their eyes followed the figure of Shadow Poison Master, and finally fell on the figure standing in the sky, surrounded by multiple layers of familiar external chi and a layer of white light. The key is that they recognized the face of this figure at a glance. Su Zhan? Is the aura on him? Xian realm? The Dan realm cultivators who realized this felt their hair stand on end, their eyes widened, and their faces were filled with fear and horror. The next second, they all fled in all directions, and they all burned their dantian like Shadow Poison Master without hesitation. Some even took out a stack of Wanli teleportation talismans and crushed them directly. Anyway, no matter where they were teleported to, it would be better than this place now. They were not the only ones. This move was also seen by other people in the city, and they were so scared that they didn't have the slightest intention to fight with Xiao He. Without saying a word, they took out the Wanli teleportation talisman from the space ring and left on the spot. As for those who didn't have the Wanli teleportation talisman, they either used mounts, flying spiritual tools, or simply ran away. Without exception, they all chose to run for their lives. That's it. The originally violent situation of shouting and killing, and the fighting between the two sides, suddenly turned into a scene of everyone fleeing in panic. Ah! Is this the feeling of the power of the profound realm? With a slight raise of my hand, I can penetrate the enemy 100 miles away and forcibly capture him. This experience is really good. At this time, Su Zhan was looking at the struggling and fearful Shadow Poison Master, while carefully feeling his strength after the dozens of times increase. His face was full of comfort. He is only comparable to the profound realm in terms of hard power. It is not the state of the standard profound realm that has mastered the artistic conception and comprehended the laws of heaven and earth. Otherwise, his strength would be stronger and more ferocious. You? Who are you? You are an alien, right? And you must be from the top 1,000 of the golden list of 10,000 races. Tell me. Even if I die, I have to know who killed me. The face of Shadow Poison Master was full of fear at this time, but it did not delay his screaming and begging. After seeing Su Zhan's methods, he knew very well that he would die without a doubt and there was no way he could escape. The only thing he was unwilling to accept was that he didn't know who killed him. Is it the human race? Or an alien race? If it is really an alien race, then which race is the other party from? He has killed countless people in the past few years, and he thought that he would eventually die in the hands of the people he had tricked. The worst outcome would be to provoke a force that should not be provoked and be hunted down by a powerful person. But his fate was unexpected. The one who wanted to take his life might not even be a human. Alien race? What is that? And Su Zhan's words directly stopped the shouting of Shadow Poison Master on the spot, and his expression instantly froze. He didn't even know about the alien race? Then this guy is a human. But a little guy who didn't even know about the alien race, he was going to die at the hands of such a person? For a moment, Shadow Poison Master felt aggrieved, 100 times more aggrieved than anything he had encountered in all his previous lurking disguises. But I know a lot about the information of the alien race. If you want to know, I can tell you that the alien race is the desire to survive mating Duzhenren tried to seize this only chance to survive, and he hurriedly wanted to spit out all the information about the alien race he knew like a Tomb Raider. He even thought about it, and then interrupted when he spit out the key information, trying to buy himself as much time to survive as possible. But he was only halfway through his words, and Su Zhan directly took action and cut off all his hands and feet. In order to prevent any unexpected events, I have to cut off all your hands and feet first. And your space ring, it all belongs to me. Su Zhan said. The pain in his body and Su Zhan's words made Duzhenren suffer a double blow to his body and mind. Watching his space ring, which he had accumulated for many years and contained many treasures, fall into Su Zhan's hands, Duzhenren felt as if he had died. Although the space ring is still in the master recognition state, Su Zhan cannot find out how many treasures are inside. But the ring has fallen into the hands of others. It is almost hopeless for him to get it back in his current state. You just mentioned the Zhan family. What is your relationship with the Zhan family? Zhan Yuer and Zhan Longhu, the Zhan family escaped these two people. There is absolutely no third person. Shadow Poison Master now only wants the truth. Zhan Yuer, she is my master. Impossible. Shadow Poison Master directly denied with a hoarse voice, with Zhan Yuer's talent, she is at most in the Yuan realm at this moment. How could she teach a disciple like you? Nothing is impossible. I was still in the mortal realm 2 months ago. Su Zhan's words silenced the Shadow Poison Master. Yes. 2 months ago, he was still in the mortal realm, and he became a disciple of the Yuan realm. It's really reasonable. Just when the Shadow Poison Master was about to ask, the Xin realm aura on Su Zhan's body dissipated like a deflated ball, and recovered to the level comparable to the middle stage of the Dan realm. However, Shadow Poison Master did not show much excitement about this. A person with broken limbs has reached the perfect Dan realm. In addition to his strong vitality and not dying for a while, his fighting power is not even as good as that of a person in the early stage of Dan realm. Xiaohong, take him to Qinyang sect. Su Zhan gave an order. A figure exactly like him appeared beside him. Shadow Poison Master's eyelids twitched. The life breath is exactly the same as the original. If he could not see through his disguise and his true appearance as an external incarnation of flesh and blood, it would be difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. Let him tell me more about the alien race along the way, and tell me as much as he knows. If he refuses to tell, then torture him directly. When it's almost done, just give me a summary report. After Su Zhan left a word, his body twisted and disappeared on the spot. With Xiaohong's wisdom, he can process the information very accurately, keeping the useful information and eliminating the useless information. Xiaohong did not hesitate, and directly grabbed the Shadow Poison Master who had lost his limbs, and quickly went straight to Qinyang sect. Falling from the Xian realm, I still feel a little uncomfortable. Fortunately, the number of spirit stones is enough. Start sucking. As soon as he returned, Su Zhan glanced at the clone space. After this wave of looting the city, the next stage of spirit crystals were already in place. He didn't wait any longer. A bright black light emerged. A large number of spirit crystals melted rapidly. Just a moment later, a brand new 226 Xiaohei appeared. The total number of Su Zhan's clones also increased to 1490. The clone's cultivation multiple increased to 58 times. The clone's training increased to 31 times. The clone's space increased to 266 cubic meters. The clone's body entry increased jumped to 22%. The most important thing is the clone synthesis. Su Zhan conducted the experiment decisively. Nothing unexpected happened. The improvement at this stage directly eliminated the consumption of Xiaohei, which was needed to upgrade the top level to the super top level. Finally, I can use the clone synthesis to roll a snowball. Su Zhan's eyes were full of brilliance. He had already qualified for the snowball plan before. It was just that it took too long and the profit was relatively low. In addition, the blacks were still wandering in the 5 sects and had not yet reached other sects, so they could not really expand the market. However, this time was different. Not only did the blacks with the highest profit consumption get eliminated, the synthesis time was once again reduced. It only takes 10 seconds to synthesize a top-level spiritual weapon. At the same time, the blacks have now successfully reached other sects farther away. For example, Qinshu sect, Rui sect, Zile Mansion, Jianlong Temple, etc. The right time, the right place, and the right people. All of them were taken. How could the snowball plan not be started? And one of the blacks who ran the farthest is not far from the 2-star sect Pyongyao Palace. With the huge market size of the 2-star sect, it is not a problem to multiply the speed of the snowball several times. The strength of the 2-star sect is not only in the realm of the Guardian as the king. Its territory is more than 5 times that of a 1-star sect. The number of creatures under its jurisdiction is more than 10 times that of a 1-star sect. The number of cultivators born among them is dozens of times that of an ordinary 1-star sect. The huge number of cultivators will naturally give rise to a huge demand for elixirs and spiritual tools. With Xiaohei's speed, he can reach Pyongyao Palace in half a month at the fastest. Number 1 Xiaohong, I will give you some of Xiaohei and the authority to synthesize clones. You are responsible for coordinating their procurement and synthesis. If there is anything beyond your decision, you can ask me at any time. Su Zhan ordered immediately. After these days, he discovered another feature of Xiaohong. She can be temporarily granted the authority to control various clone functions. That's right. Not only can Su Zhan himself control those clone functions, Xiaohong can do the same. For example, in these days, Su Zhan has not paid attention to the practice of the clones at all. What exercises to take out and what exercises to place are all handed over to number 5 Xiaohong to handle. During this period, Su Zhan would occasionally inspect and ask Xiao Hong how many skills she had learned.
How many external skills and how many internal skills? Xiao Hong had recorded them all clearly and classified them.
Su Zhan would know what he wanted to know by asking. Unless she really encountered a problem that she was not sure about, Xiao Hong would ask Su Zhan and let him decide. At other times, Xiao Hong's decision-making ability could be fully trusted. The tedious operation of synthesizing clones was obviously much more complicated than practicing clones.
Placement requires operation.
Then wait for 10 seconds for synthesis, and then operate to take it out.
Then continue to place.
Continue to wait for 15 seconds, because the synthesis of higher quality requires longer waiting time.
Then continue to take it out. Repeat this process.
Just to synthesize a bunch of ordinary quality spiritual tools into a flawless spiritual tool, you have to operate several times.
The same is true for pills.
According to this trend, Su Zhan will have to work hard all day just to operate the synthesis. Now that Xiao Hong is doing it for him, Su Zhan can be completely freed, which is a big step towards being completely idle.
Yes, master.
Afterwards, under Xiao Hong's instructions, several Xiaohe who have entered the Qingshu sect, Rui sect, Zile Mansion, Zhanlong Temple and other sects began to buy up ordinary quality top-level spiritual tools and a large number of ordinary quality yuan-grade elixirs. According to the current market price, the minimum price of a top-level spiritual weapon is about 1 million spiritual stones. From ordinary to fine, then from fine to top level, and then from top level to flawless, a total of 625 top-level spiritual weapons are needed.
The cost is 625 million spiritual stones.
And a flawless top-level spiritual weapon, if it is auctioned, can definitely reach more than 2 billion, but if it is simply sold to the Chamber of Commerce, the price of large quantities will be compressed, and the average can be about 1.5 billion spiritual stones. In this way, my profit margin is 2.4 times. Of course, the most important thing is that the entire synthesis takes only about 1 minute.
1 minute, a net profit of 875 million?
At this speed, it is much faster than looting. Su Zhan calculated a little, and the number made him sigh. But he knew that this was only the most ideal calculation time. It is true that synthesis only takes 1 minute.
But does it take time to purchase materials?
He was collecting top-level spiritual weapons, and he needed the most common quality and cheapest ones. This alone made it very troublesome to acquire them.
Doesn't it take time to package and sell them?
Inspecting the goods, negotiating, and paying the money all take time. And as a large number of such spiritual weapons appear on the market price will inevitably be disturbed, and then it will fall, and his profit will also fall. Even if he wants to set up such a large stall, he will have to send out at least hundreds of shohei.
These are all real money costs.
Therefore, the most ideal profit state is to cut it in half and then cut it in half again.
In 1 minute, you can make about 200 million. About 12 billion per hour.
In a day, 288 billion, close to 300 billion. It's not as exaggerated as suddenly getting rich by looting, 1 trillion a day, but it's stable, easy, and won't offend people.
You can definitely try it first.
Don't worry, anyway, the city of Blood Eagle can continue harvesting for a day or two, enough for me to try it well.
Nympho in a blink of an eye. 5 days passed by.
This mixing thing. Between the clear and empty world, with a sound of anger, it suddenly became a dark clouds, and the electric flashes were thunderous.
What caused this scene is not someone else, it is the Blood Eagle Tianzuan who comes from Su Zhan's deity overnight. It's the 7th time. Move from the Blood Eagle sect to Tianlanzong, move from Tianlan sect to Ling Jidong, and then return to Tianlanzong from Ling Jidong. Now I went directly to Rui Zhang's boundary.
Every time Ayami, or those elders have a half day or a few hours of kung fu that can reach his place, he immediately moves.
This bastard must be aware of me in what way I notice me he has been playing with me.
At this time, the Bloody Eagle Heavenly Zune, who has always been relatively calm, finally couldn't help it at this time, and it was soaring on the spot. In the past few days, he didn't do anything, and he hurried to the road throughout the process.
It sounded nicely, it was already locked Su Zhan's deity, and he could catch it at any time. It sounds bad.
He was purely used by Su Zhan as walking dogs and played it several times back and forth.
Of course, it also includes those elders of the Blood Eagle. Don't look at them one by one in several zongmen, one instruction can immediately catch Su Zhan. But even if it is a sector, the distance is very far away. Isn't it slow?
Every time I saw that I was about to catch Su Zhan, I was escaped by it, and they ran back and forth in several zongmen.
This time, it was even more far away from Rui Zong.
Suddenly, the bloody eagle Tianzuan's mentality was really unable to pump the pump, and he couldn't help but scold the exit on the spot. However, it is not only him. I saw the bloody eagle Tianzuan just raised his anger and vent unhappy in his heart. Later, a flowing light came from the distance, and a flowing light came from the air. A figure popped out of the ground was Wuji Tianzuan. A figure came out of the shadow, and it was spiritual silence. A spatial crack opens open, and it is a blue sky. That's right. 5 heavenly monks, 5 princes, and 5 Tongtian realms that were harmed by Su Zhanzhan, all gathered at this moment. At this time, the faces of the 5 Tongtian realms had different expressions. But the same thing is that the eyes of each one are extremely complicated. You guys have been with me for a day or two, haven't you? Blood Eagle Tianzuan coldly snorted. A few days ago, I noticed that there was a vague aura following me. But to my surprise, I only guessed that there might be 1 or 2 people. I didn't expect the 4 of you. Everyone is here. I don't want to come either. But there are too many secrets about this boy Su Zhan. I was afraid that you wouldn't be able to solve it, so I followed him all the way. But this result is beyond my expectation. You, who are always good at tracking, have not been caught until now. Su Zhan. Chunyang Tianzuan said in a deep voice. As the first person to track Blood Eagle Tianzuan. He had high hopes for Blood Eagle Tianzuan, and felt that he, the yellow bird, would be able to strike later. Well, the result was that Huang Ke did not take the bait. Instead, like the Blood Eagle Tianzuan, he became a dog and was slithered around by Su Zhan. It can be said to be extremely embarrassing. If he hadn't realized that someone was following behind him and calmed down a little bit, Chunyang Tianzuan might have been like Blood Eagle Tianzuan and couldn't help but roar and go berserk on the spot. You're right. I can't catch Su Zhan, but it's easy to catch you. Do you want to try? Blood Eagle Tianzuan's anger is still lingering, and was aroused again by Chunyang Tianzuan's words. If there weren't so many people in the Tongtian realm, he would probably directly fight with Chunyang Tianzuan. 2 sect masters, there is no need to be angry. Tianlan Tianzuan, a beautiful woman, spoke softly. We are all here to deal with the devil Su Zhan. We should cooperate instead of tit for tat. Good. Su Zhan is too harmful and must be eliminated. Wuji Tianzuan took over the words, but I can't locate his true identity, and the information provided by Tianyan sect is completely inaccurate, so I can only follow you. I thought that you were running around among the sects, sending the elders to scatter, and lurking in various sects, so that you could find traces of Su Zhan and be able to arrest him directly. I never thought that you were just like me. This kid's methods are indeed weird and cannot be treated with common sense. My suggestion is that we all join forces to find his true identity and then kill him with one strike. Wuji Tianzuan simply wanted to solve the hidden danger of Su Zhan. Now, only small and medium-sized mines have been damaged, and nearly a month of spiritual stone reserves have been lost, and people in the Danyuan realm have died. But once Su Zhan is allowed to continue to develop like this, what will happen in the next wave? If it doesn't go well, it will spread to large mines, and those who die will be in the Dan and Xian realms. I agree. Lingji Tianzuan said, I also couldn't capture the whereabouts of Su Zhan's true self, but I had guessed what methods Blood Eagle Tianzuan used, and I wanted to do the same. As a result, I was deceived by Su Zhan, and I lost money for it. 2,000 spiritual crystals. Lingji Tianzuan is not afraid of exposing his own scars. He tried to imitate Blood Eagle Tianzuan, and also used the positioning and tracking method of his natal sign. The result is good. Su Zhanlang accurately picked out the spiritual crystal that he had manipulated out of the 2,000 spiritual crystals. When Lingji Tianzuan arrived, he found that the spiritual crystal had long sunk into a cesspool. Lingji Tianzuan, who had no choice but to choose the simplest and crudest way, became a follower. In that case, let's join forces. Now the news that 5 sects are being manipulated by a Yuan realm kid has spread wildly. If we don't take some effective measures, I'm afraid we will become the laughingstock of the entire Qingyan Fairy Mountain. Chunyang Tianzuan said, the butt of the joke is secondary. Su Zhan has only been growing up since our Chunyang sect, and it has only been 2 months now. If I let him continue to grow, I'm afraid he will completely lose control. Good. Wuji Tianzuan nodded. While it has not fully grown up, I will kill it when I still have the strength to deal with it. This is the most appropriate choice. Whether it's alliance or cooperation, I, the Wuji sect, are willing to join. Count me in, Lingji Tianzuan said. If the danger of Su Zhan is not eliminated, our 5 sects will not be able to live in peace. Especially the Blood Eagle sect. I have heard the news.
Sujan is not just attacking the mines, right? He is also directly attacking and plundering the city.
If this continues, the Blood Eagle sect's present will be the future we are waiting for. Upon hearing this, Blood Eagle Tianzuan's eyes flickered with hesitation. He really couldn't care less about the harm caused by Sujan. The opponent directly attacked the city, and many cities had already fallen into its hands. If he continued, he, the leader of the Blood Eagle sect, would probably lose face. But he was also reluctant to let go of the big secret in Sujan's hands. With so many sect leaders cooperating, if Sujan is really captured, how will the treasure be divided? What? Still hesitating? Do you still want to be played by Sujan? Xunyang Tianzuan was not polite. The two sects were incompatible with each other. If it weren't for a bigger and more difficult enemy this time, it would be impossible to live in such peace. Normally, it would be strange if the two of them didn't get into a fight as soon as they met. You are looking for, being poked in the painful spot by Xunyang Tianzuan. Blood Eagle Tianzuan felt unhappy at the time and immediately wanted to attack. At this time, Tianlan Tianzuan, who had been silent until now, spoke, "Everyone, instead of trying so hard to catch Sujan, why don't you sit down face to face with him and have a talk?" As soon as these words came out, the four sect leaders all looked at Tianlan Tianzuan. "Our wish has never been to kill Sujan, but to hope that he will not come to our sect's territory to harass and loot, causing damage and losses. In this case, we can sit down and negotiate with him. Why do we have to fight to the death?" Tianlan Tianzuan's voice was soft and full of divine feeling. "You mean, let me wait for Tongtian realm to negotiate with a Yuan realm kid?" Wuji Tianzuan frowned. "There has never been such a precedent in history." Lingji Tianzuan said calmly. "It is indeed beyond cognition and beyond our acceptance." Xunyang Tianzuan said. "Negotiation, how do you want to negotiate? Compromise with him?" As the only person who had pretended to negotiate, Blood Eagle Tianzuan had a hint of disdain in his tone. "No need to compromise, doesn't he just want the spirit stone? Our human race has them, but don't forget, alien races also have them." The four sect leaders instantly looked at Tianlan Tianzuan in surprise. After just thinking for a moment, their eyes began to gradually brighten. In the end, it was more like being awakened by a word, with a look of surprise in his eyes. "Yes. Isn't their purpose from the beginning to the end just to completely stop the scourge of Sujan and restore their sect's former peace? And what is the purpose of Sujan? Looting spirit stones, searching for all kinds of treasures that have a little bit of value. In a word, you need money. Moreover, Sujan had a huge appetite. One sect could not satisfy him, so he directly radiated the scope to 5 sects, which is why there was such a big commotion. Presumably, more sects will be radiated in the future, requiring more money. The key point is that they have tried their best, but they still can't catch a single hair of Sujan's deity, and to put it bluntly, they can't even see his shadow. Instead of racking their brains, meditating hard, and going through all kinds of troubles to deal with Sujan, why don't they divert the trouble to the east? Just let Sujan go grab the aliens. The alien race's spiritual stones, treasures, and techniques are only much more than those of the human race, and the richness is beyond imagination. Even the human race can only survive under the alien race, barely maintaining a living situation. It's better to let Sujan go out and have a try with the foreign race. At first, he can successfully lure away this great evil spirit and restore his sect to normal operation. Secondly, they can also use Sujan's various skills and methods to send a surprise gift package to the aliens. Of course, if Sujan is not strong enough and is solved by the aliens, it will not be a loss to them at all. It's really like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. This is a great plan. Lingji Tianzuan was the first to agree. "I think this matter can be discussed, and it is extremely feasible." Wuji Tianzuan nodded. "With Sujan's methods that even we can't understand, it may have unexpected effects when dealing with foreign races. For this reason, I can choose not to deal with him first, but sit down and negotiate with him face to face." Xunyang Tianzuan also he nodded frequently, acknowledging the suggestion. "Humph, you still choose not to deal with him? With your strength, can you touch a hair of his?" Blood Eagle Tianzuan did not forget to make a dig at Xunyang Tianzuan. The idea proposed by Tianlan Tianzuan is indeed feasible. It is a good idea in terms of solving the urgent needs of various sects and in terms of contributing to the human race's fight against alien races. But don't forget. Why is this boy Sujan able to toy with 5 Tongtian realms like us? He treats the 5 sects as if they are nothing. He comes and goes at will, kills when he wants, robs when he wants. He is just if a Yuan realm can do this, you can imagine how big the secret is in him. I think all of you here are well aware of this. The reason why you have been following me is because you want to see the secret of this kid? If the foreign race really defeats him, then that's okay. But once this kid fails and is killed by the foreign race, all the secrets in him will belong to the foreign race. By then, I think everyone should be able to imagine the serious consequences. Blood Eagle Tianzuan's years of killing have made him think about things from a different perspective than ordinary people. He can't just think about the various benefits brought by the results, but also think about all the possible disadvantages. As soon as these words came out, the remaining 4 sect leaders, who were still a little happy, suddenly became calm. A Yuan realm, relying on an unknown big secret, can play tricks on a group of them in the Tongtian realm. It is also an external incarnation, it is a shield against the way of heaven, and it is a leapfrog battle. Any of these methods is wrong. If it falls into the hands of a foreign race, it's enough to make the race drink a pot. If all of them are captured by the alien race, then good guy, the human race may not be able to drink enough for many pots. The consequences are indeed very serious. At this time, Tianlan Tianzuan spoke, and his voice sounded like the sound of nature, but in my personal opinion, the reason why we have such an idea is because we have underestimated Su Zhan before. At first, I underestimated his strength, thinking that with a killing order, he could be annihilated under the sea of cultivators from our sect. Then he underestimated his methods, thinking that by relying on heaven's deduction, he would have nowhere to escape or hide, and he would be able to completely eliminate the roots. Now it is because of underestimation that we have been tricked by him to end up like this. Even at this moment, we are still underestimating him, thinking that he will be easily killed by the alien race, which will cause endless harm. Tianlan Tianzuan's words made everyone silent again. Judging from such reflection, each of their sects was indeed underestimated and frequently slapped in the face by Su Zhan. Especially Blood Eagle Tianzuan, who was slapped the most severely by Su Zhan. So Tianlan Tianzuan, do you think Su Zhan can successfully survive the aliens and gradually grow stronger? Blood Eagle Tianzuan asked. We can't solve him in the Yuan realm, but it doesn't mean that the human race can't solve it. King realm. If it can't be solved, then go to the Imperial realm. If the Imperial realm can't solve it anymore, let the strongest God realm in the human race take action. The Divine realm should be able to handle this kid, right? But don't forget, the human race has so many gods, but they still can't resist the alien race and can only survive. He is a little guy. If I believe in him, I might as well believe in myself. Obviously. Blood Eagle Tianzuan believes that Su Zhan cannot always be so arrogant. As long as the enemy is strong enough, even if Su Zhan has the ability to have a big sky, he can only drink hate. You don't believe it, I believe. Tianlan Tianzuan didn't talk more with the Blood Eagle Tianzuan. You and me are right. I will not forcibly convince you. If you are willing to continue to target Su Zhan, casually, but I need a peace of mind. Who are present, who has the same ideas as me, but although I went with me to negotiate with Su Zhan. I don't want to, but continue to take the shot of Su Zhan, and the consequences can be at my own risk. I want to go. As the deadly opponent of the Blood Eagle Tianzuan, Chunyang Tianzuan first opened loudly. Su Zhan stepped out of my Chunyang zone. As long as I was willing to sit down to negotiate with him, he had to give him a face to his hometown? It can ensure the winning rate of negotiations. Can the alien people solve him? I don't know. I only know that might be this little guy. In contrast to the continued tit, I am afraid that the alien has not come to me. It's overwhelmed. So, count me. Wuji Tianzuan said. I have a short look and I can't see how it will develop in the future, but I must not be played by my family by this little boy, and I must let the alien people lead the teachings. I also join. Lingji Tianzuan said. So far, the 4 princes reached a unified opinion. Only the Bloody Eagle Tianzuan was left with a changeable face and wanted to speak, but had concerns. Go to Su Zhan's body incarnation and talk with him. The sky blue sky waved his sleeves and turned into blue flowing. The 3 princes followed. They just walked not far. Blood Eagle Tianzuan's figure came closely. Since you all want to talk, okay, I will fulfill you. Just, before I returned, I encountered a difficult alien. The danger of that group was extremely high, and the hostile to the human race was great. Is it weird? Then let him discuss with this alien, see how many pounds he is. The words of Blood Eagle Heavenly Venerable made the other clan leaders feel a chill in their hearts. Blood Eagle Heavenly Venerable is the strongest among the 5 of them, and he can make him feel difficult.
It can be imagined that the tribe is definitely not easy to mess with.
At the same time, the worry about the dangerous situation of the human race has deepened. But no matter how much worry, it is useless. These small characters in the Tongtian realm are just cannon fodder on the battlefield of all races.
What can cannon fodder worry about in the future? Protect your own sect first.
Just when the 5 clan leaders reached a united front and wanted to negotiate with Suzhan,
an extremely sensational event happened in Xunyang sect Suzhan. Suzhan broke into the mountain gate of the headquarters. Ring the bell! Ring the bell! That devil Suzhan broke into the sect. These incarnations are too powerful. Go and ask the master and the ancestors to come to support us.
After seeing the familiar black-robed figure riding the flying spiritual weapon, countless disciples showed fear, terror, and panic, and shouted loudly, without any noble attitude as disciples of the sect.
A person's reputation is like a tree's shadow.
The 2 words Suzhan have now changed from being a target for huge bounties to a nightmare in the 5 sects.
And the black-robed figures of the little blacks have become like the god of death in their eyes.
As if their lives would be taken away at any time if they were seen by these little blacks.
For a while, the entire gate of the Chunyang sect was in a boiling clamor and panic. How dare you break into the gate of my Chunyang sect? You're looking for death.
The angry shouts exploded between heaven and earth. Then these little black figures were imprisoned by invisible huge forces and could no longer move forward. Streams of light flew over. They were the core Xianjing disciples guarding the Chunyang sect. But their appearance did not change the panic of many disciples below. After all, Suzhan had been hunted down by more than 1,000 Xianjing disciples from 5 sects so far. It was even rumored that the sect leaders of each sect had been dispatched, but they still couldn't catch him. These news were like shadows lingering in the hearts of every disciple, lingering, and could not be dispelled by a group of Xianjing disciples. And these Xianjing disciples also looked ugly.
Forget about looting and robbing treasures. If they can't catch anyone, they will admit defeat. But what does it mean to attack the sect headquarters directly? Could it be that they were going to declare a full-scale war? Are they going to attack all the disciples of Chunyang sect?
But just now, these external incarnations only entered, but did not kill any disciples. Even if some disciples attacked, they only resisted and counterattacked, without killing them.
Suzhan, how did my Chunyang sect offend you? Do you have to make such a situation?
In the Xianjing, the golden-robed man who was the leader spoke in a deep voice.
This golden-robed man was the Xianjing who asked Zhan Yuer to lead the way to search for Suzhan.
He had dealt with Suzhan's external incarnation before, and knew what was going on. Now, when he saw it, he found that the momentum of the external incarnation had reached the level comparable to the middle stage of the Dan realm, and he couldn't help but be shocked.
How long has it been? Soaring directly from the mortal realm to comparable to the Dan realm? It's too exaggerated.
It's not just the golden-robed man who feels it's exaggerated. Among the disciples below, there is also Lu Tsongyun who is riding a flying spiritual weapon with fear written all over his face. When he saw the familiar face of Xiao He, he was almost scared to death. What sect could resist him and protect his life?
It's all bullshit. Su Zhandu has come to the door.
Now Lu Tsongyun is just waiting to leave the sect and use the Wanli teleportation talisman as soon as possible. Teleport as far as possible, the farther away from this dangerous area, the better.
At this time,
in front of the many Xiao He, a red-robed figure appeared.
It was Xiao Hong. I have no intention of attacking Xunyang sect. I just came to find someone and fulfill an agreement.
Xiao Hong said indifferently.
Find someone? Who are you looking for?
The man in the golden robe frowned.
Is it necessary to make such a big fuss to find someone? She's already here. Xiao Hong glanced sideways.
All the Xian realm masters also looked in the direction of his gaze. At a glance, he saw Zhan Yuer riding a crane in the distance and rushing quickly. Beside him, there was a hawk flapping its wings, with Lang Miaotong in armor on it. Obviously, it was Lang Miaotong who told Zhan Yuer the news. This, from a distance, Zhan Yuer saw this scene. Even though she was always aloof and indifferent, and could not change her expression even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of her. But the scene in front of her was much bigger than Mount Tai collapsing. On one side, all the Xian realm masters of the Chunyang sect came out collectively. On the other side, Su Zhan, who was well known as her good disciple, actually led people to break into the mountain gate. This scene was really beyond imagination. Xingxuan, if my disciple can have 1/10 of your disciple, I will die without regrets, compared to Zhan Yuer, who was a little nervous and didn't know how to end it. Long Miaotong on the side was full of envy and couldn't help but sigh.
Soon, Zhan Yuer came to the middle area between the two sides. Meet all the masters.
Zhan Yuer saluted the man in the golden robe and the Xian realm masters behind him. Turning his head again, he stared at the incarnation that looked exactly like Su Zhan. Even the breath of life was exactly the same, and his tone was a little anxious. What are you doing here?
Of course, to fulfill the agreement between us. I have brought you the person you want. The person I want?
Zhan Yuer was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly thought of something, and her eyes burst into unprecedented brilliance.
Soon,
the shouts of the disciples came from the mountain gate again.
Then there was a little black writing on the flying spirit tool,
and next to it was a dying man with only a torso left, no limbs.
When some Dan realm people of Qinyang sect saw this man, they couldn't help but stare wide-eyed. Master Ingdu. It turned out to be him? Isn't this guy in the Dan realm perfect? How could he? His limbs were cut off, and there was no Dan realm aura in his body. It should be that the golden elixir was broken. Master Ingdu has become a complete waste. The Dan realm disciples exclaimed again and again. Not only them.
The golden-robed man and other Xian realm people also recognized the shadow poison master of the Blood Eagle sect. Among the Dan realm disciples of the Blood Eagle sect, the shadow poison master can be in the top 10.
Such a person was transported from the Blood Eagle sect with his hands and feet cut off?
So that's it. After seeing Zhan Yuer at this time, Shadow Poison Master finally knew why he had fallen into such a miserable state. Master, Shadow Poison Master is here. I have fulfilled your promise. When the flying spiritual weapon stopped, Xiao Hong threw Shadow Poison Master directly to Zhan Yuer.
Zhan Yuer caught Shadow Poison Master's torso.
It's you. In Zhan Yuer's beautiful eyes, hatred gradually rose at this moment. This was the anger and resentment she had suppressed for more than 10 years. At this moment, after seeing Shadow Poison Master, all of them could not help but surge up. Not long ago, under the guidance of her father, she toasted Shadow Poison Master and called him uncle obediently.
The result was that the smiling, harmless guy wiped out her entire family. Snap!
Almost subconsciously, Zhan Yuer slapped him with his backhand. Shadow Poison Master was slapped so hard that half of his head was deformed. He opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood, mixed with his teeth. This is because the physical body of the perfect Dan realm is more powerful. Otherwise, this slap alone would be enough to knock off Master Shadow Poison's head. Shoot! Many Qinyang sect disciples couldn't help but sigh and feel sad when they saw this scene. They are not sympathetic to Shadow Poison Master,
but feel the same. Shadow Poison Master is one of the top 10 alchemy realm figures in the Blood Eagle sect.
Not to mention being crippled, she was also beaten like this in public by Yuan Jing. It would be fine if Zhan Yuer had a particularly awesome and powerful background, but her background was that of Su Zhan, who was also a little person in Yuan Jing. And what they are experiencing now is the same as that of Shadowdew, all thanks to Su Zhan. The dignified Qinyang sect was openly shouted at by a Yuan realm, and they did not dare to act rashly. They could only watch Su Zhan act like a tiger, but there was no way.
Shame on you. What a shame.
Elder's sister. At this time, a cry came from below. It was Zhang Longhu. He has now reached the 7th level of the mortal realm, and will soon reach the 8th level.
It has only been 2 months since he entered the sect.
With Zhang Longhu's promotion speed, he can be called a genius. But compare it with Su Zhani again. The value of this so-called genius is almost negligible.
Longhu, catch it and imprison Master Shadowdew for me. We must not let him die so easily.
Zhan Yuer threw the real Shadowdew, whose mouth was full of blood, to Zhang Longhu below.
He is Shadow Poison Master?
When Zhang Longhu heard this, anger suddenly appeared on his face, and he gritted his teeth. Don't worry, sister, I will take good care of him. Zhang Longhu caught it, and then slapped him twice without saying anything.
Being slapped by the mortal realm.
The disciples nearby saw this scene and were even more sad.
Even many people in the Xian realm couldn't help but twitch their eyelids at this moment. Su Zhan, thank you. Zhan Yuer saluted Su Zhan solemnly. This is yours.
She didn't hesitate. She directly took out the Mahayana level technique and threw it to Su Zhan.
Very good, there is another Mahayana level skill.
On the other side, Su Zhan, who had obtained the Mahayana level skills, had a smile on his face. Looking again, there were several Mahayana level exercises next to him. These were all looted from the space ring of Master Shadowdew. Although the space ring recognizes its owner. But as long as the owner voluntarily abandons it and unidentifies the owner, the space ring can become an ownerless thing again. Master Shadow Poison was obviously tortured to the point of being unbearable, and then he chose to succumb. Sujan got a lot of treasures from this. Especially when he saw the several Mahayana-level exercises, he almost laughed out loud. Sujan, the agreement has been completed, can you leave? The man in golden robe couldn't help but speak at this time. No problem. But before I leave, I'll make a deal with you. Xiao Hong pointed at Zhan Yuer, this is my master. I don't want her to be implicated because of my relationship. If you can keep her safe, I will promise not to harm anyone in the Qinyang sect in the future. Take action. Is this true? Upon hearing this, all the Xianjing characters, including the man in gold robe, became uneasy. There was clearly a hint of joy in his eyes. Qinyang sect's Kusu has been with us for a long time. Although only small and medium-sized mines were affected now, they had already heard news that the Blood Eagle sect's cities, medicinal fields, mineral veins and other places had been attacked and robbed. The mine will only lose half a month's profit at most. Even if the medicine fields and mineral veins are not big enough, some of them will be lost, and the vitality will not be harmed. But only the city cannot be looted. This is the foundation of the sect. Small cities and big cities are all the hubs of operation. The loss of any one of them is a major event that damages the foundation of the sect. No problem, I promise you. The man in golden robe agreed on the spot without any hesitation. Zhan Yuer was also particularly surprised at this time. This is not within the scope of the agreement between the two parties. But she somewhat knew the reason. When everyone in the sect wanted Su Zhan's life, he not only discovered that Su Zhan did not report or arrest him, but also took the initiative to invest in the other party and make an agreed deal with the other party. Su Zhan's move was clearly a way of repaying himself. Kindness. Just as she guessed. Su Zhan did want to repay his kindness. After all, Zhan Yuer is also his nominal master. Although he didn't teach him many techniques and there wasn't much communication between the two parties, Zhan Yuer also reminded him of the danger many times and gave him some help. This is a favor. 1. Later, Zhan Yuer did not touch Su Zhan, but instead gave him those advanced and Hinayana level skills, which saved Su Zhan a lot of effort. Although this was considered a normal deal, Zhan Yuer's advance was still Su Zhan recognized it as the second favor. Certainly. The final key is that the current search value of Qinyang sect is not great. It is better to be a favor, why not? Thank you. In this regard, Zhan Yuer couldn't say anything nice, so she could only solemnly thank you again. How can you be so virtuous? Lung Miaotom on the side quietly. The envy in his tone almost overflowed. The disciples of the Qinyang sect below shook their heads repeatedly, sighing, and they already knew in their hearts that in the future, Lin Xingxuang's status in the sect would skyrocket. With Su Zhan's hard background, I'm afraid he will become an important figure that even the leader of the Qinyang sect would not dare to offend easily. Gone. Su Zhan didn't hesitate, and immediately planned to withdraw from the clone's perspective, and issued an order for the little reds and blacks to evacuate. Just then. Little friend Su, wait. An ancient sound without waves echoed throughout the entire Qinyang sect world. The Qinyang sect disciples, who originally thought the matter was over, all looked up in shock. This voice is the sect master? The man in golden robe was extremely surprised. Zhan Yuer, Lung Miaodong and others looked at each other and saw surprise in each other's eyes. Because they clearly knew that this voice came from a big shot above the spiritual realm, and the name of this big shot was actually Su Xiaoyu? Xiao Hong paused, and Su Zhan also looked up curiously. From the horizon, 5 streaks of light of different colors were seen rushing towards Su Zhan at extremely fast speeds visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths, they flew across the sky and arrived in front of Su Zhan. The appearance of these 5 figures once again caused the entire Qinyang sect to be excited and noisy. What a domineering aura is this? I can hardly stand still, sect master. That is the sect master of my Qinyang sect. Wait a minute. Aren't the other 4 the sect masters of the Blood Eagle sect, Sky Blue sect, Lingji Cave, and Wuji sect? Why are these 5 sect leaders all here? What's going on? I can understand the other sect masters, but why is the sect master of the Blood Eagle sect here? Aren't our 2 sects fighting on the border battlefield? Could it be that they are joining forces to deal with Su Zhanba? Yes, that's right. The 5 sect leaders must have joined forces to solve this serious problem of Su Zhan. 5 heaven-reaching realms have joined forces, my dear, this news is so exciting, the disciples of Qinyang sect immediately exploded. Don't talk about them. Even the men in golden robes and other mysterious figures were stunned on the spot when they saw the 5 people. You looked at me and I looked at you, with confusion written all over their faces. The heads of 5 sects came together? And they all went to Chunyang's sect to find Su Zhan? Rao is a person who they can consider to have lived for hundreds of years. But the battle in front of them was the first time in their lives. Even if they saw it with their own eyes, they still doubted whether their eyes had seen it wrong. Oh. It's all Tongtian realm, even the Blood Eagle heaven is here. Su Zhan's teasing voice said through Xiaohong's mouth, I thought I could continue to slip you for a few days, and it seemed to have been discovered. How? Look at this posture, do you want 5 people to deal with me together? The 5 Tongshenjing joined forces, it was really awesome. But Su Zhan, who has mastered a variety of cards now, is really a little bit. Sure enough, your kid has long discovered. As soon as the Blood Eagle Tianzuan heard it, he couldn't help it at the time. Blood Eagle Tianzuan, anger. The Ling Ji Tianzuan on the side quickly dissuaded. They came to peace, don't make the gunpowder smell up again, and collapsed before talking. Although Blood Eagle Tianzuan is very unhappy, he also knows that the overall situation is important. He snorted and no longer speak. The disciples of Chunyang's sect below were heated again. The light of gossip was placed in the eyes. After all, the object of eating melon is the Blood Eagle Tianzuan, and it is not harmonious with their pure imonial. You can see the Blood Eagle Tianzuan eating, which is not often there. Su Xiaoyu, don't get me wrong. Chunyang Tianzuan took a step forward and took the initiative to speak. I waited together. I didn't want to target you, but I wanted to sit down and talk with you. Well, as soon as this comes out, there is no doubt that a nuclear bomb is put on the plane. Let the disciples of Chunyang's sect who have already talked about it. The man of the golden robe man and other mysterious realm has risen a few points on the same face. Now not only questioning his eyes, but even his ears are a little doubtful. The meaning of this, is the master who comes forward in person and talks with Su Zhan? Intersection Tongtang to compromise with a Yuanjing little guy? And look at this battle. It seems that the peace talks is not the meaning of the prince, the other clan comes from this. Zhang Yuer and Lang Miaotong were shocked at this time, and they couldn't add it. I don't know how to describe their complicated mood. I thought that Su Zhan's own door to the pure Yang Zong's door performed the agreement. This move was already bursting. As a result, compared with the happening in front of him, it was simply a little witch. Sit down with me and talk about it? This will not be given to Su Zhan this time. I was still slipping with them not long ago. The spiritual situation of the ancestors is still lurking in various Zongmen. To catch his deity. In the blink of an eye, he suddenly said to talk to himself? Is there any greasy cat in it? Okay, I am also curious about what you want to talk about, give you a chance, let's say. Su Zhan didn't mind seeing what medicines were sold in Tongshenjing Gourd. Here is a lot of people. If Su Xiaoyu is not troublesome, please strode to my prince's palace. Chunyang Tianzuan's gesture was very low. Okay. Just take a trip with you. Su Zhanban wanted them to say directly in front of everyone, but the other party lowered her posture to this point. It was the so-called reaching out not to laugh and laughed. Quan Dang gives the other person a face. That's all. Xiaohong, under the gaze of many disciples, Lang Miaotong, Jun Yuer, and the Golden Robe Man and others, entered the palace of the princes on the suspended mountain peak. Nympho entered the palace. Chunyang Tianzuan waved his hand, a luxurious golden jade wooden table was presented. There were 6 seats in total. Su Xiaoyu, please. There are no outsiders, and the gift number is still so in place? Shouldn't it be true? Su Zhan murmured in his heart and let Xiaohong take a seat. I am straight, I am not good at lying, and I am not good at turning corners. If you want to talk to me today, it is to make me no longer the boundary of your Zonman. My answer is, yes. As soon as Su Zhan came up, there was no customer talk, and he directly issued a pre-issued person. But as a condition of exchange, you have to give up enough to make me satisfactory. To put it bluntly, the 5 ancestors have been bones that have been stabbed once, and there are no meat residues left. Unless they continue to fight for their large, or even giant mines, or they directly rob the city like dealing with the Blood Eagle, but these moves are to destroy the foundation of the Zongmen and tear their flesh. The necessity is not great. It can be used as an exchange condition to get some benefits for yourself. For example, Blood Eagle Tianzuan dared to promise to 10,000 Lingjing before, explaining how can the other party take out a 20,000 spirit crystal. If there are 5 princes and a 20,000 spirit crystal, then 100,000 Lingjing can be collected at this moment, and it will be able to improve one stage directly. Su Xiaoyou's personality is straightforward, I appreciate it. Since you are so straightforward, we will no longer waste time. Xunyang Tianzuan said, as you expected, in the content we negotiated with you, there is indeed the idea of wanting you to close and no longer deal with our 5 ancestors. As for the price paid for this is this. Speaking, Xunyang Tianzuan turned his hands and took out a crystal clear black jade simple. At first glance, this black jade liquid is a good treasure. Simple and noble than ordinary jade. Su Xiaoyu, you have seen it first. Black jade Jane fell into Xiaohong's hands. However, it was not transferred to Su Zhan directly through the space of the avatar, but was scanned by Xiaohong with the consciousness. After all, facing a group of heavenly realms, and be vigilant is not a bad thing. Master, no danger. What did you sweep out? Map, a map with a huge amount of information. Map? Su Zhan raised his eyebrows. What about the generous rewards that he promised to satisfy himself? What does it mean to give him a map? Master, this map seems to be somewhat similar to the battlefield of all races described by Shadow Poison Immortal. Su Zhan's eyes lit up when he heard this. In the past few days, he learned a lot of information about alien races from Shadow Poison Immortal. To the outside world, the existence of alien races is completely blocked, only people above the profound realm can know about it. And Shadow Poison Immortal has tricked so many people, so naturally he knows more or less. According to Shadow Poison Immortal, there are more than one alien race. But countless. The human race is currently in a world called Human Race World, which is the name of the alien race. It is just an insignificant small world. Above the small world, there are medium, large, and the largest core world. Some of the small worlds are interconnected. The way is through the public secret realms left by some powerful people, also known as the battlefield of all races. Those secret realms are not only born in the human world, allowing human cultivators to enter. They can also be born in other alien worlds, allowing other alien cultivators to enter. In this way, when the two sides meet, fighting and war will break out in order to compete for treasures. And the alien race has also found that the flesh and blood of the human race is extremely delicious, and can also bring them a good increase in strength. So they began to invade the human race. When Su Zhan learned the news, he almost jumped up with excitement. The first thought that came to his mind was, I'm going to be rich. Isn't this alien battlefield a good place for him to hang up and harvest? Shadow Poison Master said. In the secret realm alone, there are countless treasures left by strong men. If you find one, it is definitely worth a lot of money. Even if you can't find it, it doesn't matter. This type of open secret realm often has foreign armies stationed here, in order to search for the treasures left behind in practice here. Because the secret realm that can be built by the strong and powerful is often a good paradise, the spiritual veins are entrenched, and the spiritual energy is rich. If you can't harvest the treasure, then go harvest those alien armies. Not only that, the subsequent clones are powerful enough, and can even pass through the space cracks in the secret area and directly reach the small worlds of other alien races, and continue to open up for slaughter and harvest. The human race and the alien race are at odds with each other. This seems to be the hatred engraved in the blood. There is no possibility of peace talks. As soon as we meet, it will be life and death. Therefore, as a human race, it's not too much to kill some foreign races, right? Thinking of this, Su Zhan was extremely excited at the time. But after further understanding, this excitement suddenly became deflated. First, the lowest entry threshold for the public secret realm is the Tongtian realm. It's not the kind that is comparable in strength, but it must reach the heavenly realm on the surface. Although Su Zhan's current promotion speed is also very rapid. But it is still too far away from Tongtian realm. It is estimated that it will take less than a year and a half, and it is basically impossible to reach it. Unless the black mark stage can be continuously and rapidly improved in the future, the time can be greatly shortened. Second, you can't just enter the open secret realm if you want. Because of the control of the human race and to prevent alien invasion, if you want to enter the open secret realm, you must obtain a secret realm pass. Secret realm pass orders are issued by the immortal mountain to which each sect belongs. For example, Chunyang's sect belongs to Qingyan Fairy Mountain. Xunyang Tianzuan's pass order was distributed by Qingyan Fairy Mountain. Each secret realm pass order is in the state of blood recognition, which means that only one person can enter and exit the secret realm freely. Once Xunyang Tianzuan dies unexpectedly in the secret realm pass order will be broken on the spot,
leaving no opportunity for foreigners to take advantage of the loopholes. All in all, without a pass order, you cannot access the spatial rifts in the secret realm. Therefore, only a pass order can open the spatial rifts. Even if you come into contact with the spatial rift, you cannot enter without a pass. Even if you really use all means to get in, you can't come back without a pass. The secret realm pass order is a must. This is the top priority. Thus, two conditions, one more difficult than the other. Therefore, Su Zhan could only put aside the trouble of finding foreigners for the time being and continue to cultivate the human territory, waiting for the opportunity to come. But now these sect leaders have given themselves maps of the battlefield of all races as soon as they come up. Apparently, this is because he wants to use himself as a gunman. Is this a map of the battlefield of all races? You gave me this because you wanted me to give up dealing with you and instead deal with the aliens. In this way, your sect has avoided all kinds of disasters and can also deal with me through the hands of those aliens. No matter who wins or loses in the end between me and the foreign race, there will be no loss for you anyway, only benefits. Am I right? Su Zhan directly exposed the thoughts of these sect leaders. If he had not learned the information about the foreign races from the mouth of the real people of Shadow Dew, he might not be able to judge the true thoughts of these sect leaders. But when the real people of Shadow Dew told him that the human race and the foreign race were fighting extremely fiercely, and in most cases, the human race is the weak side, the one that has been losing consecutively. From this point, it can be seen that these sect leaders are clearly diverting trouble to the east and killing people with a borrowed knife. The sect leaders looked at me and I looked at you, but Su Zhanwen was silent for a while. Su Xiaoyu, do you agree to this condition? Tianlan Tianzuan spoke. She didn't answer, but simply acquiesced and asked for advice directly. The public secret realm can only be entered at the lowest level of Tongtian realm. Can you solve this problem? Su Zhan also did not answer, but asked directly. Others may not be able to, but you can. Blood Eagle Tianzuan said indifferently, your external avatar has no life breath. In the eyes of the will of the secret realm, it is like a dead object. The will of the secret realm does not require dead objects to reach the realm of heaven. How could it still be like this? Su Zhan's eyes lit up on the other side. Unexpectedly, the lifeless Xiao He could not only hide his traces, but also sneak into the secret realm. So, my external incarnation can enter directly without even needing a pass to the secret realm? Su Zhan immediately thought of the conditions of the secret realm pass order. If the realm is a secret realm, it sets a threshold for the strength of living beings. Then the pass order is that the human race sets a threshold for entry and exit. It is more to prevent foreign enemies from entering the human world through the secret realm. Since Xiao He is a dead creature, of course he is not considered a foreign enemy and can come in and out at will. Good. Blood Eagle Tianzuan said, the space rift into the secret realm can only be opened by us who hold the pass order in the Tongtian realm. The only thing you lack now is to let us lead your incarnation into the secret realm. It sure works. Su Zhan suddenly became excited. But soon, he thought of an extremely realistic problem, and immediately suppressed the excitement in his heart, and said in a calm tone, my external incarnation is now only in the late Yuan realm. Even if I can enter the secret realm, the inner world is entrenched. They are all alien creatures from the Tongtian realm. I'm afraid it doesn't make much sense to me to face them now. The battlefield with the lowest threshold of Tongtian realm. To what extent does the Tongtian realm reach? If any black guy goes in, won't he be killed instantly? No, in the secret realm, only the human race is all in the heaven realm. Other alien races have many creatures in the Yuan realm, Dan realm, Xian realm, and Spirit realm. Lingji Tianzuan, who had not spoken much, said, you should know that there are often more than one alien race in a secret realm, and the secret realm itself is an excellent place for practice. Therefore, the alien races often compete for each other's territory in the secret realm. Build a city and kingdom, give birth to children, and let them cultivate and develop quickly, in order to gain an advantage in fighting each other and gain as much territory as possible. This is allowed by the will of the secret realm. As long as these low-level alien descendants don't take the initiative to leave the secret realm, they can survive there safely. Su Zhan finally understood. But, why can aliens do this, but not humans? You may be wondering why the human race can't also give birth to children and snatch them from them. Wuji Tianzuan guessed Su Zhan's thoughts and said directly, the reason is very simple. Human races need 10 months to conceive, but alien races, some of them can have 1 child per day, some can have 100 eggs, some can be shaped by fire, and some can parasitize and seize the body. The speed of giving birth to children is far beyond that of human beings.
Not only that, after the human race gives birth to a newborn, it needs to wait for a long time to grow, needs to be carefully taught, and needs to select the most talented among them and carefully train them for a long time in years, before a strong person can be born. For alien races, some are born in the Yuan realm and can reach the Dan realm after adulthood. Some eat each other and kill each other. They can become stronger on the spot just by eating the flesh and blood of the strong. What's more, some of them directly parasitize the human race's Tongtian realm. It is the strength of Tongtian realm. It is precisely because of this that the human race is suppressed in many battlefields of thousands of races and cannot hold its head up. After hearing this, Su Zhan couldn't help but shake his head. No wonder the human race is so difficult. Compared with the slow growth of the human race, aren't these alien races just pure cheating? Since they don't respect martial ethics, why do I need to be polite to them?